Victims of the Chilean Miracle. Edited by Peter Winn. Workers and Neoliberalism in the Pinochet Era, 1973 to 2002. In memory of my parents, who fought for labor rights in hard times, and for the Chilean workers who struggled in the face of dictatorship and neoliberalism for the right to shape their own destiny. Forward and his co-authors have the audacity to challenge the most successful economic experiment in Latin America since the 1970s. They do so by examining the human underside of the glowing aggregate data. While conceding numerous vaunted achievements from 1973 to 1998, these scholars argue that many workers in a wide range of sectors suffered from Chile's neoliberal miracle. They also contend that this market-oriented model had a differential and sometimes worse impact on women. At the same time, they expose the damage to the environment. This book is not, however, merely an exercise in victimology, for it emphasizes the agency and resistance of labor as well as its mistreatment and misfortune. Winn deserves credit for questioning the conventional wisdom about Chile's economic triumphs. He also makes a valuable contribution by showcasing the innovative and gracefully written research of a talented new generation of Chileanists. Most unusually, he has produced a remarkably integrated, cohesive, and coherent collection, not simply another patchwork of loosely related articles. Just as Chilean capitalists have imposed discipline on their workers, so this editor has on his authors. As the paragon of neoliberalism in Latin America, Chile is the crucial test case for the consequences of those market-driven policies for the working class. It has been hailed as the shining example not only for Latin America but also for other parts of the world. If the Washington Consensus on the free market has produced economic and social well-being anywhere, it must be in Chile, which has been on that path longer than any of its neighbors. In the wake of the hemispheric economic downturn at the end of the Regos, discontent with neoliberal economics mounted throughout the region, but least of all in Chile, which, despite declining from its earlier boom, continued to outperform other countries. Moreover, rising disillusionment with open markets did not spawn any clear alternative formula, least of all in Chile, which remained firmly committed to that approach. However rocky and uneven, that route to modernization had lifted the country to new heights. Instead of switching tracks, Chile, like the international financial institutions and many other nations in Latin America, pledged to adjust the model in order to pay more attention to poverty, inequality, and environmental degradation. Therefore, this anthology arrives at a propitious moment, when Latin Americans are re-evaluating the results of neoliberalism for the most vulnerable members of their populations, expressing dismay at the exclusion and deprivation of vast numbers of their fellow citizens, and groping for new solutions to social injustices, whether those remedies can be found within or outside the reigning paradigm. In assessing the Chilean experience, it is important to highlight three distinctions: the conditions under the dictatorship versus those under the democracy, the absolute levels of income versus the relative distribution of income, and the impact on workers in general versus the impact on organized labor in particular. In the first case, it was no secret that workers bore the brunt of the repression and economic reorientation under Augusto Pinochet Ugarte. What was more surprising was that they fared less well than expected under the democratic governments of the Concertación, whose takeover was a tremendous victory for the working class and its political allies. The authoritarian regime devastated labor by smashing political parties aligned with workers, shackling union activities, and imposing neoliberal economic restructuring. By contrast, the democracy liberated the political parties, relaxed the hobbling union legislation but only slightly, and continued the neoliberal model while improving many social aspects. Because the overwhelmingly negative authoritarian period has received more scholarly attention, this foreword will concentrate on the contradictory situation in the one goes. Despite shortcomings, the Chilean economic record of the last quarter century, especially since the return of democracy in 1GG0, attracted ardent defenders. Small wonder, since the 1990s combined spectacular stability, growth, and poverty reduction. Enthusiasts lauded the stunning overall statistics. From 1990 to 1996, the economy grew at an annual average of over 7%, surpassing the rates under the military government. Unemployment and underemployment shrank. Meanwhile, inflation fell to single digits. Education, health, and life expectancy soared, as social expenditures per inhabitant escalated over 7% per year, with the most progressive allocation in Latin America. Unlike many other converts to the marketplace, democratic Chile not only spurred growth but also slashed poverty. From 1990 to 1996, the share of the population living in poverty plummeted from 39% to 23%, and those in indigencia from 13% to 6%. Nevertheless, hundreds of thousands of Chileans remain trapped in deplorable conditions, as this anthology underscores. Many workers made gains. From 1990 to 1996, labor productivity rose an annual average of 4%, employment 3%, and real wages 5%, while unemployment hovered between 6% and 7%. Nevertheless, even those who prospered still encountered exploitation in many ways, particularly in terms of wretched working conditions, such as insecure jobs, weak unions, and inadequate social services. In a poll in 1998, 53% of the population agreed that the economy had improved under democratic rule, but 83% said that their own lives had not gotten better. Politically, economically, and socially, many workers gained significantly from the return of democracy, but not as much as they had hoped. While Chile's democratic presidents curtailed absolute poverty, they did not reduce inequality, a much harder task without massive government intervention that would violate the limits of the model. From 1 go to 1996, the share of national income of the poorest 20% of the population stagnated beneath 4%, while that of the richest 20% inched up from 56% to 57%. In other words, in 1996 the top one-fifth of income earners garnered 14 times the income of the bottom one-fifth. Indeed, the distribution of income was one of the most unequal in the world. In Latin America, only Brazil was worse. While some women toiled under the harsh regimen described in this book, others had trouble finding work at all. At 37%, female participation in the urban workforce registered one of the lowest in Latin America. Only Brazil exhibited greater salary discrimination than Chile, where women earned an average of 25% less than their male counterparts. Among union members in Chile, only some 21% were women. When assessing the outcomes of Chile's economic policies, it is necessary to distinguish between their consequences for workers and for the labor movement. Among workers, there were, of course, winners as well as losers, supporters as well as critics of the hegemonic orthodoxy. Whereas the results for laborers varied across subgroups, the ramifications for organized labor were much more uniformly negative. Viewed as an impediment to the unfettered functioning of markets, unions were undercut first by the reign of terror of Pinochet and second by the exigencies of development spearheaded by the private sector. As this book reveals, unionists reeled from macroeconomic transformations such as privatizations, sectoral shifts away from manufacturing toward services, decentralization of production, and downsizing of a porous social safety net. They also lost ground due to changes at the workplace, notably mechanization, flexibilization, individualization of pay and perquisites, fragmentation of the workforce, precarious or temporary employment, subcontracting, long hours, onerous working conditions, and inadequate benefits. Unions were handicapped in resisting these changes because of legal and informal restrictions on labor rights and collective bargaining, and because of lack of support from their historic political champions, even when they held power. After recuperating briefly in the first flush of democratization, the proportion of workers involved in unions and collective bargaining diminished between 1992 and 1998. The percentage of workers in unions went from 14% in 1986 to 22% in 1991 and then 16% in 1997. The percentage of workers covered by collective bargaining went from G% in 1986 to 14% in one guy and then to 11% in 1996. In the RGOs the number of unions grew, while their average size shriveled. The emasculation of unionized laborers under the democracy as well as the dictatorship suggested that economic restructuring did them even more permanent harm than did authoritarian coercion. This impression was fortified by the international trend for trade unions to lose sway under globalization, almost regardless of the political regime. In the one goes both of the traditional vehicles for working class conquests in Chile, labor unions and political parties lost relevance. They could no longer exert much leverage on a restrained state. Along with laborers, Chilean environmentalists voiced frustration at trying to get the state to compensate for market failures. By contrast, business leaders and conservative economists averred that efficient market mechanisms inevitably entailed certain costs for nature as well as nurture, warning that excessive interference by the public sector would dampen prosperity. Defenders of the environment and labor failed to convince the government that rapid growth might be unsustainable when it damaged the country's natural and human resources. This book focuses on those Chileans who gained relatively little from the economic juggernaut. At the beginning of the 21st century, the neoliberal regime faced two major challenges. Could it sustain growth, and could it provide better treatment to those who had been marginalized? Although neither challenge was easy, the record to date indicated that the prognosis for the first had to be more optimistic than for the second. Perhaps studies like this collection will inspire new strategies to wed growth with equity, or perhaps more likely, a successor volume in the near future will find little change. The Chilean Miracle. Luis Rodriguez gave me an ironic look. What miracle, he scoffed, pointing to the piles of garbage on the muddy path between the untidy rows of tin-roofed shacks that made up Las Turbinas, his shanty-town community in Santiago, Chile's capital city. There are two Santiagos, he exclaimed, with a wave toward the elegant neighborhoods in the foothills of the distant mountains, and two Chiles, one rich, the other poor. Luis Rodriguez worked in the former but lived in the latter. He was lucky, Luis affirmed. He had a regular job, unlike most of the young men in Las Turbinas, who survived as pickpockets or by selling crack. Luis was a construction worker in Las Condes, the richest county in Chile, a land of Mercedes and cellular phones, where one felt in the first world and people talked of the Chilean miracle, the decade-long economic boom that had doubled Chile's national income by 1998 and made its neoliberal, market-driven economy the envy of Latin America and a model for others to emulate. Luis Rodriguez was one of the millions of Chilean workers whose long hours and hard labor had made that miracle possible. To get to his job, he had to spend 5 hours a day 6 days a week on crowded buses, then work 10 hours a day, reaping as his share of the miracle a shack that he had built himself in the shadow of electricity pylons on land that flooded when it rained, amid the garbage, the rats, and the crime. The miracle never reached here, he said with a bitter laugh. We are victims of the miracle. Rodriguez was not alone in viewing himself as a victim of Chile's neoliberal success story. Many of the workers interviewed by the authors of this book voiced similar views. Together, their accounts of their experiences question whether Chile's workers have benefited from the boom with its high growth rates and increased productivity that their labor made possible. They also call into question the claims of the Pinochet regime to have created an economic miracle as well as the pledges of the democratic governments that succeeded it in the one goes to promote growth with equity. At bottom, they pose the central questions of this book: have Chile's workers paid the costs for their country's economic success? Were their interests sacrificed on the altar of neoliberalism? Are they victims of Chile's neoliberal miracle? As the word neoliberalism suggests, this economic dogma looks back to the liberalism of an earlier era, in Chile's case, to the pre-1930s, with their monetarism, free trade, and laissez-faire state. Neoliberalism, however, is not merely a return to the past but rather an ideology that has applied liberal principles in the very different circumstances of recent decades. The triumph of neoliberalism in Chile is part of a worldwide trend. Since the collapse of communism and the discrediting of statist economic alternatives, the economic gospel of the market has swept the globe. It has been embraced with particular fervor in places where it had been an ideological anathema only a short time before. In Latin America, a region with a long history of consuming imported ideologies and also of pendulum swings in economic strategies, the extreme neoliberal version of market capitalism has triumphed even in the bastions of import substitution industrialization: Argentina, Brazil, Chile, Mexico, where the interests of the entrenched, inefficient industries that this economic strategy of protected industrialization created reinforced the ideology of nationalism and the politics of welfare that sustained it. Viewed from the distance of the United States at the start of the 21st century, the hegemony of neoliberalism in Latin America may seem little more than a regional response to an economic globalization that has affected all regions of the world during recent decades. This globalization has increasingly integrated far-flung nations with very different histories, resources, and levels of development into a new international economic order dominated by the markets, bankers, and corporations of Europe, East Asia, and North America. Within Latin America, however, the roots of neoliberalism seem more local and more specific, a reaction against the failed statist and protectionist policies of the past. Liberalism was held responsible for the region's deep crisis during the 1930s depression, which gave rise to import substitution policies. Their goal was self-sustained industrial growth and escape from a dependence on raw material exports and foreign markets. For nearly half a century, import substitution, a strategy of accelerated industrialization with active government intervention through which Latin American nations sought to catch up with the developed world, seemed to be the solution. But what for the United States was a brief recession during the early 1980s, Latin America experienced as a profound crisis that cut far deeper and lasted far longer. The 1980s are known in Latin America as the lost decade, in which economic growth stagnated, debts could not be paid, little foreign capital flowed to Latin America, and hyperinflation and high unemployment plagued the region. The crisis of the 1980s sounded the death knell for import substitution industrialization, which was held responsible for the debacle. Although it meant surrendering nationalistic dreams of joining the ranks of the developed industrialized nations, country after country in Latin America has lowered its tariff barriers, opened itself to foreign investment, reduced the size of the state, privatized public sector companies and services, and embraced the market as the regulator of the economy and even the society. Chile was the first major Latin American country to carry out this neoliberal transformation, and it has been both the most successful showcase for neoliberalism and the model for others in Latin America and elsewhere to emulate. Chilean neoliberalism was inspired by the theories of Chicago economist Milton Friedman, who argued that the market, not the state, should be the regulator of the economy, and later by the policies of Britain's Margaret Thatcher, with her privatizations of state enterprises and public services. In Chile, neoliberalism was introduced by the military regime as a reaction and solution to the grave economic crisis generated during Salvador Allende's Chilean road to socialism, with its hyperinflation, consumer shortages, and public sector financial losses. It also represented a rejection and reversal of the interventionist state, protected industries, and deficit spending of the previous decades of stagflation and import substitution industrialization. Neoliberalism was imposed by the Pinochet dictatorship during the late 1970s in a highly ideological version that made it a vehicle for an aggressive attack on Chile's workers and the labor rights they had acquired during decades of struggle. Neoliberal policies were an economic assault on the gains in wages, benefits, and working conditions that workers had won since the 1930s. They complemented Pinochet's violent repression of labor unions and worker activists, political attacks designed to disarticulate worker resistance to the dictatorship and to cow workers into a passivity that would enable the regime to impose neoliberal labor and economic policies that were prejudicial to worker interests. When in 1982 these policies led to Chile's worst economic crisis since the Great Depression, they were sustained by military bayonets, despite widespread social protests and political opposition. A more pragmatic version of neoliberalism was introduced by the junta in the mid-1980s and promoted a remarkable decade of economic success for Chile, in which the country experienced its most sustained period of high economic growth with low inflation in the 20th century. Most striking is that since the restoration of democracy in 1990, Pinochet's neoliberal model has been maintained by the center-left governments of the Concertación coalition, which had criticized the model's high social costs, including deepening poverty and inequality, when they were in opposition to the Pinochet regime. It is precisely this neoliberal democracy of the Concertación government that has been promoted by the United States and international organizations as the model for other countries to emulate. Under the Concertación, not only did growth continue and foreign investment soar, but both unemployment and poverty decreased, in part because of programs targeted at the poorest sectors of the population by center-left governments with greater social concern than the Pinochet dictatorship. It is little wonder that analysts as well as publicists have called this 11-year boom the Chilean miracle. Yet there was no comparable rise in real wages during this boom, despite significant increases in productivity and a work week that was among the longest in the world, nor was there the full recovery of labor rights that workers expected from the center-left democratic governments they supported. Most striking of all, there was no improvement in a maldistribution of income and wealth that had made Chile one of the most unequal countries in the world, a legacy of the Pinochet dictatorship that the Concertación criticized in opposition yet was unable or unwilling to change in government. At the end of the miracle, 1 in 5 Chileans, some 3 million people, still lived in poverty, and the country was still divided into two Chiles. During the heyday of the boom of the one goes, Chileans were reluctant to examine the inequality and social costs of their economic miracle, particularly as it was intertwined with the transition to a still unconsolidated and incomplete democracy. But another cost of neoliberal policies, which had made Chile one of the most open economies in the world, was heightened vulnerability to external economic shocks. The Asian financial crisis of 1997–98 put an end to the Chilean boom, and the Brazilian and Argentine crises that followed helped keep Chile in a long crisis of stagnation that continued into the new century, with growth falling to -1.1% in 1999 and unemployment rising to 0% by 2015, jobless in the Santiago metropolitan area, with similar statistics in late 2002. The result has been an end to the triumphalism of the 1990s. Now that the shine is off the miracle, Chileans are more willing to listen to critical voices such as Tomás Mullian, whose book Chile Actual, An Attack on the Selling of 4. The Transition and the Regos as a Successful Model, has become a surprise bestseller. Our book aims to contribute to the growing debate on neoliberalism, the Pinochet dictatorship, and the restored democracy governed by the center-left Concertación coalition during the one goes. It is unusual in that several authors from the differing perspectives of different academic disciplines and economic sectors focus on the same set of questions: what was the impact of the changes of the Pinochet era on Chile's workers? Did they pay the social costs of the military dictatorship, the transition back to democracy, and the neoliberal policies that reshaped Chile during this era? Have they been the victims of Chile's miracle? To answer these questions, the contributors to this volume not only analyze government policies and statistics, they also explore changes in work processes and working conditions, labor relations, and labor politics, including repression and resistance in both places of work and communities. Moreover, most of the authors take a bottom-up approach to these issues, where previous scholarship has tended to remain at a national level in its analysis of policies and their consequences. The analyses in this book are grounded in original subnational case studies that include extensive interviews with workers and their leaders. This enables the authors to go beyond structures and statistics, policies, and decrees to explore the experience of workers. The result is a more nuanced analysis of the impact of the changes of the Pinochet era. It also reveals the human face of these changes and the complex consequences and costs for Chile's workers, the great majority of its people. Although they do not claim to be comprehensive, together these chapters span the productive sectors of the Chilean economy, including the principal export industries, the motor of the neoliberal economy. They include a traditional import substitution industry, based on imported inputs, a manufacturing industry, based on Chile's natural resources, and the country's most important traditional export industry. There are also chapters on 3 non-traditional export industries that have been showcases for the Chilean miracle: fruit, fish, and forestry. While each of these chapters addresses the same general question, what has been the Chilean workers' experience of the Pinochet era and neoliberalism, they do so in somewhat different ways. The authors give their own spin to that question, focusing on aspects that seem most germane to their case studies, and in the process consider an array of related issues such as consumer culture, gender relations, and environmental impact. The chapter No Miracle for Us surveys the history of the textile industry. 5. Classic import substitution industry based on imported inputs, dependent on high levels of state protection, a bastion of the left under Allende and thus a vulnerable target of Pinochet's repression and neoliberal policies. In this chapter I explore the experience of both workers and entrepreneurs between 1973 and 2002, including issues of subcontracting, job quality, and the feminization of the workforce, and conclude that the whole industry was a victim of Pinochet-era policies but that textile workers bore the brunt of the costs. I stress as well the resistance of textile workers to these attacks on their jobs, wages, and working conditions, using both traditional and innovative strategies. At the end of the Pinochet dictatorship, their strategies seemed promising, as did a leaner and more modern textile industry. During the 1Go0s, however, a global structural and technological revolution in textile production brought the Chilean textile industry to its knees, pleading for a state aid that the concertation governments refused to grant, citing neoliberal principles. By 2002 the Chilean textile industry seemed on its last legs, and its workers were lamenting that they were victims of the economic policies of the center-left democratic governments they had supported. In Disciplined Workers and Avid Consumers, analyzes the experience of the workers of Medco, a metallurgical industry based on copper, Chile's chief natural resource. Medco successfully adapted to neoliberal restructuring and emerged as South America's largest producer of metallurgical or other industries, a firm that exemplified the Chilean miracle. Still, Lehrman argues that it was Medco's workers who paid for this corporate success in their loss of job security, wages, and benefits, in longer hours and speed-ups, with their intensified demands for higher productivity, and in the weakening of their union. He concludes that even relatively privileged workers in a successful industry were hurt by neoliberal restructuring, but that the violent strikes of 1983 and 1993 demonstrated that Medco workers resisted these losses with courage and consciousness. Still, Lehrman reports as well on the increasing consumerism and indebtedness of Medco workers, a pattern common to workers in other economic sectors as well, that, by the end of the Pinochet era, had undermined class solidarity and challenged the model of masculinity based on workplace and social solidarity. Class, Community, and Neoliberalism in Chile, by, focuses on a more privileged group of workers, the miners of El Teniente, the world's largest underground copper mine, yet he comes to similar conclusions. State terror and economic shock therapy, he argues, led to the fragmentation of community ties, political networks, and workplace cultures during the initial Pinochet decade. Copper miners continued to resist assaults on their wages. 6. Benefits, and organizations, drawing on traditions of union activism and political militancy. Moreover, their strikes and protests mobilized both a resurgent labor movement and the broader social protests against the Pinochet regime of the 1980s. Yet by the R990's mechanization, downsizing, and cultural changes had undermined their workplace solidarity, weakened their class identity and unions, and disarticulated their communities. Klubach stresses as well the special issues for Chile's copper miners as workers in the largest remaining public enterprise, Codelco, which led to a strategic alliance with the Concertacy and managers, enabling the state mining company to continue its economic success and giving the existing workers a measure of job security, though at the cost of jobs for their children. In More Than Victims, explores the experience of one of the least privileged groups of Chilean workers, the largely female seasonal workers in the fruit industry of the Aconcagua Valley, the center of one of Chile's new export industries. Tinsman makes it clear that both male and female fruit workers were victims of Pinochet-era policies that displaced small farmers, forced men to work for minimum wage, and weakened the ability of rural unions to defend the incomes or working conditions of their members. But her interest is mostly in the seasonal women workers who constitute an overwhelming majority of the labor force in the new packing plants. Tinsman reveals the differential impact of neoliberalism on men and women and examines the changes in gender roles and relations that economic restructuring provoked. Her argument is complex. While they were exploited within the workplace, often working 15-hour days at low piece work rates in harsh conditions, the new incomes of these female workers increased their agency in their communities and homes. In particular, women's earnings lessened their dependence on and strengthened their bargaining power with their men and gave them the power to leave abusive relationships. The result was a complex and contradictory impact of Pinochet-era changes that left women workers both victims and beneficiaries. Shuckers, Sorters, Headers, and Gutters also explores the feminization of a new export sector, fish and seafood. Examines the experience of workers in the fisheries industry, including its many women workers, but adds an ecological analysis and a consideration of sustainable development in this sector. She traces these issues across two cycles that were shaped less by government policy than by Chilean ecology and the global political economy. The wild fisheries boom may have begun in response to neoliberal deregulation of the industry, but it ended because this unregulated exploitation led to species collapse by 1990. The boom in fish farming that succeeded it was running into both ecological and market problems by 1998, the end of the 7. Pinochet era. Workers paid the price of both booms and busts, Sherman concludes, in insecure short-term jobs, low wages, long hours, and bad working conditions. At bottom, she argues, Pinochet-era changes allowed employers to impose arduous work rhythms and to shift the risk of natural resource-based production onto processing plant workers, while weakening the ability of these workers to defend their interests. In labor, land, and environmental change in the forestry sector in Chile, Thomas Miller Klubach draws 6N his research on the forestry sector in southern Chile to explore the impact of neoliberalism on the environment, as well as on the sector's workers and on peasant communities in the area. The creation of tree farms producing fast-growing foreign species for wood pulp exports on lands that were occupied before by native hardwood forests and mixed farming was a signature Pinochet-era success story for private entrepreneurs and Chilean export earnings. But it was built on the intense exploitation of workers, who lost their previous levels of real wages, benefits, job security, working conditions, and representation at the hands of ruthless capitalists from Chile's elite, who took advantage of every loophole that Pinochet-era decrees and lack of regulation gave them. The result was soaring corporate profits and forestry exports, but at the cost of rising worker poverty, community disintegration, and environmental degradation of the world's largest temperate rainforest. These 6 case studies are preceded by 2 introductory chapters written from a more general perspective. In the first of these chapters I introduce the Pinochet era, which in effect lasted from the coup of 1973 well beyond his replacement as head of state in 1990 to Pinochet's retirement as armed forces commander in 1998, with a coda that extended Pinochet's era to his retirement from public life in 2002, outlining the principal features of the politics, economics, and labor policies that Pinochet instituted and contextualizing the case studies that follow. I stress Pinochet's political repression and his imposition of neoliberal economic policies and labor laws during the first decade of his rule, and the Concertacy and government's failure to significantly alter these laws and policies during the one goes. This chapter also explores the crisis of the 1980s and the transition toward democracy that followed. It examines the interaction between government policies, business decisions, and worker responses as a frame for understanding labor relations and contemporary Chilean history. In Politics Without Policy, focuses on the final decade of the Pinochet era, when the transition to democracy and the governments of the center-left concertation held out the promise of the creation of social concertation, a modern system of consensual labor relations that would reform 8. Pinochet's pro-business labor code and create a more level playing field, while not returning to the pre-1973 state-centered system. But the labor law reforms of 1991 and 2001 were limited and social concertation never took hold. Frank concludes that the concertación government gained most and labor least from these failed efforts at social concertation, and that this failure is reflected in Chile's extreme inequality, despite a decade of economic growth and productivity increases. The failure to transform labor relations, he concludes, weakened unions, alienated workers, and doomed the concertación government's public goal of growth with equity. Several of the later chapters call into question the neoliberal miracle itself, even in its signature industries. Thomas Klubach makes clear in his chapter on forestry workers that the much vaunted private sector success story in the forestry industry was at bottom a harvesting of prior public investment with heavy state subsidies, and at a high environmental cost. Is equally skeptical of the neoliberal miracle in the fisheries sector, another Pinochet-era showcase, but from a different standpoint. Like Klubach, she calls attention to the negative environmental impact of neoliberal policies. But her chapter also questions the sustainability of the neoliberal model in the fishing industry, with its high costs for both workers and the environment. The wild fishing phase, she concludes, led to the collapse of species after species in what had been very rich fishing grounds. Now, the attempt to replace wild fishing with fish farming is destroying the marine food chain and running into ecological, economic, and diplomatic problems that call the sector's future and that of fisheries workers into question. Sherman's chapter, like Tinsman's on the fruit industry, also underscores the precarious character of export success in a globalized economy, where capital has no national loyalties, sourcing is global, and profit margins are often slim. Whether the product was grapes or salmon, Chilean success in export markets stimulated production for export in countries with even lower labor costs or other comparative advantages. As a result, supply soon exceeded demand and prices dropped to a point where they threatened Chilean profitability or competitiveness. In a globalized economy, today's miracle may be tomorrow's mirage. Workers in these industries might not understand all these global economic factors, but they experienced their negative impact in the form of lower wages, worse working conditions, and heightened job insecurity, as employers passed on their risks and costs. Globalization and its impact on Chilean workers is a complex subject, which the authors have addressed in their own ways, relating their Chilean case studies to larger processes. My study of the textile and apparel industry, for example, explores the geographic restructuring and production chains that have reshaped the sector worldwide. Still, Lehrman relates his findings to the global debate about the impact of consumerism on worker identities and solidarity. Klubach, in his chapter on miners, finds similarities between miner strikes and rollbacks in Chile and the United States. His chapter on forestry workers, on the other hand, analyzes the use and abuse of subcontracting that has accompanied globalization in many areas of the world. Klubach shares with Tinsman and Sherman a focus on globalization and export worker vulnerability to market instability abroad that echoes experiences elsewhere, as well as an examination of the impact of globalization on gender relations, and environmental degradation. I have left it to the contributors to discuss debates on these issues in their chapters as they deemed appropriate. It is worth noting here, however, that our critical analysis of Chilean neoliberalism is consonant with the growing global disenchantment with and criticism of the neoliberal Washington consensus from the streets of Seattle to the pages of Nobel economist Joseph Stiglitz. Finally, a word about the title. This book asks if Chile's workers have been victims of its neoliberal economic miracle as a way of focusing debate on the impact of neoliberal policies on workers and on their social costs. In general, the authors share with many of the workers they interviewed the conviction that Chile's workers have been victims of the neoliberal restructuring of the economy and state, that they have not received a fair share of the benefits from the economic growth and productivity increases that their labor has produced, and that they have had to bear a disproportionate share of the costs of this restructuring in their wages, working conditions, job quality, and labor relations. It also suggests that the impact of the cultural changes promoted by neoliberalism has been largely negative on worker sociability, lifestyles, and organizations. Chilean workers, moreover, were also victims of General Pinochet's dictatorship. They were central targets of his political repression and suffered greatly from his state terror. They also paid a disproportionate share of the costs of his regime's regressive social policies. Workers and their organizations were also the primary targets of Pinochet's labor laws and among the biggest losers from his policies of privatization and deindustrialization. They paid the social costs as well of Chile's democratic transition within Pinochet's authoritarian constitution. Their socio-economic aspirations were postponed in the interest of not jeopardizing the transition, and their expectations of labor law reform were sacrificed on the same altar. More than a decade of democracy and center-left governments has not al. 10. Tiered neoliberalism's fundamentally negative impact on Chilean workers. In fact, viewed in historical perspective as part of the Pinochet era, the neoliberal democracy of the Concertación consolidated the neoliberal revolution that Pinochet began. It did this by conferring democratic legitimacy on the decrees that Pinochet had imposed by dictatorial fiat, and by embracing and even extending many of his policy shifts. If Chile's workers have been victims of its neoliberal miracle, the Concertación governments must bear a significant share of responsibility for their fate. These are conclusions that I and my co-authors have come to with reluctance. I was an international observer for the 1988 plebiscite that ended the Pinochet dictatorship, and I experienced firsthand the euphoria and expectations of those heady early days of the transition to democracy. Many of my friends have served in the governments and parties of the Concertación. They and I had hoped for a different ending to this story. However, the fact that Chilean workers have been victims of Pinochet's dictatorship and neoliberal policies doesn't mean that they ceased to resist or that they have had no agency. On the contrary, the chapters on textile, metallurgical, and mining workers all underscore the resistance of workers to both the dictatorship and its neoliberal policies, often against great odds and at great risk. Moreover, during the Pinochet era, with its repression and restrictions on union activism, Chile's workers displayed great creativity in devising new ways to resist. They refused to eat at company cafeterias, took to the streets, mobilized sympathy strikes and social protests, and marched hundreds of kilometers to publicize their cause. They created new forms of organization, from lunchrooms and daycare centers for the unorganized to new labor confederations, independent unions, and territorial federations inspired by the cordons industrials of the Allende era. Nor was this resistance confined to the workplace or workers' issues. As Klubach's chapter on copper miners argues, it was Chile's workers who first raised the flag of political resistance against the dictatorship in the 1970s and sustained it during the years when political parties were banned. And it was the copper miners who mobilized the social protests and political opposition to the military regime in the 1980s to demand an end to Pinochet's dictatorship and the restoration of democracy and civil liberties. Labor initiated the transition to democracy that culminated in Pinochet's plebiscite defeat in 1988 and the inauguration of a democratically elected president in 1990. Chile's workers may have been victims of Pinochet's dictatorship and neoliberalism, but they remained protagonists of their own and their nation's destinies. So, in asking if Chile's workers were victims of the neoliberal Myra. 11. We are underscoring that despite their resistance and hard work they paid a disproportionate share of the costs and received fewer benefits from both the economic boom and the democracy for which they had struggled. This does not mean, however, that Chilean workers were just victims during the Pinochet era. The impact of neoliberal policies has often been complex and cross-cutting. As Tinsman and Sherman point out in their chapters about women workers in the fruit and seafood industries, their new incomes made women workers more independent and placed them in a stronger position to question patriarchal norms and insist on equality in their relationships with men and within their families. The title we have chosen also problematizes the term miracle. We question whether Chile's neoliberal B-bomb, which may have had more victims than beneficiaries, should be regarded as a miracle. When confronted by such a claim, scholars and students should always ask, a miracle for whom and at what cost? In fact, few Chilean workers regard themselves as beneficiaries of the neoliberal miracle. Worker leaders and activists, moreover, were central targets of the military regime's state terror, whose goal was to intimidate them into passivity, in large part so that neoliberal policies could be imposed. Central to Pinochet's neoliberalism was a pro-business labor code that made workers easy to hire and fire and strikes difficult to win. The restoration of democracy in one go brought an end to state terror, a more labor-friendly government, and a minor reform of the labor laws. But the modifications to law and policy were slight, unions remained weak, and strikes few and far between. When, a decade after the 1988 plebiscite that restored democracy, Patricia Konaman, a combative communist labor leader, confessed that strikes were no longer in the workers' interest, it was hard not to conclude that the military had succeeded in disciplining Chile's workers after all. In the interim, the market and the Concertacion's neoliberal governments had completed what the military had begun. Fear and consumerism, Kohoman maintained, were the regime's chief weapons against the workers' degree. In 1998 Pinochet's retirement and arrest brought his era to a close, and the Asian crisis brought Chile's economic boom to an end. The Argentine crisis of 2001 to 2002 and Pinochet's definitive retirement from public life during those years confirmed that both the economic miracle and his political career were history. Still, though the Pinochet era and the neoliberal miracle might be over, their impact on Chile's workers and their organizations remains. So does the question that informs this book: were Chile's workers victims of its neoliberal economic miracle? 12. W.M. Notes. Andrés Velasco, Assistant Treasury Minister, quoted in Americas, The Changing Face of Latin America and the Caribbean, 2d ed. 198. Tomasz Mulian, Chile Actual, Anatomia de un Mito. See Joseph E. Stiglitz, Globalization and Its Discontents. Paul Drake, in an important comparative study, Labor Movements and Dictatorships, The Southern Cone in Comparative Perspective, concludes that the experience of the Chilean labor movement was in many ways similar to that of other Southern Cone labor movements during the dictatorships and democratic transitions of recent decades. Patricia Kofuman, Santiago, interview of June 1997. Patricia Kofuman, Santiago, interview of July 2002. 13. Peter Winn. The Pinochet Era. On the gray morning of September 11, 1973, I stared in disbelief from across the square as Chilean army tanks opened fire on the presidential palace of Salvador Allende, who had been elected as Chile's first socialist president 3 years before. Later that day, from an apartment window high over Santiago, Chile's capital, I watched while Chilean Air Force jets bombed their nation's presidential palace, setting it on fire and bringing the Allende era 3 years of grassroots democracy and political polarization, socialist reforms and economic dislocation, social revolution and class conflict to an end. That same night, on a grainy black and white television screen, watched Chile's new leaders, the junta composed of the 4 armed forces chiefs headed by General Augusto Pinochet, proclaim their new era in harsh tones and rigid postures. One stressed their determination to excise the Marxist cancer from Chile's body politic. Another declared the need to erase the previous half-century of Chilean history, a far-reaching counter-revolution that went well beyond reversing the radical changes of the Allende era. It implied rolling back as well the social reforms of the 1960s Christian Democrats and 1930s Popular Front, as well as the introduction of mass politics in the 1920s. The Pinochet era had begun, and it would be authoritarian. It was also clear that this junta would not be a transitional, caretaker government, like those produced by military interventions in the past. What no one knew then and few would have predicted was that General Pinochet's dictatorship would last more than 16 years and that he would remain head of the armed forces and a shadow over Chile's restored democracy until his retirement and arrest in England on charges of gross violations of human rights in 1998. This quarter of a century of Chilean history from 1973 to 1998 is the subject of this book. General Pinochet's stamp on those years is so great that we will refer to it as the Pinochet era. During this quarter of a century, Chile was transformed from one of South America's model democracies into its most notorious dictatorship, and then into a restored democracy limited by Pinochet's authoritarian constitution and continuing presence as armed forces commander. These same years also witnessed a dramatic and far-reaching economic transformation, as the Pinochet regime reversed Allende's advances towards socialism and decades of industrial protection and state intervention, replacing them with a neoliberal open economy and shrunken state, in which the market was the regulator of both economy and society. These political and economic changes had major impacts on workers and their organizations. They had reached a zenith of power and influence under Allende but would struggle to survive under Pinochet, who would use repression, neoliberal labor laws, and the market to discipline Chile's workers and undermine their unions. In response, Chile's workers employed both old and new forms of resistance, playing a key role in keeping the flame of opposition alive during the 1970s and mobilizing broader social and political protests in the 1980s. Although the restoration of democracy in the RGOs lifted the threat of repression and brought modest improvements in the country's labor laws, it did not alter Chile's commitment to neoliberalism or the hegemony of the market. The center-left governments that Chile's workers supported proved unable or unwilling to transform working conditions or labor relations, leaving labor unions weak and workers vulnerable and demoralized. When the Pinochet era came to an end in 1998, a situation that the ensuing years did little to reverse. Allende and the Chilean Road to Socialism, 1970 to 1973. The Allende government that Pinochet overthrew in 1973 had been elected in 1970 on a platform of pioneering a democratic road to a democratic socialism. His Unidad Popular coalition was a center-left alliance dominated by the Socialist and Communist parties, but including the centrist radicals and Christian leftists, the culmination of decades of center-left coalitions stretching back to the Popular Front of the 1930s. Allende had been elected president with a narrow plurality of the vote in a three-way election, but claimed a mandate for change because of the endorsement of structural change by his Christian Democratic opponent, Radomiro Tomic, and his coalition's majority victory in the 1971 municipal elections. Allende's Chilean road to socialism was a self-proclaimed revolution in democracy, whose goal was to prepare the way for a future Chilean socialism by winning an electoral majority for socialism and nationalizing the commanding heights of the economy. Populist benefits were thought to be key to winning votes for socialism, a political mix that characterized Allende's Socialist Party, reflecting a half-century of populist politics in Chile. These benefits were encapsulated in the Popular Unity Program's 40 points, populist promises that ranged from assuring a pint of milk a day to every child and a job to every worker to major expansions in public health, housing, and education. Allende's structural changes were steps toward socialism. With unanimous congressional approval, his Popular Unity government expropriated the U.S.-owned copper mines that accounted for two-thirds of Chile's exports. Allende used Chile's stock market to purchase almost all of the country's banks. His government also acquired control of most of Chile's important industrial enterprises, using executive decree powers where their owners refused to sell. In addition, Popular Unity completed the agrarian reform begun by the Christian Democrats in 1967, transforming more than 4,400 landed estates into peasant cooperatives. Together, these enterprises formed the new social property area, conceived of as the nucleus of a future socialist economy. Most of these changes took place during Allende's first year in office, at the end of which he could claim, we control Go% of what were the private banks. More than 70 strategic and monopolistic enterprises. We are owners. We are able to say, our copper, our coal, our iron, our nitrates, our steel, the fundamental bases of heavy industry today belong to Chile and the Chileans. These rapid advances towards socialism owed much to the support and AC. 16. Shins of Chile's workers and peasants, who both spearheaded and accelerated Allende's road to socialism. In the process, they transformed themselves into protagonists of their own and their nation's destinies. Under Allende, Chilean workers reached historic heights of income, status, and organization, and their representatives won unprecedented power and influence. The first year of popular unity government witnessed a 30% average rise in real wages, and a nearly 0% shift of national income from capital to labor. Although these gains eroded with the inflation of the following years, consumer shortages and rationing also had a leveling effect that sustained the increase in equality under Allende. If their new spending power brought workers into the consumer market, their new power at their places of work altered their working conditions and self-image. Under Allende, over 500 enterprises were nationalized in many cases after being seized by their workers, and most experimented with worker participation in their management. Even those that remained privately owned and managed often had to accept worker watchdog committees at the level of both the enterprise and the factory floor. Reinforcing this heady experience of workplace power, the self-styled government of the workers projected them as the protagonists of the revolutionary process, an image echoed in the leftist media, with their frequent interviews with workers who were praised for their class consciousness and solidarity. Add to this the workers' own projection of their views, desires, and power beyond their factory gates and into the public spaces of streets, squares, and stadiums, and the surge in their self-image and status is clearly explicable. Marrying a worker and becoming a worker suddenly became desirable and dignified. Although the upper and middle classes might continue to scorn them as Roto's broken ones, now their disdain was mixed with fear. It was this fear that led some to bang on the barracks doors and many more to support a military coup that would destroy the democracy they prized. For Chile's labor unions, the popular unity era marked the high point of their membership, representativity, influence, power, and organization. Their membership grew to 855,000 in 1972, roughly a third of the workforce. Their leaders were consulted on issues of national policy and shaped labor relations. Local leaders played crucial roles in the administration of the greatly expanded public and mixed sector of the economy. National leaders were named as ministers of labor and filled key government posts. Moreover, although the Labor Code of 1931 remained in force, the way in which it was interpreted by a pro-labor government tipped the balance of power in favor of workers and their unions, as the tripartite commissions that met 17. Aided and arbitrated labor disputes demonstrated. In industries such as the textile industry, a start was made as well on worker participation in sectoral planning, and the Textile Workers Federation won its historic goal of sectoral collective bargaining. During the October strike of 1972, when business elites sought to bring the economy to a standstill and force the government out, the workers mobilized to stalemate their strategy. At first they organized through their factories and their unions. But when these seemed insufficient, Chilean workers pioneered new forms of organization of a territorial character, such as the Cordons Industrials, which transcended the craft divides of Chilean labor unions to unite workers of the same industrial belt or geographic district. It was the Cordons Industrials that organized the defense of their areas during the conflicts of 1972 and 1973. The Cordons, moreover, took advantage of these conflicts to advance their vision of revolution from below, pushing the seizure and socialization of factories well beyond the 91 enterprises on the government nationalization list. These revolutionary advances both reflected and generated social tensions and political polarization. So did the growing economic dislocation epitomized by accelerating inflation, consumer shortages, and budget deficits, in large part a reflection of the huge increase in Chilean incomes under Allende and the limited resources with which to meet the resulting demand in a semi-developed economy subject to a credit blockade by a hostile United States. The political consequence was an accelerating polarization of politics between the Popular Unity and its opponents. Although the Popular Unity increased its parliamentary support to 44% in the 1973 legislative balloting, the center-right opposition alliance, led by the Christian Democrats and Nationalists, controlled the Congress and used this control to block laws enabling and financing Allende's democratic road to socialism. When Allende resorted to controversial executive powers to implement his program, his opponents challenged their legality. The result was a political deadlock and constitutional crisis that Chile's political institutions proved unable to resolve. Increasingly, Allende's opponents took the growing political conflict to the streets and to the army barracks, acting with the covert support of the United States, which provided both money and expertise to destabilize Allende's government. As a consequence, Pinochet would claim that his military coup had the support of the majority of the Chilean electorate. Many of those who hailed the coup on September 11, 1973, however, regretted the break with Chile's democratic tradition, something we Chileans were tremendously proud of. Many more, 18, would be shocked and dismayed by its violence and human rights abuses and by the long years of military dictatorship that followed. Although Allende's road to socialism was controversial and generated severe economic dislocations, social tensions, and political polarization, his term in office in many ways represented the apex of democracy in Chile. Under Allende, illiterates and 18-year-olds received the right to vote and the entire population was mobilized by the Popular Unity and its opponents. Grassroots participatory democracy was promoted in residential neighborhoods, and economic democracy, although imperfect, was created in Chile's larger workplaces through worker co-management and in rural cooperatives that replaced the great landed estates of the past. Although the press and other mass media were partisan and polemical, all political views were represented. Allende's Chile was striking for its political pluralism and both representative and direct democracy. The contrast between the politics of Allende's and Pinochet's Chile could not be greater. The Pinochet regime, internal war, 1973 to 1978. Within days of seizing power, the Pinochet junta suspended the constitution, and along with it all political rights and civil liberties. The press and mass media were censored. The parties that had supported Allende were banned, and even those of his opponents were suspended. All elections were prohibited, even in social organizations such as youth clubs and labor unions. Military officers were placed in charge of universities and many schools, whose faculty, student body, curriculum, and libraries were purged. The public burning of subversive books became a chilling symbol of Chile's new lack of freedom that evoked comparisons to Nazi Germany. Those first weeks also established the Pinochet regime's reputation for massive and extreme violations of human rights. Some 1,500 Chileans were killed, many executed, often without trials. Perhaps 100,000 were detained, often in sports stadiums or arenas, where they were interrogated and tortured. Thousands, including former cabinet ministers and legislators, party leaders, and union officers, were imprisoned in concentration camps on frigid Antarctic islands or in the burning deserts of the north. A notorious caravan of death was sent north by Pinochet to review and increase the sentences passed by military courts. In 1974, Pinochet formed the DINA as 19. His secret police. Hundreds disappeared into its torture chambers and were never seen again. Hundreds of thousands of Chileans fled into the supposed safety of foreign exile. But through Operation Condor, a secret alliance initiated by Chile among the region's military regimes and their intelligence services, the DINA was able to strike at Pinochet's enemies even in foreign countries. It assassinated his constitutionalist predecessor as army commander, General Carlos Prats, in Buenos Aires, and Orlando Letelier, a former Allende ambassador and minister, in Washington. Chile's armed forces had intervened in politics during the 1920s and 1930s, but after that had created a tradition of being the nonpartisan guardians of its constitutional order. This doctrine survived the upheavals of the 1G60S and the murder in 1970 of General René Schneider, the army commander whose name was associated with it, at the hands of rightist assassins linked to the C1A. A Chile shocked by this uncustomary political violence rallied around Schneider's successor, General Carlos Prats, who maintained the political neutrality of the armed forces until August 1973. By then, the armed forces had been politicized and a decisive majority of his generals favored a military coup to oust Allende. The Chilean army is a rigidly hierarchical organization in which only the commander can lead a coup. Knowing this, the coup plotters pressured Prats to resign. Realizing that he could no longer command the loyalties of the armed forces, Prats resigned and advised Allende to appoint his army chief of staff General Augusto Pinochet to succeed him. Prats persuaded Allende that Pinochet was a soldier's soldier who would uphold the Schneider doctrine and keep the plotters in line, as he would enjoy the support of the apolitical officers in the army. 1 month later, Pinochet led the military coup that overthrew Allende and ended constitutional government in Chile. To most political observers at the time, Pinochet seemed like an accidental and temporary leader of the military regime, one so uncharismatic and politically inept that he was sure to be replaced by a more polished and savvy general, such as coup plotter General Oscar Bonilla, aide-de-camp to the Christian Democratic ex-president Eduardo Frei. But Bonilla died in a suspicious crash, and several other potential rivals either met early ends or decided to take early retirement. A year later, only Pinochet remained. Like his model General Francisco Franco, he had succeeded where more charismatic and talented officers had failed. Although it is frequently grouped with the other Southern Cone military dictatorships of this era as a bureaucratic authoritarian regime, in part because of its alliance with civilian technocrats, the Chilean regime was fundamentally different. Where the Brazilian, Argentine, and Uruguayan regimes were governments of the armed forces as institutions, the Chilean was increasingly the personal dictatorship of General Pinochet. With the help of the DINA, the secret police he created to control his military rivals as much as his civilian enemies, the 16-year dictatorship would belong to Pinochet alone. Pinochet gradually transformed a government of the Chilean armed forces, embodied in a four-man junta de gobierno in which the heads of the services sat as equals, into a personalistic dictatorship. Chilean social scientist Augusto Varas has called attention to the double distancing by which Pinochet accomplished this task. First, he persuaded the other service chiefs to distance themselves from their services and to exclude their subordinates from deliberative roles in the military government. Then, in 1974, Pinochet, initially just the first president of the junta, became supreme chief of the nation, and president of the republic, relegating its other members to secondary roles. When Air Force Commander Lee objected to his concentration of power, Pinochet marginalized him. In 1978, he forced Lee's resignation and consolidated his own power by surrounding the Air Force bases with Army tanks and troops. Nor would there be a rotation of the presidency among Army generals as in the other Southern Cone regimes. Pinochet would remain dictatorial president of the junta and then the republic until his defeat in a plebiscite of his own design in 1988. He would be the only military president and the era would bear his stamp and his name. In the Pinochet era, Chile would become a byword for human rights violations, with more than 3,000 dead or disappeared and estimates of torture victims exceeding 100,000. Many of the victims were labor leaders and worker activists, whom Pinochet regarded as prime targets of his internal war of 1973–78. Given their high degree of power and organization and their political role as the central social base of the left, it was not surprising that Chilean workers and their organizations were viewed by the Chilean military as dangerous enemies to be neutralized during the coup and as central targets of the repression that followed. On the day of the coup, the headquarters of the CUR was one of the first buildings seized by the armed forces. During the 3 days and nights of 24-hour curfew that followed, I watched from my window while troops, aided by tanks and helicopter gunships, reduced the cordons industriels one by one. The cut was banned, its properties confiscated, and its officers transformed from vaunted leaders to hunted subversives. 21. In many factories, military intelligence interrogated the workers one by one, pressing them to inform on their co-workers, and especially on their leaders. The most militant activists disappeared, some to early graves or torture chambers, others to exile or the underground resistance. But even Christian Democratic Union leaders like Manuel Bustos, the future head of a new National Labor Confederation, were detained and tortured. Registered in the state terror of those first months, worker leaders and activists were among those most persecuted and treated most brutally by the military. The repression of unions and labor leaders would continue through 1978, basing itself on Decree Law 198, which allowed the government to remove union leaders at will. The union leaders who remained ran rump unions, without power to protect their members and with fear of even trying to do so. In place of union democracy, Pinochet offered the workers labor gerontocracy. The oldest workers became union officers, usually company men or workers too fearful or feeble to do much more than hold informational meetings that no one attended, write minutes that nobody read, and administer declining social funds. Collective bargaining was banned, as were strikes and union elections. Military decrees also reduced by 3/4 the 130 federations and confederations affiliated with the now banned KER and decimated the ranks of those that survived. In addition, the tripartite labor commissions were suspended, along with the state-led mediation boards. The military regime might favor economic freedom for business, but not for workers. The junta set wages by fiat and its social politics were clearly regressive. Prices were allowed to rise freely. The price of bread soared 1,000% in 3 months in late 1973 while wages were frozen. Under government controls, real wages fell precipitously between 1973 and 1975. Coercion would remain the centerpiece of Pinochet's labor policies until 1978, when the regime ended its internal war and set about institutionalizing itself. Within the severe constraints of political repression and anti-labor policies, Chile's workers and their organizations struggled as best they could to defend their interests, knowing full well that it was probably a losing battle fraught with personal and collective risk. During the state of siege, when labor rights and civil liberties were suspended and employer revenge was unbridled, resistance, a term interpreted loosely by Pinochet's security forces, could result in disappearance and death. Worker actions were mostly furtive industrial sabotage, brief wildcat work stoppages, or innovative protests such as the viandazos of the copper miners that Thomas Klubach describes in his chapter, where El Teniente miners refused to eat at the company cafeteria. 22+. Copper workers were among the minority of workers. Textile workers at the Sumar plants were others who were able to win wage increases through informal processes that bypassed the official ban on collective bargaining and mandated government control of wages. During this most difficult period, workers strove to take advantage of any government opening, such as Pinochet's 1976 policy of meeting directly with worker representatives in an effort to create unions loyal to his regime. The textile workers of Panal, one of Chile's largest cotton mills, for example, used this as an opportunity, unsuccessful in the end, to try and convince Pinochet to return their factory to its paternalistic former owners, the Hermes. During these years, the labor movement survived and restructured itself at the national level, where labor leaders continued to speak out in defense of worker interests and labor rights, and increasingly to criticize the regime's economic and labor policies and to form new organizations for that purpose. In the wake of the 1973 coup, Christian democratic leaders and rightist gremialistas filled the vacuum created by the repression of leftist leaders. The initial stance of Christian democratic leaders was to seek a dialogue with the government, stressing their anti-Marxist credentials and offering their conditional support to the regime. In January 1974, they joined together with the more independent gremialistas to form the Central Nacional de Trabajadores as a replacement for the now banned CUT, which continued to rally leftist support in exile and to carry out a clandestine resistance in Chile. This Christian democratic strategy seemed successful in mid-1974 with the naming of General Nicanor Diaz Estrada as labor minister. Diaz, with the support of Air Force Commander General Gustavo Lee, promoted a program of institutionalization that sought to consolidate the support of the Christian Democrats and the creation of a labor movement supportive of the regime. This corporatist program included industrial protection, a new labor code in which the state would prevent employer abuses, social projects such as a workers' bank, a national training system, and a social statute for private enterprises. The defeat of these initiatives reflecting the opposition of Pinochet to Lee, the security forces to any loss of power, and the neoliberal economists to an interventionist state would spell the failure of Diaz and Lee and their efforts to create a new system of labor relations. It would also lead to the alienation of the Christian Democrats from the regime and their gradual move toward an alliance with the left, which in 1975 formed the Coordinadora Nacional Sindical together with dissident Christian Democrats as a replacement for the now discarded CUR. Increasingly, the discourse of both the CNT and CNS was, 23. Critical of working conditions and wages, of the denial of labor rights, and of the government's neoliberal economic policies and political repression. Their criticisms, together with the growing ascendancy of military hardliners and neoliberals in the government, put an end to Nicanor Diaz and the corporatist conciliatory phase of the regime's labor policy. Pinochet's close civilian collaborator, Sergio Fernandez, became labor minister, and government policies turned more repressive and oriented toward the formation of a parallel pro-regime labor movement. In 1976, Pinochet began direct meetings with selected worker leaders in an effort to stem the growing convergence of Christian Democrats and leftists into an oppositional labor movement. At the same time, the regime initiated its neoliberal economic policies, including a new set of privatizations and lowered tariffs that detonated a wave of bankruptcies and layoffs. These hardline policies were accompanied by the open flouting of labor regulations by employers and a failure of state officials to enforce them. From labor's perspective, the return to the harsh repression of the post-coup period with its persecution of the left and use of DL 198 to remove combative labor leaders and replace them with pro-regime gremialistas was the political precondition for Pinochet's imposition of a rigid neoliberal economic model on the backs of the workers. During 1976–77, this repression even reached independent and Christian democratic labor leaders who had supported the coup, several of whom were sent into internal exile. In response, Christian Democrat and leftist labor organizations came together to form the first mass labor opposition since the coup. The creation in mid-1976 of the Group of 10 by the leading Christian Democratic Unionists and their critique of the social exclusion of the workers in the regime's policies added a deeper note to continuing conjunctural critiques of the junta. Although they maintained their separate identities, increasingly the stances of Christian Democratic and leftist labor leaders converged around an outspoken critique of the regime. By 1978, they were calling for a restoration of democracy and a respect for human rights. This process culminated on May Day 1978 in the first united public demonstration by opposition workers. At the grassroots level, too, there was growing dissidence and open defiance, despite the risks. These ranged from the viandazos and sick-outs of copper workers to slowdowns by port workers and a 24-hour work stoppage at the Burger clothing plant in Santiago. Strike actions spread during 1977–78 to metallurgical, chemical, and transport workers, despite the regime's repressive measures. This resurgence of labor militancy represented not only resistance to the Pinochet dictatorship but a worker response to his neoliberal economic shock treatment as well. 24+. The Chicago Boys make a neoliberal revolution. The military junta may have known how it wanted to change Chilean politics when it seized power in September 1973, but it did not come to power with an economic vision of its own. Unlike the Brazilian or Peruvian armed forces, which had introduced courses on economic development into the curriculum of their academies, the Chilean military claimed no expertise in the area of economic policy. The junta therefore looked to its civilian supporters for guidance. The one thing all agreed on was reversing Allende's steps towards socialism by reprivatizing the non-strategic enterprises that he had nationalized, although even here there were disagreements on the scope and pace of these reprivatizations. The major structural change of this first phase was reprivatizing most of the more than 500 enterprises nationalized by popular unity, as well as 3,700 agrarian estates, roughly a third of the properties expropriated under the Christian Democratic Land Reform Law of 1967. This policy also meant taking power in the workplace and the marketplace away from labor and returning it to business. The first phase of Pinochet's economic policies would be the economic equivalent of internal war. Beyond that, there was little agreement in the Pinochet camp on economic issues. Within the opposition to Allende were a variety of competing economic models and business interests that ranged from the centrist developmentalism of the Christian Democrats with its mixed economy, directive state, and protected industries, to the rightist shrunken state and extreme free market capitalism of Los Chicago Boys, Chilean economists formed in a neoliberal mold at the University of Chicago by Milton Friedman and Arnold Harberger. At first, it was unclear which economic vision would win out. The issue was complicated by the rivalries among the armed forces and their top officers, each of whom had their favorite technocrat and policies initially. The junta navigated a pragmatic middle course, the conservative pro-market, but protectionist stance advocated by its business supporters. This gradualist approach was epitomized by Fernando Lenizzi of the Edwards Financial Group, who became economics minister, and Raúl Sayes, the former Alliance for Progress guru and Christian Democratic minister. Sayes became the final arbiter of economic debates between the Chicago Boys, who argued for the rigorous implementation of their neoliberal model, and the civilians and military officers who worried about the social costs and loss of state control over the economy. Pinochet played the balancer, backing the Chicago Boy advisors in their insistence on a 25 massive devaluation and a single exchange rate, but naming key army skeptics to a special advisory committee that would monitor the advisors. During these first years, the military regime focused on economic stabilization, dealing with Allende's legacy of hyperinflation, consumer shortages, and deficit spending by freeing prices and freezing wages and salaries, tightening the money supply, and reducing the government budget deficit by slashing social programs and public investment and employment. Consumer shortages ended as real incomes plunged and consumer demand fell, but at a high social cost. Workers complained of being reduced to a diet of bread, tea, and onions. Registered. Although these measures lowered the inflation rate and fiscal deficit, they did not eliminate them, and led to plummeting real wages and soaring unemployment. The Chilean economy sank into a deep recession, a crisis that provoked a renewed debate over economic policy. By mid-1975, the crisis had become acute and the debate decisive. Pragmatic conservatism was not tough enough therapy, the Chicago Boys argued. Chile needed their stronger medicine to cure its economic ills. Sergio de Castro, the leader of the Chicago Boys, replaced Linares as economy minister, with Jorge Caas, a former Christian Democratic and World Bank technocrat who had moved closer to the neoliberals, as finance minister and economic czar. As the day of decision approached, the Chicago Boys brought in their big guns, with Milton Friedman himself visiting Chile in 1975 and supporting their cause in high-profile public lectures and private meetings with Pinochet and his aides. In the final showdown, de Castro echoed Friedman's call for economic shock treatment, while Caas argued that stronger measures were needed to tame inflation once and for all and that the private sector had to be freed to restart growth. In response, Sayes warned of economic dislocation and social costs and argued for gradualism. In the end, it was Pinochet who decided for Caas and de Castro, by decision of the commander-in-chief, a formulation that ended debate within the hierarchical Chilean military. Why did Pinochet, who was obsessed with state control in the political sphere, choose an economic strategy that minimized the role of government? Why did he reject the views of Sayes that he had respected in the past, and decide for the Chicago Boys? The failure of the more gradualist and balanced policies that Sayes stood for was a prime concern. But Pinochet was as impressed by the Chicago boys' arrogant certitude as by their arguments, and by the international assistance that their U.S. and multilateral bank connections seemed to promise. There were other factors as well that favored the Chicago boys. Their stance as technocrats who were above politics and private interests, although 26. Bogus fit Pinochet's own self-image, as did their desire to make a revolution that would change Chile forever. Even their readiness to impose harsh measures on their people in order to save Chile matched the military's sense of mission, as did their identification of their measures with efficiency and modernization. Registered Sergio de Castro's determination to reverse a half-century of errors degree in Chile's economic policy, paralleled the junta's own resolve to reverse the previous half-century of Chilean history, with its mass politics and social reform. In addition, the deindustrialization implicit in their economic model would undermine the left's central social base, the industrial working class, who would be the chief victims of their neoliberal policies, punished for their leading role in Allende's democratic road to socialism and appealing moralization of economic policy. Last, in embracing the reduced state, lowered tariffs, and market dominance recommended by Cajas and de Castro, Pinochet was also rejecting the more corporatist and protective policies promoted by the political parties he detested and by the Air Force commander, General Gustavo Lee, who had emerged as Pinochet's chief rival within the junta. By 1978, Lee had been forced to resign. Chicago boys filled the key economic policy-making positions, and their hegemony was reinforced by the support of a powerful business coalition and new military and civilian cabinet ministers, especially Sergio Fernandez as Interior Minister and José Pifera as Labor Minister. Cajas, the former Christian Democrat, who believed in balance in economic policy, had lost out and left the finance ministry for the embassy in Washington, opening the way for de Castro to replace him as Pinochet's economic czar. Also important were the retirements of statist officials and their replacement by neoliberals in key secondary positions such as the Corporación de Fomento, which controlled the public sector enterprises, and Adeplan, which shaped public spending. The Chicago boys were now in a position to launch their economic revolution. With de Castro and his Chicago boys in control, Chile embraced an extreme version of neoliberalism, which looked back to the laissez-faire state and free trade of the liberal era. This export-oriented economic model had lost favor in Latin America when liberal policies were blamed for the region's vulnerability to the depression of the 1930s. The economic errors that de Castro railed against had been committed in the service of the strategy of import substitution industrialization that emerged out of that depression experience. It was a model of protected industrialization with high levels of state economic intervention, including regulation of foreign trade, consumer prices, capital markets, and labor relations. Under de Castro, all this would change. 27. Tariffs, which averaged 94% in 1973, were cut to 10% by 1979. Public spending was slashed to one-half its 1973 level as a percentage of the GNP, amid a new round of privatizations. Prices were freed and the banking system and financial markets deregulated. A new pro-business labor code was decreed and Social Security was privatized. At first, the results of the program of economic recovery seemed more negative than positive. During 1975, industrial production fell 28% and the GNP 13%, the biggest drop since the 1930s, while unemployment soared to 17%. But slashed public employment and investment combined with a regressive new 20% value-added sales tax to turn a fiscal deficit into a surplus by 1979. Moreover, exports began to expand in 1976 and represented one-third of the GNP by 1979 and some $4.7 billion in 1980, including $1.8 billion in non-traditional exports, such as fruit, fish, and forest products that had been virtually non-existent before the coup. Between 1976 and 1981, the economy grew at an average of nearly 8% annually, while inflation fell from 370% to G.5%. Chile's international reserves rose from only $167 million in 1973 to over $4 billion in 1980. Pundits hailed Chile as an economic miracle and de Castro as a miracle worker who had transformed a disaster into a success story in only 5 years. Neoliberalism's tough economic medicine seemed to work. With the defeated left no longer providing a security justification for military rule, the Pinochet regime shifted its claim for legitimacy to its economic success. Authoritarian rule became the precondition for economic transformation, with the Chicago boys themselves affirming that in a democracy we could not have done 1/5 of what we did. Although the Chicago boys justified their policies with a discourse of liberty, they were not troubled by the contradiction of basing the economic freedom they promoted on the most dictatorial regime in Chilean history or in denying workers the freedom to strike or bargain collectively. At bottom, the only freedom that they cared about was the economic liberty of those Chileans and foreigners with capital to invest and consume, and that freedom, de Castro believed, was best assured by an authoritarian government and a passive labor force. In short, their notions of freedom were both selective and self-serving. So were the economic indicators they highlighted. By taking 1975, a recession year in which the Chilean economy declined by 13%, as the starting point of their analysis, the Chicago boys obscured the fact that their boom was more a recovery from the deep recession than a new economic expansion. From 1974 to 1981, the Chilean economy grew at a modest 1.4% a year on average. Even at the height of the boom in 1980, moreover, effective unemployment 28. Employment was so high 17% that 5% of the workforce were in government make-work programs, a confession of failure for neoliberals who believe in the market as self-correcting and who abhor government welfare programs. Nor did the Chicago boys call attention to the extreme concentration of capital, precipitous fall in real wages and negative redistribution of income that their policies promoted, or their disincentives to productive investment. Instead, by 1979, de Castro was boasting that Chile would soon join the ranks of the developed countries. By then, Pinochet's advisors had persuaded him to end the state of siege, institutionalize his government, and formalize a new system of labor relations consonant with both authoritarian rule and neoliberal economics. Institutionalizing Pinochet's revolution. The decision to institutionalize the military regime reflected several mutually reinforcing factors. By 1977, the leftist guerrilla threat had been crushed and the major parties and movements of the left decimated. In that same year, Jimmy Carter became President of the United States after a campaign in which he attacked his Republican predecessors for failing to defend human rights, with Chile as his example, promising that he would act differently. International criticism of the regime was growing, as were proposals for sanctions against it. In the view of Pinochet's advisors, it was time for him to win international acceptance as a legitimate ruler. They also urged Pinochet to institutionalize his rule in order to perpetuate his legacy. In his July 1977 Chacarrillas plan, Pinochet gave Chileans a glimpse of his vision of their future, promising to replace his dictatorship with a protected democracy. This was followed in March 1978 by an amnesty for political crimes committed since the coup. This decree law was also a self-amnesty, giving Pinochet and his subordinates immunity from prosecution for the many human rights abuses they had committed. It heralded the end of the state of siege and the re-establishment of a rule of law, however distorted in practice by authoritarian decrees, political police, torture chambers, and a judiciary complicit with the dictatorship. That same year saw a plebiscite on Pinochet's rule, but in an election with no opponent and no guarantees, in which voters had to choose between the Chilean flag or symbols of anarchy. General Pinochet's victory in this bizarre balloting and his defiant response to international repudiation, won him few plaudits and little legitimacy. Pinochet's more sophisticated political advisors urged him to institutionalize. 29. His legacy in a new constitution that would be difficult to alter after his rule and would make him a constitutional head of state. They were supported by the Chicago boys, who feared that a future elected government would reverse economic measures taken by an illegitimate dictatorship and were convinced that the existence of a constitutional government, even an authoritarian one, would promote foreign investment. An unintended consequence of their opening Chile to global economic forces was Chile's increased dependence on global goodwill. The result was the authoritarian Constitution of 1980, which sought to create a protected democracy under military tutelage. It was written so as to be difficult to amend and designed to handcuff a future opposition government and frustrate the popular will. The 1980 Constitution removed the military from civilian control, while submitting future elected governments to a military-dominated National Security Council with vague but broad purview. The left was excluded from political participation. The Constitutional Tribunal was rigged to have a conservative cast, and a significant part of the Senate was to be appointed, not elected. Paradoxically, because Pinochet had the presidency designed for his own ambitions, his constitution created a presidency even stronger than under the 1925 constitution that Salvador Allende had used to advance his road to socialism. But the 1980 charter, which allowed Pinochet to be re-elected in 1988 and remain president until 1997, banned measures against private property. Although important parts of the future political system remained to be spelled out in future decree laws, the 1980 Constitution was designed to produce a democracy limited both by military tutelage and Pinochet's authoritarian powers. The rights it granted Chilean citizens were subordinated to the needs of national security. This authoritarian constitution was ratified in a referendum that left much to be desired, with opposition suspended, censorship in effect, vote rigging, and widespread fears that the ballot was not secret. But Pinochet could now claim legitimacy for his presidency and his decrees as head of state. With the election of Ronald Reagan as U.S. president that same year, he soon gained a measure of international acceptance as well. Moreover, with relatively minor modifications of some of its most egregious features during the transition to democracy, this constitution would remain in effect for the rest of the century. It is still Chile's fundamental charter today. 30+. The Plan Laboral. These same years also saw the institutionalization of the regime's labor policies through a series of decree laws known collectively as the Plan Laboral, which replaced the old PRECO labor code and transformed labor relations in Chile. There were several reasons for the replacement of a labor policy of coercion by a new system of labor laws, and they all came together at the end of 1978. By then, the maintenance of a de facto system of labor relations grounded in emergency measures adopted in a state of war was difficult to justify. A new authoritarian labor code paralleled plans for a new authoritarian constitution, both reflecting the conviction that it was time to consolidate the Pinochet revolution by institutionalizing it. The new modern labor code was also one of the so-called 7 modernizations, through which Pinochet and the Chicago Boys sought to transform Chile. Others included the privatization of healthcare and social security, and the decentralization of education and local government. Although their purposes were diverse and their modernity can be questioned, together the 7 modernizations added up to a profound transformation of Chilean economy, society, and culture, whose legacy would transcend the Pinochet era. All had hidden economic and political agendas. The privatization of Social Security's immediate goal was to shore up capital markets through its transfer of worker savings to Chile's business elites. The Plan Laboral was intended to definitively shift the balance of power in labor relations in favor of business and to weaken the workers and unions that formed the central political base of the left. The labor law reforms of 1979–81 also reflected the ascendancy of the Chicago Boys. By 1978, they were pressing for new laws that would bring labor relations in line with the neoliberal economic model in which the market, not the state, would regulate factors of production. At the same time, they wanted to reassure investors that the changes were permanent by embodying them in law and giving them institutional expression. But what finally convinced the junta to replace its emergency decrees and crude repression with a new system of labor relations and determined its timing was international pressure. Leftist labor leaders in exile had long been campaigning for such international pressure to compensate for labor's weakness inside Chile despite courageous worker resistance. U.S. support for Pinochet under Nixon and Ford and AFL-CIO anti-communism had combined with Christian democratic conditional support to frustrate international solidarity. But, by 1978, the international context had shifted against Pinochet. The election of 31. Jimmy Carter as U.S. President on a human rights platform transformed Washington from ally to enemy, while the growing alienation of the Christian Democrats and the failure of the regime to create a new system of labor relations forced a shift in the AFL-CIO position as well. In this context, the return of repressive labor policies in 1978 was the final straw. In October of that year, the regime threw down the gauntlet. It arrogated to itself the power to fire public employees without due process. It dissolved 7 national labor federations, representing 400 unions and 113,000 workers, and confiscated all their possessions. Then, without any warning, it decreed on 27 October that all unions in private enterprises would hold elections 4 days later, without any campaigns and with a ban on current officers or anyone who had participated in politics during the previous 10 years. Coming after an AFL-CIO mission in March 1978 that had warned Pinochet to restore labor rights or face international sanctions, the hardline measures of October 1978 were a direct challenge to the U.S. Labor Confederation. They led the AFL-CIO to swing its considerable weight in the International Labor Organization behind a boycott of Chilean exports and imports. It was this threat to bring Chile's export-oriented economy to a halt that panicked Pinochet's economic team and led to promises to create a new system of labor relations, in return for a delay in the imposition of sanctions. On December 26, 1978, José Pifeira, a Harvard-educated engineer closely linked to the Chicago Boys, was appointed Minister of Labor for that purpose. The Plan Laboral of 1979 would bear his name and their imprint. Although the Plan Laboral superseded and replaced the Labor Code of 1931, it was not a unified code, but rather a group of related decree laws proclaimed over the course of 4 years registered together. They represented a neoliberal effort to bring labor markets and labor relations in line with the regime's market-dominated economic model. They also represented an effort to make permanent the subordination of Chile's workers and the weakening of their organizations. The first and last of these measures, DL 2200 and Law 18018, reshaped labor contracts so as to increase employer flexibility, decrease job security, and reduce labor costs. Although the worker was bound by the contract, the employer was allowed to modify it unilaterally in order to change job descriptions or workplace locations. Employers claimed they needed this power to use their personnel efficiently, but they would also use it to isolate union leaders and to discipline activists. These decree laws also ended job security for Chile's workers, allowing employers to fire workers without cause on 30 days' notice, or immediately by paying a month's wages, and limited the traditional severance pay arrangement. 32. Of 1 month for each year of service to a maximum of 5 months, with no severance pay at all where the enterprise claimed dismissals were for business needs, a claim that penniless workers were ill-placed to contest in court. They also permitted businesses to pay apprentices and minors less than minimum wage and to force workers to work up to 12 hours a day without overtime pay, provided that their work week did not exceed 48 hours. Finally, these decrees eliminated most of the special rights enjoyed by pregnant or sick workers, as well as the employer contributions to union housing and social funds negotiated in the past. A second group of decrees, principally DL 2756 and DL 3355, recast Chile's labor organizations and limited their power to protect their members. They established 4 kinds of unions: enterprise, inter-enterprise, independent workers, and construction workers, only one of which, the enterprise union, could engage in collective bargaining. As shows in her chapter, workers who could only form inter-enterprise unions could not defend their interests effectively. Even the enterprise union, however, was a pale shadow of its predecessor, the old plant-level industrial union, which included all blue-collar workers once 55% of them joined it. The Piffiura decrees forbade a closed shop, made union membership voluntary, and promoted the formation of multiple parallel unions within the same enterprise by allowing as few as 25 workers as long as they represent at least 10% of the labor force blue or white collar to form a union. The Pinochet regime's goal of weakening worker organizations was clear as well in regulations making it difficult to present slates of candidates and to campaign for union office. It was also seen in provisions prohibiting employers from funding unions in any way, including as in the past paying the salaries of union officers whom the decrees allowed to work half-time so that they could attend to their union duties. In view of the poverty of Chilean workers, this prohibition denied in practice the right that the decree conceded in principle, weakening the union and its ability to represent its members in the process. Alternatively, it would require the levying of larger union dues, which would be a disincentive for poor workers to join. Piffiura's anti-union bias was underscored as well by other provisions of these same decrees, which prohibited federations and confederations from bargaining for their members and reduced them to purely advisory roles in collective bargaining or labor conflicts. Collective bargaining itself was the subject of DL 2758. This decree forbade industry-wide contracts, restricting collective negotiations to private sector enterprise unions. It also limited what could be a subject for bargaining, 33. By barring agreements that could circumscribe the freedom of the employer to organize, direct and administer the enterprise. There could be no negotiation of worker participation in the management of the enterprise, nor of work rules on the factory floor. Moreover, only the members of the union would be covered by its negotiated contract. As the decree permitted the formation of multiple unions within a single enterprise, employers who promoted a company union alternative could manipulate contract negotiations so as to undermine the independent union. In addition, DL 2758 established a timetable for collective bargaining that assured that these negotiations and potential conflicts would be spread out, both to avoid economic problems and to prevent united worker actions that might be akin to a general strike, which the same decree also prohibited. If anything, the decree's restrictions on the workers' right to strike was even more severe. Under the 1931 Labor Code, the right to strike was regulated by a bureaucratic process that distinguished between legal and illegal strikes and made it complex to strike. But there were no limits placed on the length of legal strikes, employers were prohibited from hiring replacements for striking workers, and strike-ending negotiations could provide for payment to workers for lost wages while the employer remained responsible for social security payments. There were also tripartite conciliation boards and employer lockouts were prohibited. Moreover, although collective bargaining and strikes by public employees were prohibited by law, they were permitted in practice. Under Pinochet, all this changed. The 1979 decree discouraged workers from striking and made it very difficult for them to win a strike if they did stop work. It made striking workers responsible for both their own and their employer's social security payments. It also prohibited strikes by government employees or workers in enterprises that provide services important to the public interest or whose stoppage might cause serious damage to the health or supply of the population, to the economy of the country or to national security as determined by the Ministers of Defense, Labor, and Economy. If workers went out on strike, their jobs were only guaranteed for 59 days, after which the decree deemed them to have quit the enterprise. Voluntarily, that is, without the right to severance pay. After a month, the employer could break the strike by taking back individual strikers on the terms of the old contract. Throughout the strike, moreover, the decree empowered employers to hire replacement workers. In effect, DL 2758 gave any employer who could withstand a 59-day work stoppage the power to defeat a strike. Because workers knew that they 34 were discouraged from even going out on strike, they often felt forced to accept the contract their employer offered, even if it was a give-back contract that took away conquistas won in previous contracts and conflicts. This was particularly true in periods of high unemployment, as was the case under Pinochet, where workers feared not finding another job. After analyzing DL 2578 in theory and examining how it worked in practice, José Valenzuela and Guillermo Campero concluded in 1984 that the right to strike does not exist in Chile. Another decree of the same era, D.L. 3648, abolished the specialized labor courts, forcing workers to sue in regular courts where litigants and defendants were presumed to be equal. Their judges lacked the specialized knowledge of the old labor courts and no longer had as part of their function to protect the workers from abuses by their employer. At bottom, the Plan Laboral favored business by lowering labor costs, increasing flexibility in hiring, firing, and using workers, and decreasing the power of unions to promote and defend the interests of their members. In principle, it created a free labor market comparable to Chile's neoliberal market economic reforms. In practice, it left workers subordinated to both market forces and employers. The Plan Laboral also superseded a tripartite system of labor relations in which the state regulated employers' fulfillment of their part and could balance the relative weakness of the workers with its own intervention. In its place, Pifiera created a system in which state labor inspectors were weak, specialized courts and mediation boards were abolished, and state officials lacked the power and means to intervene. Taken together, these decrees replaced the Labor Code of 1931, which theoretically created a level playing field for labor relations, with one that was so tilted in favor of business that one labor leader later described it as a labor code written by a businessman for businessmen. Asterisk. With scant modification, this Plan Laboral would remain in force throughout the Pinochet era. Although laws are important in shaping labor relations, also significant are the ways in which they are implemented and interpreted by government officials. Under Allende, these discretionary powers had favored labor. Under Pinochet, the Dirección de Trabajo, which was responsible for labor law enforcement, was purged and reduced in its budget and personnel. Those inspectors who remained were overstretched and underpaid, which made them vulnerable to business maneuvers and bribes. Moreover, they were well aware of the regime's anti-labor bias and that their own jobs were now as insecure as those of the workers who vainly looked to them for support. The treatment of labor relations as internal security under the Pinochet Re. 35. GIM, and the harsh treatment of those detained by the security forces, cast a sinister pall over worker efforts to fight for their rights, even those accorded to them under the new labor laws. The 59-day strike by the Panal textile workers in 1980, was one of the first and most combative of the work stoppages and protests against the new system by Chilean workers. Yet, government documentation of it cannot be found in the archives of the Labor Ministry, because it was removed and taken to the Interior Ministry, which was in charge of internal security. Nor was this an isolated case. Also important to labor relations is the degree to which employers use their legal rights to discipline workers and weaken unions. The neoliberal economic policies pursued by the Pinochet regime forced Chilean enterprises to compete with foreign imports that enjoyed more advanced technology, lower labor costs, and more efficient management. Compelled to compete or go under, it was a rare Chilean entrepreneur or manager who did not take full advantage of the new labor laws to lower labor costs. In addition, the Plan Laboral enabled employers to act on the rage and desire for revenge many felt after the worker power of the Allende era. Still, workers did not passively accept these attacks on their wages, working conditions, and labor rights. With the ending of the state of siege, the election of new union leaders, and the proclamation of the Plan Laboral, labor activism revived and spread. The Plan Laboral might create a labor relations playing field tilted against the workers and their unions, but it did establish a legal space for labor actions from union formation and elected leaders to collective bargaining and strikes. Workers and their organizations took advantage of the space provided, probed for loopholes in the new laws, tested their limits, and subverted their purpose whenever possible, but always with the awareness that in standing up for their rights and defending their interests they might be risking their jobs, their liberty, and even their lives. This determination of the workers to reassert their agency and subvert Pinochet's purposes was prefigured in October 1978 when the regime suddenly called for new union elections within 72 hours, with no campaigning and with former union leaders and activists barred from office. The goal of this manifestly unfair electoral procedure was to prevent the left from reasserting its control of the labor movement, and to boost the chances of gremialistas or company union leaders. Yet, despite these obstacles, workers found ways to identify candidates who would defend their interests and to inform other workers about for whom they should vote, whether by bathroom graffiti or cafeteria buzz. The result was generally a new union leadership that lacked the experience of the old but was similar in its center-left politics. 36. Pinochet's snap election failed to achieve its goal, frustrated by the creativity and consciousness of Chile's workers. The same was true for the forced dissolution of the key leftist federations within the CNS, including the Federación Minera and the Finatex in 1978, and the confiscation of their properties and possessions. As one Finatex leader explained, they immediately reinvented the Finatex as a for-profit consulting firm which the regime's pro-business stance legitimate and sold their services to the new union leaders, providing them with the wisdom of experience that they lacked. Moreover, new federations soon were created to replace those that had been banned, generally with leaders whose politics was similar to the old leaders. Although none of the new groups could claim the comprehensive representativity of the pre-1973 cut, together they spoke for the overwhelming majority of organized Chilean workers and did so with increasing force. Moreover, in a situation where political parties were condemned to silence, union leaders and their organizations filled the vacuum, and pioneered the center-left alliance that would eventually oust Pinochet, a process made easier by the party associations of the principal national labor leaders who emerged under Pinochet, from Christian Democrats such as Manuel Bustos to socialists such as Arturo Martinez. In effect, the CNS of the 1970s was the precursor of the Concertación political alliance of the 1980s. Unions and their leaders were also active at the local level, as the chapters on the copper miners and textile and metal workers make clear. The new leaders used the resumption of collective bargaining to press for a recovery of the wages and benefits lost during the preceding years, and despite the constraints of the new labor laws and economic policy, many were successful in winning increases that exceeded inflation. Moreover, despite the difficulty of winning a strike under the new labor laws, 74 unions representing 26,648 workers did go out on strike during 1979-80. These included a major textile strike in 1980, when the 1,500 workers of the Panal cotton mill struck for the maximum of 59 days despite threats of job loss and disappearances, and during the following years a major copper miners' strike in 1981, when Iteniente miners struck for 40 days in the face of government intransigence, and a 59-day strike of Maidco metal workers in 1983. The Panal Union also hosted a militant regional May Day rally in 1981, defying government bans. In short, although Pinochet used force, decrees, and the market to depoliticize Chile's labor movement in the 1970s, he did not succeed. On the contrary, organized labor recovered its militancy and would emerge in the 1980s as the convener of a mass movement that transcended its ranks and crossed political, 37, and class lines. It would also serve as the catalyst for massive resistance to the regime, a resistance that during the economic crisis of the 1980s almost brought the dictatorship down. From boom to bust, the neoliberal crisis, 1981 to 1985. The 1980s promised to be the high point of the Pinochet regime but proved to be its last hurrah instead. At the start of 1981, the economy was booming and foreign capital was still flowing in. The new constitution lent Pinochet's personalist authoritarian rule legitimacy and institutionalized his 7 modernizations. The new Reagan administration offered Chile an end to its international isolation. Yet by 1982 the economy was in shambles and Chile in the throes of its worst economic crisis since the Depression of the 1930s. A year later, massive social protests defied Pinochet's security forces. He was forced to negotiate with the political parties he had banned, and protesters raced through the streets of Santiago shouting, "He's going to fall." By 1986, the Reagan administration had abandoned its support for Pinochet and was promoting a negotiated return to democracy. It was the economy that collapsed first, and that was the biggest surprise. In 1979, Sergio de Castro was presiding over an economic miracle and boasting that Chile was on the verge of joining the developed countries. To further encourage foreign investment, the motor of the boom, he fixed the value of the Chilean peso at 39 to $1 and kept it there. At the same time, capital markets were completely deregulated and unsupervised. With interest rates far in excess of prevailing international rates offered by Chile's deregulated financial sector, foreign capital poured in, making up for Chile's limited savings and creating windfall profits for its bankers. What followed was a speculative bubble that was hailed as an economic miracle until it burst in the 1981-82 bank crack that brought the deregulated Chilean economy down in its wake. The capital that had flowed into Chile was largely short-term speculative capital attracted by high interest rates, a fixed exchange rate and no regulation. It concentrated in the deregulated financial sector, producing a bubble in stock market and real estate values. Ample foreign capital fueled easy credit, which in turn financed an orgy of luxury imports and construction. Consumer goods imports grew by an astounding 40% per year between 1976 and 1981, while capital goods imports only expanded by 16% annually. In effect, the boom in Chile was being fueled by consumer spending that was sustained by foreign credits, not domestic savings. With 38 fortunes to be made in short-term speculations, comparatively little capital was invested in productive enterprises with longer gestation periods. As a result, the huge influx of foreign capital during this era did not lead to increased productivity or sustained growth. In addition, the full costs of the economic dislocations from the neoliberal economic shock therapy had still to be paid. One was deindustrialization, as Chilean manufacturers failed in the face of foreign competition or shifted to importing what they had previously produced in Chile. For example, Daniel Platowski's family firm had assembled radios and televisions in Chile from imported parts. With the end of protection, they would have to compete with these same products imported from Japan. "We did a calculation and began shutting down our assembly lines," he recounted. "We decided to import Panasonics instead. From an industrial enterprise we became a commercial enterprise." They were not alone. As the chapter No Miracle for Us shows, many textile and clothing manufacturers closed their plants and imported similar Asian goods instead. They viewed this as a rational response to a situation created by adverse government policies, from the dismantling of protective tariffs to Sergio de Castro's overvalued fixed exchange rate, which in effect subsidized imports. Neoliberalism in Chile would mean plant closings and a loss of relatively well-paid industrial jobs. Another cost was the growing financial difficulties of increasing numbers of Chilean manufacturers. The transformation of manufacturers into importers boosted unemployment and endangered the prosperity of their Chilean suppliers. Other Chilean manufacturers borrowed at high interest rates to purchase the modern technology that they hoped would enable them to compete with the flood of foreign imports. Still others ran through their reserves with the goal of riding out what they assumed would be a temporary policy shift. These indebted enterprises oriented to the Chilean market would be the first to fail when the economic crisis hit. Another consequence of de Castro's neoliberal policies was Chile's growing negative trade balance, made worse by rising oil prices after 1979 and declining copper prices after 1980. It was covered for a time by the inflow of short-term foreign capital. But Chile's foreign debt soared from $5.6 billion in 1977 to $17 billion by 1983, 13% more than the country's GNP. When international interest rates rose in the 1980s, foreign capital flowed out of Chile as rapidly as it had arrived, while payments due on Chile's foreign debt rose precipitously. At the same time, the fixed exchange rate obscured a 30% decline in the real value of the Chilean peso, and became a destabilizing factor. For Chile's financial sector, these developments spelled disaster. Highly le. 39. Verged and dependent on continual flows of foreign capital, it now paid the price for its orgy of unbridled speculation and unregulated imprudence. The bank crisis that began at the end of 1981 exploded in 1982. By 1983, a government hostile to regulation, let alone economic intervention, had to liquidate 3 banks, take over the administration of 5 of Chile's largest private banks, and have the central bank provide large credits to the rest to save them from bankruptcy, and this from a regime that had attacked the Allende government for its extensive credits to the public sector. With understandable irony, critics lampooned the Chicago road to socialism. This socialization of private debts was both striking and unequal. By then, bad loans were 4 times as large as the capital of the biggest private banks. During this same time period, the central bank lost nearly half of its international reserves. The false boom of the 70s was over and the all-too-real crisis of the 80s had begun. This financial disaster detonated Chile's worst economic crisis in half a century. It was exacerbated by the extreme weakness and vulnerability of Chilean enterprises as a consequence of the Chicago Boys' neoliberal reforms and by their refusal to recognize the gravity of the crisis that they had caused until it was too late. With dogmatic arrogance, they insisted that there was no need for government intervention or policy changes because as a result of their neoliberal restructuring the Chilean economy could count on self-correcting mechanisms to resolve any economic problem. Registered foremost amongst those mechanisms was the fixed exchange rate. Not until June of 1982, with the economy falling apart and the automatic adjustment mechanisms ineffective, was the peso finally devalued. Neoliberal apologists have tried to explain away the crisis brought by the imposition of neoliberal policies by ascribing it solely to Sergio de Castro's mistake in maintaining a fixed exchange rate for 3 years, or by attributing it to shifts in international prices and interest rates beyond their control *degree, but these apologia ignore the negative impact of other neoliberal policies, including problems inherent in their economic model. More critical analysts have stressed the deregulation of financial and capital markets and the vulnerability of a neoliberal economy to external shocks. Falling copper prices and rising international interest rates may have aggravated the instability produced by internal policies, economist Patricio Meller concludes, but they were less important than Chilean policy decisions that ignored the growing trade deficit and the speculative character of most of the foreign capital flows and much of the Chilean investment. Also important. 40. Stresses Alejandro Foxley, was a privatization policy that promoted an increasing concentration of economic power in the hands of a few financial groups. Meller pointed as well to entrepreneurial inexperience as a factor in the crisis, arguing that the neoliberal model required Chile's entrepreneurs and managers to make decisions that nothing in their prior experience of a controlled and regulated economy prepared them for. It was a completely new system for Chilean businessmen, one leading entrepreneur recalled. Suddenly we were confronted with a government that said, "Señores, from here on, you are on your own. The state won't regulate anything." It was a big shock. Those who failed in the crisis were often the businessmen who could not adjust to the new system. Others were bankers or entrepreneurs who took advantage of their new freedom but did not manage it responsibly, riding a roller coaster of boom and bust. Analysts have also criticized the sequencing of the reforms and the naivete of the Chicago Boys for applying a simplistic textbook version of neoliberalism to a complex Chilean reality that was, as Ricardo Ferenc Davis argues, spectacularly different from their assumptions. As a result, he concluded, their financial and external sector reforms were at the heart of the economic crisis. Beyond the technicalities of macroeconomic policy, critics also called attention to the dictatorship's ban on democratic discussion of its policies, which suppressed timely critiques. The causes of the crisis of 1982–83 might be debatable, but its gravity and consequences were clear. During 1982, Chile's GNP fell by more than 14%, while its real disposable GNP declined by 19%. The industrial sector contracted by more than 21% and construction by more than 23%. Bankruptcies tripled and many of the enterprises that survived did so in a weakened condition that would prejudice their futures. It was a crisis comparable to the Great Depression of the 1930s, which affected Chile more severely than any other country in the world. Chile's workers, who had paid the social costs of the illusory neoliberal miracle, now paid as well the highest price for the errors of their nation's military rulers and Chicago boy technocrats and the imprudence of their country's capitalists. Plant closings and layoffs drove the effective unemployment rate above 30%, while real wages for those lucky enough to retain their jobs fell by nearly 11% in 1979-82 and by some 20% during the 1980s. In addition, inflation jumped to over 20% in both 1982 and 1983, and the budget surplus gave way to a deficit equal to 3% of the GNP by 1983. By then, Chile's foreign debt was 13% higher than its GNP and 41. Chile had joined Mexico, Brazil, and Argentina as prime examples of the Latin American debt crisis, although Chile's economy contracted 400% more in 1982-83 than the rest of Latin America. Elsewhere in Latin America, import substitution industrialization caught the blame for the debt crisis of the 1980s. In Chile, it was neoliberalism, the opposite economic model, that was responsible for the crisis. The questions in Chile were, would the regime fall as a consequence as happened elsewhere, and would neoliberalism be jettisoned as a failed economic strategy? In the end, the regime tottered, but did not fall, in part because it sacrificed Sergio de Castro and his extreme version of neoliberalism, bringing in new faces and a more pragmatic economic policy that resorted to heterodox measures to save the new economic orthodoxy. On June 14, 1982, the peso was devalued 18%, where the real loss of value over the previous 3 years was closer to 30%. It would be the first of many departures from Chicago orthodoxy during the years that followed, as Pinochet and his economists struggled first to save his regime and then to restore economic stability and growth through a modified, pragmatic version of the neoliberal model. Between 1981 and 1986, the Chilean peso was devalued by 80%. During 1982-84, import tariffs rose from 0% to 35%, to which were added anti-dumping surcharges of 20% on 50 different products when Chilean manufacturers accused foreign imports of being sold below cost. Interest rates were now suggested by the central bank, and dropped from 30% in 1982 to single digits by 1986. The private banks were bailed out by the government, which spent $6 billion in subsidies during 1983-85 but were made subject to strict government regulation designed to assure their solvency. Controls were also placed on flows of foreign capital, and debt asset swaps were legalized to encourage foreign investment at discounted prices in Chilean bonds, which could then be used to purchase shares in indebted enterprises. The creation of a preferential dollar would linger for years, leaving subsidized Chileans indebted in dollars. Together with austerity budgets that accompanied an International Monetary Fund standby agreement, these measures drastically reduced Chilean imports, while increasing the competitiveness of the nation's exports, bringing the country's commercial account into balance. With the help of far larger public subsidies than under Allende, the banking system righted itself. By 1986, the economy had stabilized and the crisis was over, although many of its effects would linger for years, leaving a private sector debt overhang that would cause bankruptcies even a decade later. 42. The crisis of the 1980s may have posed a challenge to Chile's business elites, but it was their workers who bore the brunt of its consequences. The reaction of Chile's workers to the crisis, however, would shake the Pinochet regime. During 1980-82, there was growing frustration within the labor movement at its impotence under the new labor code, which increased with every failed collective bargaining. The failure of worker actions that remained within the new labor code built up pressure from below to go outside it. With the deepening economic crisis, this pressure cooker of worker discontent exploded. In May 1983, in response to a decree abolishing the inflation indexing of wages in the middle of the economic crisis, the Copper Workers' Confederation stopped work and called for a movement of solidarity and protest that was adhered to by the urban middle class as well as by workers throughout the country. The success of this protest led to the creation of a new broader labor confederation, the center-left Comando Nacional de Trabajadores, as a successor to the CNS. The crisis also provoked an intensification of worker militancy at the grassroots level, from strikes focused on wages and working conditions to actions to avert plant closings or to force the government to keep bankrupt enterprises producing. The success of the first protest also led to the decision to repeat the day-long protest in June 1983, which the CNT and other labor groups helped coordinate. Although labor participation declined in later protests and brutal government repression put even the militant copper miners on the defensive, the monthly protests continued, with the new social movements and the old political parties taking the lead. For the next 2 years, each month featured a day of protest when workers did not work, women banged empty pots, and shantytown youth fought police behind burning barricades. Soon, what had begun as a movement of social protest of economic crisis became a movement for the restoration of political democracy, a demand incorporated into the CNT's open 1984 letter to Pinochet, along with demands for the repeal of the Plan Laboral and an end to neoliberal policies. The ratification of the Constitution of 1980 had ended hopes of a peaceful transition back to Chile's pre-1973 democracy and forced Pinochet's opponents to contemplate extra-legal routes. Now, the failure of Pinochet's economic policies and the massive popular protests created the possibility that Pinochet might be forced to resign and the military might return to their barracks. Unemployment, poverty, and hunger conferred a desperate courage on the protesters that even Pinochet's ruthless security forces could not control. The social protests, moreover, rocked Chile's image of stability and punctured Pinochet's aura of invincibility. The cries of "he's going to fall" held out the hope that the mounting monthly crescendo of popular repudiation would weaken Pinochet and force him to resign. In the end, however, Pinochet did not fall. He compromised, dissembled, and bought time to ride out the crisis, while repressing or dividing his opponents. But he was forced to fire his economic czar, modify his neoliberal policies, and accept the legitimacy of his democratic political opponents. His strategy of legitimating his regime through economic success had backfired. Pinochet did not know it, but the transition from his dictatorship to democracy had begun. The transition, 1985 to 1990. By 1985, the social protests had ebbed, the economy was recovering, and Pinochet's democratic opposition was in disarray. Pinochet was confident that he had survived the crisis. The Catholic Church, which had protected human rights and promoted the reorganization of civil society during the dark days of the dictatorship, kept hope of change alive by organizing civil society opponents to the dictatorship into a civic assembly. In 1985, the opposition came together on a national accord for transition to full democracy, which called for an end to states of exception and political exile and a reversal of Pinochet's authoritarian constitution and neoliberal policies. But the opposition had little hope of implementing it or ousting Pinochet, who rejected the accord and cracked down on dissent. In this context of widespread but frustrated opposition, the Communist Party opted for armed struggle and assassination. A combination of factors impelled Chile's communists to abandon their traditional commitment to the democratic road. One was the brutal assault on their leaders and activists by Pinochet and his secret police. Another was their exclusion by the Christian Democrats from the opposition alliance. A third was the failure of less radical measures. But also important was the Sandinista overthrow of the equally ruthless and repressive Somoza dictatorship in Nicaragua in 1979, by a combination of guerrilla forces and popular rebellion. Some Chilean communists had participated in the Sandinista struggle and many others went into exile in Sandinista Nicaragua after their victory. In 1980, with the democratic road blocked by Pinochet's intransigence, the Communist Party approved the creation of an armed affiliate, the Manuel Rodriguez Patriotic Front, whose dramatic actions from attacks on power lines and military installations to bank rob. 44. Berries and food distribution were interwoven with the popular protests of 1983-85. The Communists supported the protests and as a result reaped youth support in the shanty towns where the FPMR were viewed as heroes. The failure of the protest movement to oust Pinochet, however, removed the possibility of popular rebellion. The military's seizure of the armaments hidden in the northern desert for the FPMR weakened the alternative of guerrilla struggle. The option that remained was assassination, and in September 1986, the Manuel Rodriguez Front ambushed Pinochet's motorcade on a valley road near Santiago and narrowly missed killing him. This failure spelled the end of armed struggle as a realistic political alternative in Chile. The following year, a new U.S. ambassador, Harry Barnes, pushing a new Reagan policy of orchestrating a democratic transition before Pinochet went the way of Somoza and communists took over Chile in his wake, helped persuade Chile's center-left democratic opposition to accept the only mechanism left to them, the plebiscite on Pinochet's continued rule that his 1980 constitution had set for 1988. It was a difficult decision, the opposition doubted its fairness, and contesting it would mean accepting the legitimacy of Pinochet's constitution and decrees as president. If they won, a contested presidential election would be held in 1989, but, if they lost, Pinochet would be president for another 8 years. It would be a referendum on Pinochet's rule, sí or no, an all-or-nothing political gamble. It was a gamble that Pinochet was willing to take because he was convinced that he would win. He controlled the mass media, the levers of government, and the public purse strings, all of which could help swing an election. He could tar his opponents with the brush of communism and frighten Chileans by warning them of a return to the chaos of the past. He was sure that he was both indispensable and popular. Moreover, by 1987, when rising prices for Chilean exports provided an external boost, the economy had recovered its dynamism. Wages were rising and unemployment declining, as was labor militancy and popular protest. Pinochet could run as the architect of Chile's economic success. Pinochet's confidence in his plebiscite victory reinforced the fears of his democratic opponents that it would be another fraudulent electoral ritual as in 1978 and 1980. Their doubts led to a deeper U.S. involvement. In return for the center-left's participation in the plebiscite, the United States agreed to press the Pinochet regime to suspend censorship, give the opposition media access, allow exiles to return home and permit foreign electoral observers. Washington, 45. Also agreed to help Pinochet's opponents with funds, expertise, and computer equipment, which would allow them to create a parallel vote count. It would not be a level playing field, but they stood a chance to win, if they remained united and campaigned well. The result was the Concertación por el No, a center-left alliance of 16 parties, with Christian Democrats and Socialists at its core. It triumphed against all odds in the plebiscite of 1988 and then went on to win the presidential elections of 1989, 1993, and 1999 to 2000, as well as all the congressional elections held during the course of that decade. In this process of political transition, Chile's workers and unions played a significant but secondary role, after leading the opposition to Pinochet during the preceding decade. In retrospect, the labor movement's mobilization of the social protests of 1983-85 was its high watermark in the Pinochet era. Unlike Solidarity in Poland, it did not continue to lead the struggle for democracy, in part because it lacked a dominant charismatic labor leader like Lech Walesa. Another factor was the regime's severe repression of the labor leaders and activists whom they saw as responsible for the social protests, beginning with the leaders who were sent into internal exile and the jailing and firing of copper workers, which forced the key miners' unions to focus on the defense of their own, instead of the national movement they had catalyzed. Also important was that the broader social movement that the labor movement mobilized, with its base in the unemployed youth of the urban shanty towns, was more radical in its tactics than the unions. Individual workers continued to play important roles in their neighborhoods, but as burning barricades and nocturnal battles with security forces came to symbolize the protests, the labor leaders could no longer control them or speak for them. Most important of all, the broad social protests in a situation of severe economic crisis, created a space for the re-emergence of the political parties and the need for such legitimate political interlocutors on the part of the regime that had previously banned them. As a consequence, it was the old political parties, especially the Christian Democrats and the Socialists, the core of the electoral alliance against Pinochet during the 1G8OS and of the center-left Concerta C6N governments of the 1990s that led the transition to democracy, relegating the labor leaders who had made their re-entry possible to the second rank. In part, this reflected the fact that, for all their talk of autonomy, Chile's labor leaders continued to be representatives of their parties. Their high political profile before 1983 reflected the inability of party leaders to participate openly in politics during the first decade of the Pinochet dictatorship. Once their party leaders resurfaced, labor leaders subordinated themselves once again to party. 46. Discipline and hierarchy. In part, too, it reflected the failure of the social protests to actually bring about Pinochet's fall from power, leading to a negotiated transition within Pinochet's authoritarian 1980 constitution in which the politicians and parties played the leading role. In that elongated process of transition, the continued importance of labor leaders like Manuel Bustos and Arturo Martinez was signaled by their continued targeting by the regime for prison or internal exile. Increasingly, however, union leaders refocused locally on labor issues and nationally on their own unification across party lines, culminating in the creation in May 1988 of a new labor confederation, a new CUR, to replace the old CUR Pinochet had dissolved, parallel to the Concerta CN por el No in politics, but including communists as well. This formation of a new CUT was a labor victory over the Pinochet regime that had dissolved the old Labor Central in 1973 and tried to keep the labor movement divided ever after. But, in reality, the new CUT was very different from the old. This was signaled by its declaration of principles, which omitted traditional statements about class struggle despite 2 decades in which class conflict had shaped the lives of Chilean workers. This change reflected both years of regime propaganda and the ascendancy of the Christian Democrats within the CUT, as within the Concerta CN, replacing a communist-left socialist axis with their own alliance with socialist moderates. Significantly, the first head of the new CUT, Manuel Bustos, was a Christian Democrat, whereas the old CUR had been headed by a communist. These shifts reflected the increased strength of the Christian Democrats, the weaker position of the communists, and the renovation of the once Marxist-Leninist socialists, and their transformation into European-style social democrats. They also revealed the rising importance of white-collar workers and the decline of industrial unions within Chile's labor movement, itself a reflection of the deindustrialization under Pinochet. One way in which the new CUR was similar to the old, however, was in its domination by the political parties. Although one of the lessons unionists claimed to have learned from their analysis of what went wrong in the 1970s was to avoid the subordination of labor leaders to their parties, when the delegates to the CUT were chosen, the parties imposed their choices, often over labor leaders with greater legitimacy among the workers. It was a sign of things to come in a situation where the CUT was formed from above through a political accord that paralleled the formation of the Concerta CN, and where the Chilean labor movement was weak at the grassroots level and dependent on outside financial, 47, and political support. The political party ties that had helped sustain the Chilean labor movement during the dark days of the post-coup era and renew it after 1978 would limit it during the transition of the RG8OS. During the 1980s, however, the Chilean labor movement slowly rebuilt, adding members and organizations. Between 1982 and 1987, the number of local unions nearly quadrupled, increasing their membership from 85,727 to 221,642, and the number of federations and confederations tripled. but only 10.5% of the workforce was unionized in 1988, less than a third of labor's height of power in 1972, when 855,000 workers were organized. In 1987 only 422,000 workers were union members, half the number of 1972. Only mine workers maintained their traditionally high levels of organization. In addition, where the new labor laws restricted effective unions, workers experimented with new forms of organization, such as the House of the Temporary Worker discussed in S. chapter. During the late 1980s, unionized workers did win real wage increases that made up for some of their earlier losses, but the recovering economy had as much to do with these gains as union militancy, and the same was true for the drop in unemployment to 11%. By 1988, the average real wage had returned to 1980 levels, but it was still well below 1970 levels. Moreover, in 1986, some 37% of the labor force worked in the informal sector, where wages were lower and benefits often non-existent. Many worked for minimum wage, which in 1988 provided only half of what an average family required to live decently, and a fifth of the workers didn't even earn that. A survey at the time of the cut's founding concluded that nearly half of Chileans lived in poverty. Yet Chilean workers were optimistic as the Pinochet dictatorship came to an end in 1990, and expectant that a restored democracy led by the center-left coalition that they had supported would transform their lives. Even shantytown dwellers who had not worked in a decade identified themselves as working class and expected the return of democracy to lead to their own return to the active workforce. Even unionized workers with prized industrial jobs were underpaid and overworked, and looked to the advent of a center-left democratic government to remedy their unions' weak bargaining power and to restore their lost labor rights. The Concertación took over the presidency in 1990 amid expectations of change that would be hard to fulfill. 48. Neoliberal democracy. The 1988 plebiscite was a devil's bargain, whose consequences the Concertación had to face even before Patricio Aylwin became Chile's first democratically elected president since Salvador Allende in 1990. The plebiscite had enabled the Concertación to end the Pinochet dictatorship, but in return for accepting Pinochet's authoritarian constitution and decree laws. In its wake, the Concertación negotiated with the junta modifications in the 1980 constitution that repealed the exclusion of Marxists from politics and made the constitution somewhat easier to amend. They also won a reduction in the number of appointed senators and an even balance between military and civilians in the National Security Council. But they were not able to put an end to these and other authoritarian enclaves, such as the independence of the military from civilian control. Nor, despite a decade of decisive electoral triumphs, would the Concertación enjoy a majority in the Senate that would allow it to pass laws without the consent of its rightist opponents. Pinochet's designated senators and undemocratic electoral law continued to frustrate the popular will and limit Chile's restored democracy, underscoring its limits. The Concertación's decisive victory in the plebiscite of 1988 made it clear that the center-left alliance would win both the presidential and congressional balloting in 1989. As a consequence, Pinochet decided not to run for president himself, but to use his final months as president to decree laws that would hamstring his opponents, even if a majority of the electorate supported them. The most important of these measures was a unique undemocratic binomial electoral law, which created two-member congressional districts, with both seats contested in the same balloting. Political parties or electoral alliances could run two candidates for these seats, but to elect both they had to more than double the vote of their opponents. This meant that if the Concertación candidates for the Senate in a district received 60% of the vote and their rightist opponents only 30%, a decisive victory in any country, each slate would elect one senator. During the Regos, in combination with the 9 appointed senators, this skewed electoral system meant that a string of Concertación majorities at the polls translated into a Senate controlled by the rightist minority. In addition, the Concertación was confronted by a judiciary and government bureaucracy packed by Pinochet with his own adherents. Moreover, the right enjoyed a near monopoly of the press and media that grew as the decade advanced. As a consequence, a decade of concertacian governments would not greatly alter the policy course set by Pinochet, whose presence dominated the era until 49. His retirement from the army and arrest in 1998 and continued to cast a pall until his resignation from the Senate and withdrawal from public life in 2002, in exchange for immunity from prosecution for human rights abuses. Nor were these the only ways in which the one goes continued to be the Pinochet era. General Pinochet may have ceded the presidential sash to a civilian opponent, but he continued to cast an authoritarian shadow over Chile's restored democracy, underscoring its limited character. Pinochet might not be president to 1997, as he had planned, but he remained commander of the armed forces until he retired in March 1998 as Captain General at the age of 82, long after the mandatory retirement age for military officers. As head of the armed forces, moreover, he not only insisted on control of military affairs but also did his best to shape other policy areas while zealously defending military prerogatives. In a major comparative study of democratic transitions in Latin America and both Southern and Eastern Europe, Juan Lins and Alfred Stepan conclude that no other military retained as many prerogatives after the restoration of democracy as the Chilean armed forces. As a consequence, they warned, Chile's democracy was not fully consolidated. Nor did Pinochet hide his continued political presence. If anything, he exaggerated it for effect. On September 11, 1990, he warned that he would lead another coup if conditions warranted it. In 1993, when investigations into an arms procurement scandal implicated his son, Pinochet ordered combat-ready troops and tanks into the streets for an exercise. 2 years before, when the bipartisan Rettig Commission issued its report documenting human rights abuses under the dictatorship, Pinochet denounced it as a sewer and warned of dire consequences if the government touched a hair of any of his people. Throughout the Winn presidency, Pinochet maintained an army shadow cabinet that acted as a political pressure group. In response to these threats, Patricio Winn maintained the dignity of his office but often backed down in practice for the sake of social peace or out of fear of endangering the transition to democracy. As a result, Winn was unable to fulfill his promises of constitutional and institutional reforms that would reverse Pinochet's authoritarian legacy, including his self-amnesty. The exception was a law on local government replacing Pinochet's appointed mayors with elected mayors and councillors. Winn was also able to win tax increases targeted for social spending for the poor, as well as legislation creating an environmental protection agency, an indigenous development commission, and a cabinet-level agency focusing on women's issues. In addition, he passed a labor law reform that somewhat improved severance pay, collective bargaining, and union organization and made progress on human rights issues, poverty, and 50. Foreign policy. But most of his agenda was blocked by the rightist majority in the Senate. Still, Winn finished his term with the economy booming and handed over the sash of office in 1994 to his elected civilian successor, Eduardo Frei, son of a former Christian Democratic president, and the second concertacid president. Frei was elected with one of the biggest pluralities of the century, but did little with this political mandate. A less able and dynamic president than Winn, he made little progress in pushing the concertacian's agenda of constitutional and institutional reforms, although his defense minister was able to neutralize the National Security Council as an instrument of military tutelage. By jailing the ex-head of the DINA for his role in the 1976 assassination of Orlando Letelier in Washington, Frei advanced the causes of justice and human rights, but this success was undercut by his efforts to end other human rights prosecutions and his acceptance of Pinochet's becoming an unelected senator for life after his retirement as armed forces commander in March 1998. For Pinochet, this was his final triumph over the civilian Democrats whom he despised. It embarrassed Chilean democracy, and the willingness of the concertacid to accept this solution enabled Pinochet to reinvent himself as an avuncular patriarch. Only Pinochet's arrest in England 7 months later freed Chile from his grip, if not from his shadow. In its wake, human rights re-emerged as a central unresolved issue, the Chilean judiciary reclaimed its autonomy, and the new armed forces commander, General Ricardo Izurrieta, gradually distanced himself and his institution from the Captain General. Still, only the retirement of Pinochet from public life in 2002 in exchange for immunity from prosecution finally brought the Pinochet era to an end. By then, Ricardo Lagos had become the first socialist president of Chile since Salvador Allende, a seeming shift to the left within the Concertación that masked an underlying continuity in policy. During the 1990s, moreover, despite the restoration of democracy and a decade of center-left governments, there was more continuity than change in economic policy and labor relations. The privatization of social security and health care was continued under the Concertation, and the privatization of state enterprises was extended further, as were neoliberal tariff and exchange rate policies. Labor law reform was limited and the government's stance on labor relations was a studied neutrality that left business in command. In the end, the Concertación did more to legitimate and consolidate Pinochet's economic and social revolution than to reverse it. This was true as well in the realm of values and culture. Pinochet's efforts to replace Chile's culture of solidarity with one of individualism and consumer. 51. Ism finally triumphed in the 1990s, when incomes doubled, consumer credit spread, and even the self-employed poor began to think of themselves as micro-empresarios who could start their own tiny business. Increasingly, workers were left to confront their social problems: illness, retirement, education as individual consumer choices within the marketplace, not as objects of social solidarity or collective action. Ironically, this hegemony of the market as the regulator of society and culture would take place under democratic governments led by political parties of the center-left that had always decried such capitalist values. Nor can the responsibility for the consolidation of these changes be laid purely at Pinochet's door or blamed solely on his constitution or institutional legacy. These profound changes reflected as well the Concertation's own embrace of Pinochet's neoliberal ideology, as well as the individualism and consumerism that informed them and the economic and social policies that flowed from them. The result would be a neoliberal democracy. In economic terms, this period began in 1987, when the Chilean economy recovered its dynamism and began to grow again. Buoyed by high export prices, record foreign investment, and pragmatic economic policies, the Chilean economy would continue to grow for the next 11 years at an unprecedented annual average rate of 7.8% and did so with low inflation rates. It was the longest period of sustained growth with low inflation in modern Chilean history. If there was a neoliberal economic miracle in Chile, it was this post-1986 boom, most of which took place under the center-left democratic governments of the Concertación and not the more hyped false boom of the Chicago Boys of 1977–81, whose excesses played a central role in the crisis of 1982. Moreover, if any group of economists can claim to have made an economic miracle in Chile, it was the center-left economists of the Concertación, not the Chicago Boys. Despite the need to slow down the economy during 1990–91 to avoid accelerating inflation, a legacy of Pinochet's election year populism during the 7 years that followed, the Concertación governments presided over an economic expansion that averaged 7.7% a year, while lowering inflation to only 6.1% annually. During this time, moreover, unemployment also dropped to 6.1%, tariffs fell to 11%, and foreign investment rose from $885 million in 1990 to $5.8 billion in 1997. Most remarkable of all, through targeted social spending within the context of this economic boom, the Concertación was able to have the 1988 45% poverty rate bequeathed by Pinochet, while balancing the budget and lowering inflation to single digits. Now that was a miracle. 52. This economic growth of the Rgos was a neoliberal success story, even though the Concertación modified some neoliberal principles in practice and infused their policies with a measure of social and environmental concern absent under the Pinochet dictatorship. To the surprise of many both among its supporters and opponents, the Concertacian governments opted to retain the very Pinochet economic model that its chief economic policy maker, Alejandro Foxley, had criticized for its economic and social costs when he was in opposition. There were several reasons for this policy decision by the center-left coalition, and they were mutually reinforcing. One was the analysis by their social scientists that the coup of 1973 and the dictatorship that followed reflected the decision of business elites to call in the military, because they could not protect their core interests under Chile's radicalized democracy. The lesson that the Concertacian drew from this analysis of the breakdown of democracy in the 1970s was that to avoid its repetition in the one goes it was necessary to reassure business that its interests would be protected under Chile's restored democracy, which business elites had fought out of fear in the plebiscite of 1988, and to demonstrate that their interests would even be promoted under a center-left government, which they had opposed in the presidential election of 1989. At a minimum, this argument ran, business elites had to be neutralized and their alliance with the military broken for Chilean democracy to be consolidated. There was also another powerful reason, the Concertacian's economists argued, to shape economic policies that would reassure business. In the post-communist world of the Ragos, where neither socialism nor state capitalism was a viable alternative, the Concertacian could only succeed if the private sector, Chilean and foreign, invested in Chile. The consolidation of democracy, therefore, depended on the collaboration of business interests. That would only happen if they felt confident that their investments were both safe and profitable. This was particularly difficult to demonstrate by a coalition government that included Allende's Socialist Party, whose last term in office in the early 1G70s with its frozen prices, runaway inflation, and seizure and socialization of enterprises was still a traumatic memory in the minds of Chilean business. This government had to convince business that they were really in favor of the economic system, stressed Chamber of Commerce President Daniel Platowski. This was even true for the Christian Democrats who dominated the first Concertacian administrations, whose ranks included many who had favored a mixed economy in the 1960s, when the Free government had promoted a strategy of protected industrialization and land reform, with an active government role in the economy and populist social policies. 53. With the fading of socialism, populism emerged as the new ideological enemy, a populism that the Concertacian both feared being accused of and was determined to avoid at all costs. Foxley was determined to break the populist cycle, in which a government is elected on promises to satisfy unmet social demands, but in doing this undermines its budget, generates inflation, erodes incomes, and is overthrown 2 years of euphoria and 15 years of penance. This thinly veiled critique of the Allende government underscored the extent to which the lessons of the past shaped the policies of the Concertacian in the 1990s, as they did the fears of Chile's business community, who worried about what democracy would bring. Because of these concerns, Foxley went out of his way to reassure the business community that their property rights were safe, that the neoliberal macroeconomic model would be maintained, and that the rules of the economic game would not change. In addition, the Concertacian was persuaded to continue Pinochet's neoliberal policies by a calculation that Foxley put succinctly in explaining why he maintained in office an economic model that he had criticized in opposition: we have already paid the social costs of these neoliberal policies, so we might as well enjoy their economic benefits. Those economic benefits did not extend to Chile's manufacturing industries, which had to confront intensified Asian and Latin American competition without the government assistance that they had expected from an elected, center-left government. On the contrary, under the Concertacian, the tariff rate fell from 5% to 11% in 1997, with a projected 6% tariff rate by 2004. The result was a continuation of the deindustrialization begun by Pinochet. By 1998 there was little left of the textile industry, which had once been the second largest industrial sector in terms of employment in Chile. The Concertacian even proved willing to throw the overheated economy they inherited from Pinochet into recession in one go in order to avoid the risk of inflation. The political goal of the concerticid's economic policies was to demonstrate that a center-left democratic government could be a reliable steward of the neoliberal economic model and not end in economic chaos, even that it could administer the model more efficiently. The concertation did take steps to ameliorate some of the worst social costs of the model, particularly the high poverty rate that it had generated. In return for the concerticid's embrace of the neoliberal model and a balanced budget, the rightist majority in the Senate and the business interests they represented agreed to $500 million in new taxes to be devoted to social spending on the 54 poor. The Winn government targeted the bulk of this spending on the poorest of the poor, the 25% of the population classified as destitute in 1988, through rent and utility subsidies and increases in pensions and the minimum wage. But its major stress was on promoting the economic expansion that would put the poor back to work. Together with the near full employment from a booming economy, these measures would have poverty rates in Chile during the 1990s, reducing them to roughly 22% by 1998. But the concerticid's economic miracle also had its costs. Environmental degradation was one. Foxley himself recognized that the market was not very efficient when it came to protecting the environment, but the concerticid's efforts to remedy this were more rhetorical than real. The political power of business interests in Congress combined with the concerticid's reluctance to antagonize business in general and foreign investors in particular to limit the effectiveness of environmental protections that on paper seemed modeled after the United States. As a result, environmental degradation kept pace with economic growth. As the chapters on the fruit, forestry, and fishing industries reveal, the new export sectors that were trumpeted as the great neoliberal success stories were developed at a high environmental cost, with long-term negative implications for sustainable development and a harsh impact on workers and residents of the production zones. Heightened vulnerability to external shocks was another cost of the neoliberal model. The concertation might boast that Chile was one of the most open economies in the world, but this export orientation and lack of protection also had its flip side. This vulnerability became clear when the discovery of a poisoned Chilean grape in Philadelphia in 198 sent the fruit industry into a tailspin, as did the decision of the European Union a few years later not to buy Chilean apples in order to protect their own inefficient orchards. Even more serious and long-lasting were the ripple effects of the Asian financial crisis of 1997-98, the Brazilian crisis of 1998-9, and the Argentine crisis of 2001-2 on Chile's economy. Its growth slowed, reaching recession levels in 1999, and unemployment soared into double digits by 2001, with 15% out of work in Gran Santiago. Together these crises brought the Chilean miracle to an end and showed how wrong was the Chilean boast Adios a America Latina, goodbye to Latin America, with its claim that Chile was the fifth Pacific tiger and had left typically Latin American economic problems behind. It was absurd to claim equality with the Taiwan or Korea with their steel, electronics, and autos on the basis of exports of copper, fruits, fish, and forest products with little value added in Chile to the raw, 55. Material. At bottom, neoliberal Chile had diversified its export economy, adding new products and new markets, while maintaining the same dependence on natural resource exports to foreign markets, and the vulnerability that such a system creates a situation that has been typical of Latin America through most of its history. As a result, the Pinochet era ended as it began, with an economic crisis. In 1998, moreover, some 3 million Chileans still lived in poverty, despite the longest period of steady economic growth without inflation in modern Chilean history. In addition, the high levels of indebtedness of many low-wage Chilean workers meant that poverty statistics understated the numbers of Chileans whose take-home pay left them below the poverty line. At the end of this unprecedented stretch of prosperity, moreover, there was no improvement in the stark inequities that had made Chile one of the most unequal countries in the world, reversing the dramatic increase in equality achieved under Salvador Allende. In 1972, Chile was the second most equal country in Latin America. By 2002, it was the second most unequal country in the region. It was the concertation that had accused Pinochet of dividing the country into two Chiles, one wealthy and first world, the other poor and third world, with his neoliberal policies. Yet, in 8 years of prosperity it had done little to reverse this negative redistribution of wealth and income. If anything, the distribution of income was worse in 1998 than it had been in 1G90, and the half-decade of economic stagnation that followed did not improve the situation. Instead, the concertation held out the hope that in the long run its increased investment in education might have that effect, although the inequalities of educational quality and opportunity in Chile called that hope too into question. In part, this failure to alter the distribution of wealth and income reflected the concertacion's neoliberal embrace of limited government and the market as the regulator of the economy. In part, it stemmed from the concertacion's weak support for labor law reform and its refusal to jeopardize the cooperation of business interests by pressing on them the concerns of their workers. Instead, it pressured socialist and Christian democratic labor leaders to contain the demands of their working class constituents for the sake of democracy. As a result, worker wage gains lagged behind productivity increases and inequality did not diminish. Moreover, as shows in his chapter, this reluctance of the concertation to pressure Chile's business community would doom its efforts to create a modern system of labor relations shaped by social concertation, social pacts and consultation on the European model. 56. Labor relations under Chile's neoliberal democracy. For a periodization based on political history, 1990 is the Great Divide, the year that Pinochet handed over the presidential sash to an elected civilian, Patricio Aylwin, whose election he had opposed. From the perspective of many of Chile's workers, this political transition, while significant, was less important than the underlying continuity in economic policy and labor relations during the 1G9 goes. Despite its leading role in the fight against the dictatorship and its seeming success, the Chilean labor movement that emerged from 16 years of Pinochet's dictatorship was weak at both local and national levels. It was constrained by the Plan Laboral, the neoliberal economy, and arrogantly aggressive business practices, and it was in need of state and party support if it was to level the labor relations playing field. Moreover, both workers and employers expected the concertación to restore the balance in labor relations by tilting toward labor. As argues, these needs and expectations would fly in the face of the Aylwin government's vision of modern labor relations, sound economics, and transition politics. Labor leaders were persuaded by their political parties to postpone their demands so as not to jeopardize the democratic transition and to accept a policy of social concertation that business then refused to embrace. Even labor's focus on changing the Pinochet labor laws was doomed to frustration in the face of business and rightist opposition and lukewarm government support. Subordinating themselves to parties that failed to support worker demands, labor leaders increasingly lost legitimacy in the eyes of their own mass base, and the new KER sank like a stone. By 1997 its authority was so weak that it could not mobilize more than 5,000 workers on May Day, the historic day of the worker. By then, the most militant activists were experimenting with alternatives to the cut, independent unions and local federations inspired by the cordon industrial of the Allende era. Chilean labor leaders also confronted a new working class during the 1990s, the product of the economic, social, and cultural changes of the Pinochet era. Economic restructuring had led to a rise in subcontracting and temporary labor, with production chains buying from smaller, unregulated informal sector shops. Neoliberal laws gave employers the flexibility to hire and fire to change the conditions and character of their labor force. As the chapters in this book make clear, one result was a marked decline in 57. Job quality. The number of stable, unionized industrial jobs declined, while insecure, non-union jobs increased, many of them in precarious sweatshop conditions. Even in the prosperous metallurgical industry, concludes in his chapter, job security became a thing of the past. Long work hours were another characteristic of the 1990s. The Chilean work week was the longest in the world, with many people working 60 hours a week or more, as my chapter on textile workers concludes. These changes in the job market shaped a new working class. It was younger, with a majority who had never experienced the heady days of the Allende era, a generational shift accelerated by the policy in many industries not to hire workers who were over 30 years old. These younger workers had spent their entire lives in the Pinochet era and were influenced by its individualism and consumerism, as the chapters by Still Lehrman and Klubach stress. Their adult lives, moreover, had been lived under the concertation. They were distant not only from the radical politics of the Allende era, but from the class solidarity and consciousness that had sustained the resistance to the dictatorship during the 1970s and 1980s as well. They were more likely to identify with MTV's transnational youth culture than with the Chilean class culture of the past and to be apolitical or alienated from the leftist politics of their parents. In short, they represented a neoliberal working class who were more likely to act as consumers than as citizens or as class-conscious workers. The emergence of this neoliberal working class was one of the chief preoccupations of labor leaders in the One-Goes and one of the most profound changes of the Pinochet era. Ironically, it was the concertation that was responsible for the consolidation of this central project of the dictatorship, the hegemony of the market in Chilean culture and society. The 1990s also revealed a more female workforce, reflecting a gender shift that paralleled the rise of informality and temporary work in both industry and agriculture. By 1990, almost 30% of Chilean women worked outside the home, whereas only 22% had in 1970. This trend accelerated in the One-Goes, rising to nearly 40% by 1998, a reflection of both economic restructuring and changing household economies. The feminization of the labor force in the textile, seafood, and fruit industries was striking. Most stunning of all was the gender shift in the countryside, where women had only rarely worked outside the home before 1973 and where 4/5 of the labor force had been composed of permanent workers. In the One-Goes, more than 3/4 of the rural labor force was composed of temporary workers, half of whom were female, led by the seasonal women workers in the fruit packing houses, the central subjects of S chapter. Some of these women workers, 58, as demonstrates, were combative and active in unions. Many more, especially single mothers, were too preoccupied with the daily struggle to support their families to participate, especially when union activism might risk their jobs. Moreover, many women worked in informal sector shops that were unregulated and too small to be organized under Chile's labor laws. They were unable to defend their interests, let alone demand their rights. It was little wonder then that the return of democracy in the One-Goes brought no upsurge in labor militancy. The decline of strike activity during the 1990s that chronicles, however, was less a sign of worker satisfaction than of labor weakness and worker alienation in a context of increased personal indebtedness, decreased union power, and a government that was unable or unwilling to defend their interests. Under these circumstances, many union leaders ceased to view the strike as a viable weapon of the workers. Social concertation, the center-left coalition's new model of modern labor-relations, would prove a recipe for labor union weakness and worker vulnerability. Chile's workers would become victims not only of the Pinochet dictatorship that they had fought against but of the center-left democracy that they had fought and voted for. In 1999 and 2000, most Chilean workers voted once again for the presidential candidate of the concertation. The election of Ricardo Lagos in 2000 as the first socialist president since Allende renewed the hopes of many workers that their turn had finally come. But midway through Lagos's 6-year term in office, it seemed as if these hopes too were doomed to disappointment. Although Lagos made labor law reform a priority, he found himself opposed by Christian democratic neoliberals within his coalition as well as by the Concertacion's rightist opponents. In the end, he had to settle for a weakened reform, which Volker Frank concludes made little difference to wages, working conditions, or labor rights. Labor unions remained weak under Lagos and workers without bargaining power. These weaknesses were exacerbated by the economic stagnation of 2000-2003, a reflection of economic downturns in Chile's major markets Japan, Europe, and the United States and crises in its neighbors, particularly Argentina. If Chilean businesses had been unwilling to share their profits more equitably during the long economic boom, they were unlikely to grant large real wage increases during a prolonged period of recession and stagnation. As a consequence, although Lagos had run for president on a platform promising growth with equality, the first half of his presidency had been characterized by stagnation with inequity. It was little wonder that Chilean workers became alienated from the concert. 59. Nor was it surprising that parties of the Concertación such as the Socialist Party ceased to mobilize what had been their central mass base. Fearful of a mobilization that might lead to populist demands that could endanger the neoliberal model, the Socialist Party allowed its mass base to atrophy and became a party of political elites who focused on the tactics of politics and the posts and influence this brought. The result was a distancing of the political elite from the supporters whose struggles had brought them to power and a political demobilization that paralleled the demobilization of Chile's workers. What Pinochet had not succeeded in imposing with state terror, the Concertación accomplished with its neoliberal democracy. In the end, the final democratic decade of the Pinochet era was as important as the preceding 15 years in establishing his legacy. When the Concertación won the presidency in 1989, both workers and their employers expected the elected center-left coalition to reverse the neoliberal policies and pro-business labor relations that the Pinochet dictatorship had imposed by force. Its failure to do so consolidated this Pinochet revolution and left Chile's workers at the mercy of their employer and the market, which the Concertación allowed to discipline them. The chapters that follow explore the consequences of this complex history for Chile's workers and their organizations and analyze their experience of the long Pinochet era. Volker Frank. Politics without policy, the failure of social concertation in democratic Chile, 1990 to 2000. As many Latin American nations continue their difficult task of economic reform and democratic consolidation, scholars of the region are often applying a similar conceptual framework in their studies of these countries. This has furthered our understanding of the economic, social, and political processes at hand. In particular, since the mid-1980s we have seen a burgeoning of literature focusing on social concertation as the much-proclaimed magic formula of newly elected democratic regimes to achieve sustained economic growth with political stability. It is often pointed out that what many of these countries shared was the perceived need to establish some type of consensus among different social classes over the desired type of capitalist democracy. Otherwise, these governments feared, they would not be able to solve many of the problems that they had inherited from the 1980s or earlier decades and that came to dominate their agenda by the late 1980s. This attempt at class consensus or class compromise is far from novel, nor is it exclusively a Latin American phenomenon. But, in one form or another, and with different degrees of success, countries such as Argentina, Brazil, Mexico, and Chile pursued social concertation during the REGOs. This chapter illuminates the Chilean version of social concertation by critically examining the roles played by labor, business, and the first three democratically elected governments of Patricio Aylwin, Eduardo Frei, and Ricardo Lagos. The Chilean version of social concertation is often referred to as the outstanding success story in the region, but a critical analysis reveals its limitations and shortcomings. The development strategy pursued by the new democratic governments, the so-called growth with equity model, has serious tensions between its socio-political dimension and the underlying neoliberal economic policies. More specifically, I argue that, due to the state's and capital's unwillingness to grant labor a larger role in the formulation and implementation of reform programs, labor has reaped few, if any, benefits from social concertation. My research lends support to those who argue that Chile continues to follow an aggressive, market-driven, individualistic, and inegalitarian model of development, despite a decade of center-left democratic governments pursuing policies of social concertation. A few words of caution. This chapter is not about the accomplishments since the return to democracy in Chile. Instead, it seeks to present a more critical perspective on developments that took place during the 1990s. Because the primary focus of this chapter is the failure of social concertation among state, capital, and labor, it is necessary, first, to examine the core piece of the democratic government's labor policy, that is, the reform of the Pinochet labor legislation. Second, it is important to look at state labor-capital relations, which were shaped by but which also in turn influenced governmental policy making, though capital's ability to shape the outcome was superior to labor's. Third, it is necessary to explain the whys and hows of this unequal influence. Story. As an attempt to combine a return to democracy with economic reform in order to achieve a form of sustained development that included not just economic but also social development, it should be seen within the larger perspective of a particular moment of political economy. How much participa? Yet social concertation, and OE failed or succeeded, is not the whole. Especially in a social and economic sense are elites willing to concede the working classes, registered in a context of democratization. The Chilean political and economic elites were more worried about threats to capital accumulation and governability than they were interested in labor's participation. To be sure, while most workers and union leaders welcomed a return to democracy, and were moderately optimistic about chances for economic improvement, none had any illusions that the new democratic state would attempt to return to the failed socialist experiment of 1970–73. Therefore most workers and unionists were quite realistic and understood that the new democratic state would not favor workers more than capitalists. Their hope was that in democracy, economic and political elites would be willing to negotiate the creation of an in 72 industrial relations system that would facilitate workers' attempts to move toward a balance of power and a level playing field. The reform of the Pinochet labor legislation, a new approach to labor policies, and new state-labor-capital relations, were all regarded by labor as important elements of Chile's new democracy, a democracy not only characterized by procedures but also by substance, a sense of justice and fairness. The buzzword of the latest phase in the transformation of Chile's economy is labor market flexibility. Although an integral part of the economy at least since 1979 with the reform of the labor legislation, labor flexibility has only become a contested notion since the early goes. In part, this reflects the return to democracy, in part the Chilean government's attempt to accomplish two things at the same time: sustained economic growth and a deepening of democracy. The Chilean version of labor market flexibility is built around three interrelated concepts: labor cost flexibility, employment flexibility, and collective_bargaining, which is a crucial variable that can mitigate the effectiveness of the first two variables. Thus, employment flexibility requires sufficient freedom for employers to hire and fire workers without having to face resistance in the form of effective union opposition. The current labor legislation gives employers that freedom. Flexibility in terms of labor costs can also be obtained by other means, such as use of part-time workers and subcontracted and temporary workers, who do not always enjoy the same benefits as full-time workers. Flexible working hours is a key element of employment flexibility. Defenders of the Chilean model argue that the neoliberal changes brought about by Pinochet have resulted in a modernization of the entire economic structure. Yet they have not led to more modern industrial relations for Chile's workers, despite increases in productivity and in the quality of production. On the contrary, the modernization of the economy was made possible in part because new production techniques employed by companies make frequent use of their authoritarian control over the labor force, including the use of such strategies as subcontracting of workers, scarce participation of workers in enterprise decisions, and frequent rotation of personnel. Chile's extreme labor market flexibility also had negative consequences for the government's growth with equity model. Since 1990, inequality consistently worsened, despite the fact that poverty rates decreased. Moreover, there is evidence that productivity growth outpaced real wage growth by as much as a ratio of 3:1 in 1993 and 5:1 in 1997. In addition, a substantial number of the Chilean labor force receives wages and salaries that are only slightly above the minimum wage. By official standards, this does not make them poor, although it is hard not to regard as poor those who have to live in Chile on $300 per 73 month. In addition, an important percentage of the poor are working poor. The problem is therefore that the labor market itself is one of the factors reproducing poverty. Registered thus, what took place in the one-goes was an ever-increasing tendency to substitute permanent contract workers with temporary or subcontracted labor, a lowering of income for the total labor force, a decrease in fixed individual incomes for Chile's workers, and an increase in incomes tied to productivity gains, bonuses, and other incentives. Because for Chile's workers social concertation was a failure, the current character of Chile's industrial relations system renders unrealistic labor's hopes to see growth with equity in the near future. If this scenario continues, Chile's success story will have come at a heavy cost to its workers. The implications are clear and already evident. With an economic model that is basically neoliberal in nature, many new democracies in Latin America put their nations on a path that increasingly falls short of more substantive social development. For Chile, this also entails the continued absence of a more modern industrial relations system, the affirmations of its new democratic governments to the contrary. While it may not be possible for Chile to produce industrial relations systems such as those in Northern Europe, what might have been possible in the one-goes in Chile was a more modest attempt at institutionalizing state-labor-capital relations and an industrial relations system that seeks to extend basic labor rights to more workers and unions. My idea of modern is neither new nor extreme: collective bargaining, protection from abusive employers, sick leave, decent working conditions or at least fair remuneration for tough working conditions, and investment in human capital. Many of these issues were posed, but few of them materialized, perhaps most notably the new unemployment insurance, which would only materialize in April 2000. Thus, as Chile enters the 21st century, many of its workers wonder whether they are not headed toward RGTH century Manchester, England. After the transition, the first democratic government under Winn, the Chilean labor movement had ample reasons to look favorably toward cooperation with and participation in the first democratic government headed by Patricio Winn. The labor movement had played a crucial role not only in what 74. Guillermo O'Donnell, Philippe Schmitter, and Lawrence Whitehead have called the resurrection of civil society, but also in helping political parties overcome their disagreements and ideological differences, which paved the way for victory in the 1988 plebiscite confrontation between Pinochet and a united opposition front of political parties and the labor movement. Thus the labor movement quite rationally assumed that, given its important role in the return to democracy, it would maintain if not increase its participation in social and economic policy making. Such hopes were by no means exaggerated. The incoming Winn government itself had promised labor organizations a new industrial relations system in which labor was to play a fundamental role as equal partner alongside with employers. In fact, the coalition government promised to stimulate a social concertation between employers and workers, so that policies will be considered legitimate by all groups and conflicts can be limited. Thus the new government had called for the creation of a social concertation that would enable the country to pursue a simultaneous commitment to economic growth and social justice. For such a concerted effort at growth with equity to happen, however, the government needed to reform the labor legislation that was inherited from the Pinochet regime and that severely restricted the union's collective bargaining power as well as their ability to organize workers into their organizations at all levels of the Chilean union structure, including the intermediate-level organizations such as federations and confederations. One should not forget that the National Union Organization CUT had been outlawed by the Pinochet regime, and its top labor leaders had been repeatedly subjected to persecution and internal exile. Thus the new government also needed to include in the reform of the labor legislation a clause that legalized the new KUR, formed in August 1988. Yet the focus of the coalition government's growth with equity strategy resided not only in the reform of the labor legislation, in fact that was only one albeit crucial element of its vision. The thrust of the government's development strategy resided in three fundamental yet interrelated concepts: economic growth, social justice, and worker participation. At the time, it seemed as if the government was seriously committed to realizing these goals. Barely 1 month into the new democratic regime, the country's most powerful employer association, CPC, the National Union Organization cut, and government representatives signed a historic framework agreement, the so-called Acuerdo Marco *. The most significant aspect of this agreement resided in labor's explicit recognition of private enter. 75. Price as the principal and legitimate agent of economic growth. However, despite the acknowledgement of employers' legitimate interests, the Acuerdo did not pretend to create social peace between the bargaining sides. Rather, it stated that existing conflicts would be resolved at the enterprise level, where unions and employers would assume a fundamental role in the modern enterprise, value the initiative, the capacity, and the efforts of the workforce. Thus labor management relations acquired a new meaning as negotiations were considered to be the crucial instrument for accomplishing one's objectives in a consensual way. The Acuerdo also represented the government's new perception of the role of the state, that is, while it would continue to participate in some areas, for example, in setting the minimum wage, its role in the economy would be much more limited. Thus the first Acuerdo Marco stated that the state should promote direct negotiations between labor organizations and employers, but otherwise it should not intervene unnecessarily in their affairs. In addition to the declaration of these principles, the Acuerdo included a series of initiatives to which the participants committed themselves. Although no specific timetable was set, all three sides agreed to initiate common projects for vocational training, occupational health, and occupational hazards prevention programs, unemployment programs, and wage policies, among others. Looking back from the vantage point of the early 21st century, there is reason to believe that it was the Concertación government that benefited most from subsequent Acuerdos Marco in 1992 and 1993. In bringing employers and workers to the bargaining table, the Winn government was widely perceived as the actor sine qua non of redemocratization. This added to the almost unprecedented popularity the government enjoyed not just among one sector of Chilean political society but among the vast majority of Chileans. Employers also gained legitimacy in the eyes of the general public by participating in the Acuerdos Marco and thereby were able to shed their image as being anti-democratic. For workers and the labor movement, however, the Acuerdos were increasingly mere symbolic meetings, that is, a show of goodwill instead of an opportunity to make progress on substantive issues that included the minimum wage, the labor reform, its participation in that reform, relations with employers, and more. To be fair, the Acuerdos did produce some tangible results for Chilean workers. The minimum wage was raised by 17% in the first Acuerdo Marco, and was once again raised by approximately 15% in the 1992 agreement. One should keep in mind that despite 76. These gains, the vast majority of CUR-affiliated workers make more than the minimum wage, although their contract demands often took the increase in the minimum wage as a reference point. Moreover, the CUT and its workers have historically shown solidarity toward the large number of workers in the informal economy who were paid minimum wage. Therefore, my major reason for arguing that the government benefited so much from the Acuerdos Marco stems from the impression shared not only by many labor leaders but also by some government representatives that more than anything else, the value of these agreements resided in the fact that they had come about at all. For despite all the good intentions that employers and the government indicated, labor organizations became increasingly disillusioned with the annual signing of big agreements, which in reality meant little or nothing to the majority of organized workers. What is worse, the agreements had little impact in terms of improving labor management relations at the plant level, although that had been a major objective of the Acuerdos. Neither did the agreements have any noticeable consequence in terms of producing more bilateral or trilateral talks that would focus on issues the CUT was very interested in, and to which both employers and the government had committed themselves at the signing of the first Acuerdo, issues related to vocational training, unemployment and health insurance, productivity, economic integration, and most important of all, agreements over the need to reform the labor legislation inherited from the Pinochet regime. The discrepancies between the promise and discourse of the first democratic government and the reality of labor policies and industrial relations hindered an outcome more favorable to labor's interest. Hence the first democratic government's social concertation program may have been doomed to failure from the very beginning, as the following section makes clear. The IQQI 1992 reform of the labor legislation under Winn. The new laws that were instituted during the Winn reforms pertained primarily to the termination of contract and collective bargaining. These laws were important for all types of union organizations in Chile, but they carried the most significant consequences for the plant-level union. So it is this type of union that will receive most of our attention. The 1991-92 reform left intact the basic union structure that was established through the Plan Laboral in 1979-77. The legislation did not go back to the original design of the first labor legislation of 1924, which divided unions into professional and industrial unions. The law concerning termination of contract established a new requirement for employers in case they wanted to dismiss workers. This was important for both collective bargaining and ordinary periods in which the rank and file simply participate in the workforce. The 1979 law had given employers the right to fire workers without having to give any justification. An employer would simply deliver the dismissal order to the employee and pay him/her a compensation equaling no more than 5 months of wages. Employees could dispute the legality of the dismissal and make an appeal to the local labor inspectorate, which would then investigate the rightfulness of the decision. Notice, however, that even if the state determined that the firing was not justified, the employer could not be forced to rehire the employee. Instead, he/she would merely have to pay an additional amount of compensation. The new law of 1991 G2 forced the employer to justify in written form the dismissal and increased the time period for which severance compensation is paid to workers. While the Plan Laboral had a ceiling of 5 months, the new limit after the Winn reform was now 11 months. The same follow-up conditions as in the 1979 law applied if an employee should contest the firing. The most important of all changes that were made in the 19G1-G2 reform was the new law on collective bargaining. To begin with, it continued to limit collective bargaining to only a small minority of the Chilean labor force. Public employees and those workers whose firm is more than 50% owned by the state were prohibited from collective bargaining. Moreover, dating back to the 1924 legislation, only plant-level unions have the right to collective bargaining. This ban on collective bargaining included many transitory unions that were created by the 1979 changes, such as the unions of port, construction, and agricultural workers. Many workers had been complaining throughout the first 4 years of the Winn presidency that the 1991-92 reform had done nothing to improve their situation. Port worker unions and agricultural unions are a good case in point because they both belong to very important sectors of the Chilean economy. Agricultural exports now make up the second largest commodity after copper, and port workers are crucial in a country whose export economy depends on the functioning of its ports. The Winn government's refusal to include other union categories in the reform package was probably based on the fear of giving these unions a powerful weapon that would enable them to strike at harvest time and thereby pose a major threat to the economy. 78+. This possibility was never admitted, but it is clear that higher agricultural wages or a prolonged strike of agricultural workers and/or port workers could put Chile's export economy in a difficult situation. The cornerstone of the new laws on collective bargaining, and thus in a way of the entire Winn reform, is the employer's last offer to the union. According to the new law, if this offer included identical stipulations as those of the old contract and a wage readjustment of at least the inflation level, the employer had the right to replace striking workers from the first day. Although the new law stated that those who participate in collective bargaining could not be fired days prior to the presentation of the union's new demands until the signing of the new contract, in practice, from the moment a strike begins, workers do not know whether or not they will be able to keep their jobs, and it may not be of much help to know that they have the option of crossing the picket line after the 15th strike day. Should, however, the M_ployer's last offer not have included criteria and he/she could only replace strike breakers after the 15th day, and workers could start reintegrating themselves into the workforce after the 30th day. But even if the workers were to opt for crossing the picket line, the employer has the right, regardless of the type of offer he/she makes, to reject those workers and continue to rely on his/her strike breakers. By law, every worker who has participated in a strike should, after having been replaced by strike breakers, be allowed to return to the workforce once the strike was over. In practice, however, this is not what happens. The new law simply required employers to justify the dismissal of a worker. This is usually done by arguing that it was necessary for business reasons*. We should also remember that an employer's decision cannot be contested. He/she can only be forced to pay additional compensation. Thus, employment protection during strikes is effectively eliminated by the employer's unrestricted power to fire workers. However, the new collective bargaining law eliminated the maximum strike duration, which was 60 days under the 1979 legislation. The new law thus made it once again possible for Chilean workers to stage an indefinite strike. Undoubtedly, this enhanced the union's bargaining power somewhat, which was why employers staunchly opposed the reform, fearing that an unlimited strike would put the enterprise at the mercy of their unions. Both the Acuerdo Marco and the reform of the Pinochet labor legislation were crucial elements of the first democratic government's agenda for democracy. Yet, according to the leaders of the Chilean labor movement, neither the Acuerdo nor the reform accomplished its goal. So it is worth looking at factors that may help explain this failure. Such an exploration takes us beyond the discussion of 79 specific labor policies and into a brief analysis of social concertation as understood by the first democratic government. This is important because it was Winn's government that laid a new foundation for state labor-capital relations, whereas the subsequent governments of Free and Lagos merely pursued the same objectives. That is why the tripartite relations among labor, business, and the government did not get any better than they were in 1992. Implications of historic and political lessons for the first democratic government. Formula for social concertation. The intellectual origins of social concertation in Chile go back to the late 1970s and early 1980s*. When influential political leaders, mostly Christian Democrats and socialists, began to think about a possible transition to democracy. These reflections included a critical assessment of conditions that had contributed to the demise of Chilean democracy. The breakdown of a broad-based consensus among political, economic, and social actors was believed to be the origin of the national crisis and the traumatic events of 1973. It followed from this diagnosis that a return to democracy and its governability would require the reconstruction of a big consensus within Chilean society. Such a consensus should not be based solely on the mutual recognition of all sectors and agents of society. It should also be capable of creating mechanisms that would allow the channeling of disputed interests within recognized and agreed-on institutions. The emphasis on consensus and on the autonomy of civil society, the conductive role of the state, and other similar notions are all elements of the particular lessons these leaders had drawn from the authoritarian regime, and from the factors that had led the country into this traumatic experience. In short, at the source of democratic failure was the perceived breakdown of national consensus. From the 1920s until the breakdown of democracy in 1973, the role of the state increased steadily and no single class was able to gain complete control over it, for which reason it was called the compromise state. Thus the remarkable aspect of 20th century Chilean history is that democracy remained stable and even succeeded in incorporating more classes into political and economic participation, despite strong underlying class conflicts. One of the important factors that allowed for this peaceful articulation of different societal interests lay in the role of the Chilean legislature. 80. Tour. It is from this reading of history that the leaders of the center and left political parties drew their conclusion about the requirement of a stable democracy. Chile needed to become a society based on a broadly shared consensus, and for that to endure it was imperative that socio-economic actors themselves participated directly in the creation of the necessary institutions with which to channel social demands. That would help reduce conflicts between them, avoid a need for the state to assume once again its historic role as arbitrator, which would have then transferred social conflicts into a struggle for state power and make civil society stronger and more autonomous. The recognition of different interests in society, and new institutional arrangements with which to safeguard these, was a necessary first step for laying the basis of a new national consensus. Yet the government's formula also had a neoliberal dimension. Specifically, the Chilean economy would remain open as it had been for many years. It would be regulated by market forces, rather than, as in the pre-Pinochet past, by a powerful interventionist state, and it would continue to place great emphasis on export capabilities. In that way, Chile could continue to modernize its economy and increase its productivity as well as its competitiveness in global markets. In sum, the government's formula for social concertation envisioned a state that would modify the legal institutions inherited from the Pinochet regime in accordance with negotiations between workers and employers. Otherwise, the state would not interfere in labor management relations because of lessons drawn from the past. Hence, in the program elaborated during the first 6 months of 1989, the member parties of the then so-called Coalition of Parties for Democracy laid down their ideas concerning the social, political, and economic basis of the next democratic regime. Without economic growth, it was stated, some can only win if others lose, and a redistribution of the nation's wealth is not possible. However, growth should also be an integrative area which will permit the channeling of conflicts of interests between distinct social strata. The development of the country was perceived as a simultaneous commitment to economic growth and social justice. The program placed great emphasis on showing that employers and workers would be the major economic agents. Hence the program mentioned once again the importance of stimulating a concertation between employers and workers, so that policies are considered legitimate by all groups, and conflicts can be limited. The state should promote concertation by fostering instances where different organizations can have contact. In contrast to labor organizations, which had hoped, 81. That in a future democratic regime the state would play a considerably stronger role, the program made clear that the intentions of the political leaders of the concertacy and government were different. Hence the role of the state was often described by top political party leaders as conductive, configurative, or protective. In Alejandro Foxley's own words, the future government needed to decongest the state. *degree thus, by taking the state out of industrial relations as much as possible, the government hoped that employers and labor organizations themselves would agree on the state's role for the first time in Chile's history and build a much more friendly relationship with each other. State-labor social concertation. The first Acuerdo Marco stated that the initiation of permanent bilateral and trilateral commissions was a way to arrive at more substantive discussions concerning the institutionalization of new industrial relations. Taking the agreement at its word, the CUT sent a letter to the Winn government in early July IQQI requesting a specification of the policy areas in which labor organizations would either simply be informed, or consulted, or allowed to participate in the political decision-making process. The CUT's letter continued by stating that because of labor's co-responsibility in the transition process, its participation was justified. The CUR emphasized that it wanted to develop a specific agenda and define concrete areas such as those first indicated in its December 1990 program and requested once again participation in the creation of a national investment fund, vocational training, and other social programs. Many CUR leaders believed that behind the government's vague response to their requests was an unwillingness to give labor a greater role in the elaboration of joint policies. Perhaps it is an exaggeration to argue that labor organizations were purposely excluded, but it is the case that the CUT was unable to convince the government to include topics of particular interest to labor in the negotiations. The government's unwillingness to involve labor organizations more in the elaboration and implementation of labor policies goes a long way toward explaining why union leaders accomplished relatively little in terms of concerted actions. It does not completely answer why union leaders insisted so much on the state's participation in trilateral negotiations, nor why the government was increasingly less inclined to get involved in such negotiations. Therefore, in order to better understand labor organizations' expectations for concerted action in the new democratic regime, it is important to point out that the type of 82 talks and commissions initiated with the new democratic government resembled much more the character of Pinochet's trilateral commissions than those created earlier under Eduardo Frei and Salvador Allende, which had a binding character. Both the Pinochet regime and the new democratic government were pursuing similar objectives with the trilateral commissions. Both attempted to limit labor organizations' participation to a necessary minimum, which was accomplished by depriving the commissions of the power to devise binding policies. In this sense, the new democratic government repeated a historic precedent first set by the Pinochet regime in 1974. Yet the cut leaders were not only disappointed over the government's position on tripartite agreements. The government's reluctance to institutionalize and/or participate in tripartite commissions came as a result of the perceived new role of the state. As mentioned, in Chile's new democracy, the state is no longer perceived as the historic mediator between antagonistic class interests. Instead, social actors are called on to reach consensual agreements themselves without recurring to the state. The government's idea of social concertation was a result of its reading of 20th-century Chilean history and, more specifically, its interpretation of the historic role of Chile's political system leading to the breakdown of democracy. Thus the political leaders of the government believed that by transferring the level of conflict resolution as well as decision-making downward to the social actors themselves, another overload or erosion of the political system could be avoided. The strengthening of social actors may have been the intention of the concertacy and government, but this is not what has actually happened. Thus another reason for the cut's disappointment with the Winn government relates to its conceptualization of socially concerted action and the degree to which social actors have in fact the freedom to elaborate policies on their own, and how much the government is willing to grant them some participation in the implementation of these policies. The government's recognition of the cut as the sole national labor organization was a political move to guarantee this organization's monopoly of representation for Chilean workers, but the government has not been willing to share decision-making with the cut, not even specifically in relation to labor policies, despite the close political relationship between cut leaders and the parties of the concertation. 83. Labor capital relations during the Winn government. Throughout the period of the Winn government, relations between labor and employers increasingly worsened due to the continued disagreements between the two sides. No advances were made beyond promises of goodwill and symbolic agreements already laid out in the first agreement in 1991. Chilean workers and organized labor continued to be troubled by tremendously adverse working conditions that were necessary for the survival of the neoliberal model put in place by the Pinochet regime. What is therefore important to mention as well are aspects that the reform of the labor legislation was never meant to touch on, although labor leaders did express their concern to government representatives at the time the reform was elaborated and have continued to do so ever since. I refer to transformations of the firm that were initiated by the middle and late 1970s. After their dismal experiences with the Allende regime, employers initiated a systematic process of production rationalization or, as some authors put it, embarked on the neo-Taylorist road to modernization. This entailed, among other things, the dismissal or relocation of workers within the same factory, the subcontracting of parts of the labor force, and the creation of so-called production chains whereby large and highly competitive firms were linked to medium and small firms that were mostly non-unionized and hence also employed cheap labor. The imposition of the draconian labor legislation in 1979 can be seen as a functional element of these production changes insofar as it allowed and even encouraged the creation of parallel unions as well as the formation of so-called negotiating groups within the same firm, all of which severely restricted unions' collective power and thus created the legal basis on which employers could then deepen the rationalization process throughout the 1980s. All of these elements remained in place and continued to put limitations not just on organized labor but perhaps even more on non-unionized workers. In fact, what workers witnessed in the 1990s was an intensification of the production process along with a decline in job security, work benefits, and participation in management decisions. In essence then, Chilean labor witnessed a paradoxical situation. While outside their workplace they saw a return of democracy, inside their firm they continued to be subjected to the same if not worsening authoritarian working conditions. In light of these conditions, it was difficult for labor to remain optimistic about its capacity to convince either the government or employers to return to the bargaining table, and thus despite the Acuerdos Marco and the reform of the Pinochet labor laws, for the Chilean labor movement, the Winn government came to a disappointing close and the first attempt at social concertation ended with meager results. To argue, however, that the government had attempted to preempt any changes in order to maintain a weak labor movement would be an exaggeration. The intention of the Winn government was not to totally thwart social concertation. Yet one cannot but help interpret the repeated and much publicized interruptions in the dialogue between the KER and the Labor Ministry ** as being symptomatic of the whole process. Thus what was lacking was a political will to move from political rhetoric to concrete policies via new state-labor capital relations. In retrospect, many efforts appear to have been more signs of goodwill than a concrete attempt at articulating more modern and ultimately more equitable labor relations. Perhaps the clearest, though by no means only, evidence to support this argument is the limited reform of the labor legislation. Thus a preliminary conclusion is that social concertation in Chile during Winn's government served different interests. Perhaps most important on the government's agenda was the concern for governability and political stability during the first 4 years. But undoubtedly, the Winn regime also pursued an economic policy that was similar to the neoliberal model put in place by the Pinochet dictatorship. Foxley was right in 1990 in warning the people that the Concertación government was not going to repeat mistakes of the past and was not going to pursue populist policies. The government did promise, however, to reduce poverty, and that was accomplished. Yet one cannot help but notice the strange alchemy of a center-left coalition government in pursuit of neoliberal policies and growth with equity, and the fact that the magic formula to accomplish this was social concertation between state labor and capital. Could this have worked? Were there not inherent tensions if not contradictions in this development strategy? Some authors have pointed out that a center-left coalition government may have been destined to excessive consensus politics, which in turn radically diminished the Socialist and Christian Democratic Party's ability or willingness to offer more substantive if differing political, economic, and social viewpoints. Hence the great historic conflict between Chile's center and left was terminated, but at the cost of renouncing ideological differences that in the past constituted an important engine for change *, and that brought about considerable socio-economic progress, particularly for the urban working classes and rural poor. Thus, in light of the Winn government's interest in internationalizing the economy, its desire to increase competition, and its repeated calls for the need to rationalize production with more flexible and more aggressive production techniques, many, 85. Labor leaders openly questioned how the people could win. Registered many believed that workers were unable to improve wages if their collective power and bargaining rights were so restricted and if employers had much more power than unions. For organized labor, social concertation was and still is perceived as a potentially fruitful attempt at growth with equity, that is, more equitable labor relations that would allow workers to participate in the gains of a growing economy. For employers, the idea of social concertation was and still is synonymous with a free market economy, hence their insistence throughout the goes on no artificial state intervention into the workings of market forces, on the one hand, and, on the other, their rejection of labor's demand for more equal participation in the management of the enterprise. Much of CPC's support of social concertation was therefore mere discourse. What really drove many employers to the bargaining table was their determination to preempt a labor legislation that would in their view prevent them from remaining competitive through low labor costs and extremely flexible and deregulated production systems. This strategy seems to have worked. Many Chilean employers were quite satisfied with the Winn government and had no complaints. In fact, many believed that a more conservative government would not have performed as well in economic terms, precisely because it would have faced a stronger opposition from labor and also from political parties of the left. As the following section attempts to show, neither the Free nor the Lagos governments were any more successful than Winn in accomplishing this goal. Hence, in terms of labor policies, there is little that differentiated one democratic government from the other. There is also little to indicate that after 1994, employers and more specifically the largest employer association, the CPC, altered course with regard to its relations with unions and its commitment to create more equal and better relations with their workers. From 1992 to 2002, labor organizations have expressed the same demands: more participation in enterprise decisions and a more profound change in the labor legislation. Labor organizations then and now wanted to see a concerted effort at implementing growth with equity in Chile. Yet what many labor leaders seem to have seen was simply one side of the coin: economic growth, but no equity. I begin with a brief account of the efforts at labor reform in Chile that culminated during the first year of the Lagos government. In a subsequent section I will show how the combination of weak labor reform and high labor market flexibility had adverse effects on labor organizations and their ability to reap greater benefits throughout the one goes. 86. Labor policy under Free and Lagos. Throughout the RGOs the Concertación governments made the same claim. Winn's electoral platform stressed that social justice, equity, and participation are obstructed by current labor institutions. These institutions put workers in a gravely unprotected situation. These institutions also prevent the constitution of strong and representative unions, as well as the development of an equitable and fair collective bargaining for labor. Asterisk. 4 years later, President Free declared, "Labor policy constitutes an essential component of the modernizing dimension of the country, in a context of deepening democratization and socio-economic development with equity and stability." He also stated that have two fundamental challenges with regards to labor policies: to contribute to a solid strategy of equitable socio-economic development and productive modernization, and to guarantee the participation and active and permanent contribution of social actors in the design, implementation, and results of these policies. The fact that a full 4 years later, that is, after the reform of the labor legislation during Winn and one presidential term into democracy, Free thought it was necessary to reiterate a commitment to create a more equal process of social and economic development, as well as his confession that his government had yet to face the challenge to develop a modernizing strategy with regard to labor policies, is a good indication of the government's own assessment of its progress along these lines. Yet such recognition came very late and already well into the game. Moreover, Free's language, and the vision of state-labor capital relations it entailed, constitutes an important element of continuity among all three governments. As will be shown, by 2001 the labor reform once heralded as the core instrument to foster new state-labor relations had come to a dead end. It was now largely ignored by the media. No one in Congress was willing to give it any serious thought. Employers were convinced that the economy and thus also workers could only benefit from a flexible labor market, while the Lagos government believed that much was accomplished with labor reform in Chile. The only group insisting that this could not be the end of it was the CUR. A quick review of what happened to some of the more important elements of the labor reform between 1994 to 2001 follows below. 87. Labor reform under the Free and Lagos governments. Partially as a result of the realization that the Winn reform was indeed insufficient, and partially as a result of the CUT's criticism of the reform, the Free government promised further changes that would be closer to labor organizations' expectations. Only 3 days after assuming office, the government announced the ratification of Law 19.269. For the first time in Chile's history, public employees associations were officially recognized as unions by granting them legal status within labor law. Prior to that, these groups had always enjoyed ambiguous legal status. De jure, they could not act as if they were unions, so any strike would be illegal, but de facto they had always done so. In addition to obtaining official union status, by the end of 1994, these new unions were granted the right to create paritary commissions on hygiene and safety issues, and a year later they obtained the right to bargain collectively. In addition, the Free government intended to make other amendments to the Winn reform. The guiding principle of the new proposal put forward by the Free regime was to move toward a protective labor market. Therefore, its reform proposed to amplify collective bargaining, working conditions, productivity goals, and negotiations with regards to issues such as product quality, and incentive pay could be included in collective bargaining. The Winn reform did not provide any room for such union initiatives and had left them up to the employer's goodwill. In short, under the proposed free reform, flexibility would have been more negotiated, not simply imposed by one side. This would have been quite significant, since any discussion concerning productivity was anathema to employers. However, quite contradictory to the first point, greater union input in collective bargaining would only be possible if both sides agreed to it. Unions could not force employers to include any of these themes in collective bargaining. Another provision of the proposed free reform would have given so-called transitory unions the right to bargain collectively. In 1994, many of these unions could only present a written proposal but could not legally negotiate new terms. This new law would have been particularly relevant for construction workers and many of the mine workers who move from one place to another to set up the huge infrastructure to be used for mining. This law would have given workers a much desired weapon to defend themselves against the increasing use of temporary contracts in such important sectors as mining, agriculture, construction, and ports. Very importantly, Free's proposed reform would have made it impossible for 88 employers to replace striking workers. If passed, this provision would have put pressure on employers to come to an agreement with workers. The Winn law allowed employers to replace strikers from day one, provided they had offered a new contract at 100% of the inflation rate. This new provision still would have given employers that option, but it also would have brought workers' economic demands into the negotiating realm more forcefully. Another provision stipulated that all workers engaged in collective bargaining would be protected up to 30 days after the bargaining, a ruling that would have given workers more employment protection. Finally, the free proposal also included a stipulation that the employer must justify his/her position with regard to the union's demands. In other words, the employer could no longer simply reject union proposals. Instead, the employer would have been forced to share much more information about the firm with the labor force. This projected new law did not stipulate precisely what kind of information the employer would have had to reveal, however, so the employer would still have been able to exclude any item from the discussion that he/she deemed confidential. In sum, this new reform project sought to expand the scope of labor reform in democratic Chile and can therefore be seen as an attempt to move slightly away from a more flexible labor market regulation toward a more liberal and protective legislation. The state would have assumed a more protective role for labor interests and rights by specifically anchoring new, or expanded rights, in the labor code. Yet to a considerable degree these new rights were simply a frame of reference and would not necessarily have regulated outcomes, as demonstrated by the new collective bargaining law. This law would have given workers a reasonable assurance that they have at least certain minimum rights registered. Direct negotiation between union and employer would have remained an important aspect of this new labor reform, and this may have buttressed exactly the kind of labor-capital relations the first Winn government envisioned, as outlined in the first Acuerdo Marco. Yet, because of strong employer opposition and the strength of pro-business parties in Congress, the entire free reform project to the labor legislation was rejected in Congress. The only consensus reached between government and opposition was with the so-called THIRD Agreement of 1997, which came as a result of 2 years of painful debate and a rejection of the reform proposal in the Senate in 1995. In 1997 the lower house of Congress passed a reform package, but it was once again rejected in the Senate. After that, the reform proposal moved to a mixed Senate commission where, following the THIRD agreement, the government was now willing to make major con. 89. Cessions to an intransigent political right. Even so, no agreement was reached and the reform remained stuck in a Senate committee until December 1999, when Free wanted to see some concrete results prior to his departure. He reintroduced the reform project to the Senate where it was rejected for the third time. Thus the Free government was not able to make any progress whatever in what constituted the core of its labor policy. During his presidential campaign, Lagos had already announced that he intended to bring the reform of the labor legislation to a successful end. Unlike Free's proposal, which had included a dozen or more aspects, Lagos and his incoming labor minister, Ricardo Solari, focused on a handful of issues, most importantly the right to collective bargaining for transitory and inter-enterprise unions and the prohibition for employers to replace striking workers. In fact, Lagos and Solari felt so optimistic about chances for reform that after only 1 week in office they announced their determination to have what they considered the major remaining elements of the reform ratified by Congress within 2 months. Yet, aware of the history of labor reform in democratic Chile, the government also proceeded with caution. Part of the strategy was to bring employers and unions back to the bargaining table. Instead of trying to push the reform through Congress, an unsuccessful approach taken by Free in his last months in office, Lagos and Solari announced that if disagreements emerged, aspects of the reform could always be dealt with separately. Yet Solari also made it clear that he was not willing to cede on a few crucial issues that the government considered non-negotiable. Among these were the prohibition on replacing striking workers. Yet anyone who closely followed the political developments over the next year would come to the conclusion that there were no non-negotiable issues for the government. Thus, 2 months later, 2 important aspects of the reform package had been dropped, and neither the CUT nor the CPC had any idea that this was going to happen. What is more, by early July Solari declared that his government did not intend to push for a quick approval of the reform and that the prohibition on replacing striking workers, an aspect of the reform considered non-negotiable in March, was far from being the principal issue of the labor reform. Registered. He also indicated the government's desire to see further progress with the reform through the Mesa de Diálogo. The government's inability to send clear signals as to which road it favored to take with the labor reform did not go down very well with business and opposition leaders. For example, by late August, SOFOFA President Felipe Lamarca strongly criticized the government by arguing that the signals are wrong, and the policies incorrect. He called on Lagos to give the private sector a clear definition of what the government intended to do with regard to the labor reform. And even though the government promised to accelerate the process, the offensive against the labor reform continued. Less than 2 weeks later, leaders of top employer and finance organizations such as the Agricultural Association (SNA), the CPC, Commerce, Banking, and Construction, met with Lagos and his team of ministers to inform them that the labor reform constituted a change in the rules of the game, produce uncertainty and obstruct hopes for economic recovery. Registered the following day, Solari told the press that the meeting with business leaders had been frank, open, and cordial. Furthermore, he announced that the government would drop the more complex issues of the labor reform, including the prohibition on replacing striking workers. He did not address the issue of whether this dramatic turnaround came as a result of business pressure, though it seems highly likely that it did. Over the next 6 months, the Senate's Labor Committee was busy fine-tuning the labor reform, so that by late March 2001, the government announced that the reform package was ready to be submitted to the entire Senate. And while some disagreements between the government and the opposition remained, the issue that had always divided them was now resolved. Employers could continue to replace striking workers, but they would have to pay a small fine for doing so. Neither the CUR nor business leaders were happy with this outcome. Arturo Martinez believed that in the end, pressure from employers and the right convinced the government to soften the crucial aspects of the reform. These reforms do not help us. Eugenio Velasco, president of the Chamber of Construction, did not address what amounted to a major victory of employers, that is, their continued right to hire workers during a strike. Instead, he chose to point out that the 30-day job protection during collective bargaining introduced new rigidity into the labor legislation registered in light of the constant pressure business exerted on the government. The concertación was beginning to show some signs of fatigue as well as serious internal divisions, not just over the labor reform but also over the perceived need to do something about the state of the economy. Reports in September 2000 that unemployment was still at 10.2% came as a shock to Lagos, and the concertación registered. Therefore, over the next 2 weeks, the government was busy trying to mend fences with members of the coalition. After a retreat Lagos held with all the senators of the concertación, Senator Carlos Amanamay announced that the concertation decided to end internal quarrels and to seek the largest consensus, 91 possible. He also admitted that the current economic scenario had something to do with the government's decision to speed up the consensus finding by stating that it is reasonable that during these times we prefer to have agreements. Interestingly, President Lagos did not even mention the labor reform in his important May 21, 2001 address, a further indication that the government did not expect any major surprises from Congress. Indeed, on September 11, 2001, the Senate finally approved the labor reform. It took the Lagos government exactly 18 months to end the reform of the labor legislation. This is not too long, but if one considers the fact that in many ways the process had started in March 2000, it would seem that 11 years of labor reform is excessive. Let us quickly look at some aspects of the reform. As mentioned, the employer's right to replace strikers from day one of the strike is maintained provided they offer a wage rise at the level of inflation. Should an employer replace strikers, he/she has to pay a fine of approximately $100, payable to every worker that is replaced. Employers have to reveal at least 3 months prior to collective bargaining all necessary information that unions or negotiating groups require in the preparation of their new contract demands. Specifically, unions have the right to request from the employer finance statements, including labor costs of all departments. The employer also has to hand over information with regard to investment plans. Although somewhat vague, this stipulation does provide unions with better insights into their company's finances, though it still does not give unions greater input in collective bargaining. There is some improvement in employment protection, for collective bargaining as well as for regular employment periods. Should a labor court decide that a dismissal was not justified, the worker or the employee has to be reinstated. Previously, the employer had to pay severance but could not be forced to rehire the worker. All workers involved in collective bargaining now enjoy 1 month's job protection from dismissal once the new contract is signed. The maximum period of severance pay remains at 11 months, but with the new reform it must be paid in one lump sum and can no longer be paid over an extended period of time. The minimum number of workers or employees required for companies to be forced to comply with Chilean safety and hygiene regulations was lowered from 25 to 2. Starting in 2005, weekly working hours will come down to 45, currently at 48. Extraordinary hours must be agreed on with a written contract. The contract cannot exceed 3 months but can be renewed by mutual agreement. Finally, the new legislation states that all part-time work enjoys the same rights as full-time work, including pay, minimum pay, social security, holidays, safety, G2, and hygiene. This last point is indeed a major improvement compared to the previous scenario, in which employers frequently used workers for part-time jobs by way of subcontracting. At the same time, however, employers rejected the idea of granting part-time labor a contract. They opposed the idea that any limited contract should become a permanent contract the second time it is signed between the same parties. It remains to be seen whether this new law will limit employers' ability to fire workers before their contract expires, only to then hire them again as if they were really new workers, that is, workers that had never before worked for that company. In this way, employers may no longer be able to avoid paying benefits such as unemployment insurance or severance pay. Abuses of this sort were rampant in Chile. Many people were informed during their morning shift that due to the needs of the firm they are fired. In the afternoon, however, they were informed that they should nevertheless return during the next few days because the possibility existed that the firm could need them again. And since temporary workers were not allowed to unionize, the new law may change that as well, and perhaps we shall see some efforts of Chilean workers to create new unions. Finally, though not a part of the labor reform, in April 2000 the Lagos government introduced a new system of unemployment insurance, which Congress approved on April 13, 2001. This, too, was a long time in the making, as plans for an unemployment insurance had first emerged in 1992. Neither Winn nor Free were able to make progress, but after 9 years, the CUT and the CPC finally agreed with the proposals introduced by Lagos. After 1 year of debate, Congress ratified the new law. Unemployment benefits are paid for a maximum of 12 months. They are financed by the employer, the worker, and the state. Asterisk. Comparing Chilean labor legislations. To give the reader a larger perspective by which to assess labor reform during the 1990s, it is useful to briefly present a historic trajectory of Chilean labor legislation. In addition to severely restricting unions' ability to defend workers' interests by making use of the strike weapon, the Plan Laboral of 1979 also drastically limited the scope of collective bargaining by making subject to negotiations only the initial wage readjustments, the time period for inflationary adjustments, and the levels of inflation adjustments. Unions were strictly prohibited from including other topics in the negotiations that pertain to the organization, direction, and administration of the firm. 93. Such narrowly defined collective bargaining had not always existed in Chile. In fact, the pre-1979 legislation allowed unions to discuss promotions, work crews, machinery, and other production-related issues. What is more, the state was much more involved in industrial relations. For instance, between 1968 and 1974 trilateral commissions fulfilled an important function. In the aftermath of the military coup, the Pinochet regime cancelled the trilateral commission's binding character and gave them only advisory status. Prior to 1973, the state also exercised an important role in other areas. For example, labor legislation stipulated that if the union staged a legal strike, the firm was not allowed to continue production. Moreover, employers were not allowed to hire a new labor force. The freedom for employers to continue production during a strike was established only with the 1979 legislation, as could have been expected. And while the legislation prior to the Plan Laboral also included incentives for workers to disaffiliate themselves from their striking colleagues, it made their reinstatement to the workforce once the strike was over obligatory for employers. In sum, the changes brought about by the new labor legislation of 1979 put great limitations on workers' ability to negotiate favorable contracts with their employers, forced them to follow extremely complicated and narrowly defined bargaining processes, and decreased their opportunities for creating a strong network of organized unions. The Winn labor legislation has important differences and parallels to the first labor laws enacted after 1924 and to the 1979 Plan Laboral of the military regime. First, one of the fundamental reasons for reforming the labor laws in the 1990s was to institutionalize a legitimate legislation that would help avoid a dangerous polarization of antagonistic interests that separated employers and workers. Fearing that employers would not fundamentally alter their behavior toward workers and unions without the control of the state, government authorities in 1924 as well as in 1979 and during the 1990s were fully aware that labor unions, then and now, would sidestep the legal constrictions and attempt to defend their interests and demands by other means. Hence the 1991-92 Winn reform was also an intent by the new democratic government to create an instrument that would allow the state to regulate and oversee labor management relations despite the government's statement to the contrary. The primary purpose was to obtain, or to induce, social peace. The greater the legitimacy of the labor laws, the greater the likelihood that employers and unions would abide by them, and the better the chances for peaceful coexistence. Second, there are also interesting aspects that separate the new legislation from previous ones. The 1924 laws were enacted by the 94. Alessandri regime under pressure from rebellious military officers who were not so much interested in solving the social question as in improving their own lot and in depriving the hostile working classes of a fertile soil for their increasing agitations. The Pinochet regime decreed the laws in 1979 under an authoritarian regime. This leaves the reforms of the RGOs as the only ones implemented during a democratic regime. This distinction makes them all the more meaningful. The 1924 and certainly the 1979 legislation were created in the spirit of acquiring more state control over the laboring classes, limiting their capabilities of disturbing or threatening social peace, and, most important, reconciling their perceived hostile interests by integrating them into an institutionalized system of labor management relations. The 1990s legislation presumably intended to open up a very closed and unequal industrial relations system to strengthen workers' organizations and to make the system fairer and more equal. Thus, from a historical perspective, the 1990s reforms to the labor legislation included elements that were difficult to reconcile with each other. The dilemma for the new democratic governments was therefore, on the one hand, to rewrite labor laws that would maintain state control over the organized working classes and, on the other, to receive employers' and workers' legitimate recognition and support for social concertation and to provide workers with a more effective weapon to defend their interests. Explaining the failure of social concertation in Chile. As mentioned, some of the reasons why the Lagos government did not push for a more extensive labor reform had to do with continued employer resistance to the labor reform. Up until late 2000, employers believed that a reform of the Pinochet labor legislation was not good for the economy or their interests. Throughout the decade they were successfully defending their interests, at times walking away from the bargaining table, at times threatening the government, or workers, with the need to fire workers, and at times willing to make concessions. It is clear that, on balance, they got most of what they wanted within a context of slowed economic growth. CRC President Lamarca quite eloquently combined employers' defense of their interests with a subtle warning to the government and workers when, a few months into the Lagos presidency, he stated that what the country and investors today need is but certainty and security with the rules of the games, otherwise we are going to have a problem that is going to affect the way the entire country acts. Perhaps it is an exaggeration to argue this, but for the most part, the worldview, 95. Of employers, and especially those employers organized under the CPC, has not yet made the transition from Pinochet to democracy. Many continue to blame socialism and communism and the organized working class for bringing the country to the brink of civil war in September 1973, and many share a firm belief that it was Pinochet's neoliberal economy that rescued the country from Marxism and put Chile on the road to international economic success. In the end, employers were quite successful in convincing all three democratic governments that a reform of the labor legislation should under no circumstances go too far in the wrong direction. The fact that Lagos attempted another labor reform in the aftermath of the Asian crisis of 1997-98 and in the middle of an economic recession may have given employers additional arguments against the reform. Yet it is not clear that low labor costs and extremely flexible labor markets are a better recipe for economic reactivation than the increased purchasing power of the working classes leading to increased consumer demand. Moreover, if employers indeed thought that labor reform was bad during or after an economic recession, why did they oppose it during 8 years of unprecedented economic growth? Yet employer resistance alone does not account for the government's inability to produce a labor reform akin to the one promised to labor in 198G. The political right, long an ally of Chile's capitalists *degree along with influential conservative academic think tanks and a conservative media, have also been quite successful in creating a public discourse that complicated the concertación scenario and put it often on the defensive. Part of the political right's strength derived from Pinochet's electoral system as well as the designated senators, and so it was able to retain control of the Senate up until Lagos. The right worried that a center-left government might attempt to revive its old relationship with the organized working class. These phantoms of the past help explain why many employers and many politicians within the UDI and the RN distrusted the government, and why they maintained a consistent anti-labor attitude throughout the 1990s. What employers and the political right have in common is a shared sense of history and an almost religious conviction that they were called on to defend Pinochet's legacy. Yet even if the right was a strong and recalcitrant political opponent, it does not mean that it was unyielding on all policy issues. For example, the UDI and the RN agreed to the early tax reform of March 1990, and they also agreed to important constitutional changes. If the Concertación could bring the opposition to compromise on some issues, why did it fail to convince the right and employers that a more profound labor 96 reform was possible? In light of these important concessions, I argue that while historic and ideological aspects are a necessary element in the explanation of failed labor reform, they are not sufficient to account for the whole story. By the time Lagos and Solari attempted further changes in early 2000, the Concertación government could no longer count on unconditional support from within its own ranks. Specifically, the Christian Democratic Party was beginning to side with the opposition and feared that an additional reform would jeopardize a badly needed economic recovery. It believed that the creation of jobs along with employers' freedom to hire and fire workers was more important than employment security, which in their view added excessive rigidity to the labor market. Some of this dissent within the Concertation had already emerged at the end of the Free presidency, when some Christian Democratic senators opposed Free's attempt to revive the reform. It is thus quite ironic that at a time when the Concertation finally could legislate further reforms for the first time since 1990, it enjoys a majority in the Senate. Internal divisions made such change unlikely. For it was not the Christian Democratic Party alone that began to question the merits of further labor reform. Lagos's own camp, the left, showed signs of strain between those who still favored a reform and those who sided with the Christian Democrats. Thus, the official position of the Concertación today is that Chile needs to create a stronger economy capable of moving beyond the simple export of raw materials, and many Concertation politicians have joined ranks with the moderate right in their belief that the challenges Chile faces in an open and highly competitive environment can only be met if current labor market conditions prevail. So long as this labor market produces more jobs and relatively low labor costs, a weak labor movement may be an acceptable price to pay. Any attempt to account for failed labor reform should mention the lessons drawn from the transition to democracy during the first democratic decade. In 1990, members and leaders of the Concertation believed that social concertation was fully compatible with the lessons they had learned from that history. In fact, social concertation was necessary to implement their new vision of a peaceful, consensual, and prospering society. However, the limits of labor's participation were not clear in 1990, though what was clear was the fact that Pinochet's constitution and the binomial majoritarian electoral system had given the opposition in Congress veto power to block any attempt to legislate too much participation for the labor movement. This uncertainty was not perceived as a threat to democracy. Quite the opposite, if labor and capital were able to build 97 consensual relations, it would only help build trust, give capitalists confidence to invest, and avoid excessive labor strife of the sort witnessed between 1970 and 1973. Thus, to the Concertación governments, a modern industrial relations system was primarily understood as being instrumental in character, a means to an end, with the end being the ability to avoid social conflicts. In many Central and Northern European countries, labor-capital relations are relatively consensual as a result of an industrial relations system that gives both sides great decision-making power, including on such important aspects as education of the workforce, national wage guidelines, retirement and health benefits. Moreover, in Europe, unions enjoy an enormous amount of collective bargaining power, and capital is willing to share information with workers. In Chile, by contrast, state-labor-capital relations were not able to move in any significant way beyond the level of intentions. Yet none of the democratic governments saw it that way. For, as long as labor and capital were willing to maintain a minimum of dialogue, and as long as the country was not plagued by too many strikes, the concertation had little to worry about, and thus it would not share labor's demand to make more substantive progress. If consensus was already attained, what else was there to do? This minimalist conception of an industrial relations system was well expressed by then Labor Minister René Cortázar in 1GG1. By that year's end, the CUT had already complained to Winn that it was deeply disappointed over the level of labor participation. Thus, looking back at the year and the apparent progress of state-labor-capital relations, Cortázar stated that last year we discussed readjustments. This year we'll add unemployment insurance. In this way, we are establishing procedures to accomplish participation. Yet the CUT and the CPPC disagreed with the government's assessment, arguing that what happened was anything but participation, let alone the accomplishment of concrete goals. As one advisor to the CUT argued, there has not been on part of the government a clear decision to grant room for decision-making. Moreover, there is a tendency to reduce the concept concertation to what has been produced in practice, a mixture of partial and strictly instrumental results, with a vague notion of dialogue which assimilates social concertation to the politics of agreement. This understanding of social concertation was first articulated by Cortázar, then continued by Arrate under Free and by Solari under Lagos. A final factor that accounts for the democratic government's merely instrumental view of industrial relations has to do with their excessive concern for consensus, which is in turn related to the structure of government set up in 1990. The so-called super-party governments of Winn, Free, and Lagos enjoyed unprecedented autonomy from and influence over the coalition's political parties, another reflection of the lessons learned from the past, when the state was often held hostage by the party or party coalition in power. Winn, Free, and Lagos all agreed that party political differences should be kept out of the executive as much as possible. Thus the subordination of political parties to a strong government produced a handful of key political players who enjoyed great decision-making powers and who shared a belief in pragmatic, non-ideological, and efficient priority politics. To the degree that the labor reform produced tension among state, labor, and capital, instead of consensus, it gradually lost relevance in the government's agenda. What surprises a bit is that the governments got away with this strategy in a country where labor parties have a historic record of defending workers' interests. Yet the concerns of the labor movement were not irrelevant to the parties of the coalition. Precisely because the labor movement had played a supportive role in defeating Pinochet, it was not considered a risk factor by the incoming Winn government and the political parties of the concertation. Therefore, while the social question was important to Christian Democrats and Socialists, it was not a particularly worrisome concern. What worried them more were the political right and business, because the opposition by those two centers of power in Congress and their refusal to invest in the economy could seriously jeopardize the transition to democracy. This in turn could produce a degree of political and social instability, which the armed forces under Pinochet himself, a vital ally of the right and capital, might interpret as a return to the days of August-September 1973 and might once again perceive as the need to rescue the country from itself. These contingencies played an important role in the approach that political parties and their leaders would take to labor policy, and, importantly, to employers. It helps explain why the labor movement only occasionally, though quite tellingly at crucial political moments, showed up on the Christian Democrats and Socialists' radar. I refer to the important union elections during the 1990s. During CUT congresses in 1991, 1996, and 1998, all parties of the concertation attempted in one way or another to influence election outcomes. To a large degree they were successful, if only in preempting undesirable outcomes. In sum, the major reasons for the failure of the labor reform in Chile, and thus also for failed social concertation during the 1990s, must be found in a combination of factors. First, employers' staunch opposition to the reform and their lack of interest or need in fostering better relations with workers. Second, the 99. Political rights support of employers as well as its fear and distrust of a strong labor movement. Third, the concertacion's inability and unwillingness to push for a deepening of social concertation as promised in 1989 and repeatedly mentioned throughout the one goes. The labor movement experience in Democratic Chile, 1990 to 2000. It should be stated at the beginning that it is not possible to look at a 10-year period and speak of one single experience. The Chilean labor movement has a complex structure. It includes various levels. Important sectors of it are not even under the jurisdiction of the labor ministry, and so forth. Moreover, aggregate data on union membership, strikes, and the like are insufficient indicators of how workers really do and inadequately reflect their experience during the past years. In what follows I shall try to keep the statistical evidence to a minimum and make use of it only where relevant. Structural change and industrial relations. Subcontracting and temporary work. According to statistics from the Chilean Labor Directorate, and pet union affiliation consistently increased since the middle of the 1980s until 1992, after which it began to level off, with no significant increase in union members thereafter, although the number of unions continued to rise throughout the REGOs. See Table R. It is interesting to note that between 1984 and 1995 the number of unions continued to rise in all economic sectors despite important economic changes that occurred in the same period. In 1995 the manufacturing sector was still by far the one with the most unions, followed in second place by commerce, then transportation. The sector that showed the biggest growth rate was agriculture, having been able to more than double the number of unions by 1995. Mining ranked close to the end of the list, though the number of unions alone may tell us little about the strength of these unions, which have historically been regarded as the strongest sector of Chilean organized labor. This is more readily apparent by taking into consideration not just the absolute number of unions in a sector but the rate of unionization per sector. Thus by far the leader in terms of affiliation was mining, followed by utilities, transportation, manufactures, commerce, financial services, agriculture, and construction. From this angle, one could make the argument that the strongest sector of the Chilean labor movement is mining, followed by transportation and manufacture. This is, by and large, a reasonable conclusion, though it omits a few considerations that complicate this assessment. Take for example, construction. By rate of affiliation, this sector ranked 8th, which would make it a rather weak sector of the labor movement. In addition, due to Chile's Law 101. BOR laws, union workers in the construction sector are considered temporary unions and thus do not have the right to bargain collectively. Any strike is considered illegal and can be severely punished, such as by firing all the labor force or those perceived to be the agitators. And yet throughout the 1990s the sector was considered one of the strongest together with manufacture and mining. Why? The unions in the construction sector, particularly those in the Santiago area, had well-organized federations that were not divided politically and a radical leadership critical of the concertación governments. Historically, the Communist Party was the strongest party in the construction sector. So what makes these unions so strong? In part it is their radical politics. Unlike many union leaders that are closer ideologically or politically to the concertación governments, these leaders have maintained their political autonomy. In fact, they had even criticized the Pinochet regime as early as 1973 and continued their protests with little change in language since 1990. At first sight, it may look as if mining is in good shape. Registered degree after all, these unions managed to affiliate close to 2/3 of the labor force in the sector. What has not been mentioned, however, is that historically, that sector's affiliation was even higher. Thus what happened in mining was a decline of the organized labor force. Between 1988 and 1994 the sector suffered a 15% loss in its affiliation, while agriculture gained more than 6% and construction 8.3%. Between 1988 and 1995, mining lost more than 6,500 union members. Therefore, in terms of union strength, the question is which factors matter most for which economic sector and particularly for which specific union within each sector? One thing is certain, however, during the RGOs it became increasingly difficult for unions to recruit and keep rank and file members. In light of the fact that employment in mining increased slightly, this decline is all the more important. Mining has become one of the leading sectors in the use of temporary work, subcontracting, and even employment without contract. For example, a study published by Midiplan indicates that by 1996 to 97, approximately 22.3% of the salaried labor force was employed without contract degree. Moreover, statistics can hide important differences between economic sectors and between individual firms of differently sized labor forces. For example, the 1994 Kaysen survey reported that the manufacturing sector had on average 14% of its labor force without contract, although, again, within the sector. 102. Significant differences exist as well, in some cases reaching 24% and more than 31% in others. The percentage of workers without contract is consistently high for agriculture and fisheries, although construction, a sector that has grown consistently throughout the 1990s, also employs a significant part of its labor force without contracts. A survey conducted by the Dirección del Trabajo in the Santiago metropolitan area shows that among those firms that make use of subcontracting, mining was the leading sector. A full 80% of these employers stated that they made use of it. The comparative percentage for manufacture was 47%. Registered subcontracting has increased more moderately in the Gran Minería, but that has probably something to do with the fact that most of this division is state-owned. The reader should be informed that subcontracted workers can unionize only in unions exclusively for subcontracted labor, and workers have made use of this right but have often faced opposition from employers. Employers frequently intimidate workers who are interested in forming such unions and often have to deal with tremendous organizational difficulties in getting the rank and file together at the same firm at the same time. This is why subcontracting companies were not shy in promoting themselves as union-free companies to potential clients. Degree. A weak labor movement, few economic gains. As mentioned, in Chile, collective bargaining is a very complex institutional arrangement, not only separating unions into those that can and cannot bargain collectively but further separating those who can bargain collectively into those who have the legal right to strike and those who do not. In practice, under a convenio arrangement, the union simply accepts the employer's last offer. Thus, while at first glance it may seem normal that approximately 75% of all organized Chilean workers have the right to strike, this picture quickly changes when we take into consideration this difference. Thus, at any moment during the RGOs, only about 7–12% of all employed workers in Chile could bargain collectively. Moreover, while among enterprises with 50 or more workers, roughly 36% could bargain collectively, in enterprises with less than 50 workers the typical Chilean size that number was 1.3%. It is also interesting to point out that the number of contracts as well as the number of workers covered under this type of collective bargaining started to decline in 1994. This could indicate that with the end of the labor reform, 103. Under Winn, or, to be precise, with no hopes in sight that Winn and Labor Minister René Cortázar might include the provision that would make it more difficult for employers to replace strikers, many unions may have begun a trend to opt for a convenio rather than a contrato. Though this leaves the union in a weaker bargaining position, since a convenio does not entail any real collective bargaining or the right to strike, it also makes the union appear less aggressive, and this may increase employers' willingness to compromise. But all of this is very uncertain, a point made by CUT leaders to all three democratic governments. An interesting way to reveal unions' weak bargaining position is to look at the wage increases they were able to obtain from employers. See Table 2. Table 2 shows that the number of unions involved in collective bargaining increased with the return to democracy. there was a big difference between the 1980s and 1990s in terms of the number of collective bargaining rounds. This is in itself a positive change. However, there was little change in terms of the deal unions were able to strike in collective bargaining. To begin, there was a tendency toward shorter readjustment of wages for inflation periods, and that is a good sign as well. During the 1980s, the average period spanned 6 to 7 months, whereas in the one goes, the average readjustment period shortened by about 1 month. Yet the average future wage increase has been consistently below the inflation rate. This does not mean that unions could not obtain wage raises equal to or even higher than inflation during collective bargaining. It does mean, however, that as inflation persists, automatic wage readjustments were below the inflation rate. This put enormous pressure on the union to obtain a relatively high initial wage rise that is sufficiently above inflation so that over the course of a 2-year contract inflation will hopefully not be able to catch up with their wages. In practice, initial raises varied by economic sector. Statistics from the DeRussi and del Trabajo show the following results for the years 1997 to 98, manufacture, increase from 1.68% to 1.77%, agriculture, decrease from 1.99% to 1.77%, mining, decrease from 1.56% to 0.57%, utilities, decrease from 1.56% to 1.19%, construction, decrease from 1.36% to 0.52%, commerce, decrease from 1.15% to 0.0%, transport, decrease from 1.29% to 0.42%. Degree. Hence not all economic sectors were able to obtain initial wage increases above the inflation rate. In fact, miners, construction workers, and commerce and transportation workers who negotiated contracts between July 1997 and June 1998 witnessed a slow but steady erosion of the initial wage rise. These examples show that the increase in wages was often just barely above the inflation rate, and if the future readjustment is taken into consideration, wages 104 continued to be right at the level of the inflation rate. These numbers, admittedly only samples, refer specifically to unionized workers but should be kept in mind when considering statistics on the labor force in general. Here, the picture is slightly different. Real wages during the 1980s were at about 85–92% of the 1970 level. Around 1990 to 91, they began to show improvement, 96.9% in I9 Chi, IOI.3% in 1992, 105% in 1994, 10% in 1995, and 117.4% in 1996. This generally positive trend varied again by sector. Compared to their 1980 levels, in 1995, manufacture was at 111%, utilities at 103%, construction at 113%, commerce at 112%, transportation at 108%, finance services at 107%, but mining only at 99.3%. Real wages in mining were actually high in 1989 to 92 but then dropped precipitously in 1994 to GG.2%. It is very likely that during the 1990s, real wages improved for most workers. 105. However, the improvement was not big, and there was, as noted, variation across sectors. One could argue that the economic crises witnessed in Brazil, Argentina, and Chile in the aftermath of the Asian crisis of 1997 to 98 had something to do with the poor showing of real wage increases for Chilean workers. But all the statistics cited point to a consistent and hence more important long-term trend. For organized labor, wage increases tended to be uncomfortably close to the level of inflation. Therefore, combining initial and future readjustment levels depicts a less favorable but more precise image than the one given by statistics on improvements in real wages for all workers. The meager results are an important corrective to aggregated statistics and should be taken as a reason for concern, particularly with regard to conflicts between unions and employers, a point to be made in what follows. Even though collective bargaining is generally thought to be a very important aspect of industrial relations, we have seen that, when measured by its size and by its effectiveness, the Chilean case cannot easily be categorized as either significant or effective. This is not to say, however, that collective bargaining and industrial relations cannot be effective in other ways, for example, in the prevention of open industrial conflict or employers' ability to deal with the radical labor force. Based on what we have seen about labor reform in Chile, it should come as no surprise that during the one goes, the country witnessed few strikes. See Table 3. According to the figures in Table 3, there was a decrease in the number of strikes after 1993, which was the first year of the new labor reform. The number of strikes leveled off in subsequent years to a low of 108 in 1999 and 125 in 2000. Strikes lasted on the average 12 days, which is not a particularly long period. But this may have more to do with union finances or other issues than with the nature of the conflict that caused the strike to emerge in the first place. Better information is needed to make more precise arguments with regard to strike behavior during those years. In general, however, there was a relative labor acquiescence in democracy and a low level of open conflicts between unions and employers. Yet this labor peace of the last decade may also be more a result of unequal relations of power between union and employer than a reflection of genuine consensus between both sides. To recall, even though the Lagos government promised that it would make it more difficult for employers to fire workers, this is not what happened, as my discussion of the 2001 labor reform has shown. Thus employers still have the right to replace a striking labor force provided they offer wage readjustments at least at the level of inflation, for which the 106 right to replace strikers became a nightmare for unions. Throughout the 19-goes Chilean employers not only replaced and ultimately fired strikers, they also made use of their legally guaranteed right to fire workers if it was in the need of the firm. Thus the labor law makes it very easy for employers to invoke that prerogative and to get rid of union members who participate in a strike. Union leaders often point out that employer abuse in firing workers is still very prevalent, while employers tend to defend themselves by arguing that since the firm is their property, it is their right to do whatever they want with it. Given the character of the new labor laws created since 1990, collective bargaining are still seen by many union leaders as an ineffective weapon. Data published by the Dirección del Trabajo in 1996 confirm workers' fears that the new labor laws do not really protect their right to collective bargaining. A survey conducted among union leaders representing more than 5,500 firms found that a full 32.2% of all workers who participated in collective bargaining and not in a strike had been fired by their employers not more than 3 months after the negotiation. Among those firms in which more than 70% of the labor force participated in collective bargaining, 40% of the labor force was fired after the first month simply because they participated in collective bargaining, a legally guaranteed right, though a right many employers continue to see more as a threat to private property and respond to accordingly. Finally, collective bargaining is not only a rare and oftentimes inefficient if not dangerous instrument for unions, it is also of very limited scope. Again, only Free attempted to open up collective bargaining somewhat to include other issues, while neither Winn nor Lagos were willing to move beyond what was inherited from Pinochet's Plan Laboral. From the beginning in 1990 the CUT favored a more open negotiation that could also include aspects such as informing the unions about the financial situation of the firm. Union leaders attempted to convince employers that it was also in their interest to share vital information with the union. After all, it would help unions to make more realistic wage demands that would diminish the risk of ruining the firm financially. The idea to open collective bargaining by sharing more information with unions would make sense from a perspective that attempts to improve labor relations. Among others, more information shared should help improve trust among the sides, it should allow for more effective collective bargaining, and it should give the union more opportunities to participate in the life of the firm. However, employers' continued categorical rejection of any chances for increased participation of the union in enterprise decision-making can be illustrated. 108. Traded by the fact that just in 1994 more days or workers' hours were lost to work-related accidents which worker participation could reduce, though that would entail including the matter in collective bargaining agreements than to strikes. Thus the RGOs have not seen any fundamental change in the way employers approach collective bargaining. Therefore, there has also not been any change in the union's ability to use collective bargaining as an effective tool to raise wages or to improve working conditions. The labor movement's approach to social concertation. In the last part of this discussion it is necessary to focus a little more on the Chilean labor movement itself. This is in part a result of my conviction that it would be inaccurate to solely blame the new Chilean governments and the employers for the dismal results of social concertation. Chilean union leaders, too, are in part to be blamed for the outcome. Perhaps the most important questions to ask are these: why did the cut lend itself to agreements such as the Acuerdo Marco when in fact these were mostly symbolic and had little concrete benefits for the cut and its affiliated workers? Why did the CUR not pressure the government and/or the employers for more concessions with regard to social concertation in general and the reform of the labor legislation in particular? Can we deduce from the outcome, and the cut's criticism of it, that the labor movement had attempted all it could but had indeed been unable to prevent the outcome? What are the consequences of failed social concertation for the cut and the labor movement? Why the CUR consented to the symbolic agreements is easy to answer with hindsight. At the time, that is, barely 3 months into the first democratic regime, it seemed that these agreements could really be the beginning of new industrial relations in Chile. In addition, these agreements should be seen in their historic moment, that is, given the cut's role in the demise of the authoritarian regime and the return to democracy, its leaders had reason to believe that the cut was indeed going to play a major role in the democratization period. This aspect cannot be separated from yet another historic dimension, that is, the close relationship between the labor movement and the political parties that came to power in 1990. Thus, cut leaders had reason to believe that their historic allies were serious in their promises and speaking the same language in terms of establishing concerted action in Chile. The earliest sign that things were not going to go that easily for the cut in the new democracy was the result of the December 1989 elections, in which, 109. Because of Pinochet's designated senators and the binominal electoral system, the rightist opposition obtained a majority in the Senate. Hence cut leaders understood that the coalition government needed to rationalize its agenda, particularly with regard to the labor reform, otherwise there may not have been any reform at all. Most of the top leaders in the cut therefore went along with this interpretation of the political reality at the time. As far as the elaboration of the labor reform is concerned, the cut and the CPC did originally sit down to negotiate a revision, but they soon ran into an impasse. Fearing that its plans for democracy on the installment plan might be delayed, the government was quick to take the reform out of the hands of the CUR and the CPC and decided unilaterally to take it to Congress, where a quicker compromise solution was worked out within approximately 1 year. As to why the CUR did not pressure the government into more concessions, the political ideological identification of the cut leadership with the political parties in government led these leaders to identify too much with the success of the Winn government, even if that meant paradoxically a loss for their organization. Some commentators have interpreted this as a situation in which the leadership of the trade union movement has willingly become labor lieutenants of the capitalist class and an instrument of the Winn government. Registered arguments such as these are not without some truth. Undoubtedly the CUR leadership was too much under the influence of political parties, yet I would argue that the leadership was not a mere transmission belt for political parties. The leadership had more autonomy than some observers might think. Therefore, while political identification with the Concertación parties may count as a reason, there may yet be another ideological factor at work here. The union leadership, too, has learned from its past. This explains why the cut leadership insisted so much on consensus and cooperation, rather than, even when necessary or appropriate, dissent and confrontation. Moreover, the cut may have been unwilling to pressure for more concessions, but it was also unable to do so because it lacked the necessary strength to pressure the government and/or the employers into a deepening of concerted action. This inability was also due to a structural problem related to the very decentralized nature of Chilean unionism. Top-down decisions are difficult to impose, a fact that never escapes employers or the government. Therefore the cut could not simply call for strikes, unless these were meant to be illegal. Few if any plant-level leaders, however, were willing to risk having their rank and file fired. That left massive mobilizations as the only alternative. Yet the cut knew full well, at least until 110 plus 1994, that few plant-level unions would heed its call for protests. Hence, from a strategic perspective, it would have been extremely unwise to call for mobilizations. This explains why the KER leadership threatened to but never actually called on its rank and file to protest. In essence, it was a strategic game played between the KER and the government. On the one hand, as long as the KER did not have to prove that it was weak, it could continue its threats, which the government knew were just that. Yet, on the other hand, it was also in the government's interest to somehow respond to these threats so as not to force the cut into revealing its weakness, since that would have entailed a political cost for the government and in all likelihood would have forced it to come to the rescue of its historic ally. That in turn would have forced it to make concessions to employers as well, or otherwise be accused of once again committing historic mistakes and, what is perhaps worse, losing the little influence that the government had over business. Ultimately, the cut never succeeded in finding a solution to this dilemma. Thus, at the end of the decade, it took a precipitous dive in terms of its relevance as an important player in the new democracy. Between 1990 and the end of the decade, the cut continuously proposed initiatives, such as a new unemployment insurance, reform of healthcare, and of course the labor reform. At times, the cut managed to mobilize workers to stage massive mobilizations, such as those that took place on July 11, 1994, October 23, 1995, November 4, 1997, and November 20, 1997. The issue here is not so much the cut's ability to mobilize workers to protest. The numbers show that the KER was able to do that. The problem is rather of a qualitative nature. The KER needed to make use of extraordinary steps such as a call for national strikes in order to be considered a serious player, but once the call was made, it was unclear how to make further progress. Often, the cut walked away from the bargaining table feeling empty-handed because its proposals were rejected. On top of this, the KER could make only sporadic use of threats, since a more frequent call to mobilizations would have resulted in a poor turnout and thus would have weakened even further the KER's ability to mobilize its members. The risk of diminishing returns became a reality, yet the KER leadership had no ready-made recipe to deal with this. Instead, it adopted a dual discourse, swinging, 111. Pendulum-like between open confrontation and cooperation with government and business. Ultimately this turned into a series of missed opportunities and a loss of negotiating space in which to maneuver. This outcome was not inevitable. But the cut would have had to rely much more on organization building to avoid such a result. Early in the Winn government the cut announced that it hoped to have 1 million members within a couple of years. This was by no means unrealistic, but in order to reach that number, the cut would have had to more than double its membership. The circumstances to do this were unusually favorable: a growing economy, the euphoric climate among a majority of the population, the presence of a labor-friendly government, the national attention to the social question in general and to the labor question in particular. Yet the KER failed to reach its goal. In fact, by the end of 1992, the increase in membership had already slowed down and by mid-decade, membership began to decrease. This is all the more dramatic if we compare cut membership rates to plant-level unions and especially to federations and confederations. Both in terms of rank and file membership and number of unions, the labor movement grew throughout the decade. Rank-and-file affiliation and number of federations more than doubled, and the number of confederations and membership increased by no less than a third between 19 and 1995. Most important, during the second half of the decade, public sector unions maintained a high profile of protest and staged numerous illegal and legal strikes in 1996 and 1997. One of these unions, the Colegio de Profesores, staged a national mobilization in 1996 that was so impressive that observers compared it to ones the country had not seen since the days of Allende. Consequently, while intermediate and low-level union organizations were able to grow spectacularly, the CUT enjoyed a brief period of growth, which then quickly declined. Outside Santiago, the CUT was unable to establish a national presence. The CUR has headquarters in many regions, but in most cases these regional organizations exist on paper only. Moreover, the CUT remained a financially poor organization whose leadership could not afford to work full-time for the organization. This condition was thus both a cause and a consequence of the CUT's failure to strengthen its organizational reach. The CUR has not been able to convince its affiliates to increase their membership dues, though it did make an attempt at the R991 Congress. Many affiliates pay, but many do not. Few union officials oversee the payment system and nobody enforces it. This organizational weakness has had far-reaching negative consequences. Paradoxically, CUT leaders, particularly 112. Manuel Bustos and Arturo Martinez, tended to complain about a labor movement that was unwilling to fight and that had no clear strategies, though as I argued elsewhere this was an erroneous assumption. Registered rather than reflecting the reality of plant-level unions, this false impression reveals the degree of distance that the leadership had put between itself and its followers, who increasingly perceived the CUT as too political, not willing to fight, and elitist. Conclusions. This chapter examines the decade-old experience of the Chilean labor movement in the new democracy. I argue that Chile's version of social concertation has failed and that as a result the labor movement has not become an equal partner in a new industrial relations system. The limits of the 1990s experiment are particularly evident in the new and not so new labor legislation that was the stated centerpiece of state-labor-capital relations. All three democratic governments, those of Winn, Free, and Lagos, proclaimed that the success of the new democracy hinged to a very large degree on the ability to create, through concerted action among state, labor, and capital, a fairer and more equal industrial relations system, but none of the three delivered it. Although employer intransigence and weak government support played a role, I also argue that the failure to accomplish a deepening of democracy, particularly in its social dimension, reflected labor's own behavior during the first democratic decade. Specifically, the top leaders of the CUT were unable to subordinate their political identification with the concertation to the more important organizational needs of the labor movement. Such ordering of the political affairs might have resulted in a greater ability to win concessions from employers and the governments, and it might have allowed the CUT to remain the important social and political actor it was in the years just prior to 1988. It is premature to write off the CUT completely. To the degree to which it remains an important political electoral ally of the concertation, political parties may be well advised to occasionally check back with their unionists. If that check can take place in a more constructive way than the one demonstrated during union elections of the 1990s, so much the better for the labor movement and the parties. But for better or worse, the CUR is not synonymous with the labor movement. Depending on the kind of organization, the 1990s witnessed some successes, particularly in the form of new unions that can bargain collectively or go on 113 strike. But overall, the experience of most workers and unionists in the new democracy has been disappointing. For, regardless of some modest economic gains that were made by one or the other sector, for most workers, relations with employers are precarious. Fear and authority rather than trust and participation characterize labor relations. Working conditions are such that uncertainty, pressure, and a constant willingness to make concessions prevail rather than a feeling of respect for workers' contributions. In short, the quality of a worker's work life in Chile's new democracy leaves much to be desired and may be lower today than it was in 1990. What is all the more worrisome is the degree to which politicians of the Concertación increasingly share the same language with the political opposition and employers as they have done over the past 4 years, even though the supposedly pro-labor Lagos assumed the presidency in 2000. Hence, to no one's surprise, there is much talk in Chile today of South, and few remember that it once was a discourse of growth with equity. By far the most important factors responsible for failed social concertation are the employer's staunch resistance to modify the existing industrial relations system and the inability or the unwillingness of the new democratic governments to get them to do so. In the eyes of many employers, and particularly those of the CPC, the 1990-92 changes to the Pinochet labor reform were unnecessary and threatened the very survival of private enterprise. Little has changed since those days. The return to democracy has not meant a greater willingness on the part of employers to grant labor more participation in the enterprise. The Chilean employers' limited commitment to more democracy in the factory or nationwide has important implications for our understanding of transitions and democratization. Evidence from the Chilean case shows that a deepening of democracy O'Donnell's second transition may not be possible if important sectors of society oppose it. Moreover, short of nationalizing the economy, there is little the government may be able to do. In other words, democracy without semi-democrats may be possible and even sustainable in the long run. As neoliberal ideology finds more and more supporters among Chile's governments, there are fewer and fewer voices calling for some intervention in the economy. But this is not exactly the Chilean scenario. In Chile, for the most part, government representatives have praised employers' commitment to progress and have by and large ignored labor's complaints. Due in large part to its interpretation of 20th-century Chilean history and the breakdown of democracy, the Chilean political elite has been quick to embrace an idea of socio-political and economic development whose two pillars are growth and 114. Equity. In that, politicians of the Concertación and leaders of the labor movement are speaking the same language. But the CUR and the governments have pursued different objectives. This, too, has important implications, as the Chilean case demonstrates the degree to which former socialist labor parties can renovate themselves to embrace capitalism at the cost of labor. Moreover, if new democratic governments are not seriously committed to improving a balance of power that favors one side, democratic institutions may be undermined and actors may diminish their allegiance to democracy. This disloyalty to democracy acquired dramatic proportions in Chile's past and ultimately produced a society so polarized that democracy could not be sustained. Therefore, the current industrial relations system in Chile has a potential for social and political instability. Although Chile is being touted as the model to follow, other countries in the region may therefore question the wisdom of following the failed Chilean version of social concertation. Peter Winn. No miracle for us. The textile industry in the Pinochet era, 1973 to 1998. Radomiro looked far older than his 50 years, prematurely aged from too many years running too many textile looms and too many months of unemployment, worrying about how to feed his family. It was mid-1998, soon after General Pinochet's retirement as armed forces chief brought his era to an end. We were talking about Chile's neoliberal miracle, the decade-long run of high economic growth with low inflation that had begun under the Pinochet dictatorship and continued under the center-left government that had succeeded him in the restored democracy of the One Goes. Yet, despite this boom, Radomiro had lost his job, his factory was closed, his future was uncertain at best. Miracle, he asked rhetorically. There was no miracle for us. It was a judgment with which many textile entrepreneurs and managers would have agreed. Although the focus of this chapter, as in the book as a whole, is on the impact of the neoliberal model on the sector's workers, where the textile industry was concerned there were many who considered themselves victims by 1998. Looking at the Pinochet era as a whole, it could be argued that the Chilean textile industry, not just its workers, was a victim of the neoliberal miracle. Its workers, however, were doubly victimized, both by neoliberal policies and their employers' response to them. Most of this chapter tells their story. The Chilean textile industry before Pinochet. As in most countries, textiles was one of Chile's oldest and most traditional industrial sectors, with a history stretching back into the 19th century. For most of the 20th century it remained more important for its output and job creation. Textiles employed more manufacturing workers than any other sector than for its quality or productivity. In the mid-20th century, it was a typical import substitution industry, prospering because of high levels of protection, despite low levels of productivity, technology, and managerial efficiency, with its high costs passed on to the captive Chilean consumer. It was also a highly concentrated industry, dominated by a handful of large mills and a few Arab Chilean families, Yarur, Sumar, and Hermes, with traditional family firms hidden behind a modern corporate facade. Yet, under the Popular Unity administration, the textile industry became a vanguard of the left's efforts to construct a new Chile. Textile mills were the first Chilean-owned factories seized by their workers, and textiles was the first industrial sector to be largely nationalized by the Allende government and incorporated into the new social property area. It was in the socialized textile sector that the Popular Unity's experiment in worker co-management, the workplace form of its democratic socialism, was inaugurated first and taken the furthest. It was among textile workers too that the Popular Unity parties found some of their strongest bastions of support. Textile workers and their leaders were frequently sought out and quoted in the media of the era. Textile workers benefited from major increases in real wages, and their unions won the coveted right to sector-wide collective bargaining. To many Chileans, the textile industry was a symbol of Allende's democratic road to socialism. But the textile industry also came to symbolize many of the problematic aspects of the revolutionary process. Its labor-intensive mills absorbed too many unemployed workers. Although production remained high, it could not keep up with the increased incomes and demand of the Allende era, and textiles were among the most visible consumer shortages and black market goods of 1972 to 73. Frozen prices and rising costs translated into financial losses, which the nationalized banks covered, adding to accelerating inflation and ballooning corporate debt. Worker power was at times abused, with absenteeism and low productivity leading Allende himself to spend 3 days in 1973 at the Sumar mill, underscoring the special responsibility of textile workers in self-managed enterprises. The high degree of politicization within the textile industry also had its flip side, a sectarian politics that divided the left and alienated the center. For all these reasons, by the 1973 coup, the textile industry and its workers had become targets of rightist attacks. It was also a target of its former owners, some of whom provided financial backing for the rightist paramilitary groups that helped create the climate of violence that justified the military coup. For Chile's textile entrepreneurs, the Popular Unity era was traumatic. Many of them had their factories requisitioned and run by the government, often after these had been seized by their workers. 126. Itself a conflictual experience that realized their worst nightmares. But even those entrepreneurs who retained their textile mills spent the Allende years fearful that their factories would be seized and socialized, despite government assurances to the contrary. These fears led them to grant their workers outsized increases in wages and benefits, in order to avoid a labor conflict that might provoke such steps. Many felt constrained to accept worker vigilance committees, which acted as watchdogs over their management of their mill. As most Chilean textile enterprises were family firms run in a patrimonial manner, these revolutionary advances struck at the heart of the owner-manager's sense of their own prerogatives. Within a market in which demand outpaced supply, a reflection of the Popular Unity's massive redistribution of income, private textile firms were often highly profitable. But this neither won the Allende government entrepreneurial support nor elicited reinvestment. Instead, textile entrepreneurs complained about the insecurity of property, the loss of control over their workers and work process, and the uncertainty of the rules of the game. All three would be central concerns of entrepreneurs under the military regime. The textile industry under Pinochet. After the 1973 coup, the textile industry became an early focus of the regime's privatization policies. The first sector to be nationalized, it was now the first to be privatized. Almost all the textile enterprises taken over by the Popular Unity were returned to their former owners by 1976. The condition was that they assume the considerable debts contracted under state administration. The mill owners accepted this condition, confident that in their experienced hands their enterprises would generate the profits to service these debts. But they were also counting on the Pinochet regime's returning to the pre-1970 rules of the economic game, maintaining high protective tariffs and favorable exchange rates while giving them a degree of control over a cowed and passive labor force that had not existed for many decades. They were correct in their assessment of the dictatorship's social politics but mistaken in their expectations of its economic policies. The introduction of the neoliberal economic model after 1975, therefore, was a shock to the textile industry's capitalists. They were accustomed to levels of protection that had enabled them to operate inefficiently and pass on their high costs to the consumer. Between 1973 and 1982, however, tariffs on textile imports fell from 100% to 10% while exchange rates ceased to offer effective protection to national production and, after 1979, even provided in 127 centives to substitute imported for Chilean goods. The problems confronting Chilean textile entrepreneurs as a result of this opening up of the economy were compounded by the low international textile prices of the era. As a consequence of this combination of factors, the cost of imported textiles dropped by 2/3 between 1974 and 1982. By then, imported textiles accounted for a record 30% of the Chilean market and there was 35% idle capacity in the local textile industry. The problems of Chilean textile entrepreneurs, already beset by sharply lower product prices and fierce foreign competition, were compounded by stagnant domestic demand, itself a reflection of the lowered real wages and high unemployment produced by the economic model, with periods of deep recession that made planning difficult and large inventories risky. The peculiarities of the local capital market under the regime's extreme version of neoliberalism, in particular the sharp difference between low international interest rates and high domestic rates, provided further advantages to importers, while raising the cost of local borrowing to onerous levels. Together, these factors prejudiced the profitability of the Chilean textile industry and threatened the viability of even the largest and wealthiest enterprises. It also presented a challenge that few Chilean textile entrepreneurs, accustomed to operating in a different economic universe, were prepared to face, but one that they all had to confront, irrespective of their resources, political influence, or previous market position. It required not only changes in production but also a transformation in business culture. Those who could not adjust did not survive. Many of the mill owners who failed did not take the new rules of the game seriously, believing that they were too un-Chilean to last. But the Pinochet regime stayed the neoliberal course that had been prescribed as harsh but necessary economic medicine by its Chicago boy advisors, who had been educated in the extreme neoliberal economics taught by Milton Friedman and Arnold Harberger at the University of Chicago. In the past, the textile industry had enjoyed government protection because of its large number of workers, sizable output accounting for 7% of the GDP in 1970 and political influence. Now, it had lost its political influence, and none of the other rationales counted for much with the Chicago boys, who tended to see the textile industry a high-cost, uncompetitive industry, dependent on government protection and political influence as a prime example of what was wrong with the Chilean economy. Sergio de Castro, the key neoliberal policymaker, told a group of textile entrepreneurs in the late 1970s that there was no rational reason for a textile industry to exist in Chile. 2 decades later, few textile mills remained. 128. Although each firm responded somewhat differently to the new situation, the common denominator was a search for ways to rationalize production and lower costs. Some made efforts to reduce energy costs or shifted to lower-cost imported yarns. For most Chilean textile entrepreneurs, however, the most important economy was the lowering of their labor costs, through sharp cuts in real wages, a substantial reduction of the labor force, and a more productive and flexible use of the remaining workers. These economies were made possible by the newly permissive labor policies and decrees of the military regime, which undermined the power of unions to protect the interests or jobs of their members and made it both easy and cheap to fire workers. The new labor code also eroded the previous limitations on the length of the workday and work week and gave employers new flexibility to switch workers from job to job, shift to shift, and even from plant to plant. This flexibility was central to the productivity gains that textile managers sought from their smaller workforce, through increased workloads and more efficient organization, as well as through the acquisition of new technology. The purchase of imported machinery at a time of declining profits required the investment of additional capital or the contracting of new debts. It was just one of the financial pressures that textile owners had to confront during this period, when most were operating at a loss. As time went on, those who were unable to reduce their costs sufficiently fell increasingly into debt, which further burdened their finances with onerous interest payments in an economy where interest rates could exceed 25%. The number of bankruptcies in the textile sector grew, including some of the largest and most important enterprises. When the bank crack of 1981-82 put an end to the prospect of further loans and the economic crisis that followed depressed consumer demand, the number of bankruptcies soared, until nearly half of all textile enterprises had failed. For Chile's mill owners, the crisis of 1981-83 was as traumatic in its own way as the popular unity period of 1971-73 had been. Yet more than half the textile firms in Chile did survive the crisis. The reasons why some textile firms survived where others failed are complex, but there were certain common denominators. In general, the successful textile entrepreneur was a cautious innovator, like Fuad Garib, the most successful mill owner of the Pinochet era, who upgraded his machinery but did so gradually and without going heavily into debt. Those who survived the crisis were generally those who also resisted the temptation to invest heavily in real estate or other ventures outside their area of expertise during the speculative boom of the preceding years. Almost all had reduced costs in general and labor costs in particular. At 129. Bottom, successful firms maximized their productivity and efficiency and minimized their financial costs and risks. Those who survived to mid-1983 benefited from the modification of the policies that had aggravated their situation. When the economic crisis became acute enough to cause a political crisis, the regime's neoliberal economic principles were compromised in the interest of political expediency. The exchange rate was allowed to rise, ending the negative protection that had encouraged imports at the cost of local production. Textile tariffs were raised 20 to 30%, with surcharges on imports where there was evidence of dumping subsidized imported goods at below cost or other forms of unfair competition. Taken together, these measures represented an effective protection of over 35% that enabled the more efficient Chilean textile mills to enlarge their market share and survive an economic crisis that had depressed local consumer demand. Gradually, the crisis eased and consumer demand revived, as did a more competitive Chilean textile industry. By 1990, when Pinochet handed over his presidential sash to Patricio Aylwin, his elected civilian successor, the textile industry seemed prosperous and profitable, able to maintain its domestic market share and even to export some of its products. Investment and employment was growing in an industry that continued to upgrade its machinery and had begun to attract foreign capital, as the 1987 purchase of Textil Vila, a major cotton textile mill, by the Saudi Ben Mahfouz Group attested. Although many factors contributed to this new competitiveness and profitability, the most important were lowered labor costs and increased productivity, 1970s strategies that intensified further during the 1980s. The production of the Sumar mills, for example, had not changed significantly since 1970, but the number of workers producing that same quantity of cloth dropped from 2,600 workers in 1970 to 1,800 by 1988. Equally striking was the sector's low real wages, which dramatically altered the Chilean textile industry's competitiveness internationally. A 1984 study of 100 textile-producing countries found that Chilean labor costs were the seventh lowest, one-tenth the cost of textile labor in Italy or Japan, one-quarter that of Mexico, one-third that of South Korea, and one-half that of Tunisia or Turkey. Even textile workers in India and the northeast of Brazil received higher wages and benefits. At bottom, what transformed the Chilean textile industry from an inefficient industry requiring high levels of protection in order to survive into a prosperous and competitive industry was its lowered labor costs and increased labor productivity. The Chilean textile industry had restructured itself on the backs of its workers. 130. Chilean textile workers paid the costs of their industry's new competitiveness in reduced real wages and raised production norms. It was their increased efforts and decreased real earnings that made possible the industry's turnaround in the 1980s. But what did that experience do to and for them? And what were the lessons that they drew from it? The workers' story. Chile's textile workers were affected by many of the same events and processes as their employers: the popular unity, the military coup, the neoliberal model, the crisis of 1981–83. But their experience of this history was different, as were the lessons that they drew from it. If the coup ended their dreams of transcendence and the neoliberal model threatened their jobs, the crisis menaced them with a permanent loss of livelihood. For most textile workers, the trauma was not the popular unity period, but the coup that brought that era to an end, and especially its repressive and regressive aftermath. In the wake of the coup, most of the revolutionary leaders of the textile workers disappeared, some to unmarked graves, jails, or concentration camps, others to exile or the underground resistance. Moreover, when the textile factories resumed production, it was under military administration and with soldiers patrolling the plants. Authoritarian management and industrial discipline were reimposed at the point of a bayonet, and few workers dared to protest. Some feared for their lives or liberty, many more feared for their jobs. Military intelligence officers interrogated the workers one by one, pressing them to inform on each other and then firing those considered to be leftist activists. The dismissals often continued after the mills were returned to their former owners, at first for political reasons or for personal revenge, but, with the recession of 1975, for economic motives as well. The unions, decimated by their leadership losses, intimidated by the repression, and proscribed by military decree from collective bargaining, strikes, or other militant actions, were incapable of defending their members' jobs, wages, or working conditions. With wages frozen and prices rising rapidly, living standards fell precipitously, even for those fortunate enough to keep their jobs. By 1975, many were reduced to a diet of bread, tea, and onions. The rigorous imposition of the neoliberal economic model after 1975 soon threatened their job security too. The economic shock treatment may have been difficult for textile entrepreneurs to adapt to, but it was the workers who bore the brunt of their response in lost jobs and raised work norms. The increased workloads the mill owners hailed as a commendable increase in labor. 131. Productivity, managerial efficiency, and economic rationality was experienced by their workers as a speed-up backed by the threat of dismissal and chronic job insecurity. This process and these fears culminated in the crisis of 1982–83. For many workers, the failure of the firm for which they labored was the most traumatic experience of all. In part, this was because of its sudden finality. At one blow everyone's job was wiped out, without recourse or appeal. In addition, a firm's bankruptcy often meant dismissal without severance pay and could mean a loss of unfunded pension annuities as well, or at best a long legal battle to recover them, one that unemployed workers could ill afford. Moreover, even if new owners took over the factory, the law did not require them to hire back the old workers, and if they did, the new labor laws stripped rehired workers of their seniority and their past levels of wages and benefits. What made the crisis of 1982–83 particularly terrifying was the failure of so many textile enterprises at the same time, including some of the largest, wealthiest, and oldest firms in the industry. If they could go bankrupt, then no textile enterprise or job was safe. Moreover, the prospect of the entire industry going under threatened textile workers not just with a temporary job loss but with a permanent loss of livelihood. This meant that even for those who worked in enterprises that did not fail during the crisis, it was a sobering experience, which led them both to count their blessings and not take anything for granted, more especially as many of these firms survived by laying off personnel during the crisis. Suddenly, all their jobs were precarious, and textile workers seemed an endangered species. Even before the crisis, most mill owners took full advantage of the regime's pro-business labor code. The crisis only exacerbated this tendency of textile enterprises to become mean as well as lean. At many mills, sweatshop conditions prevailed, wages were low, and management was authoritarian, even tyrannical. The lesson that the neoliberal model and the crisis had taught these entrepreneurs was that in order to survive and prosper in so competitive a market, they had to extract the maximum from their workers. This was particularly true of the smaller, less modern mills, which competed with their more mechanized and efficient rivals by exploiting their workers more, one bitter worker activist complained. Others took advantage of the labor code to replace veteran workers with ill-paid apprentices, or to hire workers on short-term contracts. Workers might resent these conditions, but they often felt powerless to oppose them. Informers and the threat of dismissal kept even alienated and 132. Contented workers in line, and the absent or weak union, assisted by a labor code that prohibited the union shop, made strikes difficult to win and dangerous to attempt and workers easy to hire and fire. Some employers took advantage of the new labor code's ban on collective bargaining to divide and conquer the workers through individual contracts whose differences reflected loyalty more than skill or production. It is in the industrialists' interest to maintain such big differences, explained one veteran woman worker in a small mill, because the more united the workers are, the more problems he will have. It was easy to discourage worker participation in a union that could win few concessions and offer few benefits. In many mills, workers were afraid to participate actively in their union or even to join one for fear of being fired. In one factory where the union had won 100% wage increases during the Allende era, veteran union leaders lamented that their goal during the Pinochet era was merely to survive. Registered their feeling of powerlessness underscored the weakness of organized labor even within the economically improved and politically liberalized Chile of 1986–89. Although the unequal advantages that the new labor code granted business were a major reason for this worker fear and union weakness, the anti-labor social politics of the regime played an important role as well. In part this was because even with a labor code designed to enshrine the regulatory power of the market, the way in which the state implemented and enforced its provisions still had a significant impact upon labor relations. The mill owners who hired workers cheaply on successive short-term contracts of questionable legality did so with the knowledge that such practices would not be questioned by government labor inspectors. Workers who asked their leaders whether the labor code specifically sanctioned an action before agreeing to participate in it were reflecting their awareness that the Pinochet government was likely to use the full rigor of the law against workers who acted in defense of their interests. Moreover, even though the arbitrary actions of the secret police diminished in the last years of the dictatorship, they did not disappear, nor did their internalized legacy. Fear of becoming a target of repression still exercised a chilling effect on both workers and their leaders. This effect was compounded by the regressive character of the regime's economic and social policies. With so many people unemployed and poverty so widespread, even ill-paid and ill-treated workers were afraid of losing their jobs or of taking actions that might jeopardize them. The impact of the existence of a reserve army of the unemployed upon textile workers is seen in the response of one mill owner to a demand for increases in the exceedingly low wages he, 133, paid his workers. Turning down this union request, he told his workers that those who wished to leave were welcome to go, as there would be RO applicants for their jobs, at even lower wages. What made the threat of job loss particularly terrifying to older workers was the growing tendency of textile industries, particularly those investing in new technologies, to not hire workers who were over 30 years old. If workers lost the jobs they had, therefore, they might never get another one in the industry, raising the specter of permanent unemployment, the fate of many of their neighbors in the shanty towns where most textile workers lived. Moreover, cutbacks in government welfare programs meant that there was not much of a safety net to support those who did lose their jobs. It was a situation that explained as well the reluctance of apprentices and other younger workers to get involved. For many this was a unique chance to secure a regular factory job, a definition of success in their social world. The seeming lack of class consciousness in young workers that veteran activists complained of in 1989 reflected this personal priority, as well as their parents' desire or desperate need that they contribute to the family's inadequate income. 16 years of official propaganda promoting individualism and decrying collective consciousness also took its toll. Women workers, many of whose men were absent or unemployed, often felt constrained by being the sole support of their family. For other workers, the need to work 12-hour days and weekends in order to make up for their low wages and pay their high debts discouraged active union participation and militant action. The result was a legalistic mentality, an apparent passivity, and a seeming lack of class solidarity and consciousness that weakened many textile unions from within. Yet it would be an error to leave the impression that the traumatic events through which textile workers lived during 16 years of dictatorship left all of them fearful and passive, and all of their unions weaker and less militant. On the contrary, important groups of textile workers generally but not always from the larger enterprises emerged from the trials and tribulations of the 1980s with increased self-confidence, more powerful organizations, and greater optimism. In part, their survival reflected the fact that they had lived through these hard times, and that the worst days in both economic and political terms seemed past. The resurgence of the economy and labor unions during the years that followed the crisis was another source of optimism. But their confidence also reflected their own experience during the preceding years of active protagonism. They might be victims of the dictatorship and its neoliberal policies, but they still retained their protagonism, as the example of the Macheza workers demonstrates. 134. Macheza had been formed in 1980 by the Yarurs, Chile's leading family of textile entrepreneurs, as a merger and restructuring of three bankrupt cotton textile enterprises that had been among the largest and most important in Chile before the military regime. Two of these enterprises, Yarur and Copelican, had been Yarur family firms before 1970 and had been returned to their control by the military regime. The third, Panal, had formerly belonged to the Hermes, another leading Arab Chilean textile family, but it had been sold by them to the Allende government, and for that reason was not returned to them by the junta, despite a personal appeal to Pinochet by the firm's workers. Instead, after administering the enterprise for several years, the military government sold it in 1978 to the Galmas Group, owners of a leading department store, Almacen's Paris. All three enterprises were burdened by heavy debts, compounded by the cost of machinery imported to shore up their competitive position in the face of cheaper foreign textile imports. None of the enterprises had recovered from the shock of the opening of the economy, with its elimination of protective tariffs on textile imports. Panal had, in addition, just suffered a traumatic strike of 59 days. The strike had begun as the first big show of textile worker resistance since the coup. It was one of the first major industrial strikes of the Pinochet era and was viewed widely as a symbolic struggle. It ended with the government retaking control of the Panal mills, cancelling the contracts of all the workers, and breaking the union. Many Panal workers believed that the regime's motives were political and that the firm's merger into Macheza was the instrument chosen for that purpose, so as to give economic cover to a political act. The Yarurs did in fact close the Panal plants and fire most of their workers, after shifting their most modern machinery and most skilled workers to the Yarur mills. The Mashesa merger also gave the Yarurs greater freedom in dealing with the wages and working conditions of the labor force at their old enterprises, so the merger was fraught with anxiety for these workers as well. Yet it held out hope for saving their factories from closing and their jobs from disappearing. In the end, these hopes proved illusory. Despite a $40 million loan from the Banco del Estado, Mashesa declared bankruptcy in 1981, threatening its remaining 3,000 workers with the definitive loss of their jobs. But that is not what happened, and the workers themselves were largely responsible. Instead of passively accepting their fate and resigning themselves to the loss of their jobs, they pressured the military government to retake control of the bankrupt enterprise and keep its factories producing under state administration. Given the regime's commitment to privatizing the economy and its anti-labor social politics, this seemed a quixotic request at best, and a 135 dangerous strategy at worst. But the Mashesa workers persevered, going public with their campaign in street demonstrations and media interviews that recalled the popular Unity era. In the end, the Pinochet regime, faced with the embarrassing prospect of publicly insisting on increasing the number of the unemployed by another 3,000 and adding 15,000 people to its poverty rolls at a time of grave economic crisis and growing social unrest, did the unthinkable. It accepted the failure of one of its touted privatization efforts and transformed Mashesa into an economic unit under state administration, an action which froze the jobs of Mashesa workers, giving them job security. At a time of national economic uncertainty, the workers of Mashesa had succeeded not only in saving their jobs but in pressing an unsympathetic military regime to decree state control over a private industry in violation of that regime's economic policies and ideological tenets. Nor was that all. During the years that followed, Mashesa workers also secured a major role in deciding to whom their enterprise should be sold and won payment of their accumulated annuities for years of service before the sale took place. Moreover, from the new owners of the enterprise, they were able to win the rehiring of all the Mashesa workers at a similar salary scale, as well as the continuation of their union and its leftist leadership, despite Pinochet-era labor laws that allowed the new owners broad discretion in these areas. During the 3 years that followed, the Mashesa workers built on these conquests, gaining further improvements in wages, benefits, and working conditions, while developing a cooperative relationship with the new managers that included worker participation in problem solving on the factory floor and something approaching the social consultation and consensus at the plant level that the center-left democratic governments of the 1990s would promote as their vision of a modern labor relations. In 1989, Mashesa workers were by far the best paid in the textile industry. The Mashesa workers could not claim all the credit for these advances. They were fortunate that their new managers saw themselves as leading a labor relations revolution in Chile, and that their new owners were millionaires who viewed Mashesa as a flagship enterprise that could win them coveted status as modern industrialists *registered. But this does not negate the self-image of Mashesa workers who saw themselves as protagonists of their own destiny, whose efforts since 1982 played a central role in their surviving the crisis that bankrupted their firm and in winning them a favorable situation during the years that followed. Their confidence in their own agency and unions reflected this belief. 136. The experience of the crisis of the 1980s also brought home to the workers who remained employed in the textile industry the realization that the profitability of the firm for which they worked was in their own self-interest and could not be taken for granted. This was a lesson that for many was a new departure from a Marxist-inflected vision of class conflict, opening up the possibility of a new era of cooperation between capital and labor, based upon a common concern for the survival and thus the competitiveness of their enterprise. At Hatega, for example, worker gratitude to owner Fuad Garib for successfully piloting their enterprise through the crisis and doing it without large layoffs would translate into labor relations free of strikes or other major conflicts. This was also clear at the large Sumar mill, where Christian Democrat union leaders forged a cooperative relationship with owners and managers that survived strikes and the jailing of Manuel Bustos, a Sumar union leader who emerged in the 1980s as a national leader of Chile's labor movement. Even when Bustos was sent into internal exile by the regime, the Sumars continued to pay his salary, talk about the need for modern labor relations, and work with plant-level leaders to implement them. But few textile entrepreneurs were as far-sighted as the owners and managers of Macheza, Hatega, and Sumar. More typical of the sector was Tejidos Lopez, a smaller weaving plant in Santiago, and the comparison to Macheza is instructive. Where Macheza's 2,600 workers tended modern machinery that was periodically upgraded, Lopez's 70 workers labored at machines that had not been changed for more than a quarter of a century. At Macheza, workers were encouraged to participate in the improvement of the work process, in contrast to the authoritarian, even despotic, manner in which Tejidos Lopez was run. Machine operators worked hard at both factories, but Macheza's earned an hourly rate plus an incentive bonus for exceeding production norms, while Lopez's worked for a piece rate that was stacked against them. The average wage at Macheza in 1989 was more than 4 times the minimum wage, plus overtime and production bonuses. At Lopez, many machine operators earned only the 14,000 pesos per month minimum wage, and most earned close to the industry average of 17,000 pesos per month. The difference in fringe benefits and job quality was equally stark. Workers at both enterprises had unions led by militant leaders, but Macheza's had won favorable contracts and the power to resolve worker problems, where Lopez struggled to survive and could do little for their members. Not surprisingly, the Lopez worker leaders seemed both less optimistic and more embattled, viewing labor relations in traditional class, 137. Conflict terms, where Macheza spoke of a new modern vision of cooperative labor relations. The conditions at Lopez would become the norm during the decade that followed. Nor was Tejidos Lopez the worst in the industry. Union leaders spoke of small sweatshops where conditions and wages were even worse. At Bicara, workers were forced to resort to a wildcat strike to protest sexual harassment by supervisors. Moreover, the Instituto Textil, the sector's business association, itself complained of the unfair competition and violation of the labor code and safety regulations by recently arrived Korean textile entrepreneurs, whom they charged with locking their workers in for 12-hour shifts. The emergence of a new putting-out system, with mostly women workers slaving over rented machines in their home for ill-paid piecework, often helped by their children in violation of both Chilean labor laws and international conventions, added yet another variant. All these workers were in the same industrial sector, but the enormous differences between their wages and working conditions testified to the fragmentation within the Chilean working class by the end of the Pinochet regime. Chilean workers were divided by many factors, beginning with their workplaces. But, even among textile workers, the fragmentation of the working class was notable in work and wages, living standards and lifestyles, consciousness and politics. The work and lives of textile workers differed according to the size of their factory, the modernity of its machinery, and the policies of its management, but they also depended upon the length of their contract, the security of their job, and the nature of their work. Generations and gender created other divides, as did ideology and political partisanship. Some were paid by piecework and some by the hour, but most were paid badly and lived in poverty. The Contavec, the chief textile union confederation, calculated in late 1988 that a family of 5 in Santiago needed an income of some 70,000 pesos a month in order to live decently. By those standards, only Macheza workers were doing well. Most textile workers were at the other end of the salary scale, with the industry average of some 17,000 pesos described as una miseria by more than one worker at those wage levels. The necessity for spouses or adolescent children to work as well was overwhelming. Even so, workers spoke of a diet composed largely of bread and tea, onions, rice, beans, and eggs, with a piquero of just bones or organ meats as a feast dish, where in the past they used to eat an asado. The decline in worker living standards over the preceding 16 years was underscored by the weaver, who explained that workers used to eat too big 138 meals a day, but were now reduced to one. In some cases, even this meal of pasta, beans, or rice, and an egg could not be counted on. Where women did not work, as was the case of two clothing machine operators whose wives were at home taking care of young children, if their output in a month was insufficient to earn them a bonus, they simply did not eat, they went hungry. The low wages of textile workers were compounded by the deep cuts in social spending under Pinochet. Workers lived in terror of illness, because the National Health Service now charged for medicines, needles, and other aspects of medical care. For most textile workers, a serious illness meant going into debt, as they had no savings to draw on. During the 1980s, moreover, finance companies began to press loans and charge cards on workers, even sending agents to their factories to hawk them, then garnishing their wages when they missed a payment. Also common was borrowing from a local storekeeper, who extended credit at interest rates of up to 50% per year. Once in debt, workers whose low wages rarely covered their families' needs found it difficult to escape the circle of poverty that enclosed them. This was reflected in worker lifestyles as well. Most textile workers lived in suburban shanty towns distant from their factories, and even if they had a transportation allowance, it only covered half their commuting costs. The high cost of housing forced young married workers to live with their parents, while their low wages made it difficult even for single workers to spend much on entertainment. Most textile workers earned incomes that left them below the poverty line in 1989, despite long hours of hard work. Above and beyond the divisions that separated them was the fact that they belonged to the working poor, part of the more than 5 million Chileans who lived in poverty, despite the success of the neoliberal economic model and the prosperity of Chile's elite and upper middle class. For textile workers, employment was no guarantee of prosperity. On the contrary, the recovery of the industry after 1982, based upon their low wages, condemned most textile workers to a poverty that falling unemployment rates and a rising national income had not altered by 1989. They were living symbols of the two Chiles into which Pinochet's neoliberal policies had divided their country. This situation reflected weaknesses in the labor movement as well as government policies. The fact that many local unions were unable to protect the interests of their members was also due to the inexperience of their leaders and activists, itself a reflection of the Pinochet repression and banning of experienced activists from the pre-coup era. At the same time, the division of Chile's textile unions into rival confederations dominated by the Christian Democrats, 139, and Communists, the CONTEVEC and the CONTEXTIL, respectively a partisan division that reflected Chilean politics of the era, weakened the authority and influence of their national leaders. This formation of parallel confederations within the textile sector was at odds with the active support that both organizations had given to efforts to unite the Chilean labor movement nationally. Textile union leaders and activists played an important role in the recomposition of the labor movement after the 1973 coup and the dissolution of the CUT, the old National Labor Confederation. They participated in the creation of the Coordinadora Nacional Sindical, the first national workers' organization under the military regime to fight for labor and economic and political rights, contesting the dictatorship's hegemony with the Pliego de Chile of 1980. Textile unions were also prominent in the formation of the Comando Nacional de Trabajadores, which organized the demonstrations that detonated the social protests of 1983–85, which doomed Pinochet's authoritarian political project and set the stage for the transition to democracy. In 1988, textile union leaders spearheaded the reunification of the organized working class in a new CUT, and Manuel Bustos, vice president of the CONTEVEC and a Sumar worker, was elected as its first president, after playing a prominent leadership role in the CNS and CNT. Although personal and political factors were important in Bustos' selection as head of Chile's new National Labor Confederation, the relative strength of the textile unions, the third largest group of organized workers after the miners and the bank employees, also played a part. With one of their own as Chile's top labor leader, textile workers expected to have their voices heard and their concerns raised at the highest levels of national politics, more especially as the new concertation government, elected in 1989, would be led by their political parties. After their difficult experience of the preceding decades, it was a major reason why they approached the restoration of democracy in one go with optimism. Textile entrepreneurs shared this optimism but for different reasons. They were convinced that the changes in the industry induced by the neoliberal model and the crisis made it more competitive, with more efficient machinery, a more productive workforce, lower labor costs, higher quality products, and better management. Their concern was that neoliberalism be maintained. Historical experience also shaped the attitudes and demands of textile workers and their leaders, but in a different mold from that of their bosses. The workers were acutely aware of what they had lost in real wages, living stan. 140. DARDs, working conditions, and the power to influence them. Although few expected miracles from a transitional democratic government, most expected progress in all these areas. Textile union leaders, however, were conscious that they had emerged from the 16 years of military rule with weakened unions, a reduced membership, and lessened political influence. These realizations shaped their demand for the restoration of lost conquests and a more equal distribution of the industry's profits. They also underlay their priorities, modifying the pro-business labor code and reducing unemployment, viewed as a way both to eliminate the reserve army of unemployed that was keeping wages depressed and to enlarge their unions. By increasing union membership, they hoped to increase their political influence while helping to overcome the fragmentation of their worker base. At the same time, the crisis and resurgence of their industry since 1982 led most textile workers to see the private ownership of their mills as proper, the profitability of their firms as in their own interest, and cooperative labor relations as desirable. The renewed profitability of textile enterprises in the late 1980s, however, led workers to demand that they receive a more equitable share of the profits earned from their labor. As a result, even left socialist and communist leaders accepted capitalist ownership of their mills and did not expect the advent of an elected center-left government to mean a return to socialism. Moreover, most textile workers were open in 1989 to the creation of a new, more cooperative pattern of labor relations, even to something akin to social concertation, at both the local and national levels. This meant that Chile's transition to democracy carried with it as well a rare opportunity to transcend a class conflict that had historically shaped its labor relations if business was willing to embrace a new vision and meet labor halfway. In 1989 this seemed unlikely. There were some forward-looking mill owners in the textile industry, including some of the most successful, who were willing to admit that the Pinochet labor code was biased toward business, that a more modern vision of Chilean labor relations was needed, and that wages and benefits should be raised. But they were in the minority, and even this minority was convinced that the competitive advantage that the Chilean textile industry enjoyed from having low labor costs had to be maintained. Most textile entrepreneurs were not only reluctant to modify the labor code, but were also determined to take full advantage of its provisions to maximize their profits at their workers' expense. They were also resistant to any 141 concertation within their firm or to sectoral collective bargaining. In part, this was because they rejected any worker say in the management of their enterprise, as well as any political intervention in the economy. But mostly, their opposition reflected their fear that such an accord would raise their labor costs, restrict their utilization of their workforce, and undercut their ability to compete. The dominance of these views within business circles was indicated by the opposition of the Instituto Textil, the industry's business association, to collective bargaining above the enterprise level. The inauguration in 1990 of a democratically elected civilian government, therefore, raised expectations and anxieties throughout the textile industry. The workers, who had struggled for this restoration of democracy, led by their parties, expected that both the labor and economic policies of the new concertaciden government would reflect their interests. Their hope was the fear of their employers. but, both textile workers and mill owners shared the belief that with democracy restored and an elected center-left government, led by Christian democratic and socialist parties that had always supported national industries, the hard years were behind them and a new era of prosperity and government assistance was at hand. Neoliberal democracy and the textile industry. If textile entrepreneurs and workers were expecting the new democratically elected civilian governments of the left-center concertation to promote and protect Chile's textile industry, they were doomed to disappointment. If anything, the economic policies of the Winn and free governments were less protective of the textile industry than the Pinochet regime had been since the crisis of the early 1980s. In the wake of the crisis, the Pinochet government had raised textile tariffs to 20%, only to have the Concerta C6N reduce it to 10%. Equally important to the textile industry, if less visible, was the favorable exchange rate of the late 1980s, which added significantly to the effective protection that the textile industry enjoyed. Under Concerta CN rule, the exchange rate was altered to favor exports, and mill owners calculated that during the 1990s these measures lowered the cost of imports by as much as 40%. The third aspect of the protection that the textile industry had secured during the final years of Pinochet's rule was countervailing duties in cases of dumping by foreign rivals. These too were weakened under the Concerta CN, to such an extent that by 1998 entrepreneurs had ceased to count on them or even apply for them. 142. Ironically, the authoritarian Pinochet regime also proved more willing to violate its professed neoliberal principles on an ad hoc basis than its democratically elected successors. When Textil Vifia needed a loan to pay its crisis-driven debts in 1985, its union leaders went to Admiral José Toribio Merino, the head of the Navy, and he intervened to make sure that the state bank granted it. For Merino, Vifia del Mar was the Navy's turf and its flagship industries were his clients, whose interests he would protect. When Macheza tried the same tactic under the Winn government, the elected civilian leaders, even when they were of the same party as the union leaders, were unwilling to intervene, pointing to neoliberal principles and a fear of setting precedents to justify their inaction. If anything, the close political ties between government and union leaders seemed to make it more difficult for the textile industry. It was true that Christian Democrat and Socialist labor leaders had greater access to policymakers from their party, but this did not necessarily translate into greater influence over policy. In fact, this closeness often worked the other way. Government leaders used party ties to persuade union leaders not to rock the boat and party discipline to impose their priorities on them. At bottom, these priorities were sustaining the neoliberal model, with its open economy and non-interventionist state, that the Concerta CN had inherited from the Pinochet regime. What made the civilian government's adherence to that model even more rigid than its military predecessor was the desire to demonstrate that an elected government of the center-left could resist populist pressures, that it would not compromise sound economic principles for political interests. The concertation was also determined to hold the line on inflation, the most traumatic memory of the last civilian government and the last to include socialists. So was the central bank, which enjoyed considerably autonomy due to Pinochet's reforms and played the key role of technical secretary on the interministerial commission that ruled on requests for countervailing anti-dumping duties. Cheap foreign imports kept inflation low, and that not helping national manufacturing industries was the chief concern of the central bank and the finance ministry, the most powerful economic ministry in the government, which was headed by Christian Democrats, the coalition's dominant party. Textile entrepreneurs and union leaders got a more sympathetic hearing at the Ministry of Economy, where the socialists reigned, but it was the weaker ministry and the socialists the weaker party during the Regos. As a result, the only government help offered to the textile industry by the Concerta CN was a plan to subsidize training programs by making them tax deductible. But most, 143. Textile entrepreneurs didn't want to waste their money on training. When only Macheza agreed to make the necessary investment to qualify for the tax deduction, the government withdrew the offer, arguing that to subsidize only one firm would be favoritism, a charge that would not have stopped the military regime. Taken together with the fear of setting a precedent that other industries could then cite, these mutually reinforcing rationales justified a policy stance that both textile entrepreneurs and worker leaders perceived as unhelpful, myopic, or hostile. What made this hands-off stance on the part of the concertacy and government particularly damaging to the Chilean textile industry was the revolution in textile technology, production, and marketing that took place during the one goes. Weaving was a case in point, with shuttleless looms leading the way. Weaving technology advanced with accelerating speed, so that at Hattega in 1997, the same number of workers as in 1974 produced more than 6 times as much cloth. Computerization brought another revolution, requiring expensive investments that many Chilean firms were unable or reluctant to make. Hattega was one of the rare Chilean mills to computerize its design operations, but no Chilean enterprise could match the computerized Swiss spinning mill run by a single worker, whose job was merely to monitor the screens. This technological revolution meant that much of the expensive investment in modern machinery by Chilean mills in the 1980s was rendered obsolete, in many cases before it had been amortized. It also meant the need for new rounds of increasingly expensive investments in imported machinery to keep up with international rivals, and in a context where that same tough competition kept textile prices low, along with the profits that had to finance those purchases of cutting-edge technology. This intensified international competition reflected both changes in traditional textile exporters and the emergence of new nations as major textile exporters, part of a globalization of production that transformed the industry worldwide. During the one goes, China consolidated a position as the world's largest textile exporter, using both unpaid prison labor and ill-paid women and rural workers. Yet by 1998 the Chinese textile industry itself was laying off millions of workers, in order to confront competition from newer Asian textile exporters. From Turkey to Vietnam *, older textile exporters survived by withdrawing from the mass textile market and finding market niches, as Italy did with its designer mills. Increasingly, however, cloth and clothing designed in Europe and the United States was manufactured elsewhere, usually far away, in a country where labor was cheaper, labor laws less protective, and unions weaker. At bottom, the textile revolution of the 1990s represented a geo. 144. Graphic reorganization of both labor and production on a global scale, a restructuring that soon affected Chile's textile and garment industry. It meant not only cheaper yarn, cloth, and clothing imports from a widening group of countries. Increasingly, Chilean firms themselves utilized these new patterns of global sourcing. Marcelo Calderon, a leading owner of textile and clothing plants in Chile, but also of a chain of clothing stores, resisted his aide's advice to shut down his Chilean mills and import everything he sold, as he had done during the crisis of the 1980s. Calderon valued his image as an industrialist, which his purchase of Machesa in 1986 had established, but chronic red ink persuaded him to sell Machesa in 1993, and by 1998 he had established a relationship with a Chinese textile mill that produced fabrics according to his designs at a fraction of the cost of his Chilean plants. During the 1980s, quality control in Chinese mills was unreliable, and the cloth that arrived was often different from what had been ordered. But by 1998 quality control was much improved, and the fax machine and the internet made it possible to control design and, together with international courier services, to secure just-in-time delivery. Registered the result was the creation of international production chains, stretching across oceans and continents, in which manufacturing was broken down and each step subcontracted to where it was least expensive. At the top of the chain was a manufacturing giant, or, in Chile, a department store or clothing store chain that dominated marketing at home and shaped production both at home and abroad. At the bottom of the chain might be a Santiago sweatshop or a mother slaving over a rented sewing machine in a shanty town shack. All along the chain, however, the demand was for lowered costs and cutthroat price competition. As a result, Chile's textile entrepreneurs confronted a new and more difficult situation than a decade before. In the 1980s you could compete internationally on the basis of either cheap labor or cutting-edge technology, explained one of Chile's most knowledgeable textile managers. In the 1990s you have to have both. Registered, but in the 1990s Chilean wages were relatively higher than its Asian or Latin American rivals, a reflection of its higher exchange rate and economic prosperity. At the same time, its textile technology, while modern, generally lagged behind its Asian and European competitors. Nor could it reach the economies of scale of China, Pakistan, or Brazil. In the face of this rapid and massive revolution in the global textile industry, the refusal of the Chilean government to aid its national textile industry was equivalent to a death knell. We underestimated the speed and scope of change in the international textile industry, one top government official, who had, 145, advocated modest relief measures, later confessed ruefully * we were taken by surprise. But this unanticipated crisis did not lead the concertacian governments to intervene and protect Chile's textile producers. Other nations that were committed to open markets, including the United States, Mexico, and Brazil, found ways to protect their textile and garment industries from the full brunt of this global race to the bottom. But Chile's concertacian governments of the 1990s prided themselves on being the most open economy in the world and perhaps felt insecure in their neoliberal credentials. So they allowed the Chilean textile industry to fend for itself. As a result, the Chilean textile industry could only compete in certain market niches, whether at home or abroad. In export markets, it did best where bilateral treaties afforded privileged access, as in Machesa's export of denim to Colombia. At home, Chilean manufacturers did best in lines and in markets where quality counted for more than cost and knowledge of national idiosyncrasies for more than machinery. Yet even here, inexpensive imports could undermine a seemingly well-designed production strategy. Machesa's efforts to have its Santiago plant reach economies of scale by concentrating all its production on sheeting failed when an importer brought in Pakistani sheets at less than half the price. Machesa might claim that its sheets were higher quality, but where the price differential was so great, Chilean consumers were willing to take the risk. This was part of a restructuring of the Chilean textile and clothing market that crystallized in the one goes. Another segment of the market was used clothing, donated by individuals in Europe and North America, then sold by charities to jobbers who then resold the clothing to importers and wholesalers in poorer countries with open economies such as Chile, where they were retailed in special shops or street fairs. Although used clothing imports leveled off in the 1908, they still represented the biggest share of imported clothing by weight, if not by value, depriving Chilean textile and clothing manufacturers of a sizable traditional market. Even more important was the new dominance of department stores and chain stores such as Falabella or Johnson, which bought at home or abroad depending on price, timing, or style in an unpredictable pattern that changed from season to season. The result for Chilean manufacturers was a volatility of demand, in which the dominance of the large stores meant either feast or famine, as they could take the entire production of a small plant one season and order little or nothing the next. This volatility of demand was exacerbated in Chile's open economy by the imported effects of foreign crises in the regos. The causes of financial crises in 146. Asia, Mexico, or Brazil might have nothing to do with the Chilean textile industry, but their results included lower demand in Chile's domestic and export markets and lower-priced exports from crisis-ridden producers. By late 2002 the Chilean miracle of high growth was a memory, replaced by an economic stagnation that successive external crises had extended through 4 of the preceding 5 years. What made this difficult situation worse for many Chilean textile enterprises was that they confronted it from weakened positions. Many were saddled with high levels of debt, some from the crisis of the 1980s, others from the purchase of cutting-edge machinery during the years that followed. Textil Vifia's balance sheet suffered from both sources, but it was only one of several Chilean mills in the one goes with a debt overhang that turned operating profits into financial losses. It would close in 1998. Machesa, which followed an old Chilean entrepreneurial tradition in taking advantage of a good deal by buying the used machinery of a closed U.S. plant, paid the price of this Pyrrhic bargain in lost time and production and in being saddled with machinery that was outdated before it was installed, yet whose considerable costs remained to be paid out of the profits that this second-hand machinery made more difficult to obtain. Macheza was not the only Chilean textile manufacturer to buy used machinery instead of cutting-edge technology and then find itself at a competitive disadvantage when confronted by the textile revolution of the Wongos. Textilvifia and Macheza, two of Chile's foremost mills, were also weakened by the long-term impact of innovations that seemed cutting-edge when introduced in the 1980s. Textilvifia pioneered a fourth shift at the end of the decade, so as to keep the factory working 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, and thus extract maximum output from its expensive imported machinery. The introduction of a fourth shift provoked a costly strike in 1989, but a decade later its chief cost was in wear and tear on the machinery and an overproduction that could not be marketed. Macheza, under its new owners in the late 1980s, was proud of its large and well-funded human resources department, generous benefits, and good labor relations. During the 1990s, however, what had been praised as a modern enterprise structure was blamed for high labor and administrative costs and rising financial losses. Although each Chilean textile enterprise had its unique history, culture, and characteristics, what all shared was the need for a strategy with which to confront the worldwide textile revolution of the 1990s, within a neoliberalism that denied them aid from their government. The enterprises that were most successful in adjusting to the new situation were those led by owners or managers, 147, who read the changed global and local context correctly, understood its implications for their firm, and had the vision, resources, power, and flexibility to transform their mills accordingly despite the difficult global context. Flexibility was the new watchword. For most Chilean textile firms this meant commercial and product flexibility, on the one hand, and a more flexible use of their labor force, on the other. Enterprises varied their sourcing, mixing imports, and subcontracting with the products of their own mills to adjust to changes in relative prices at home and abroad. Few Chilean textile mill owners, however, adopted flexible specialization, a common successful strategy elsewhere. An exception was the most successful, Fuad Garib, who was both owner and manager of his mills, which gave him the power to make the necessary changes. During the 1990s he transformed Hatega into what he termed a service enterprise. From selling its own designs on the open market, Hatega became a manufacturer that responded to customer orders. This required lowering its turnaround time from 120 days to 60 and then 45 days, so as to offer rapid response and just-in-time delivery. It also meant computerizing his design department and building in the flexibility to create designs in the customer's image and adjust the mill's looms to work on a new cloth order without delay, while maintaining a quality control and customer relations that rivals could not match. Hatega could do that, Garib insisted, because it was a small firm with fewer than 300 workers, even in 1997. He had avoided the inflexibility he felt was inherent to large firms such as Macheza or Textilvifia. In 1998 his three textile mills together comprised the largest textile enterprise in Chile, but Garib ran them as separate medium-sized enterprises, with the flexibility he saw as crucial to survival in the altered textile world of the Wongos. The large mills that Garib dismissed as dinosaurs tried a different strategy. Macheza and Textilvifia both brought in professional managers with visionary plans for transforming their enterprise. Samuel Puentes, whom the new owners of Macheza hired in 1986, brought with him a modern style of labor relations that approached social concertation, complete with worker consultation, quality circles, and generous benefits administered by a large human resources department, a dramatic change from the authoritarian, top-down management under Yarur. The new owners of Textilvifia took a different route, hiring Hugo Grisanti in 1989 to transform an indebted and inefficient enterprise into a lean and mean textile complex, working around the clock 365 days a year, and managed in an authoritarian, top-down style that took full advantage of the Pinochet labor laws to undermine the unions and extract the maximum from each worker. 148. Both models failed in the rigos. Ironically, when this became clear, their owners reversed their strategies. In the 1990s, Textil Vifia hired Samuel Puentes to humanize what Hugo Grisanti had wrought by fiat and to win the cooperation of the unions and their workers in the difficult struggle to survive. And Macheza hired Grisanti to dismantle the costly system of labor relations and social concertation that Puentes had established in an effort to transform Macheza into a low-cost enterprise capable of meeting the challenges of the 1990s. Yet by 1998 neither Puentes nor Grisanti were heading major textile firms, and neither Textil Vifia nor Macheza were success stories. As the Pinochet era came to an end, Textil Vifia was liquidated and sold to become a shopping center selling mostly imported goods. By then, Macheza had closed its Santiago plant and was laying off workers in its Chiguayan plant, which would soon be sold to a Brazilian rival. The two flagships of the Chilean textile industry had become two more victims of the neoliberal economic miracle despite its new democratic politics. During the years that followed, years that closed one century and opened another, the few Chilean textile enterprises still afloat tried to adjust to extended hard times. Successive economic crises in Asia, Brazil, and Argentina kept the Chilean economy stagnant and internal demand for textiles depressed. "You have to eat, but you don't have to buy new clothes," a leading business spokesperson explained with a shrug. The Brazilian and Argentine crises also sharply reduced Chilean textile exports to what had been their biggest markets. At the enterprise level, the costs of these crises were personalized as firms tried to adjust to them. Argentina's economic collapse in 2001 cost Artello more than $1 million in uncollectible sales and its innovative general manager his job. Pollock adjusted at the expense of its workforce, downsizing THIRD and closing its dying plant. Increasingly the fate of Chile's textile industry seemed to depend on foreign events and decisions beyond its control. Increasingly the hopes and fears of Chile's textile entrepreneurs revolved around free trade treaties negotiated with other Chilean economic sectors in mind. When President George W. Bush won fast-track negotiating authority in 2002 and used it to negotiate a free trade treaty with Chile, excited Chilean textile entrepreneurs began to have visions of a piece of the huge U.S. market. But recent studies of the North American textile and garment industry under NAFTA suggest that those dreams may not be fulfilled, as compared to the better-founded expectations of Chile's wine and fish industries. The prospect of a free trade treaty with the European Union awakened other fantasies, but the head of Chile's Textile Business Association was well aware, 149, that a European niche market was a window that would close when Eastern European nations entered the European Union in 2004 and was pessimistic that Chilean entrepreneurs would move fast enough to take advantage of this moment of opportunity. Moreover, if free trade treaties with the United States and Europe fueled Chilean textile dreams, the negotiation of another free trade treaty in 2003 with South Korea was its entrepreneurs' nightmare, threatening to finish off what was left of the Chilean textile industry. But this was a treaty that Chile's powerful export sectors strongly backed, leaving the textile industry to lobby for a longer adjustment period for its overmatched sector, at bottom a delay of a death sentence. Even in a crisis, an entrepreneurial genius with vision like Fuad Garib could find a way to survive, even profit, making up in Mexico what he lost in Argentina, searching for a European niche before Eastern Europe filled them all, while maintaining a premium Bolivian market share based on his reputation for quality textiles. But increasingly Garib was the exception that proved the rule, and with his retirement in sight, it was unclear that his family firm would be in hands as skilled in the future. His withdrawal from the industry might be yet another sign and symbol of its approaching end. Textile workers and the miracle of neoliberal democracy. The changes for Chile's textile workers that followed this restructuring after 1990 were profound. Although the number of workers employed in the textile clothing sector as a whole remained relatively stable through 1996, there was a dramatic loss of jobs in the large textile mills, either because they closed down or because they reduced their labor force and subcontracted labor-intensive operations in order to avoid bankruptcy, become more competitive, or increase profits. Simultaneously, the number of jobs swelled in smaller plants and workshops, many of them in the unregulated informal sector. At bottom, this was a gendered shift of jobs from unionized, male textile workers earning relatively high salaries and benefits, to non-union, female garment workers earning low wages with few or no benefits in unregulated sweatshops. Registered. What this structural shift meant for textile and garment workers was a sharp drop in job quality, which involves much more than the wage a worker earns. It encompasses monetary and non-monetary benefits, job security, contractual. 150. Status, social protection, working hours, and working conditions, including the physical working conditions, organization, and intensity of work, as well as worker participation in setting working conditions. The interest/monotony of work, along with the opportunities for personal and professional development, the ethical and moral context of the work, and the social status it confers are other dimensions of job quality. Recently, the One Law has bundled these concerns into the concept of decent jobs, which includes a respect for core labor standards, many of them similar to these dimensions of job quality. Degree job security was a casualty of the restructuring brought by globalization and neoliberalism that textile and garment workers worried about almost everywhere in the industry. Downsizing and plant closings were the biggest complaints, but the hiring of temporary workers on short-term contracts and subcontracting of labor-intensive operations were often the causes. The upshot was a marked insecurity with respect to both income and regular jobs during the One Goes. The stress on managerial flexibility, moreover, meant a growing insecurity among workers as to what their job was and the declining participation of workers or their representatives in shaping working conditions. For textile workers, this meant an increase in work intensity and working hours that left women workers in particular complaining about exhaustion, pain, and chronic ailments. For many workers, the most onerous part was overtime. Rather than hire more workers and pay more benefits, many enterprises preferred to press their reduced workforce to work more hours than the already long 48-hour week mandated by Chilean labor law. Workers were asked to work extra hours during the week or on Sundays or holidays and felt that they could not say no. There were too few textile jobs, and it was too easy to fire workers under Chilean labor law. Their jobs were too precarious to run the risk. In addition, given the low wages and high debts of many textile workers, once workers became accustomed to earning the money from extra hours, they were often hard-pressed to stop working overtime. During the economic downturn after 1998, moreover, firms started offering 20% production bonuses for a doubling of output, a production that could only be reached by working overtime and weekends. The result was work weeks that could exceed 60 hours and that sometimes reached 75 hours. At bottom, those textile firms that survived the shakeout of the RGOs profited from the exploitation and self-exploitation of their workers. The shift of jobs through subcontracting from large, formal sector mills to smaller sweatshops and home work, moreover, meant a marked decline in job. 151. Quality. Informal sector firms were largely unregulated and for the most part did not comply even with the minimal labor standards of Chile's neoliberal legislation. Few workers in these small plants had written contracts, and those who did generally were forced to sign contracts that said they would be paid at the minimum wage, but then were paid at a piece rate that encouraged self-exploitation. This method of payment understated their income for social security purposes and diminished the tax costs to the owner. Long working hours and a lack of job stability and social benefits were endemic throughout the informal sector of the industry. The physical conditions of work were also far worse in the informal sector, with inadequate heating, lighting, and ventilation, little regard for workplace safety, and worker complaints about physical ailments that reflected high work intensity and low ergonomic values. Bathrooms were also inadequate, lunchrooms largely absent, and daycare facilities non-existent, even where mandated by law. The mostly women workers also had to cope with verbal, physical, and sexual abuse by owners and managers. A media expose of Santiago's notorious Padronato garment district in 1997, in conjunction with the Government Labor Office, raised Chilean awareness of the problems, but in the absence of decisive government regulation by a deliberately underfunded labor inspectorate, changed little for the workers in this sector. Neoliberal Chile might style itself a Pacific tiger, but where the garment industry was concerned it resembled a Central American sweatshop. These deficiencies and abuses, together with a desire to be able to look after their children and an income insufficient to cover the costs of daycare, led a growing number of women in the one goes to work at home for piece rates on leased sewing machines. Homework did give them the ability to arrange their time so as to be able to tend to household tasks and monitor children, but at the cost of self-exploitation and a work week that could exceed 70 hours. In an image that evokes the pre-industrial era yet which, like sweatshops, seems to be an integral part of contemporary capitalism, other family members often worked alongside the women in an effort to make ends meet and pay off the leased machines, including children, in violation of international accords and Chilean law. More than a quarter of the sector's home workers earned less than minimum wage. As most of them lived in shantytown dwellings with poor light and ventilation and without the safety regulations of a factory, the health costs and risks were often great, as were the social costs to family life. Overall, the job quality of home work was even worse than in Chile's garment industry sweatshops, yet as bad as the lowered quality of jobs was for the textile and clothing. 152. Workers who had them, it was better than unemployment. The most catastrophic consequence for Chilean textile workers resulting from the transformation of their industry was the loss of their jobs, whether it was due to the closing of their mill, or because they were laid off or were downsized as part of cost-cutting to make the enterprise more competitive or more profitable. Even here there were differences. Workers laid off because of a downturn in demand might be rehired once business picked up again. Workers who were downsized faced a more difficult prospect but might hope to receive a good reference from their old employer and find a new job in the industry. Most difficult of all was the situation of workers whose mill closed down, because the large numbers who would be looking for alternatives made the prospects of finding another job poorer, and because the restructuring of the industry meant that there were fewer textile mills, fewer jobs at those mills, and more workers competing for them. A worker's prospects of finding a new job varied with age, skill, and geography. In general, older workers faced a more difficult task, as many employers wouldn't hire them. Skill was a more complex factor. A textile worker might be highly skilled on a particular machine, a loom for example, but these skills did not easily transfer to another industry. A mechanic or electrician, on the other hand, had a skill that could win a job outside the textile industry. A government retraining program could help a weaver gain a skill that might be transferable, but these programs were regarded as jokes by the workers who had experienced them. Veteran weavers, for example, were offered retraining as road construction workers, a job that paid half their previous salary and did not utilize a lifetime of painfully acquired skills and experience. Geography, too, affected a worker's possibilities of finding a new job. In a small company town like Chilean or in a provincial city like Vifia del Mar that had lost its industrial base, a former macheza or former textile Vifia worker might have a difficult time finding comparable employment. In Santiago, on the other hand, macheza workers faced the closing of their plant with confidence that they could find other jobs. Yet Chilean and Vifia del Mar were communities where workers had homes, lifestyles, and social networks that they prized. Relocation in search of uncertain and ill-paid employment meant adding a further cost to the loss that they had already suffered. To many workers, this new crisis of the Rugos was like the crisis of the 80s all over again. In reality, for textile workers it was worse. The 1980s crisis was a recession so deep that it seemed like a depression, but it was a general crisis of the Chilean economy. Once the economy recovered with Gov. 153. Earnment help employment in the sector rose. The crisis of the 90s in the textile industry took place in the midst of the longest period of sustained growth with low inflation in modern Chilean history. Moreover, it was a structural crisis, from which there would be no recovery unless the government intervened to protect the industry, which it refused to do. During the prosperity and low unemployment of the Midregos, this starker reality was softened by the existence of alternative jobs, if not always for a comparable wage or in the same industry or region. In 1998, however, the boom ended and unemployment rose, as did worker anxiety over job insecurity and comparisons to the 1980s. During the years of economic downturn that followed, the crisis spread to the garment industry, which increasingly had to compete with Asian imports and depend on department and chain stores that insisted on lower prices and the return of unsold merchandise. In response, clothing plants reduced their workforce still further and pressed those who remained to work harder for longer hours for less pay. Labor rationalization became a permanent feature in both the textile and garment industries. As a result, although Contextile in 2002 contained the same number of local plant unions as in 1997, the number of its members had plummeted by 2/3, from 15,000 to 5,000. In the textile and garment industry as a whole, the labor force had been reduced to an estimated 80,000 by 2002, not including home workers. Fear of job loss and plant closings also weakened worker power in the workplace. The inability to say no to a management demand for overtime work, no matter how unreasonable it might be, was only one instance of the more generalized loss of power that textile workers experienced in their mills. Flexibilization, allowing management to move workers from task to task, section to section, shift to shift, or plant to plant, was a central employer demand, embodied, as we have seen, in the Pinochet Labor Code and not modified under the concertation. But even where contracts forbade the practice, neither workers nor their union representatives felt in a position to protest. Where jobs were perceived as precarious and job security as the top priority, fear of firing inhibited workers from defending themselves. The same was true in the face of labor code violations and arbitrary or abusive behavior by supervisors on the factory floor. This worker loss of power was clear as well at the bargaining table. It was most dramatic where workers felt compelled to give in to management demands for givebacks, as was the case with Machesa workers, who had been the highest paid and most empowered in the industry in the 1980s. In a 1993 cost-cutting move, they were asked to accept reductions in wages and benefits and threatened with the closing of their plant and loss of their jobs if they refused. 154. In the end, workers at Machesa's Santiago plant refused to agree to givebacks and the plant was closed, while workers at Machesa's Chiguayan plant did accept them and their plant continued to operate, but with a reduced workforce as well as lower wages and benefits and a military martinet as manager. In the Igos it seemed as if even formerly combative textile workers and their unions had lost the protagonism of the past. The powerlessness that textile workers felt in the 1990s as a result of precarious jobs in an unprotected industry in a globalized economy led many to lose self-confidence and self-esteem as well. This loss of agency under the restored democracy they had fought for and the center-left governments they had voted for was particularly ironic when compared to the intense activism that textile workers had retained in the 1980s in the face of a repressive dictatorship and economic crisis. There were exceptions to this rule, and some of them were surprising. In 1992, workers at Artela, a profitable medium-sized mill that had not had a strike for decades, stopped work to protest abusive foremen and went on to win a big strike. As a consequence, worker and union militancy increased during the 1990s and Artela's owners chose a new manager known for his skill in labor relations and preference for social concertation registered, but strikes were few and far between in the Chilean textile industry. In the 1-degree the labor laws were stacked against them, and both jobs and mills were too precarious. The Christian democratic leaders of the Contavec advised their local leaders not to run the risk of confronting management registered even a combative communist like Patricia Kofuman, the head of the Contextile and its representative at the CUT for much of the Ragos, who had fearlessly led both strikes and protests under the dictatorship, was convinced by 1997 that the strike as a weapon no longer serves the interests of the workers, although she was hard put to discover a more promising alternative. 5 years later, she confessed to not knowing what to advise local union leaders. The Christian Democrat-led Contavec seemed to have accepted the gradual demise of the industry and was focusing on job retraining. It was this kind of pessimism and passivity on the part of national and regional labor leaders within the CUR that led Artela workers at the close of the Pinochet era to take a leading role in forming an independent county-wide labor federation that cut across craft lines. At bottom, it was an effort to adapt the militant cordon industrial model of the Allende years to an era in which traditional trade unionism did not seem to work. By then, the shift in power at most of Chile's textile mills seemed irreversible. It was evident in the production sections, where management was authoritarian. 155. Tarian and worker participation in shaping working conditions absent. It was apparent at the negotiating table, where the bargaining power of the workers was limited. And it was all too clear in the low wages that Chile's textile and garment workers took home in return for their increasingly hard and long labor. To live decently in the R9 a family of 5 needed an income of at least double the minimum wage. But unless more than one family member worked, most textile and garment workers did not come close to that standard, and most earned at or near minimum wage. By 2002 the situation had worsened, and in order to live decently both mother and father also had to earn the production bonuses that many enterprises offered as an incentive for its workers to work overtime and weekends, saving them the costs of hiring more personnel and paying them benefits. Moreover, as many workers were deeply in debt, once their debt payments were discounted often directly from their pay, even though they earned a decent salary on paper, their real take-home pay was close to the minimum wage, which left them close to the poverty line. This was particularly true in the smaller textile mills and in the sweatshops and home workplaces that dominated the garment industry. Yet these were the sectors that experienced the greatest job growth in the Winn as a result of the structural shift in the textile and garment industries in Chile, with chains of production controlled by department stores or clothing store chains that subcontracted labor-intensive operations to small, low-cost, unregulated plants. Taken together, these changes added up to a sharp decline in job quality during the Ragos in the textile and clothing sectors. In general, work weeks were longer and work rhythms more intense. Fewer workers had written contracts. Physical working conditions were worse, in terms of noise, space, safety, light, and ventilation. Moreover, workers had less say over their working conditions and fewer had unions to represent them or much social protection in case of illness, pregnancy, dismissal, or retirement. Few had opportunities for continuing education or training. Nor were their jobs and income secure. In different ways, therefore, work in the textile and garment industries had become precarious. As a result, by 1998 far fewer textile and clothing workers had what the Winn considered decent jobs. As a group, the workers of the sector had not benefited from Chile's decade of steady economic growth with low inflation. On the contrary, many felt that they had paid the costs of that miracle, even that they had been sacrificed on its altar. Angry sentiments that worsening conditions during the economic downturn of 1998 to 2002 only deepened. Many also felt betrayed by the parties of the center-left concertación and that they 156 had supported and counted on to support them in return. Some even felt disillusioned with the democracy that they had fought to restore during the 1980s, yet that they felt had not fulfilled the hopes and expectations that accompanied its restoration. We were better off under Pinochet, one embittered Textile Vifia employee affirmed as he faced the loss of his job and livelihood. Few textile workers were willing to agree that they were better off under Pinochet, but many attested to feeling disillusioned with a democracy that had benefited the bosses, not the workers, and that had left intact the anti-labor laws and neoliberal policies of the dictatorship? Several union leaders who were members of the parties of the Concertación and had in the past campaigned hard to put them in power, confessed to me that they were among the nearly 40% of Chilean voters who refused to register or cast blank or spoiled ballots in the December 1997 congressional elections. I did it as a protest, one explained, adding that many workers he knew had done the same. It was a protest that raised questions about the sustainability of Chile's neoliberal democracy and underscored the costs to textile workers of the country's neoliberal economic policy. Textile workers and the Chilean miracle. For the Chilean textile industry, the Pinochet era was one of crisis, resurgence, and renewed crisis. It was a saga of survival and success, but also of bankruptcy and failure. In 1982 most textile enterprises were either bankrupt or on the verge of failing. By 1989 the crisis was over, and the survivors were optimistic about the future under a restored democracy led by a center-left government. Yet in 1998, at the end of the Chilean miracle and the Pinochet era, there were few textile enterprises left and fewer still that were prosperous, a decline that the economic downturn of 1998 to 2002 only made worse. The democratic governments of the Concertación had proved even less protective of the Chilean textile industry than the Pinochet dictatorship in the face of a globalization that resembled a race to the bottom. The Concertación had completed what the Pinochet dictatorship had begun, and Sergio de Castro's neoliberal vision of the end of the Chilean textile industry had become prophecy. In place of the large, protected Chilean textile industries that Pinochet had inherited in 1973 was an international chain of production that stretched from large Asian mills to small Chilean sweatshops and poor women working on rented sewing machines in their shanty town homes. Although the overall employment in the industrial sector that the one low defines as textiles and clothing, 157, did not decline dramatically in absolute terms before 1998, it accounted for a far smaller share of an enlarged Chilean labor force. Moreover, there had been a dramatic restructuring within the sector, a gendered shift from male textile workers earning high wages in large, unionized mills to female garment workers earning low wages in small, unorganized sweatshops. During the years of economic downturn that followed the end of the Chilean boom, however, the crisis spread to the garment industry as well. Overall, between 1990 and 2002, the industry estimates its job loss as 30,000 to 40,000 positions, or 25 to 33% of its workforce. The implications for Chile's textile workers were severe. Many of them lost their jobs and careers. Most of those who retained their jobs lived in fear of being fired or of their enterprise closing down. Not only were their jobs more precarious, they had also experienced a decline in the quality of their jobs, whether measured by wages and benefits, work hours and work intensity, or working conditions and participation in decision-making. Although there were exceptions, this process was accompanied by the declining power of textile workers and their organizations in collective bargaining and on the factory floor. As a result, textile workers labored harder and for longer hours, in worsened conditions, and for wages and benefits that did not reflect their increased productivity and often did not exceed the minimum wage. It was hard to disagree with the ex-Macheza worker who, like most textile workers I interviewed, concluded, "We were victims of the miracle." Degree. Joel Still Lehrman. Disciplined workers and avid consumers. Neoliberal policy and the transformation of work and identity among Chilean metal workers. The health consequences for those who work long hours are disastrous. One worker in shipping and receiving doubled his standard output, forcing his workmates to do the same in a sort of Olympics of production. He's suffering the consequences today. He fell into a depression and is off the job. He went so far as to say, "I sit in my living room and I see my boss in front of me. The more hours you work, the more money you make, but your quality of life declines when there's no time to spend with your family, relax, play sports, or attend cultural events." Maidco, S.A., the Southern Cone's largest copper products manufacturer, experienced spectacular growth during the Pinochet dictatorship and subsequent civilian administrations. In 1979 the junta sold the state-owned firm to the Luxic Group, one of Chile's most prosperous family-owned business conglomerates. After surviving the 1981-83 crisis, when many firms folded, Maidco aggressively expanded and modernized operations by acquiring domestic and foreign competitors, issuing stock on the New York Stock Exchange, and investing in new machinery. Maidco exemplified the Chilean miracle. As the introductory epigraph suggests, however, there are two sides to the coin. In tandem with the dictatorship's broader goals, Maidco's managers believed they had to discipline and remold workers in order to achieve this success. Management, and in particular the retired military official who served as personnel manager, systematically purged Marxist militants, tried to short-circuit the powerful blue-collar union, undercut workers' shop floor solidarity, and shifted resources from workers to managers and stockholders. I examine these processes of political repression, wage and benefit cuts, and work intensification that made Maidco's success possible. How did workers experience and respond to these assaults on their economic power, political sympathies, and collective identities? More important, how did Maidco's transformation affect its workers' pre-co-solidaristic culture? Maidco's modernization, while it provoked tenacious resistance, ultimately eroded working-class solidarity. In the process, political terror and industrial rationalization reworked the relationships between production, consumption, and social identities. Maidco is a compelling case for examining these processes because of the blue-collar union's militant traditions. Before 1973, Maidco workers were among the highest-paid industrial workers in Chile. Consistently elected leftist union leaders worked to build the labor movement, and actively supported the Socialist Popular Unity government. The union held one of the most militant strikes during the dictatorship and helped rebuild the labor movement from the grassroots. The dictatorship and subsequent civilian administrations fundamentally challenged these radical traditions. Maidco's recent history highlights the contradictory effects of industrial restructuring on a group of relatively privileged workers. Beginning in the mid-1970s with the opening of the Chilean economy, Maidco's managers rationalized production in piecemeal fashion through wage and benefit reductions, work intensification, and the promotion of worker competition. Rationalization also included massive layoffs during the 1981-83 economic crisis and targeted dismissals of union activists. During the one-goes, the incorporation of more advanced machinery and computerized monitors extended these processes. Work intensification interacted with the growing availability of consumer credit, more sophisticated marketing, and global retailers' entry into Chile. This interaction promoted a vicious circle of overtime work, conspicuous consumption, and debt for many workers. The new consumerism undermined work and union solidarity among many, while union activists defended collective forms of consumption and a specific model of masculinity they associated with class solidarity. In February 1993, workers responded to this last wave of rationalization and benefit cuts throughout the dictatorship by holding a violent strike to maintain their right to sue management for underpayment of a share of profits. The union won its principal demand, but management had already changed the rules of the game by luring half of the white-collar staff and a few blue-collar workers into company unions. For the first time since the blue-collar union's 1945 inception, management had broken its monopoly over blue-collar workers, raising serious questions about the union's future. The Maidco case encourages us to supplement existing findings regarding managerial restructuring in Chilean workplaces. Scholars note that workplace 165 restructuring has led to work intensification and reduced real wages without significant technological upgrades, new product designs, or effective job training. This work has not explored how these managerial practices may generate significant shop floor conflicts and strikes. At Maidco, work intensification and managers' contempt for workers' ideas led to a blue-collar revolt. This case points to the limits of Chilean managers' efforts to restructure workplaces without engaging in some sort of social contract with the workforce. The experiences of industrial restructuring at Medco and other Chilean firms are part of a global story of the erosion of the post-World War II class compromise. Beginning in the 1970s, managers have experimented with new, more efficient forms of workplace organization, industrial districts composed of small flexible firms, team-based production, and the reduction of buffer inventories. Scholars debate whether these industrial changes are liberating or increasingly exploitative. However, researchers on both sides of this debate agree that global market competition drives these firm-level changes. The Medco case, in contrast, demonstrates that national political regimes and legal institutions profoundly shape industrial change. Medco workers' resistance to managerial authority also challenges the view that shantytown protest eclipsed union activism under the Chilean junta. In contrast, I show that the experience of many Medco workers in these same protests informed their resistance to managerial authority and participation in the 1993 strike. Hence the protests influenced the character of young people's workplace resistance after they entered factories in the mid-1980s. Finally, Medco workers' adaptation to and criticisms of new consumption-based lifestyles challenge the common perspective that globalization leads to the homogenization of local cultures. Others criticize this view by showing that globalization often provokes nationalist or ethnic responses. In contrast to these critiques, I found that working-class Chilean men have reacted to the entry of new consumption-based lifestyles by defending their class identity and masculinity. This chapter traces Medco's transformation under the dictatorship through three distinct phases. From 1973 to 1978, political terror, existing labor law, and traditional management attitudes conditioned and limited managerial efforts at industrial restructuring. During the second phase, from 1979 to 1986, new owners adopted a different managerial vision and exploited the advantages the new labor laws offered. The third period, extending to today, witnessed the firm's transformation into an economic group and the partial implementation of internationally recognized flexible management techniques. This last wave of modernization has challenged workers' traditional controls over production. 166. Volume, attitudes about shop floor solidarity, consumption patterns, and gender identities. Workers responded to these challenges in the 1993 strike, whose consequences may threaten the union over the long term. Remaking the firm at Medco. Since its origins in 1944, Medco has been Chile's largest copper manufacturer. At its main Santiago location, the firm consists of two adjacent plants, a wire mill, where workers fashion copper wire and cables, and a brass mill, where they make sheets, tubes, pipes, and profiles from copper and copper alloys. Each mill supplies different markets, is subject to distinct market cycles, and has different labor processes. Medco was founded in 1944 as a family-managed firm with state support through investment and loans. In 1958 the state sold its share in the industry. 9 years later, General Cable and CEAT International came to dominate the firm through a joint venture to build a telephone cable plant in Antofagasta near the Chuquicamata copper mine. In 1971, as part of the Allende administration's policy of creating a social property area, the State Development Corporation took over management of the firm in collaboration with worker production committees and bought 21% of its shares. Less than a year later, Corfo negotiated an option to buy 42% of the shares owned by the two foreign enterprises and took physical possession of those shares. Medco's founders, the Simonetti brothers, were paternalistic managers who benefited from significant state subsidies and tariff protection. The brothers allowed workers to adopt internal subcontracting and established an internal labor market permitting considerable upward mobility. In 1966, two professional managers took over the firm and began Medco's first effort at rationalization, provoked by the loss of key subsidies and economic stagnation. From 1966 to 1971, the firm's executives sought to shift some productive functions in cables to the new plant in Antofagasta, reduce personnel in Santiago, and increase skill levels among blue-collar workers and middle management. State administration of Maidco from 1971 to 1973 reversed these cost savings as personnel increased and work discipline declined under worker-state co-management. Prior to the 1973 coup, the Maidco blue-collar union became one of the strongest in the metallurgical sector, and workers there earned salaries and benefits well above the average for industrial workers. The union had strong ties to leftist parties, spearheaded organizing campaigns among other unions. 167. In the San Miguel municipality, where the union is located, and contributed leaders to the National Metal Workers Federation. The Maidco Union Hall became a center of neighborhood social and political events, and the union organized an array of services and activities for members and their families, a school and a health clinic, sports clubs, political debates, and a library, as well as consumer and housing cooperatives. In short, the Maidco Union was economically and politically strong, as well as a rich center of working class and neighborhood sociability. Repression with a Human Face, 1973 to 1978. Maidco faced serious financial problems after the Popular Unity period, which, combined with monetary devaluations and the elimination of price subsidies, forced the new general manager to think on his feet. Maidco's ambiguous ownership status and its substantial debt meant that its executive had neither the decision-making authority nor the cash to invest in labor-saving machinery. While these economic imperatives and constraints acted as important guides to managerial policy, political terror against the left also played a crucial role. A retired army official, Jamie Deischler, served as personnel manager from 1967 until 1992, when it was discovered that one of the Pinochet intelligence service's most brutal interrogators, Osvaldo Romo, had worked at Maidco on company salary in 1974 to identify and detain subversives. Deischler terrorized and humiliated workers and tried to neutralize the blue-collar union, the oldest and most militant in the firm. Thus management implemented each reform with a veiled or explicit threat of dismissal or imprisonment to back it up. Beginning in 1973, management reduced the workforce through two mechanisms. First, Deischler fired many political militants and others he simply disliked for alleged subversion. Second, from 1973 to 1978 the personnel manager weeded out many more through voluntary retirement, where management offered workers increased severance payments in exchange for their agreement to leave. Though the workforce declined from 2,050 in 1973 to 1,085 in 1978, the firm did hire new workers during the finance and import-driven boom beginning in 1976. Management sought workers with re-emendations from military officials, incorrectly assuming that this was a guarantee against troublemakers. By requiring a high school education for new staff, preferably in trade school, management boosted workers' educational levels, and homogenized their skills. One brass mill worker describes the older workforce he found in 1976. 168. When I was hired, most of the guys were real country boys. They were sort of illiterate, and they really liked to use their strength. They would pick up one 25-kilo copper bar in each hand and pass them to each other. I was a little skinny guy and could barely pick up one of them. Though they increased educational demands for new recruits, management maintained the internal labor market during this period, thus lending a certain continuity to the workforce. Finally, during the 1970s, management began to subcontract ancillary functions to dismissed employees from these sections. Management's adoption of new payment schemes meant tremendous losses in workers' earning power. Because collective bargaining was illegal, the firm was unable to rescind workers' contractually and legally guaranteed salaries and benefits. The only way to change payment schemes was to make informal agreements with management-appointed union leaders. To make it a little easier to swallow the bitter pill of wage rollbacks, management offered workers a lump sum in exchange for accepting the new payment formulae. However, placed in a broader context, a single payment could not compare to workers' loss of a significant benefit. As a former long-term leader argues, No one gives away something for nothing. So in order for management to take away workers' production incentives, they had to pay them a lump sum. People accepted the payment because it helped them satisfy an immediate economic need. So it wasn't really an exchange, it was a trick designed to take away the benefits workers had fought for and won during the preceding period. Maidco workers had negotiated one of the best union contracts in the country prior to the coup, and thus the stakes of such changes were high for both managers and workers. In September 1974, Maidco workers earned nearly double the average industrial workers' wage. Thus management made two efforts to attack blue-collar workers' main sources of income, production incentives and profit sharing. In 1976, management replaced production incentives specific to individual machines or work sections and all other productivity-based payments with a uniform monthly bonus based on tonnage produced in each plant. This meant that blue-collar workers, who often earned more than administrative and maintenance personnel because of their productivity bonuses, saw their salaries reduced, while administrative and maintenance personnel now earned a production bonus based on their higher salary scales. The relative earning power of the two groups was reversed. The second bonanza for management concerned profit sharing. In contracts negotiated prior to the coup, blue-collar union members had won 15% of 169. The firm's annual profits for the members, as well as vacation, Christmas, and Independence Day bonuses. In 1977, management convinced the union leaders to fuse these separate benefits into a lump sum equaling 3 monthly base salaries paid quarterly. The leaders at that time wanted workers to receive a guaranteed payment because the firm had declared losses in the preceding years. The leadership feared that workers would lose their monthly profit-sharing payment. While this decision seemed sensible at the time, it was a serious error over the long term because the firm became profitable again by the end of the decade. Although the leaders' decision to accept this massive payment reduction seems surprising, we need to remember that the junta had appointed them. They had not been elected and had few opportunities to consult with their constituents because union meetings were under military surveillance. Without rank-and-file input and pressure, appointed leaders were more susceptible to persuasion or coercion from the personnel manager. Beyond the layoffs and payment cuts, management also began to demand worker speed-ups. In the wire mill, this process began in 1976. Ricardo Ruff, who began as supervisor of the hot rolling mill department, began moving up the ladder, until he became plant superintendent. He gained management's favor by taking 2 or 3 loyal workers and placing them in different sections. They were like his top 10. They would go in and work incredibly fast, report on anyone who couldn't keep up the pace, and then were promptly sacked. He particularly enjoyed doing this on vacation, when everyone was away. He would take a few guys and run the machines in the whole plant, showing that it could be done. When people saw what was going on, they started working faster. That's when the race began, when Ruff destroyed workers' natural movement of resistance, their attempt to control work rhythms. That's how he turned one worker against another. Paradoxically, while these brutal wage cuts, attacks against the left, and work speed-ups were occurring, management solicited workers' suggestions on how to make machines more cost-efficient, offering them prizes for successful ideas and high productivity. Management had contests back then to see who could come up with new ideas. I still have the certificates they gave me for my inventions somewhere. You see, I'm about the most comfortable guy you'll meet. If I can figure out a way to pick up that rock without exerting any effort, you can be sure I'll do it. So, I came up with a lot of ideas. In a peculiar nod to Japanese managers' use of workers' suggestions to improve products and processes. 170. Maidco managers made a virtue of necessity, as there was no money for large-scale machinery innovations. During the 1990s, executives would experiment with other Japanese-style production techniques such as multitasking and the use of line workers in quality control. However, in the 90s, management explicitly rejected worker participation in production decisions. While the firm did not adopt Japanese concepts systematically during either period, managers seemed more interested in worker ideas during the 1970s, when political terror was at its zenith, than during the Regos, as Chile returned to civilian rule. Professionalism and light production. In late 1979, after the state had considerable difficulty selling its de facto majority interest in Maidco, the Luksic family bought a controlling stake in the company. The Luksics had begun in car sales and mining in the late 1950s, expanded to fisheries and coal mining in the 1960s, and sold almost all of their enterprises during the Popular Unity era. The group gained a reputation for buying apparently unprofitable enterprises, cutting administrative and payroll costs, and rapidly turning the companies around. Their shrewd investment style helped them weather the 1981-83 economic crisis. By 1978, the Luksic Group was the fourth largest conglomerate in Chile, and by 1993 the family held the third largest fortune in Latin America and 97th largest in the world, with over $4 billion in assets. With the firm's privatization, the Luksic Group made much more serious efforts to raise productivity and harness control over hiring and firing. The Luksic family replaced Fernando Perez with a former CEAT manager, Tiberio Dallalio. In addition to CEAT's recommendation of Dallalio, we can speculate that Luksic hired the Italian executive rather than one of their own managers because of his experience in the copper manufacturing business and training with an Italian multinational. Moreover, by hiring Dallalio, Luksic could receive technical assistance from CEAT while maintaining control over Maidco, a pattern he adopted in other partnerships with foreign corporations. Dallalio took advantage of new provisions in the labor law permitting massive layoffs for business reasons as a way to reduce costs and attack union leaders and activists. Management's strategy from the late 1970s, and more strongly after the 1983 strike, was fourfold: fire union activists, offer blue-collar members incentives to join the white-collar union, manipulate the white-collar union leaders, and attempt to fire or bribe blue-collar union leaders to quit. Efficiency and union busting went hand in hand. The feasibility of massive layoffs as of 1981 interacted synergistically with another legal innovation: employers' ability to move workers from one machine to another and to alter their job descriptions. I started working in 1981, and by the time I arrived, the helpers and quality control inspectors on each machine had been eliminated. Each machine operator had to load his raw material and tools, as well as focus on quality. Degree in 1979, the Luksics ended the practice of hiring family members of existing staff and began to hire food service, security, construction, and cleaning staff through personnel agencies. An even more significant change was the elimination of the internal labor market for blue-collar workers. In the past, when foreman or middle management positions were vacated, blue-collar workers were eligible to compete for these jobs. However, the elimination of upward mobility for blue-collar workers coincided with the retention of most foremen who had begun as blue-collar workers. Because blue-collar workers hired after 1975 were required to have a high school education, during the 1980s new recruits were often better educated than their immediate supervisors. Likewise, many foremen adopted an authoritarian style under Deichler's leadership. Hence, after 1979, blue-collar workers resented foremen's ham-fisted supervisory style and the fact that they could not become foremen even though they felt more qualified than their superiors. These tensions would later affect Maidco's efforts at organizational change, as I explore below. Blue-collar workers faced additional obstacles to upward mobility. Though management requires that blue-collar recruits have a high school education with a specialization in machine maintenance, very few of these newer workers ever make it off the shop floor into the machine shop. Many who joined the firm in the 1980s had to begin work before they had completed their high school education because of economic hardship during the 1981-83 crisis. Thus, workers at Maidco lost the opportunity to enter into higher-paying jobs appropriate to their level of education. As Maidco's only major competitor in wire production, COSA, had an agreement with the firm not to accept former Maidco employees, the latter had few exit options from the company. One worker commented, "If you leave Maidco, you have to get into another line of work, like taking care of the kids, for example. If I work years as a machine tender at Maidco, I can't get a job outside as a mechanic because my school training is obsolete. I can't go back to school to get my diploma because I can't afford it and can't schedule it because I work. 172. Rotating shifts. I'm certainly not going to go work somewhere else for 100,000 pesos a month when I make 300,000 here. I'm stuck. Further fine-tuning of payment forms translated into decreasing worker compensation for rising productivity. First, in 1980 management set a cap on the productivity incentive at 50% of base salary, with the commitment to increase the incentive immediately should productivity exceed this level. However, they did not raise the cap to 60% of base salary until 1994. Furthermore, while production consistently went beyond the cap, the incentive itself was never recalculated. Workers were hardly compensated for hefty productivity increases that have continued to today. Second, during the economic crisis of 1982, the company forced workers, under protest, to give back their quarterly profit-sharing payments because the firm had registered losses that year. Third, after a 59-day strike in 1983, discussed below, management lowered base salary scales for blue-collar union members, a move that was only reversed in 1989*. Much of Maidco's profit increases during this period resulted from wage cuts and work intensification, rather than installation of labor-saving machinery. The Luxics dropped any pretenses to seeking workers' opinions in the mid-1980s, preferring to crack the whip. This change in approach reflected the high unemployment rates of the 1981-83 crisis, labor law provisions making dismissals inexpensive, management's efforts to harden lines of occupational stratification, and the firm's attacks on union activists who led a 2-month strike in 1983. Managerial attitudes and the firm's economic and legal environment militate against forging a partnership with the workforce. Becoming a Chilean tiger. International expansion and flexible production, 1986 to 1996. In 1986 the Luxic Group appointed as general manager Carlos Vicufia, a high-level executive at Maidco. During his tenure, he carried out the group's strategy of technological modernization within the firm, expansion in Chile, and acquisitions in neighboring Latin American countries. The group took similar actions in its beer, pasta, and aluminum operations during the same period. Maidco began to buy other enterprises and created its own new firms in the mid-RG80s. After an unsuccessful joint venture in Beijing, Maidco bought smaller competitors in Chile, such as the tube and coin blank manufacturer, Armat. Then, beginning in the early 1990s, the company bought analogous firms in 173 Argentina, Peru, and Brazil. The group's international acquisitions reflected its assessment that by expanding market share in neighboring countries and diversifying its product base, Maidco would be less dependent on a given product's market cycles or Chile's small domestic market. This strategy also took advantage of privatization waves in these countries, mimicking the family's previous strategy in Chile. Currently, Maidco owns 50 enterprises, many of which are holding companies, distributors, or consulting firms. It forms one of the key chess pieces in the Luxic empire and is far larger now than it ever was as a domestic monopoly industry. Maidco financed these acquisitions and machinery purchases through debt and stock issues on the New York Stock Exchange and in Chile, raising over $0 million in 1993. In addition to these machinery upgrades and new acquisitions, management began to utilize some elements of Japanese-style management practices. This adoption of the Japanese model, as noted in my introduction, came in the context of global changes in the organization of enterprises. While some believe these changes increase workers' job satisfaction, others emphasize cost-cutting and work intensification. While each of these positions anticipates relatively uniform patterns of management response to heightened competitive pressures, Evidence on a variety of local cases suggests that the degree to which managers may permit worker participation in production decisions reflects the character of national collective bargaining institutions and the degree of union power in specific countries. Degree The Maidco case supports the view that the specific social and institutional contexts of countries affect how managers adapt the Japanese model. Chilean managers adapted the Japanese model within the specific legal and political context of the Pinochet dictatorship. Hence, unlike Japan, where employers compensated core workers for increased productivity and attention to quality, no such quid pro quo was adopted in Chile, as legal changes facilitated layoffs and the threat of repression by military authorities always loomed behind management demands. Moreover, because the Pinochet dictatorship viewed worker co-management as one of the errors of the Allende administration, it was unlikely that managers would look to increasing worker participation in management decisions via Japanese-style work teams as a viable option. Indeed, because class conflict was so intense under Allende, managers attempted to reassert control over workers under the dictatorship, as noted above. Hence Maidco's managers applied those elements of Japanese management concepts that increased productivity without threatening their control over the workforce. 174. From 1990 to the present, Maidco began to deploy Japanese-style production techniques such as just-in-time and total quality management. The former technique seeks to reduce finished goods inventories in order to cut in-process costs and dead time, forcing workers to identify and correct bottlenecks on the shop floor. The latter tries to incorporate workers' suggestions to increase quality. Requiring workers to play a greater role in programming and quality control in itself implies an increase in work intensity, as job responsibilities expand beyond strictly productive activities. In addition, the elimination of buffer stocks places greater pressure on workers because they must fill product orders on time regardless of accidents, machine breakdowns, errors, and so on. The increasing pressure on workers resulting from just-in-time has led some to describe the technique as management through stress. Moreover, just-in-time and total quality management introduce greater job rotation, often termed multi-skilling, as production is reoriented around teams defined by product line rather than process. Management's solicitation of workers' ideas and criticisms to increase efficiency and quality is the cornerstone of these two techniques. Like many other Chilean firms, Maidco has implemented these techniques in authoritarian fashion, increasing work intensity while in fact discouraging, ignoring, or punishing workers who offer suggestions about how to increase efficiency or quality. For management, those elements of Japanese techniques that boosted productivity and improved quality were useful. However, any technique that undermined the authority of upper or middle management was suspect. Systematic implementation of these techniques would require extensive investment in worker training and decentralization of authority. Such policies would reverse management patterns that had been so effective during the 1980s. Greater investment in training would tie management more closely to a specific set of workers. However, executives found the threat of dismissal useful in counteracting union activism and improving work discipline. Conversely, workers who received extensive training might leave the firm to take a better job elsewhere. Furthermore, by increasing blue-collar workers' authority on the shop floor, management would undermine foremen's monopoly on power. Foremen, though often undereducated, had been very useful in pressuring workers to increase productivity, as noted below. Indeed, several workers note that until 1998, most foremen had 20 years of tenure and were thus accustomed to abusing their authority, as was the norm under the dictatorship. Some even had direct links with military intelligence. Maidco adopted those elements of Japanese techniques that allowed +175 them to increase quality, reduce stocks, and move products to market more quickly without upsetting the rigid hierarchy and employment insecurity that had underwritten the firm's rising profits over the preceding years. Managers' unwillingness to include workers in efforts to improve product and process has limited these techniques' success. One worker in shipping and receiving describes how these policies actually function: "The programming is lousy here. We fill about 35% of orders on time. A lot of times we have orders that are 2 months early, while others are late. The general manager meets with us every year and says, we need to improve quality, cleanliness, and the timely completion of product orders, but that's as far as it goes. They sent a few workers to a quality control course, but then when those workers rejected a defective order, the quality control staff that make the final decision let it go anyway. Why bother? While these techniques may not have led to improved coordination of production and line worker involvement in quality control, they certainly boosted worker productivity. The introduction of computerized monitors in the early 1990s is a case in point. The monitors record when a machine is down, forcing workers to account for any lost time. Before, you could fudge the data if you took a break, because you wrote down a time log. Now you can't, because you punch your data in the computer when the shift begins, so it's all recorded. The use of computer monitors has allowed management to virtually eliminate downtime in some sections. You have to struggle to get permission to go to the bathroom. In a sardonic cartoon in the union's magazine, a shipping and receiving worker hopes that the union will win disposable diapers in the next contract. Increased work rhythms and productivity demands have fostered greater competition among workers. When a worker arrives, he is given 3 months probation. In order to get a permanent contract, he works like crazy. Once he has permanent status, they move him up 2 pay scales. However, in order to get to the highest scale on his machine, it may take 2 or 3 years. So he produces more to try to convince management to move him up. The older worker sees him, and says to himself, if I don't speed up, this guy might steal my job. And there you have it, the Olympics of production. New recruits are particularly eager to maintain their positions at Maidco because the company still pays above average industrial wages. For example, in 1995 the national average blue-collar wage was 141,591 pesos per month, whereas most Maidco workers earned an average of 250,000 pesos per month. 176. Older workers face a different problem. If they are dismissed, they face age discrimination in the labor market and have few marketable skills because of the limited number of firms in this sector. New machinery has also increased job rotation. Each of the guys in my section can operate 4 or 5 machines, so when there's no work on one, they have to move to another. Another worker had a more somber view of job rotation. They want us to be polyvalent workers, so that we know how to do everything. For them, it would be best if we were robots that you could just plug in and they started working. In addition to these demands for time economies, management pressures workers to put in extensive overtime hours. Throughout the RGOs, a significant minority of workers toiled for 12, 14, or 16 hours per day for extended periods of time. While overtime certainly results from the firm's increasing orders during the boom and its attempt to work with a lean headcount, foremen sometimes fabricate overtime to pad their own salaries. Instead of hiring additional staff, management sets 2 rather than 3 shifts in some sections. This strategy allows the firm to increase the workday from 8 to 12 hours, extend the work week to 7 days during peak periods, and reduce work hours during slack periods without the expense of maintaining a larger staff. Until 1994, overtime was essentially obligatory, though the law prohibits employers from requiring workers to continue for more than 2 hours beyond their regular shift. Some of those who worked extensive overtime hours began to develop physical and psychological ailments. I remember a few years ago I was working overtime constantly. I broke records. I used to work and all I would think about was the next order I needed to fill, not what I was doing. One day, I was taking the bus to work, and I realized I was squeezing my bus receipt between my fingers. I was suffering from what I would call acute work stress. I'm lucky I realized, because I could have gone off the deep end. I cut back my hours, relaxed, spent more time with my family, and recovered. But some people don't realize, and get into trouble. One time, we finished the night shift and went out for a drink. One guy was asleep, and all of a sudden, he started acting like he was soldering. My buddies looked at him, puzzled, and I said, "I know what's wrong with him, he's overworked." I woke him up, and he had no idea what had happened. Asterisk. Throughout the early 1990s, the blue and white collar unions reported that several workers suffered physical and psychological illnesses and accidents from overwork, leading to hospitalizations, long periods of convalescence, and in some cases, dismissal. 177. Maidco's technological modernization and entry into world-class status in the last decade has increased the precariousness and intensity of work in unprecedented ways. New machinery permitted managers to further break down old job demarcations, ushering in the polyvalent worker, and the authoritarian application of Japanese production concepts such as just-in-time and total quality management has translated into greater work effort rather than higher quality production based on worker initiatives and suggestions. Work and consumption. The increase of overtime work in the late 1980s and one goes, coinciding with Chile's sustained economic boom, further eroded workers' traditional efforts to control work intensity, output, and the length of the working day. Workers traditionally had implicit assumptions about acceptable levels of work effort and overtime that management gradually eroded during the dictatorship. These assumptions were linked to disdain for individuals that worked faster or longer than the group accepted. Today, active union members vehemently criticize workmates who join the Olympics of production and assimilate the dominant model of upward mobility. Likewise, they criticize themselves for acceding to management's demands for excessive overtime. Their scorn for amorals and self-criticism represent a multi-stranded moral and gendered discourse about work, consumption, and the relationship between the two. The moral and gender dimensions of this discourse center on ideas about loyalty toward fellow workers, self-sufficiency, appropriate gender roles, class loyalty versus upward mobility, and collective versus individual models of consumption. These ideas and debates have intensified in recent years due to heightened shop floor competition and overtime work as well as shifting characteristics of Chile's retail and consumer credit infrastructure. We can better understand union members' current concerns about consumerism by placing them in the context of the consumer behavior of previous cohorts of Maidco workers, national-level changes in retailing and credit in Chile since the late 1970s, and comparative scholarship regarding the effects of globalization on the identities and practices of local populations. Prior to the 1973 military coup, and continuing to some degree until the early 1980s, blue-collar workers at Maidco enjoyed an array of collective forms of consumption resulting from state policies, management policies, and union demands or initiatives. Approximately 300 Maidco workers and their families rented and later purchased townhomes in a housing block constructed by 178. Management in response to a 1943 law requiring large employers to invest 5% of profits in worker housing. Moreover, hundreds of Maidco workers formed and managed several housing cooperatives. Management purchased large stretches of land, and workers received mortgages through a government program to purchase individual plots and construct their own homes there. Until the early 1980s, union members ran a consumer cooperative in the third floor of the Union Hall. They could purchase household appliances at wholesale prices through the coup from Maidco's sister firm, Madame Sa, and pay for them in installments. The union also ran a medical and dental clinic for members. As noted earlier, the union organized an array of sports and cultural and political activities for union and community members at the Union Hall. Finally, in the mid-1960s, the organization built a summer resort on the coast that members and families visited during their vacations. Notwithstanding the strongly collectivist character of these phenomena, during the 1960s, as Maidco employees earned the highest wages among industrial workers in the country, they also set consumption trends for other workers in their southern Santiago community. As one veteran leader recalls of the 1960s, when color TV first came to Chile around 1960, if you looked at the roofs of the townhomes in the Maidco housing block, they all had antennas. If you observed the Madame Sa houses down the road, not all of them had antennas. Some families were also able to maintain two homes, one in the Maidco housing block and the other either in the housing cooperatives or elsewhere. I lived in the Maidco housing block until 1971. Since I was a white-collar worker, I had applied for a mortgage through the White-Collar Workers Pension Fund. Even though I was purchasing my place, the fund gave me an apartment in Providencia, so I moved, and some of my kids stayed here at the housing block. Thanks to Jehovah, there are a lot of us. We have 11 children. Degree. Many workers were able to purchase cars prior to the coup. Finally, Maidco workers had a reputation for being particularly well dressed prior to the 1973 coup. Then, Maidco workers were status conscious and enjoyed a higher than average standard of living for industrial workers. However, their prosperity resulted from contractual guarantees as well as cooperative institutions and coexisted with workers' enforcement of strong informal collective controls on work pace and intensity. Degree. After the 1973 coup, management's erosion of those controls, wage and benefit reductions, massive layoffs, and promotion of rate busting radically limited workers' ability to achieve a satisfying stand. 179. Dard of living without competing among themselves and contracting high-interest debt. The changes on the shop floor during the one goes coincided with shifts in Chile's retail and credit infrastructure with origins in the late 1970s. Trade liberalization in the 1978-83 period facilitated increasing consumption of imported consumer durables. This was so because the relative prices of imported electronics and autos had decreased in relation to food and social services. Purchase of these goods was facilitated by the expansion of consumer credit. Moreover, the emergence of large supermarkets and malls followed a longer tradition of nationally owned department stores. In the 1990s, the re-emergence of the debt-financed consumption of imported prestige goods among broad portions of the population became a topic of popular and scholarly debate. While consumption levels declined during the 1981-83 recession, from 1985 to 1995 purchases of consumer durables increased faster than non-durables or services for all social classes, but for largely the same reasons as they had a decade before. The chief difference during the 1990s is that increasing luxury consumption reflected, in part, growing wages across all social classes. These trends have coincided with growing use of department store credit cards. During the mid-10s, the most indebted groups were the middle and upper middle class, while the working class had the fastest growth in indebtedness. Moreover, shopping malls and big-box supermarkets have expanded throughout Santiago's periphery during the 1980s and RUGOs, reducing sales in corner stores and traditional shopping districts. These broader changes in Chile's retailing infrastructure are emblematic of global shifts in commodity flows, retailing, and credit, most commonly associated with the international diffusion of U.S. consumer lifestyles via fast food franchises, shopping malls, popular music, and media images. While some accounts view this phenomenon as a process of Americanization or cultural imperialism, locally based empirical studies take a more complex view of the consumer behaviors and identities of specific populations. Some observe nationalist reactions to perceived attacks on local culture, others examine how consumers integrate foreign commodities and retail forms into local cultural contexts, while a third group explores how global commodities and images become the raw material through which ethnic diasporas or local populations develop transnational identities. Registered degree. My examination, while indebted to the last mentioned focus on local under 180 standings and uses of global goods and services, focuses on how Maidco union activists have sought to defend a masculine and class-based identity against what they perceived as new models of individualism ushered in by Chile's changing retail infrastructure. They counterposed class-specific communal forms of consumption to the individualism they viewed as inappropriate for workers. Hence, analogous to responses to global retailing that focus on national or ethnic identity, Maidco union activists have reacted in class terms, albeit with some ambivalence, to Chile's new retail infrastructure. This reaction reflects the continued salience of class identities in Chile and the fact that these responses emanate from work and union contexts. This class-based critique of consumerism is manifest most clearly in relation to the rising availability of formal credit. Workers' increasing use of credit cards has provoked significant debate and concern among union activists. Lower-income Chileans have traditionally accumulated debts, particularly to local grocery stores. However, in the 1990s, as department store credit cards were made increasingly available to lower-income groups, workers quickly became credit junkies. Union leaders have found that indebted workers feel compelled to work extensive overtime on a regular basis in order to satisfy credit payments. This makes them more beholden to employers, gives them less time to participate in union activities, and makes them less willing to threaten their good relations with the boss. During the mid-90s, credit card salespeople sometimes offered free cards to Maidco workers at the plant's entrance. One Maidco worker commented, "I think 5% of the workers in my section have debt problems." Union members have developed a complicated set of ideas and behaviors in response to work intensification and new forms of debt-financed consumption, all of which valorize autonomy, class loyalty, and a particular form of masculinity. These ideas emerge from their critiques of fellow workers who succumb to management's prerogatives. For example, management successfully purged union activists in the telephone cable section during the 1980s, and the workers there are known for always working overtime and accepting management authority. Union activists comment that workers in the section bow down their heads, put up with anything, are the foreman's favorites, and run around snitching on workers who don't work at top speed. Describing workers as regalones conjures the image of the spoiled child who has gained the parents' favor. This image of currying individual favor with superiors through obedience is diametrically opposed to the image of strong, masculine workers who resist management. Ideas regarding trust are related to the preceding resistance/passivity dichotomy. 181. OMI. Many union activists complained that both new recruits and older workers were untrustworthy. One older worker, hired during the 1960s, complained, "In my section, one guy produces 1,500 tons per month and another makes 1,300 in order to earn production bonuses, while we had previously agreed to limit output to 1,000. I told them that we all need to produce 1,000 so we don't give more power to the owners, but they don't listen because they're fags. The only thing they care about is living it up." Another worker, hired during the mid-1980s, commented, "I can't talk about union stuff on the job. All of the people in my section are fags, they're worthless. Management fired all of the good people in 1987 to 88. The new people will only participate in the union if they have friends there or to get material benefits." Finally, a third worker, hired during the late 1980s, commented, "There are 4 older guys in my section. One is okay, he does his job, doesn't complain about anyone. The other 3 stink, they're always too eager to work. The 3 have been working for 20 years, the other guy has been here for 30. The foreman has their home phone so he can call them on Sundays if he needs someone, and then they show up. I'll never give my foreman my telephone. He has no business calling someone at home. These guys have no life outside the factory. We went out on strike, and I was still working because I wasn't on vacation yet. Because of the strike, there was a lot of work, so management called up 20 guys and they had the entire plant running. They called Catalan from my section, and I saw him when Jay arrived at work. It really hurt me because we had just been on strike. So the bosses have them all set up, they work overtime when they feel like it, they work on good machines that always have orders, etc." All of these quotes depict company loyalists as untrustworthy. The first testimony's use of the term Marican, common in many other discussions on this theme, is revealing. While this slang term literally means fag, Chileans often use the term to criticize dishonest and disloyal individuals. By using the term in this context, Maidco workers suggest that those who violate the collective trust of their co-workers and accede to management's demands are simultaneously anti-union and not real men. Being a real man means standing up to management and remaining loyal to workmates. Only weak men, whose sexuality is thus suspect, would betray their workmates by acceding to management demands. In addition to the sexual connotations in these criticisms, they point to union activists' notions about appropriate levels of work effort, the value of reciprocity in the workplace, and workers' need for autonomy from employers. These 182 related issues take on an ethical tone in some testimonies. When new people arrived with a gung-ho attitude about work, we began to lose the spirit of trade unionism. These people who by their own free will or because of management pressure start to take on new tasks or multiple jobs have no moral values. Thus, respecting appropriate limits to work reflects union activists' sense of class loyalty, masculinity, and ethical standards. Union activists link many workers' more individualistic behavior in the workplace to their consumption patterns. Thus, in their view, company loyalists' penchant for overtime work finds its counterpart in an imbalance between work and appropriate forms of consumption. Activists' critique of consumerism focuses on three dimensions: its corrosive effects on workplace and union solidarity, its superficiality, and its indication of excessive ambition. Union activists see overtime work, debt, and consumerism as connected. Thus their criticisms of those who work excessive overtime are not only comments about their behavior at work, they also focus on many workers' adoption of individualistic models of consumption. Many company loyalists put in extensive overtime hours to purchase and/or service debt for flashy consumer items. They need to make sure their house looks beautiful outside, but they don't even have a place to die. They need to have the latest model car, so all they think about is getting to work early to find a parking space. The implications of this work consumption pattern for class solidarity are obvious. The union complained a while back about compulsory overtime, but a group of people wrote letters to management saying that they didn't care what the union said, they wanted to work 12-hour days, that their families would starve to death if they couldn't work 7 days, and the company needs them to work overtime. I talked with one of these guys once, and all he talked about was his cable TV, his car, etc. Thus, many union activists observe new patterns of conspicuous consumption that depend on both the easy availability of credit and overtime work. These interrelated phenomena all undermine workplace solidarity by breaking down collective controls over the work process and rejecting collective efforts to improve living standards. Activists not only criticize company loyalists' seduction by debt and ostentation, they criticize themselves for developing similar problems. Many active union participants have also fallen under the spell of credit. Some employ a discourse of vice to describe their debts. It's a vice that we Chileans have. We like to spend more than we have. They see profligate spending as an addiction that could be overcome through self-control. Activists also have ambiguous attitudes regarding overtime. Many want to have the right to say no to 183. Overtime work without risk of reprisal. I have to work on Saturdays because my boss decided there's no overtime in my section, and I need the extra money to pay my bills. Those who use the discourse of vice also criticize union members who consistently work overtime. Guido says he needs to work overtime, but that just helps the firm. Juan moonlights as a home repairman if he needs extra money. That way he doesn't depend so much on management. The issues of credit, overtime, and dependence on management are also bound up with male workers' conceptions of gender roles. Maid co-workers almost exclusively maintain their households with one income. This phenomenon contrasts with national trends of increasing female workforce participation during the 1980s and RG 1990s. The endurance of the male breadwinner model is due to the fact that maidco still offers wages that are far higher than the average industrial pay. Even though they could supplement their wages with their spouse's income, and many wives have training as school teachers or in other professions, husbands work extra hours to make sure that their wives don't work. Why? I want my wife to stay home and take care of the kids, because otherwise her relationship with them might be too distant. Besides, the kids might be molested at a daycare center. Being poor, we kind of look down on ourselves. We assume that the women we marry are poor like us and don't have a great educational background. What options does that give them? Working as a waitress, in a topless bar, at a massage parlor, or as a maid. *degree union activists articulate several rationalizations for resisting their wives' entry into the workforce. Ironically, while union activists do not want their wives to work and may work extensive overtime hours to keep them at home, they often blame their wives for pressuring them to earn greater income to buy consumer goods or non-essentials. Workers' wives and kids watch TV, they talk to their neighbors, and become jealous if they don't have the same things. Then the kid says, "Daddy, I want some Reebok or Nike shoes." Marital tensions surrounding women's entry into the labor force and the alleged effects of RV advertising and peer pressure on family members are compounded by union activists' group consumption rituals. Union activists, in contrast to Amarillos, have developed rituals of group sociability, centered in the union hall. For most special events, holidays, sports games, and farewells, workers assemble at the union hall for barbecues. Additionally, small groups gather informally to watch soccer games or relax at the end of the week with food and drink. In addition to being fun, activists use these events to recruit new adherents. As one activist comments, since many workers are reluctant to go to the union hall, you need to prepare some food and drinks too. 184. Get them to participate. Finally, these events allow workers to escape from work and family commitments in an all-male environment. The other day, I was working the graveyard shift, and after getting off, we went to the union to prepare seafood stew. We were there until late, and my wife went to the clinic looking for me. Velasquez screwed me over when he told her I was there. He shouldn't have done that. I went straight home. Union activists reaffirm their masculinity both by socializing with other men and by showing their workmates that they are independent from their wives. When workers' spouses call them or come to look for them at the union, their workmates jeer at them, calling out, "She's controlling you." Thus, in criticizing conspicuous consumption, union activists are also defending a collective model of consumption that simultaneously reinforces informal group solidarity, masculinity, and autonomy. Interestingly, a foreman from the brass mill gained notoriety by holding barbecues every time workers in the section broke production records. While ostensibly similar to union activists' gatherings, this activity has a different function: to cement worker loyalty to management. The contrast between collective and individual models of consumption reflects attitudes regarding status aspirations. Union activists criticize rate busting, overtime, and debt because they undermine workplace and union solidarity. They also value their male-centered rituals of consumption over models of conspicuous consumption. These views point to ideas about consumption practices as markers of social class. Many expressed disdain for Amarillo's status competition with neighbors. "This guy bought this expensive dog. It's like a rich person's dog. He's become bourgeois. He wants to live like a rich man, but he's a worker." Another activist comments, "If you keep a tight budget, you don't need to work overtime. That's why I say the human quality of Maidco workers isn't what it used to be. Guido works overtime because his wife wants to have a higher standard of living that isn't appropriate for a worker." Union activists draw a sharp line between appropriate levels and types of working class consumption and those that belong to other, higher social classes. They point to a more general problem regarding class-specific lifestyles. By seeking the badges of middle and upper class identity through individual strategies of upward mobility, workers may cease to identify with their own social class, eroding the ties of trust and solidarity that go along with specific forms of workplace and leisure time behavior. Thus activists adopt what Pierre Bourdieu calls a taste for the necessary while they watch their workmates try to emulate middle and upper class lifestyles. His observations about French workers are relevant in Chile today. The dominated only have 185. Two options: loyalty to self and the group, or the individual effort to assimilate the dominant ideal, which is the antithesis of the very ambition of collectively regaining control over social identity. Union activists' struggles to retain a class identity in the domains of work, union, and leisure are riddled with contradictions. As noted above, many workers who criticize others' upwardly mobile goals themselves participate in Chile's new retail and credit infrastructure to varying degrees. As workers are inevitably exposed to retailers' and creditors' promotion of conspicuous consumption, it would be unrealistic to expect them to totally reject new products and lifestyles. Moreover, as their regular salaries no longer allow them to live as prosperously as previous cohorts of workers, overtime or moonlighting are the only ways to supplement their base income. Given these structural factors, it is significant that union members struggle to maintain what they view as an appropriate balance between work and leisure as well as class-based forms of consumption. This finding supports scholarship that finds locally specific reactions to and uses of imported commodities and lifestyles, rather than supporting conceptions of Americanization or cultural imperialism. In the Chilean context, these findings qualify the popular view that Chilean workers have fully succumbed to the lure of creditors and marketers, while Maidco activists are ambivalent about their relationship to the new credit and retail infrastructures. Their ideas and practices point to the stubborn persistence of working-class lifestyles and identities. The greater availability of consumer credit, imported consumer goods, and aggressive marketing has interacted with changes in the workplace to promote challenges to traditional notions about the relationship between work, consumption, and gender. While workers hired since the late 1980s adopt individualistic strategies of upward mobility in the workplace and engage in conspicuous consumption, union activists seek to retain collective controls over work pace and group consumption rituals. Activists' critique of upwardly mobile workers is simultaneously a defense of class solidarity and specific forms of masculinity cultivated through trust relationships in the workplace and male-centered group leisure activities. These challenges to old forms of workplace organization and group association would provoke open resistance during the early one-goes. 186. Union activism and employer responses, the end of an era. This detailed discussion of industrial rationalization at Maidco is deceptive insofar as it does not incorporate workers' considerable shop floor and union resistance to these 2 decades of labor intensification and salary declines. Maidco workers conducted a 59-day strike in 1983 in response to massive layoffs and non-payment of gratificationes. The strike followed several years of clandestine union organizing. It gained national attention because it occurred during the 1981-83 crisis, and pro-democracy activists viewed it as a challenge to the Plan Laboral. While the strike was defeated and management purged overthrew strike activists, Maidco leaders became prominent activists in the Santiago labor movement during the 1980s. Though management ran roughshod over the union during the 1970s and 1980s, the union became a symbol of resistance to management and the dictatorship for many Santiago activists. A decade later, in 1993, pay reductions negotiated in the mid-1970s and the work intensification of the late RG80s and 1990s fueled a violent strike. In order to understand how and why open resistance emerged, it is first necessary to discuss the consequences of managerial repression against the union after the 1983 strike and the political experiences of workers hired during the 1980s. In addition to the dismissal of overthrew strike activists, management continued targeted attacks against wire mill activists throughout the 1980s. Why did they target the wire mill rather than the brass mill? First, they sought to remove Hector Velázquez, a wire mill worker who served as union president during the period. As noted above, the law stipulates that union leaders can only be fired through a court proceeding. Though Deichler tried this, and even attempted to frame Velázquez in 1984 by planting a bomb outside the firm and then calling in the police to arrest, interrogate, and torture him, Deichler was unable to build a defensible case against the leader. Given that they could not fire him, management dismissed his co-workers. Talking about the incident more than a decade later, Velázquez notes, "Personally, This produced a very difficult situation for me. I had to isolate myself at work, because anyone who talked to me got burned. Another reason why management targeted wire mill union members was that the wire mill had a larger pool of activists than the brass mill. There are always more people willing to collaborate with the union in the wire mill. They're predisposed to do the methodical work on committees and to run for office. 187. The guys in the brass mill are more combative, more ready to fight, but they don't produce as many leaders. Yet another possible explanation for these distinct managerial strategies in the two plants is their different markets. The wire mill produces almost exclusively for the domestic market and faces two local competitors. The brass mill, by contrast, has a monopoly on the local market and exports to over 30 countries. The brass mill is therefore less vulnerable to local business downturns, and thus workers' jobs are more secure there. Additionally, work in the brass mill is more physically taxing and pays less than in the wire mill, and workers there toil in teams in several sections, rather than on individual machines. Teamwork gives brass mill workers more power at the point of production and makes increases in individual job responsibilities more difficult to impose. It is thus likely that because wire mill workers were more dispensable and had fewer tools for shop floor protest, they recognized that their only protection was through union activism. In contrast, brass mill workers have more options and face fewer risks for resistance on the shop floor and therefore see sustained union activism as less essential. Given that the wire mill hosted the prime pool of activists, and management did everything in its power to eliminate this group, the union faced a chronic shortage of viable leadership candidates. Although Velázquez continued serving until his 2003 death, and Guillermo Gómez, another 1983 strike activist from the brass mill, served until 1989, the leadership was plagued by a series of bad apples beginning in the late 1980s. In 1988, Mario Mufiaz, a wire mill worker and the union's secretary, was fired when guards caught him stealing from the firm. In RGGT, José Oviedo, a brass mill worker and union director, stole union funds and negotiated his retirement without advising the other union leaders. Petty corruption was the order of the day. The ongoing purges of union activists after the 1983 strike made it risky for workers to become union leaders. Many who participated in committee work to gain experience risked dismissal. Moreover, union leaders who were not continually re-elected would likely be fired. The law does not protect them from dismissal after they leave office. The corrosive effects of ongoing repression demobilized activists, and thus the few who did decide to run for office were inexperienced, largely unaccountable to the inactive membership base, and not necessarily committed to the union. These conditions facilitated the increase in corruption registered. The leadership crisis did not place a damper on union activism, however, as rank-and-file members became increasingly restive. Workers hired during the 1980s had a set of social and political experiences that made them prone to react to the firm's most recent modernization. Though they were often new to trade unionism, some had parents who had been union leaders and leftist militants. 188. Others had been political militants and activists in the shantytown protests of 1983–86. A wire mill activist comments, "I participated in the protests during the mid-1980s. I was a kid. I wasn't married, so I didn't have any major responsibilities. We used to risk everything. We used to get in a van and pass out pamphlets promoting the party line." An activist from the brass mill reinforces the link between the protests and the strike. "We liked to go out and protest in the streets. Then, when we came to work at Maidco, they would force you to do overtime, and you couldn't say I don't want to. We weren't used to being bossed around like that." Another wire mill activist recalls his exposure to extreme poverty during the mid-1980s. "There were a lot of people that didn't have any food to throw in the pot. I was working as an assistant for a truck driver that delivered processed meat and sausage to Puda Huel. I saw homes without bathrooms and people cooking with wood. I was only 1G then. I stole sausage from the truck and gave bags of it to people. They were so thankful. You need to live through those kind of things to really feel them. I realized that there were people much worse off than myself. Degree. Maidco workers hired during the 1980s had become politicized during the protests. They learned direct action tactics and became sensitized to the intense social inequalities brought about by the 1981-83 economic crisis, and they valued the freedom and power they felt in the streets. These styles of mobilization, social values, and principles conflicted with the rigid hierarchy of Maidco. The conflict between workers' political experience and values and the firm's authority crystallized in the 1993 strike. System breakdown. In the context of the rapid changes in the labor process, a crisis in union leadership, and the coming of age of a new cohort of workers, conflicts over the firm's overall model of authoritarian modernization crystallized over two issues: overtime payment and profit sharing. In 1991, with their lawyers' assistance, the union learned that management had systematically underpaid workers for overtime, excluding the production incentive, higher hourly rate for the night shift, and other contractual obligations from payment. In other words, workers were not even paid the fixed incentive set in 1980 that in itself did not compensate them adequately for radical production increases. The union sued management for repayment of lost hours in 1994 and accepted an out-of-court settlement in 1995. 189. However, both the union and management were unable to compromise over the issue of quarterly payments based on profits. As noted above, in 1977 management eliminated workers' contractual guarantee to 15% of the firm's net profits and holiday bonuses, replacing them with quarterly bonuses. Since the 1931 labor law, workers had been guaranteed 6% of their employer's profits, though Maidco workers had negotiated a higher sum. Even after the replacement of profit sharing with quarterly bonuses, the union found that the firm was only paying part of the 30% of net profits it owed the workers under the 1977 pact. In mid-1G92 the union filed two suits against Maidco for underpayment of quarterly bonuses based on the firm's profits from 1989 to 91. Significantly, the historically more conservative Supervisors Union initially suggested the lawsuit. The white and blue-collar unions quickly joined them in the endeavor. With contract negotiations pending for the end of the year, management refused to negotiate salary issues unless the union dropped the suit and agreed to rewrite the section in its contract on quarterly bonuses, thereby eliminating the legal grounds for its suit. As the battle lines were drawn in mid-1992, overtime work became a flashpoint for intra- and interclass conflict. In June, union members voted to halt overtime to prepare for the strike, sparking sharp criticism from management. Union activists may have initially felt emboldened to take this step when they learned that the firm's notorious personnel director would retire the following month. After 2 weeks passed, some union members questioned the decision to suspend overtime. While some argued that the union had halted overtime too early, others contended that union members should not become too dependent on overtime, and that the union would appear weak if they resumed overtime work. The internal fissures over work effort and consumption became intertwined with debates over union strategy as tensions increased between management and the blue-collar union. The Supervisors Union dropped the suit and negotiated a contract. When management offered a vacation bonus to those who would sign away rights to pursue the suit and join newly created non-union negotiating groups, half of the white-collar union left their organization. Many who fled did not realize that a smaller severance payment and more excuses for dismissal were hidden in the fine print of their new contracts. The blue-collar union stood firm and refused to accede to management's ploy. Ironically, the firm did not attempt to challenge the blue-collar union's monopoly over the workforce until the return of civilian rule. They had had the 190 legal right to set up parallel unions since 1979, but up until 1992, management had not gone that far. As noted above, the personnel manager had used other means to intimidate and neutralize union members short of organizing company unions. This new strategy was far more dangerous to the unions, as it promised to institutionalize informal divisions between union activists and company loyalists. Why did management make this drastic decision in 1992? Labor reforms after the democratic transition had created new legal opportunities for workers unavailable during the junta, including the right to sue for non-payment of profits. Workers' legal rights did not fundamentally threaten management before 1990. With the lawsuit, Maidco could lose about $10 million. Perhaps more important, the company and their peers likely feared that the suit could serve as a precedent. 2 years later, when the Supreme Court ruled in the union's favor, William Thayer, a conservative senator designated by Pinochet, argued that the ruling could have devastating social and economic consequences. These fears were borne out when the union at Alasa, a Maidco subsidiary, sued Maidco for underpayment of gratificationes. Though $10 million might not represent a huge loss for Maidco, the potential losses in other suits for both Maidco and other enterprises could be substantial. As the strike loomed on the horizon, management fired 2 workers who spoke up at union meetings. These acts of intimidation added to union activists' broader sense of injustice. First, they were suspicious of management's unwillingness to simply fight the case out in court. If they thought they were right, why didn't they just settle in court? Because they tried to block the suit, it looked like they were hiding something, and that made us more certain that we were right. Union members reasoned that if management was trying to hide something by avoiding a court battle, they had probably cheated on the quarterly bonus as well. At a deeper level, members were disgusted that after all of their sacrifices to adapt to increasing work demands in the last years, they had been cheated out of a share of the profits. While management and stockholders received handsome rewards, you see the firm become more and more profitable, and we're stuck in the same place, without any kind of compensation or gratitude for all the extra responsibilities we've assumed and the resulting productivity WICREASESS. While strikers were certainly willing to take on the firm, many younger workers feared the financial consequences of a long strike. One participant comments, "During the first few days, the strike was no problem. Later, people started feeling uncertainty and desperation. We were really down by the 191. Second week. Everyone wanted to go on summer vacation. We thought the strike would only last a week." It is likely that because of many workers' debts, activists were enthusiastic about the strike but also unwilling to carry it out to its final consequences, unlike the 2-month strike of a decade before. Prior to contract negotiations 3 years later, one worker commented, "Increasing consumerism is the reason why everyone wants to have early contract negotiations this year. They're afraid to go on strike because of the financial hardships it implies." Degree workers were fired up, but consumer debts limited their staying power. Activists adopted the visual style and ethos of the 1983-86 protests. They tooted on cornets, banged on garbage cans, pelted vans transporting strike breakers with rocks, and fought with the police. The union's leadership, older workers, and management had not anticipated the level of violence and bravado witnessed during the strike. One veteran of the 1983 strike commented, "I never imagined younger workers would go on strike. I thought they were more anti-union, but they were really committed." Union leaders were equally out of sorts. "We knew that a peaceful strike wouldn't work, so our goal was to intimidate management. We had a group that got together at night and cut the electricity, flattened truck tires in the warehouse, and blocked strike breakers' entry to the firm. Most of the leaders had no idea about this. We had a sort of parallel organization of rank-and-file workers from both plants that planned these sabotage actions." The executives were indeed intimidated. Management never imagined that the strike would be so violent. They were shocked. The strike's violence sparked the memories of the handful of workers who hailed from the RG50s. During the strike, the older guys told us about the 1960 strike, when they threw flour on strike breakers to identify them, and then followed them onto buses and beat them up. The conflict itself only lasted 10 days. Strikers astutely planned a march to the presidential palace just when American and European investors were visiting the firm, housed in the Hotel Carrera across the street. The most important event was when we marched at La Moneda. Since investors were staying across the street, management agreed that afternoon to drop its demand that we withdraw the lawsuit. We met with a staff person at the Ministry of Interior. Our wives and kids marched there with us. At first, we thought the police wouldn't let us march, so we arrived in small groups. The police surrounded us, spoke with our lawyer, and allowed us to continue if we weren't violent or disrespectful. All the press covered the march. 192. The strikers had found the firm's Achilles heel. If they could threaten the stock offering in the United States, then they could twist management's arm. While this action was obviously a strategic success, it must be placed in a broader context. Just as strikers used their repertoire of action developed during the 1983-86 pro-democracy protests, the symbolic power of actually marching in front of the presidential palace after 17 years of dictatorship should not be underestimated. As one young striker characterized the conflict as a whole, "Boy, people really fought in that strike. It was like saying, 'Now we're in democracy.'" It served as an example for the youth. Trademark degree schooled in the cauldron of anti-dictatorial protest, this strike's younger protagonists displayed their particular conception of democracy during this brief conflict. With the strike's successful conclusion, union members won their right to continue the case, and 2 years later, the Supreme Court ruled in their favor. However, the firm used dilatory appeals to avoid payment until 2002. The strike did have immediate reverberations in the workplace. A week after the strike, a protest in both plants won a dismissed workers' reinstatement. When management offered non-strikers a 100,000 peso bonus, brass mill workers who were emboldened by the preceding protest overturned their lunch trays in a viandazo. *. Management responded decisively to the cafeteria protest. Management thought, "If we don't re-establish discipline now, it will cost us more later." So they organized a military operation with ambulances, detectives, 2 busloads of police, and vans to prevent any conflict. *. The company fired more than 40 workers after the protest. Leadership was again caught off guard by the rank-and-file's initiatives. While an inexperienced union leader noted that he had casually mentioned to other workers on the street that maybe they should protest the bonus, he acknowledged that he should have raised the issue in a union assembly. The other leaders were equally befuddled. Union members who recall the incident blame the leaders for not anticipating and defusing the event. The 40 who were sacked had to agree to retire voluntarily in order to be eligible to receive severance payments and avoid facing criminal charges for property damage. The firm, still reeling from the strike, hired a psychologist to study the reasons for the bad labor climate. He found that workers were unhappy at the firm, saw no opportunities for training, and felt there was no communication between workers and management. In response, the general manager began Monday morning breakfast chats with workers in different work sections, but most workers were afraid to speak. 193. Because their immediate supervisor was present, they anticipated they would be fired if they complained. After the strike, management continued targeted layoffs against union activists in the wire mill. In 1995 the company eliminated 60 workers from the brass mill's aluminum section and relocated approximately 10 more to other work sections. In mid-1998 Maidco also moved the brass mill casting shop's 40 workers to a new plant located a few miles south of Maidco's headquarters. The elimination of an entire product line substantially reduced the number of union members, while movement of part of the workforce to a more distant location promises to further fragment workplace-based solidarities by reducing the day-to-day interactions between casting shop workers and their other brass and wire mill counterparts. Though the loss of union members and separation of work sections diminished the union's power, the creation of company unions did not noticeably affect the blue-collar union. The organization's losses to the blue-collar company union were very small. After losing 60 workers from the aluminum section, the union only lost 20 members to the blue-collar company group, leaving them with 340 members in 1996. The union later lured some of these workers and new hires into their organization, boosting their membership to 358 in 1998. Over the long term, the blue-collar union has lost more members because, beginning in 1983, management successfully lured skilled workers into the white-collar union. In contrast to the blue-collar union, the white-collar and supervisory unions lost 307 members, virtually gutting their organizations. We should keep in mind, however, that the white-collar and supervisory unions have historically been weak organizations that management often used against the blue-collar union. Therefore, the white-collar and supervisory company union may not be as much of a threat against the blue-collar union as it first appears. Since office workers were the main white-collar group that left their union in 1992, the remaining members of the white-collar union are skilled manual workers who could potentially be classified as blue-collar. Because most of the blue-collar union's losses in membership have been to the white-collar union, they have adopted two strategies. First, as noted above, they have called on blue-collar workers in the company union to return to the blue-collar union, with modest success. Second, they have officially proposed to merge the blue and white-collar unions in an effort to prevent management efforts to split the two unions in contract negotiations. Thus, while the blue-collar union activists do not anticipate being able to reverse the mass exodus of office and supervisory workers from their unions, they believe the unification of blue and white-collar. 194. Workers in one organization could potentially reverse management's counterattack against the unions in response to the lawsuit on gratification ease. In addition to a declining workforce and divisions between organizations, leadership corruption continued after the strike. In 1994, 4 of 5 leaders were caught defrauding the union's medical insurer. One of the 3 was not re-elected and negotiated a handsome severance package with the firm in exchange for relinquishing his job security protection. Surprisingly, members re-elected the 3 brass mill leaders found guilty in this scandal. 2 of them subsequently retired, gaining substantial severance packages. The remaining perpetrator stepped down a few years later. Finally, in 1998, the treasurer elected after the 1994 scandal was caught having embezzled a large sum from the union. He resigned after the union sued him for theft. In subsequent elections, Velázquez, the only veteran leader who did not succumb to corruption, assumed the treasurer position and produced monthly reports on the union's budget during his tenure in that position until late 2003. 1 We can understand this rise of union corruption as an acceleration and intensification of the above-noted processes begun in the late 1980s and as a result of management's attacks against the union in the context of the 1993 strike. The re-election of corrupt officials seems to respond to increased hostility between brass and wire mill workers since the strike, as there are a greater number of blue-collar company union members in the wire mill. Brass mill workers, who outnumber their counterparts in the blue-collar union, may have placed both workplace and personal loyalties above ethical concerns. In contrast, leadership corruption provoked distrust and demoralization among many wire mill activists. Some express great disappointment in their leadership. The rise in corruption reflects the gradual erosion of work-based and union solidarity since the 1993 strike, and is part of a 30-year process of working-class transformation in which the state and managers effectively undermined leftist parties, union organizations, and a working-class culture with roots at the beginning of the 20th century. Corruption is one symptom of a cultural, ideological, and organizational crisis among working people. Post-boom Maidco. Until the end of 1998, management continued its authoritarian model of work organization. The union complained that while Deichler had retired in 1992, the foremen who had loyally worked as his lieutenants over the previous 2 decades maintained their authoritarian style. By mid-1997, management still insisted on an explicit policy of firing rather than relocating workers who can. 195. tracked illnesses or suffered injuries on the job. While we might imagine that the new plant would provide better working conditions, this was not the case. Workers in the new casting shop complained about labor intensity, contamination, illnesses, and contractual violations through inadequate payment. The tide did seem to turn in May 1998, when Tomas Jimenez, Deichler's right-hand man, retired as Chief of Industrial Relations. By the end of the year, the company had changed the legal status of Maidco's headquarters. It became an affiliate of the Maidco Group, and its top executives moved up to manage the group as a whole. With the organizational shakeup, management fired almost all of the old foremen, and workers immediately noticed a change in atmosphere, particularly less persecution of union activists. As part of this management reorganization, Maidco hired Albert Cusson, a former executive from Chile's state-owned copper mines, as CEO of Maidco, to replace Carlos Vicufia, who became a board member on a large energy company. The dismissal of foremen appears to form part of upper management's strategy to streamline middle and upper management, while integrating Chile's Maidco plant with the firm's growing multinational empire. However, company records do not identify the rationale behind the move. These changes coincided with the Asian crisis, so that as orders declined, many anticipated layoffs at year's end. The end of the boom coincided with the apparent end of Maidco's old style of management. The management shake-up could not protect Maidco from the effects of the Asian crisis, the gradual economic meltdown of the Argentine economy, financial weakness in Brazil, and the blue-collar unions' persistence in demanding their court settlement. From 1999 to the present, Maidco has had a series of financial problems. In 1999 the firm lost $100 million, and the following year it lost $29 million. In 2000 the firm closed some of the Argentine plants it had purchased a few years prior in order to offset the previous year's losses. Degree By the end of 2001 Maidco had hired a New York investment bank, Salomon Smith Barney, to restructure its debts of $325 million. In this context, the firm's shares on the New York Stock Exchange had fallen in value to 75 cents per share. According to a New York Stock Exchange rule, firms whose shares fall below $1 for more than 30 days can no longer be traded on the exchange. To respond to both the debt and low share price, in July 2002, Maidco issued $90 million in equity. However, by late September 2002, except for the Luxic Group, few other shareholders bought additional stock, forcing the firm to enter new negotiations with creditors and placing it in a very precarious financial position. At this juncture, Cusson left the firm, and Tiberio Dall'Olio returned to steer the ship. As Hector Velasquez assessed the situation in Sep. 196. September 2002, now the whole possibility of shutting down the Santiago plant will be discussed once again. It's a very grim situation. Asterisk. The final resolution of the union's class action suit occurred in the context of the firm's severe financial problems. While the company effectively evaded paying the settlement through several legal appeals, by August 2001 the union had finally received a court order to seize firm assets if it did not pay the settlement. In response, management argued that paying the settlement would leave it with insufficient funds to pay August salaries and the quarterly share of profits to all Maidco employees. As many union members were hired after the 1989-91 period covered by the lawsuit, they stood to suffer economically even though they would not benefit from any settlement. In contrast, many workers who had resigned or had been fired were still part of the suit and thus had a stake in receiving the settlement regardless of the firm's economic situation. Because of pressure from union members who were not part of the suit and feared for their jobs, the union called for the removal of the order to seize Maidco's assets and began negotiating a settlement. Dissatisfied with the firm's offers, all of the participants in the suit rejected them. In November management struck back, firing all participants in the suit from the white-collar union and threatening to fire all of the participants in the blue-collar union. After joint protests in front of the firm, management reopened negotiations, and rehired the dismissed workers. As a consequence, the union agreed to a formula in which the firm would pay 60% of the money it owed in 4 annual installments, but only to workers who leave or have left the firm. Hence, management was effectively able to convert the settlement into a supplemental severance payment, thereby spreading its costs over time. While the blue-collar union had succeeded in unifying blue-collar, white-collar, and dismissed workers, the ultimate settlement favored management. The pattern of conspicuous consumption among some workers declined as the Chilean economy slowed down. By 1999, more costly purchases such as a car or home, as well as use of department store credit cards, were only possible while overtime work was plentiful. Families were much more pragmatic in their purchases, and consumption decisions were shaped by negotiations between men and women over purchasing priorities as much as by peer pressure or advertising and marketing. The 1993 strike demonstrated hidden tensions in Chile's miracle. Younger workers held cultural and political resources from the previous decade that they deployed in a guerrilla war against the firm in response to systematic under 197 payment and ever-heightened work pressures. However, this strike also represented a crisis of unionism on a deeper level. The disjuncture between union leaders and the rank and file and employers' ability to continue layoffs without a response resulted from the union's leadership crisis. A shortage of committed leaders and a legacy of petty corruption delegitimized most current leaders. These shifts forced inexperienced union activists to take matters into their own hands, with problematic results for the organization and its members. The firm's precarious position after the boom forced the union to accept a smaller legal settlement and led workers to take a more pragmatic approach to consumer behavior. Conclusions. Maidco managers have subjected workers to successive wage cuts, benefit rollbacks, as well as increased job responsibilities and work effort over the last 3 decades. These measures have undermined workplace solidarities in 2 ways. They have promoted shop floor competition and interacted with the rise of formal credit, advertising, and foreign retailers to encourage a new model of debt-financed conspicuous consumption. A new cohort of workers who had participated in the 1983-86 protests has reacted to systematic underpayment and management's efforts to extend work effort to its physical limits by holding a violent strike whose reverberations echoed throughout the following year. Workers hired in the mid-1800s have developed their own strategies and repertoires of action during and after the strike because of their distance from a leadership plagued by petty corruption scandals. In addition to purging strike activists after a cafeteria protest, management took an unprecedented step against the union by creating parallel non-union organizations, but with little success. Through this analysis of industrial innovation and worker resistance, I have focused on the interrelations among work, consumption, and identity. In contrast to most discussions of industrial restructuring focused exclusively on managerial initiatives, I argue that Maidco workers both resisted the managerial offensive through the 1993 strike and accommodated the new model of production by enduring speed-ups and overtime. Union activists were complicit in these managerial offensives by working overtime in order to prevent their wives' entry into the workforce. Worker responses reshaped managerial strat. 198. E.g., most notably in the 1998 dismissal of veteran foremen. While management may have had its own reasons for sacking the foreman, the strike and subsequent resistance likely indicated to them that retaining this cohort of supervisors would only generate further conflicts and thereby undermine firm efficiency and stability. The findings also support arguments emphasizing the influence of political and institutional factors in shaping the character of managerial action. Unlike Japan or Northern Europe, where corporatist institutions at the firm or national level promoted worker participation in decision-making, Chile's experience of dictatorship and radical free market labor reforms militate against the creation of a new social contract between management and labor. The ease with which employers could dismiss workers, and managers fear that worker initiative would bring a return of worker co-management under Allende, discouraged managers from providing workers with an active role in fine-tuning production as in Japanese or Northern European factories. My analysis of new consumption practices and the moral debates that surround them builds on recent discussions of consumption in global context. First, it finds that, in addition to national and ethnic identities, class and gender can also function as bases of resistance to perceived cultural homogenization associated with new retail and credit infrastructures. Maidco workers counterposed their communal and masculine forms of consumption to the increasingly individualistic model of consumption they observed among co-workers and lurking within themselves. Second, this chapter represents one effort to identify the links between the spheres of production and consumption, parting from the tendency in much scholarship to view consumption as increasingly divorced from work-centered identities and practices. Degree in the Maidco case, work intensification and the declining authority of informal work groups over individual behavior laid the groundwork for new consumer behavior. Hence, changes in retail and consumer credit as well as shifts in work organization reinforced one another, rather than being entirely separate processes. While the Chilean miracle engendered the collective belief that Chile would soon rival the Asian tigers, the 1998 Asian crisis and 2001 unraveling of the Argentine economy represented wake-up calls. As unemployment mounted, workers' debt-driven fantasies of upward mobility succumbed to pragmatic attitudes regarding consumption. The end of the boom placed Maidco in a precarious situation, forcing the firm to unload many of the assets acquired, 199. During the 1980s and R9 goes and placing its future solvency in doubt. If the boom had only intensified work while offering few rewards, what would the recession bring? 208. Thomas Miller Klubach. Class, Community, and Neoliberalism in Chile. Copper workers and the labor movement during the military dictatorship and restoration of democracy. In April of 1983, the Chilean Copper Miners' Confederation, representing 26,000 copper workers and under independent leadership for the first time in a decade, called for a general strike in Chile's copper mines and for a day of national protest against the dictatorship of Augusto Pinochet. On May 11, tens of thousands of workers and urban poor, responding to the copper miners' call, came together to demand a return to democracy and to protest the military regime's neoliberal economic policies. A month later, workers in El Teniente, the world's largest underground copper mine, paralyzed production for 24 hours in an illegal strike. The CRC declaration and the strike in the El Teniente mine placed the copper miners in the leadership of opposition to Pinochet and at the forefront of the reinvigorated national labor movement. These May 1983 protests led to a 3-year period of civil unrest that forced the military regime to negotiate with representatives of the democratic opposition. The transition to democracy in Chile after 1989, however, did not satisfy mine workers' demands. Miners confronted center-left coalition governments committed to maintaining the military regime's free market policies and to modernizing Chile's copper production by restructuring the large state-owned mines and promoting foreign investment in new mining enterprises. Despite a strike in IGGI aimed at recouping losses incurred during the dictatorship, miners have been unable to effectively challenge the neoliberal economic model, the incremental privatization of the copper industry, and the reorganization of production in the state-owned mining sector. Unlike 1983, when workers drew on a resilient labor culture and underground political networks to forge their opposition to the dictatorship, by the early Rigo's structural economic and social changes initiated during military rule had transformed the nature of work and community life, undermining the foundations of miners' militant working-class identity. The case of the El Teniente miners provides a number of insights into the history of workers during the Pinochet dictatorship and the transition to democracy, a period defined by economic restructuring and the intensification of Chile's integration into the global economy. First, El Teniente offers an important example of the effects of violent state repression and free market economics on an industrial working-class community, even one as strategically well-placed and historically privileged as the copper miners were. Historically, wages were higher and unions stronger in the copper industry than in other industries, so that many social scientists have considered the copper miners a labor aristocracy. Yet the formation of a permanent working-class community in the copper mining camps after 1930, stimulated by the corporate welfare programs of the Anaconda and Kennecott copper companies and the nationalist and populist policies of the Chilean state after 1930, broke ground for labor relations in urban areas. In Santiago, textile and metallurgical companies employed paternalist labor policies similar to those of the North American copper companies. Anaconda and Kennecott also led the way in building housing projects for workers and their families and provided incentives and benefits that, combined with social legislation passed after 1938, established the family wage and created the conditions for the formation of stable families and working-class neighborhoods alongside the industries developed during the process of import substitution. In the copper mining camps, as in the city, strong community networks shaped a vibrant working-class culture and political identity tied to the leftist parties after 1973 in the mining camps, as well as in urban industrial neighborhoods. The combination of state terror and economic shock therapy led to the fragmentation of these community ties, political networks, and workplace cultures. Second, the copper miners' work actions and mobilizations between 1977 and 1983 illustrate the ways in which labor protest against authoritarianism was woven out of traditions of union activism and political militancy that a decade of dictatorship could not eliminate. The case of the El Teniente miners demonstrates the importance of organized labor and industrial workers and miners to the civilian opposition to the Pinochet regime that erupted after 1983. In the copper mine, traditions of union militancy were driven underground but survived to provide copper workers with clandestine networks for organizing and expressing opposition to the regime and for maintaining workers' notions of 210. Class and community. Years of organizing, strikes, and mobilizations inside and outside unions by mine workers preceded the 3 years of popular insurgency known in Chile as Los Protestas. While most analysts have focused on the role of pobladores in the protests in terms of the emergence of a new historical actor and type of social movement, the case of El Teniente demonstrates the importance of workers and the labor movement to the building of civilian opposition to the Pinochet dictatorship. Third, the El Teniente miners' experiences under the center-left democratic governments of the Concertación reflect the problems confronted by workers and organized labor during the transition to and restoration of democracy. Despite the central role played by the labor movement in the opposition to the Pinochet dictatorship during the 1980s, the position of Chile's workers has been weakened by the maintenance of political institutions, laws, and economic policies inherited from the dictatorship and unmodified under the democratic governments due to the opposition of a Congress in which senators appointed by Pinochet have blocked efforts at reform. Despite their strategic location in the national economy and role in the transition to democracy, copper miners, like workers throughout Chile, have been unable to translate the incremental democratization of the political system into social and economic improvements or the strengthening of their unions. By the 1990s, what political repression could not accomplish, structural economic change had begun to produce in the mining community. Workplace solidarities, community ties, and political networks that were once the basis of miners' powerful class identity and collective actions were disrupted by new labor systems, flexibilization, downsizing, the growth of cultures of individualism and consumerism, and the fragmentation and dispersal of residential neighborhoods. The case of El Teniente illuminates the effects of globalization and economic restructuring on working-class communities and organized labor throughout Chile. Finally, as workers in Chile's largest state-owned company, the Corporación del Cobre, and the most important industry in the national economy, miners confronted a series of unique challenges during the 1990s. First, how could they defend a state-owned industry against the incursions of foreign investment in the context of an economic model that privileges privatization and the liberalization of trade and investment without the political support of the government or its constituent parties? Second, what role would miners' unions and workers play in the new management programs designed to make Codelco internationally competitive while maintaining its status as a state-owned enterprise? Finally, could mine workers rebuild a shared sense of class and union solidarity in the context of new management strategies designed to 211 reduce costs and increase production, and workers' weakened position vis-a-vis the copper company in a democracy still limited by the legacies of authoritarian rule. Copper miners in Chile before 1973. Before 1973, the El Teniente Copper Miners Unions and the CTC, representing workers in Chile's largest copper mines, had enjoyed a privileged position in terms of government support and recognition. Because earnings from taxes on copper exports composed the bulk of Chile's foreign revenues, beginning in the 1930s, miners occupied a strategic role in the national economy, and their unions employed a great deal of leverage within the prevailing system of state-administered labor relations. Copper workers' unions were able to press the state to intervene in labor conflicts in order to maintain labor peace and high levels of production in the mines, and were thus able to wrest substantial gains in wage levels and benefits from the North American companies that owned the mines. In addition, miners were able to identify their strikes and demands with Chile's national interests and with efforts to exert Chilean control over the foreign-owned mines, and could thus call on national support in their conflicts with the foreign companies. Nationalism became a primary mode of asserting working-class radicalism in the copper mines. After 1938, the El Teniente mining community was integrated into a state-directed corporatist system of labor relations. With support from the state, the miners were able to elect independent union leaders and build powerful unions led by members of the Communist Party and Socialist Party. Communist Party activists helped to organize miners' independent union movements during the 1930s, and both leftist parties provided crucial support to the miners' organizations during strikes and collective bargaining between the North American copper companies, the unions, and the state. Leftist senators and deputies frequently made speeches in Congress defending the copper miners against the North American company, echoed the miners' call for nationalization of the mines, and heralded the miners' strikes as part of a broader nationalist project to recover what Salvador Allende called El Sueldo de Chile. Strikes in the copper mines contributed to the 1966 decision of the Christian Democratic government of Eduardo Frei to Chileanize the country's copper mines by purchasing majority ownership from the Anaconda 212 and Kennecott copper companies. And in 1971 the mines were nationalized outright by Allende's Socialist Popular Unity government. Workers in the Kennecott Copper Company's El Teniente mine were also able to take advantage of the company's need for a stable and skilled labor force and capacity to pay high wages relative to other sectors of the economy. In response to traditions of labor mobility and working-class effervescence that hampered production in the mine from 1904 to 1919, during the 1920s the North American company began to offer high wages and social welfare benefits in order to secure a reliable and trained labor force. Kennecott's Chilean subsidiary, the Braden Copper Company, used high wages, production bonuses, and welfare benefits to induce workers to stay on the job in the mine, marry, and form families in the camps. The company paid a periodic cost of living raise and a family allowance that gave married workers with children special bonuses. The company also built schools for workers and their children and provided cultural and social activities for the mining community. In addition, in almost annual strikes between 1938 and 1973 the miners won the right to health care, job security, hiring preference for their children, and pensions, along with respect for job classifications and improvements in work conditions. The mining company offered male workers the possibility of approximating a middle-class lifestyle by maintaining their families on a single-family wage that was significantly higher than salaries in other industrial sectors. Despite high wages relative to other Chilean workers and the company's social welfare system, miners nurtured a combative culture of opposition to company authority. Work in teams created tight bonds of solidarity among miners who shared a common interest in meeting production quotas in order to earn bonuses. In addition, the constant danger of accidents in the mine drew workers within teams together and established ties based on their mutual reliance for survival. Like miners around the world, Teniente copper workers elaborated an intensely masculine work identity based on their capacity for hard and dangerous physical labor in the mine. Pride in physical strength and the skill required to perform jobs inside the mine and its concentrating and refining plants laid the basis for the miners' sense of dignity and autonomy and produced a defiant and challenging attitude toward company authority. Fights among workers and with foremen and supervisors were frequent, as were wildcat strikes and stoppages. The miners' ties of workplace solidarity were reinforced by the tight links between the mining community and the mine. Until the late 1960s, most El Teniente copper miners lived in isolated camps high up in the Andes. In these, 213 camps, the miners and their families forged a resilient community and class identity that lent strength to their struggles with the North American company. Their shared experiences in mining camps dominated by a single company fostered a sense of collective interest and antagonism to a common enemy. Recreation, education, the cost of living, housing, and health care were controlled by the company and were linked to miners' wages and work in the mine. Miners' wives participated in strikes, walked picket lines, and organized women's committees and cost of living committees. The gendered division of labor in the camps, promoted by the copper company and male workers alike, assigned women to the domestic sphere and defined their social role in terms of marriage and motherhood. As housewives, their responsibility for their family's welfare threw them into conflict with the company and placed them at the side of their husbands, on whose wages and benefits they depended during strikes. Military repression and the neoliberal economic model in the copper mines. The 1973 military coup initiated profound changes in the lives of the El Teniente copper miners and their families. Military officers took control of the mine's administration. Hundreds of leftist activists were fired, and many were arrested and tortured. Some members of El Teniene's administration appointed by Salvador Allende's Socialist Popular Unity government and prominent members of the UP parties and union leaders were sent to concentration camps and then into exile. While union structures in El Teniente remained nominally intact, the military exercised a firm control over union leaders and activity within the unions remained dormant until the RG-8OS. As in other sectors of the economy, union elections were prohibited, union leaders were appointed by the regime, and collective bargaining was suspended. A 1973 strike against the UP by El Teniene's white-collar workers led by Christian Democratic Party and rightist Gremialista union leaders, with the support of the Chilean right and the United States Central Intelligence Agency, had earned the miners a certain level of approval in the eyes of Chile's new military rulers. Therefore, repression in the mine was not as harsh as in Santiago's militant industrial belts and urban factories that had been nationalized after workers' takeovers. The PPC had made inroads in copper miners' empleado unions during the late 1960s and had challenged the traditional hegemony of the communist and 214 socialist parties, which retained their base in the large blue-collar workers' unions. In addition, a small number of ostensibly non-political Gremialista union leaders who viewed unions as professional associations or interest groups occupied leadership positions in the unions of empleados. The importance of copper production to the economy and the national symbolic and institutional weight of the copper miners' unions also impeded the implementation of more repressive actions in the mines. The regime initially hoped to use union leaders in the copper industry who had opposed Allende's UP government to manufacture the appearance of labor support for military rule. Thus, 2 weeks after the military coup, Pinochet traveled to El Teniente to meet with the wives of workers who had struck against the Allende government in order to demonstrate the regime's sympathy for non-political and non-subversive forms of organized labor. A number of Christian Democratic and independent Gremialista leaders were appointed to head El Teniene's unions. During the first years following the military coup, the Pinochet regime also experimented briefly with nationalist and corporatist labor policies under the direction of some members of the military, particularly the new Minister of Labor General Nicanor Diaz Estrada and Air Force Commander General Gustavo Lee. The regime sought to establish direct channels of communication with independent non-leftist and Christian Democratic union leaders. In 1974, for example, Diaz met with the regime-appointed leaders of the CRC to discuss their concerns about the military junta's labor policy. The general assured the CTC leaders that the government would respect miners' derechos adquiridos, but informed them that the regime would continue to suspend collective bargaining in order to combat inflation, and because 75% of the union leaders are in place since September 11, 1973, but we can't trust all of them because there still remain some bad habits in terms of public order. And we must understand that the rules of the game are no longer what they once were. The new military rulers appointed Guillermo Santana, a Christian Democrat with close ties to the AFL-CIO's anti-communist American Institute for Free Labor Development, itself linked to the CRA, to head the CRC. In 1974, Santana visited Washington at the invitation of Eiffel to speak on the actual conditions of unionists in our country and the new avenues that have opened between the workers and the government. The regime drew on the support of Guillermo Medina, a leader of one of El Tinín's empleados unions with ties to the C1A, in order to claim the support of organized labor and the copper workers for the dictatorship. Medina acted as a gremialista union leader, with ties neither to the left-wing parties that dominated El Tinín's blue-collar unions, nor to the Christian Democratic leaders, 215, whose base of support lay in the smaller white-collar unions. Medina had played a central role in the 1973 strike against the UP and, following the coup, was the only labor leader to be appointed to the regime's Council of State. Throughout the period of Pinochet's rule, Medina met frequently with Pinochet, his ministers, and the military officers placed in charge of the National Copper Company to discuss issues that related to workers' demands in the copper sector. In addition, Medina was employed by the military regime as an unofficial spokesman for organized labor during discussions of national labor policy. In 1974, Medina organized a rally in El Tinín to support the Minister of Mining's threat to suspend copper exports to Great Britain in response to its criticisms of the military regime's human rights abuses. By 1975, the military government began to direct its repressive apparatus even at Christian Democratic Union leaders in El Tinín and the CRC who were trying to organize a limited amount of autonomous union activity and to enter into collective bargaining with Codelco. The regime had begun to consolidate its rule and to plan a long-term project for the complete transformation of the nation's political and socio-economic structures according to the radical neoliberalism of Los Chicago Boys, a group of economists trained in the United States. After 1975, PDC political leaders and labor leaders who had supported the coup and who had hoped to carve out some space for unions under military rule, as well as to build Christian democratic control of the labor movement, felt the brush of repression, and many were arrested and sent into exile. Only rightist union leaders loyal to the Pinochet regime, such as Medina, and non-political, regime-appointed leaders maintained their positions at the head of the miners' organizations. As oral histories with mine workers testify, the decade following the military coup was defined by intense repression and a generalized climate of terror and fear. Miners no longer attended union assemblies, met in groups, or talked openly with one another. One worker recalls, for example, that participation was braked because when someone spoke in the union, when they noted that he was making a demand for something, he was detained the next day. Another miner remembers that until 1980 unions had to request police permission to hold assemblies and that police were sent to watch over union meetings. At work, supervisors and foremen ruled with an authoritarian discipline that earned them the name Gringos Chilenos and the reputation of being worse than North American bosses. Supervisors and mine foremen frequently violated job classifications and forced workers to do extra jobs and work overtime without pay. As one miner, 216, said, the situation deteriorated as to work conditions. Abuses by chiefs, lack of respect for the workers and threats. The chiefs drive us hard, as they say. They swear at us and treat us with arrogance, if you don't do this job you're fired. And go complain to the union. They don't respect the classifications. The chief says, you have to do this job, and you have to do it. They punish you for every slip-up and order you to do dangerous jobs. Union leaders were chosen by Codelco and the government and were widely perceived to be the agents of the dictatorship. Miners reported that spies denounced workers who talked politics or spoke at union meetings to the company administration and police. They only went to the union hall to take out loans, visit the dental clinic, or receive benefits. The miners' close bonds of workplace solidarity began to erode under the pressures of fear and repression. As one miner remembers, "I would say that everyone sought refuge, they kept quiet. Often the workers didn't even greet one another out of fear. You saw it everywhere. You were walking and sometimes you bumped into someone who crossed the street to avoid contact, conversation, or greeting." Another remembered that you couldn't give your opinion, it was an atmosphere in which you couldn't work peacefully, where you couldn't talk to anyone, everyone was mistrustful. Describing the deterioration of union life, one worker noted that union members don't participate, they don't go to meetings. There's no trust. If you express your opinions, in 2 minutes they know in the office. The guys don't risk it, don't support the union leaders. They stay quiet, at home, and their car, and they take care of their jobs. The military repression of organized labor and the left was exacerbated in El Teniente, as in other working-class communities in Chile, by the regime's economic policies, which reduced job security, wages, and benefits. El Teniene's military administration attempted to cut production costs in the copper industry by lowering workers' wages, limiting their benefits, reducing employment, and subcontracting many of the jobs not directly related to production. The suspension of collective bargaining and independent union activity led to a significant decline in workers' real wages following the coup. Between late 1973 and May 1983, real average wages dropped by 32.6% in El Teniente, considerably reducing production costs for Codelco, since wages and benefits constituted close to half the company's operating budget. Codelco also cut costs by reducing workers' benefits. El Teniente workers no longer had access to free medical attention and health care from the company, a benefit they had won from Kennecott in the 1920s and a basic necessity in an industry where work-related injuries and illnesses proliferated. By the late 1970s, El Teniente, 217 miners had to pay 50% of their medical costs, and for some procedures up to % to private health care organizations. As union leaders noted, workers who suffered accidents on the job often fell deeply into debt in order to pay for medical treatment. To pay for health care, workers took out loans from the company or went to officialist union leaders for help in acquiring credit from the company or from banks. Miners noted a deterioration in the quality of the medical care they received. As the miners' paper put it in 1985, "It's a demonstrable fact that with the creation of the FUSAT, the provision of health care to the workers and their family members has suffered a considerable deterioration of quality and quantity. This is demonstrated by the hundreds of demands and debts that pressure the workers." In an industry where work accidents were frequent and silicosis a common problem, private health organizations frequently refused to classify workers' injuries and illnesses as job-related. In 1983, one union leader noted that our most serious problem right now is medical attention. Many people have had work accidents, and they haven't received good care. The privatization of Chile's social security system also undermined the miners' economic security. While the North American company and then the state under the UP government had provided workers' pensions, now workers had to contribute to private financial groups that managed pension funds. Some miners who had little experience with finance and investment lost their pensions, which had been invested in precarious investment firms that went out of business during the economic crisis that began in 1982. The privatization of Social Security and health care left workers vulnerable to the whims of the market and many deeply indebted. Housing payments exacerbated this situation. Before 1973, copper workers lived in housing provided by the company in the mines camps or in housing subsidized by the state and the company in Rancagua, the city below El Teniente. By the mid-1970s, most El Teniente workers lived in housing developments in Rancagua built according to plans elaborated by the North American Company and the Christian Democratic government of Eduardo Frei in 1966. Under the Popular Unity government of Allende, the state assumed all of the costs for supplying miners housing after the nationalization of the mines in 1971, but after the military coup in 1973, workers had to take on financial responsibility for their homes, adding rents and housing payments to their ever-increasing debt burdens. The regime's 1979 labor code also took away many of the economic gains that the El Teniente miners had won from the North American Copper Company. 218 plus. And that had been guaranteed by the state. The labor code established a number of laws that severely limited workers' organizations. Industry-wide federations such as the CRC, which had won legal status after a general strike in the copper industry during the 1960s, were given no legal standing and could not represent workers in collective bargaining. Many workers in industries whose paralyzation would damage the supply of goods to the population, the economy, or national security, like copper, could not go on strike. Employers were given the right to hire replacement workers during strikes. After 60 days on strike, workers were required either to return to work and accept the conditions offered by the employer or to leave the company. The introduction of the new labor code eroded the once strong position of miners' unions and transformed their relation to the state. The introduction of new machinery in the mine after 1980 also rendered copper workers' livelihoods more precarious. While most of the labor involved in building tunnels and extracting mineral before 1980 was labor-intensive drilling, placing charges, shoveling ore into cars, new machines transformed the nature of work in the mines and reduced the company's labor requirements. As one miner remembers, where the miner drilled and then blasted, a lot of that was done with physical force like with the shovel. Today they have huge mechanical shovels. Before you needed a bottle of oxygen, of gas. You had to carry it on your shoulder. Today this is transported by a vehicle. Today they are trying out machines that do everything the miner used to do. The machine drills into the hill, deposits the explosive. That means a reduction in personnel. In the mine, new equipment and tractors were used for drilling and shoveling, diesel-powered transportation was introduced, and new mechanized operating systems were installed. In the foundry and mill, the company introduced the automation and the simplification of tasks through the use of machinery and computers. Mechanization led to changes in job classifications and pay systems as well. In 1987, a company committee completed a reorganization of job classifications to fit the realities of new work systems. As a union bulletin put it, with the modernization the company has experienced, incorporating new more advanced technologies, job classifications have suffered extra burdens in terms of duties, responsibilities, and obligations, but this hasn't been compensated for in money for the worker. The paper pointed out that workers had learned new skills and taken on new responsibilities and tasks, leading to an increase in production, with no change in the system of payment. The paper noted that the new organization of job classifications introduced by the company actually led to a 219 decrease in remunerations for most workers, and that there was a crisis of discontent among the workers for the decline in income as well as the exhaustion and physical damage caused by the unchecked increase in work. *The use of new technologies led to increased production, lower costs, a reduced labor force, and record earnings for Codelco, despite the steadily dropping price of copper on the world market. In 1982, for example, the price of copper dropped from 73 to 62 cents a pound on the world market, yet the company still earned 50% more than it had in 1981. In 1974, Codelco employed 32,849 workers, in 1981, 27,900, and by 1982, 26,387. In addition, the cost per worker declined by 16% just between 1981 and 1982, due to the intensification of work, salary reductions, and mechanization. Between 1982 and 1983, real wages declined by 6% in El Teniente and, with the use of new machinery in the mine and foundry, led to a reduction in the cost of production by 27.6%. Through the use of subcontractors, the military administration began to privatize many support above-ground functions and even some activities directly related to production inside the mine. New construction and expansion projects were given to private firms, thus diminishing the significance of LT&E's organized workers. By 1986, over half the total workers employed by LT&E worked for nearly 200 private contractors. These firms paid workers roughly half the wages earned by miners employed by the National Copper Company, provided no benefits, and offered little job security. Workers' efforts to unionize these small companies were easily thwarted. Before 1973, children of LT&E workers could depend on a steady job in the mine. Most miners had been born and raised in the mining camps, and a career as a miner and a healthy pension were viewed as a right guaranteed by the paternalist labor system established by the North American Copper Company during the 1920s. Under the military regime, neither the miners nor their children had a secure future in LT&E, since subcontractors were able to take advantage of an ever-increasing pool of urban unemployed. The growth of subcontracting temporary jobs to replace permanent Codelco workers led to the miners' sense that their employment was increasingly precarious. Workers in the small private firms enjoyed no job security and none of the benefits and bonuses that Codelco's workers had won in strikes and contracts since the 1930s. The living and work conditions of subcontracted workers resembled those of workers during the first decades of the 20th century. By the 1980s, many mine workers had family members and friends working at temporary jobs for the contratistas. 220. The difficulty of living and working conditions for workers in private subcontracting firms was symbolized by the fact that they were lodged in barracks in the old mining camps built by the North American companies, whereas workers employed directly by Codelco lived in private homes and apartments in the city. In 1990, a parliamentary delegation visited the old camps. In a description that harkened back to the early 1900s, Hector Olivares, a deputy and former LT&E union leader from before 1973, told the press that he had seen the miserable conditions in which the contratista workers lived in the camps, living 30 or 40 workers to a room, the lack of ventilation and bathrooms, and the absence of recreational facilities. A second parliamentary visit in 1994 noted that the 5,000 contratista workers labored 12-hour days and received significantly lower pay for the same jobs performed by workers employed by Codelco. That year, just over a quarter of workers in Codelco's large copper mines were employed by subcontractors. In 1987-88, the Union Sinamay and the National Construction Workers Union held the first meeting to discuss unionization of the 8,000 workers in private firms in Codelco mines. Fittingly, their demands echoed the first efforts to organize copper workers after the First World War: legal guarantees against the firing of union leaders, a common strategy of the contratistas, passes for union leaders to enter work sites and the mine, and the establishment of a minimum wage. In addition, the unions noted that workers in the subcontracting firms toiled in notoriously substandard and dangerous conditions without the necessary protective gear and equipment. In RGG1, a similar union drive led by the Sindicato Interempresa de Trabajadores Contratistas del Cobre added pensions, an end to the company's blacklists, and better living conditions in the camps to these petitions. Registered the ability of the contratista workers to make demands on the company was limited, however, by their temporary status. Mass dismissals of workers from different subcontracting companies undermined the strength of the unions and their leverage in negotiations with LT&E's management. In 1990, for example, 2,300 workers from 2 different private companies lost their jobs. According to Siteco, over 30% of these workers had labored for more than 4 years in LT&E. The following year, the end of a contract with 2 other large private firms led to the dismissal of 2,600 workers. The weakness of the contratista unions was made clear when, in 1995, a new administration in LT&E appointed by the Concertación government of Eduardo Frei, closed down the union hall, refused to grant passes to union leaders to enter the mine, and cut wages for subcontracted workers. Thus, first the military dictatorship and then the concertacy and governments, 221. Removed many of the pillars of the North American Copper Company's corporate welfare policies and dismantled the state-directed system of labor relations, destroying the foundation of the miners' cohesive community. As the case of subcontracted workers illustrates vividly, the military regime's political and economic policies recreated the conditions of the early 20th century when unions were banned or controlled by the company and workers enjoyed few legal guarantees. Rights to a family wage, job security, work bonuses, and benefits had enabled workers to commit to a lifetime of work in Itenient and had led them to marry and form families in the camps, ensuring the reproduction and training of the labor force as generations of miners' sons followed their fathers into the mine. The military regime eliminated the economic and social securities that had been the foundation of the stable labor force and community in the El Teniente mine, leaving miners and their families vulnerable to the vicissitudes of life in the city and in a globalized market economy. The reorganization of an independent labor movement, 1977 to 1982. Despite the police state built by the Pinochet dictatorship during the 1970s, the El Teniente miners mounted a series of challenges to the authority of the company. Traditions of labor activism and political militancy in the Communist and Socialist parties, as well as in the Christian Democratic Party, established the basis for underground organizing in the mine and in workers' neighborhoods and helped workers rebuild a sense of community and class identity. While the nature of work inside the mine and community life outside the mine in the city of Rancagua shifted during the 1970s, traditions of union and political activism provided networks that allowed mine workers to contest many of the changes that had begun to unsettle their lives. In 1977, following the regime's rejection of efforts by PPC union leaders to negotiate a new contract, miners engaged in a viandazo in which workers boycotted the mess halls to symbolize their protest of working conditions. Months later, over 70% of the El Teniente workforce engaged in a wildcat strike in response to the dismissal of opposition union leaders. A clandestine leaflet that circulated inside the mine read, "Nobody works the second of the month. Because we are earning a pittance. Because we have nothing to put in the lunch box." The pamphlet attacked union leaders as traitor puppets, a troupe of sellouts, and called for a strike and a return to the struggle against the common misery. "Read it and pass it along," the pamphlet stated. The following year, workers in 222. Both El Teniente and the northern Chuquicamata mine engaged in another stoppage, again resulting in a wave of dismissals by Codelco. Workers organized these movements at soccer matches, over lunch in the mess hall, on the buses going up to work, and in the mine's changing room, where word of stoppages and clandestine pamphlets and leaflets were distributed. In general, these movements were led by workers outside the company-controlled union. As one worker remembered *, the movement was formed out of sight of the union leadership, because at that time the workers didn't trust the union leaders, because they hadn't been elected. Was organized by the workers in the cage, in the train, they threw clandestine pamphlets. The leaders began to make demands before the trains left, because there's a strategic point where all the workers put on their work clothes, they change clothes and get on the train when the time came to get on the train, and they were conversing and the train would leave and they wouldn't go up to the mine. *. After the 1977 strike in El Teniente, over 80 miners were fired and 4 union leaders were arrested and 2 sent into internal exile. The strikes in the copper mines during 1977 and 1978 represented the first labor actions in Pinochet's Chile and occurred at the height of political repression. For the miners, the strikes signified the revival of decades-old traditions of labor militancy and the inauguration of a period of slow rebuilding of an autonomous labor movement in the copper industry. Oral sources recall that the workplace actions brought militants of the Christian Democratic, Communist, and Socialist parties together in common opposition to the military regime for the first time and initiated a process of winning back the unions from regime-appointed leaders*. Degree at the national level, This newfound political unity was reflected by the revitalization of the national labor movement with the founding in 1978 of the Coordinadora Nacional Sindical by Socialist, Communist, and Christian Democratic Union activists. The implementation of the new system of labor relations in 1979 under the Pinochet Labor Code provided the workers with new opportunities for organizing. Union elections and collective bargaining were legalized, and, despite restrictions on union activity, workers took advantage of this new institutional space to build independent unions and to remove union leaders loyal to the regime. El Teniente workers began to establish internal commissions to examine the corruption and mismanagement of officialist union leaders. As one worker recalled, inside the mine the workers began to circulate a petition to censure the union leaders. A ton of workers signed this list and they presented it, 223, to the authorities, and 3 or 4 days later the workers who were presenting the demands were fired. In the Caletones foundry, an opposition union leader recalls, workers formed an investigative commission, established by law, and this commission was accused of political activity and everyone was fired. A 1984 CTC report reviewing the history of the struggles to win back the unions from regime-appointed leaders noted that many workers have been fired to this day for having wanted to censure union leaders named by decree by the authorities of the government. More or less 30 workers have been fired for trying to investigate the actions and corruption of officialist union leaders. The investigative commissions provided the basis for a new union movement in the copper mines, and when union elections were held for the first time between 1980 and 1982, opposition leaders, mostly from the Communist and Christian Democratic parties, took control of the unions and the CRC. At the national level, in 1982 the regime-appointed head of the CRC was replaced with an elected union leader from El Teniente, Emilio Torres, and Guillermo Medina was removed from his position at the head of the umbrella organization of El Teniente unions and replaced with Eugenio Lopez, a worker who had been active in the movements of the late 1970s. Both Torres and Lopez were militants of the Christian Democratic Party. Militants of the Communist Party were also elected to the CRC's national leadership, including Manuel Rodriguez, newly elected president of the El Teniente Foundry Workers Union. The workers who helped organize the first strikes and opposition movements within the El Teniente Union were old-timers and younger workers who had profiles as political and union activists and who had escaped repression after 1973, despite their militancy in leftist parties and the PPC. They were known by other workers as combative and articulate, and they drew on the authority conferred on them by the miners' history of struggle to lead the new movements. As one worker recalled, "I think at this time there was a terrific participation of the El Teniente old-timers. The old-timers were the most enthusiastic. They guided the young kids, gave the young kids incentive. It's that the old guys came with a combative mentality. Those old-timers that I'll tell you were those that hadn't known how to read and write and they arrived with the puro feet no ma. It was the old-timers who gave it spirit. Their presence outside of the house in the street was meaningful. The old guy went out in the street with his cigarette and with this he was demonstrating that here I am and I'm with you, and maybe that bravery was transmitted to by the old-timers." 224. Often these workers were children of miners, had grown up in the mining camps, and had begun work in El Teniente during the 1950s, 1960s, or early 19,708. They had close contact with the mine's traditions of labor activism, but had been either too young to suffer dismissal and repression after the 1973 coup or had escaped because they hadn't occupied posts as union leaders or in the local leaderships of the leftist political parties. Workers who spoke out against the regime and organized protests had the experience of militancy in political parties and often had the support of these parties. In this sense, their election and the protests they led were linked to the clandestine networks of the outlawed leftist parties and the PDC. One PS activist remembers, for example, the election of a socialist union leader in 1981. He was a man who had come out of clandestinity, because I'll tell you that he had worked clandestinely. We all worked clandestinely for his candidacy, and I was detained precisely because they knew that I was one of those who supported him. Degree before the 1973 coup, the union leader had been a socialist provincial delegate for the CUR. Political militancy won workers' recognition and trust from other workers. Workers tended to vote for militants of the leftist parties and the PPC who worked actively and, at times, openly against the dictatorship. Thus one communist union leader elected in 1981 recalls that the workers knew me since before 73 because I was a candidate before 73. If I had been elected that time before 73 I would have been fired. Everyone knew my way of thinking. This is because the workers in this union are very old, with many years working. This is how they knew me for my militancy in the Communist Party. Members of the Communist, Socialist, and Christian Democratic parties held underground meetings at soccer matches, on buses, in taxis, or walking in small groups on the street. They distributed pamphlets and organized stoppages, slowdowns, and viandazos by word of mouth. Often, the opposition leaders elected after 1980 emerged with the support of these underground networks. As one leftist union activist recalls, communists and socialists were elected. There was an underground, clandestine leaders who worked clandestinely. Speaking on the buses, small groups in the strike committee that was the school. You could speak at work and had the opportunity to talk on the bus, in the train, in the cafeteria. That's how the new leaders became known. Another minor remembers that people began to organize, I would say, clandestinely, because in the first place we knew who we were, those who were on the left knew who we were, so we began, 225. To act with a lot of fear, but we began to create an organization. The parties began to organize themselves as we went along meeting, and we began to lose fear, and we went along talking to one another and holding clandestine meetings. Here I would say that politically we worked together, with Christian Democrats, with radicals, with socialists, with communists*. With the unions under the control of the regime, the opposition parties provided an important resource for organizing. The work stoppages and protests of the late 1970s, one union activist remembers, were directed by the popular parties. They were the initiators of the struggle. Because the union leaders were still those that the dictatorship had imposed. These leftist networks organized small acts of protest. He recalls. One year we went clandestinely to the cemetery number 2 here in Rancagua, the 4th of September, the historic day when they held elections in Chile. So we said the 4 at 11 in 2, no one knew where it was, and we put a floral arrangement as homage to Allende, and we made speeches and sang the socialist Marseillaise. We were a few brave ones, 30 people, and the youth wrote graffiti in the cemetery. It was very quick, very committed people. We held meetings in cars, walking along. A group of leaders would hold a meeting, or we would hold meetings in a restaurant seated having a soda, very camouflaged meetings. The success of the grassroots opposition movement between 1977 and 1982 in wresting control of the tenient unions from officialist leaders did not, however, translate into results during collective bargaining with Codelco. Like workers in other industries between 1979 and 1982, copper miners found their position during negotiations and strikes undermined by the regime's labor code. 2 years of collective bargaining and strikes in urban industries and the copper mines ended with few favorable results for workers. Nationally, workers won some wage increases, but these did little to make up for increases in the cost of living and the radical decline in real wages since 1973. Overall, by 1979 real wages had dropped by an average of 10.7% since 1969, while in the mining sector they had fallen 22.2%. The average wage increase of 7.2% during the first year of collective bargaining did not remedy workers' declining standard of living. During the second round of collective bargaining, average wage hikes decreased to between 3 and 4% of workers' real wages. For the first time since the coup, workers could strike legally. However, the labor code rendered the strike a limited tool at best, and most strikes ended in defeat before the 59-day limit it imposed. During the first 2 years of collective bargaining there were 102 strikes in Chile involving 44,955 workers. In L. 226. Teniente in 1981, 8,230 workers struck for 48 days, having demanded a 10% wage increase and having rejected the company offer of 2%. The strike ended when the miners' unions agreed to the company offer. In 1982, in response to the economic crisis, a new labor law eliminated automatic cost of living raises for all workers, one of the copper workers' most cherished conquests, dating back to the 1930s. The reality of the new labor legislation was made clear to teniente miners when, after 59 days on strike, 1,700 workers in the Caletones foundry who had petitioned for a 10% raise were forced to return to work and accept their previous contract, gaining no raise at all, which meant the loss of the long-established cost of living raise in a country with a long history of inflation. In addition, the foundry workers, like all workers in teniente, lost their right both to company-paid medical care and production bonuses that had been part of collective contracts for decades. The lack of success experienced by miners' unions during collective bargaining in 1981–82 reflected a national reality for the labor movement. While unions requested an average of 23.1% in wage increases, employers offered only 4.4%. On average, strikes resulted in raises of 6.1% over the 2 years. The wages lost to workers during the strikes outweighed the minimal increases they could win through negotiations with employers. In general, in the most important strikes, workers were forced to return to work with little gain after the 59-day strike limit expired. While before 1973 the miners' unions had stood apart for their strength and capacity to wrest wage hikes and benefits from the North American copper companies, by the early 1980s they had lost their leverage, and the guarantees that had allowed copper workers a privileged place in the Chilean workforce had been dismantled. The reanimation of teniente unions between 1977 and 1982 coincided with a general rebuilding of the Chilean labor movement during the period following the institutionalization of the military regime's labor plan. Traditions of labor militancy and political networks served as the vehicle through which workers won control of teniente unions and replaced regime-appointed union leaders. As in other industries, however, mine workers found that traditional forms of workplace-based labor action, collective bargaining, and the strike were ineffective. Whereas before 1973 mine workers' unions had enjoyed a privileged position in relation to the state, the 2-year period of collective bargaining made clear that workers in the mining sector had lost their leverage when confronted with a dictatorship intent on dismantling corporatist structures, restricting union activity, and reorganizing the economy according to the dictates of free market economics. The loss of crucial benefits during the strikes and collective bargaining in 227. Chile's copper mines represented a trend in the international copper industry. In 1983 workers in Phelps Dodge's Arizona mines engaged in a year-long strike in response to the company's decision to break the unions and eliminate automatic wage increases in the context of world recession and declining international copper prices. The loss of the strike was part of a general recasting of labor relations in the United States during the Reagan administration and the destruction of the close-knit mining communities in the U.S. Southwest. Thus the Chilean copper miners confronted global changes in labor relations that refracted in Chile during the country's intensified integration into the international economy and the implementation of neoliberal economic reforms. Economic crisis and popular protest, 1983 to 1986. In 1982 the military regime's economic model entered a period of prolonged crisis that lasted until 1986. The collapse of the economic miracle of the late 1970s led to 3 years of protests and social mobilizations aimed at bringing down the dictatorship and instigated by the CRC's call for a day of national protest on May 11, 1983. The CRC's declaration, issued at its annual Congress in Punta de Trilxa, constituted one of the first broad challenges to the dictatorship's repressive policies and economic model and signaled the rebirth of a civilian opposition to the dictatorship rooted in the social movements of workers and the urban poor. As a union publication put it, the day of national protest represented without any doubt the most significant political event that the military government has had to confront. Asterisk. The CTC's announcement at its annual conference in Punta de Trilxas stated that our problem is not one law more or less, but a complete economic, social, cultural, and political system that has us smothered and bound. The moment has come to stand up and say enough. The CRC's call for a national protest received an unexpectedly widespread response, as urban working-class neighborhoods all over Chile exploded banging empty pots, blowing horns, burning tires, and erecting barricades in the streets. The CRTC's statement reflected the failures of the opposition labor movement to wrest gains from employers during collective bargaining between 1980 and 1982 as a result of the restrictions imposed by the regime's labor code. In the context of intense military repression and the weakness of traditional means of organized pressure like the strike, the CRC viewed nationwide protest to be the only viable form of opposition to the regime. Instead of a movement located at the level of the workplace, the CRC envisioned a national alliance with other 228 workers and opposition sectors, including students, the Catholic Church, the middle class, and the human rights movement as the best response to regime repression. The protest, rather than the strike, would serve workers better, since the labor code made striking a no-win situation. The CRC perceived workers' problems as going beyond individual firms to the entire political and economic system. The copper miners defined the protest of May 1983 as part of a general critique of the regime's neoliberal economic policies. In Congresses in 1982 and 1983, the CRC released lengthy analyses of the labor code and the model of Los Chicago Boys, which they linked to the dictatorship's political repression. In 1982 the CRC Congress issued a detailed examination of workers' many losses under the labor code and concluded that the labor code permits the strengthening, accumulation, and concentration of economic power in Chile. And today this economic power imposes its decisions and has the power to obligate us to work in the conditions it decides, assuring the functioning of the economic model. The CRC declaration emphasized that a national movement to oppose the economic system of the dictatorship was necessary because traditional forms of workplace-based action were no longer feasible. During each collective negotiation, union leaders have found that they have been able to gain little or nothing. They have come to realize that companies present their own petitions to the unions, protected by the criminal laws of the labor code, which permit every kind of excess on the part of the companies and place every kind of limitation on the workers. Asterisk. The CRC provided a critique of the regime's economic policies and explained how neoliberalism had led to the economic crisis of the 1980s, arguing that the existence of the model depended on maintaining workers disorganized, restricted, and crushed by regressive labor legislation. The report assailed the regime's plans to confront the economic crisis by slashing workers' wages, eliminating cost of living raises, and inviting foreign investment in a privatized copper industry, against the will of all Chileans who once said yes to the nationalization of copper. The copper miners were well situated to lead labor and civilian protest against the dictatorship. Unlike workers in other industries, they had managed to maintain their union structures and occupied an essential position in the export economy at a time of severe economic crisis. Both their relative security and threats to this same security placed the copper miners in a unique position to organize opposition to the dictatorship. By 1983, economic restructuring and recession had begun to erode the many material benefits and securities copper workers had won over the years. Following the failures of collective bargaining, 229, and strikes to defend wages and benefits, the El Teniente miners began to look for new forms of protest. As one miner said, the guys were tired of losing their conquests without daring to raise their voices, permanently threatened with unemployment and by the private contractors. Asterisk. Another miner noted that over time the worker saw that his conquests were being erased, the most important conquests, the production bonus, bonuses for sicknesses. We lost the cost of living raise and hospital benefits. Registered workers also complained of conditions in the workplace where the situation has gotten a lot worse. Abuses by bosses, lack of respect for the workers, threats. In addition, while itinerant miners had their jobs, many saw family members and friends fall into unemployment. Jobs in the mine were replaced with temporary jobs in subcontracting firms that often hired former itinerant workers. One miner commented, "We aren't asking anything for ourselves. You realize what the situation is like in your family. Because you have brothers, brothers-in-law, fathers, who are unemployed. We are asking for work, and democracy." As the Chilean economy took a nosedive after 1982 and unemployment rates reached more than 30%, miners began to share the day-to-day struggles of their jobless neighbors and relatives. No longer living in isolated mining camps, miners increasingly came to inhabit urban spaces where they constructed new forms of identity linked to the struggles of the poor and unemployed. Following the May 11 protest, copper miners in the CTC helped organize a new national labor organization, the National Workers' Command, to direct and coordinate the protests and to support labor conflicts. The CTC's president in 1983, Christian Democrat Rodolfo Seguel, an itinerant worker, became president of the CNT. For the next 3 years, despite continued repression in which opposition union leaders suffered dismissal and arrest, the miners continued to organize strong opposition to the military regime. Every month protests were held in Rancagua, and the CRC became a focal point for the reorganization of the labor movement. For the second national protest in June 1983, the CRC organized a general work stoppage in the copper mines. On June 17, over 3/4 of the workers in Itinerant and Codelco's smaller Salvador and Andina mines participated. Intimidated by the massive military presence in the mine and its camps, workers in Chuquicamata did not participate in the work stoppage. The regime countered the protests and strike in the copper mines with severe repression. The copper mines were militarized, and union leaders, including the majority of the CRC's National Council, were arrested for inciting the stoppage and for organizing meetings to bring down the government. After 230. Another work stoppage to support the jailed CRC leaders, over 5,000 workers were fired, although this number was later reduced to 633, including 33 union leaders. Of these dismissals, 114 workers were fired without compensation, while the rest were forced to quit voluntarily with compensation, rather than simply being fired without any kind of compensation. A small number of workers were rehired after signing statements agreeing to cooperate with the company Degree in Rancagua, El Tinin's major union, the Sindicato Industrial Sul y Mina, with over 4,000 members, set up a soup kitchen for the families of fired workers with the help of neighborhood committees and organizations from the city, including small businesses in the Central Market and the Taxi Drivers Union. A number of union activists and fired workers engaged in a hunger strike, while workers and their families held demonstrations to protest the repression unleashed against the miners' unions. In October 1984, the miners organized a march from Rancagua to Santiago to demand the rehiring of union leaders and workers and to call for democratization. Union leaders and copper miners, many accompanied by their families, were confronted by police who arrested a number of union leaders once again. Protesters, including women and children from miners' families, were dragged onto police buses and beaten. Many of the marchers took refuge in Rancagua's church. Despite this repression, workers held a mass assembly in the Union Hall in Rancagua and reorganized the march to Santiago in taxis, buses, and by train. When the miners finally arrived in Santiago at a demonstration organized by the Santiago Popular Youth Organizations, they were applauded enthusiastically by 45,000 protesters, representing an important alliance between the labor movement in the copper mines and the popular protests in Santiago's working-class neighborhoods. The Sindicato Industrial Sul y Mina came to play a central role in Rancagua and in the province-wide popular organizing that defined the period of the protests. One worker remembers, it began with the copper workers' leaders, those who directed the protests and leaders from the neighborhoods where the families of the copper workers lived. This is where the Cacerolazo protests began. Another worker recalls. The union said that they were going to do a Cacaolio protest at such and such time, and that news was spread throughout all Rancagua in hours. Everyone conversed. It was a great thing because when you took a collective taxi, the bus, or wherever, and everyone talked, and whoever didn't know listened to the person that was in front or the person behind. At this time there's going to be a Cacerolazo. Also we came up with a way of honking our car horns that had a 231. Meaning YVA a care, then we left off for a bit and then kept going gradually, and you noticed that wherever you went, downtown, in every neighborhood. Some people even rang doorbells like that YVA a care degree. The hall of the Sindicato Industrial Sul y Mina became a meeting place for organizations all over the city, including political parties and national and provincial labor organizations. The copper workers' unions formed a regional labor federation, the Comando Provincial de Trabajadores Cachapoal, and held organizational meetings for the unemployed, CODJU, the Youth Command for Democracy, taxi drivers, and other local unions registered. When the hall filled, the street in front was closed off and speakers made speeches from a balcony on the second floor of the union's building. At times these meetings and demonstrations sparked violence from military police. On one occasion the union hall was machine-gunned. Although no one was killed, bullet holes pockmarked the building's walls. For the copper miners, the most powerful symbol of the neoliberal economic model was the regime's strategy of stimulating foreign investment in new copper mining ventures as an alternative to expanding production in the state-owned mines. Because they labored in the most important state-owned sector of the economy, had fought for decades against North American companies, and had phrased their labor struggles in the language of nationalism, the copper miners were well positioned to challenge the model of economic restructuring based on privatization and foreign investment. The miners perceived the nationalization of the North American-owned mines in 1971 to be the result of decades of strikes, and they saw the incremental privatization of the industry envisioned by the regime's economists in a new 1983 mining law as a major threat both to the industry and to their welfare. In its 1983 declaration, the CRC concluded that Chile's copper industry was in crisis in 1983 because the regime had drained the state companies of capital and had invested little in modernization and expansion in order to justify the liberalization of investment in the mining sector. The union called for increased investment in Codelco's mines instead of privatization. As the producers of Chile's major resource, miners had led the struggle for nationalization of the copper mines in 1971. Now, the CRC argued, they had the moral authority to represent the demands of all of Chile for democracy and an end to the neoliberal experiment. Defense of the nationalized mines represented a major challenge to the free market model and allowed miners once again to link their material workplace-related demands to a national alliance in support of the state-owned copper industry. In 232 strikes against the North American copper companies, miners had invoked the interests of all of Chile and made their struggles national struggles. Now they reconfigured their radical nationalist rhetoric, linking their specific petitions to national demands for democracy, human rights, and social justice. In December 1983, 7 months after the first protest, the CNS organized a demonstration against the regime's mining law. Despite the presence of military police in the streets, union, leftist, and Christian democratic activists filled Santiago's Teatro Caupolicán to demand an end to efforts to privatize the copper industry. The event reflected the significance of nationalism to working class demands and to the rejection of the regime's economic model. In addition, it demonstrated that the political opposition, organized labor, and copper miners shared a common antagonism to privatization programs. The protest linked the rejection of the economic model and the demands for democracy. Prominent Christian Democrats such as Radomiro Tomic denounced the fact that the law took copper policy out of the hands of the Chilean state and placed it in the private sector, placing the interests of transnational corporations over national sovereignty. Christian Democratic Party and National Labor Command leader Manuel Bustos stressed that the mining law traffics with our dignity as a free and sovereign nation. He also extolled the unity of the opposition parties in the demonstration as an example for the struggle for democracy. For Bustos, the struggle against the privatization of the copper industry would be the great flag of the people's unity, linking the struggle against the law to the struggle for a democracy that is not just political freedom, but very concrete things: bread, work, clothing, housing, healthcare, education, and respect for all essential rights. In 1987, the Secretary-General of the CRC, Omar Tapia, echoed Bustos when he argued that the defense of copper is closely tied to the struggle for the restoration of democracy. The privatizing strategies of the regime originate in the current economic model. A change in this model will only be possible when Chile reconstructs democracy. From labor action to popular protest. New styles of collective action in El Teniente. Despite the central role of the miners' unions and the opposition parties in the popular insurgency of the early 1980s, the protests were not traditional miners' strikes. Rather than workplace-focused movements restricted to the mine and the mining community, like miners' strikes before 1973, these were movements organized in neighborhoods and aimed at bringing down the dictatorship. The 233 May 11 mobilizations sparked a new form of political protest that included the union and work-related struggles, but that was located outside the mine as part of a broader struggle for democracy. The neighborhood became a central space for organization because of the many unemployed and fired miners and because of the authoritarian conditions within the mine. Neighborhood committees began to form a las communes to help feed Rancagüa's unemployed and the many miners fired because of their participation in opposition politics and labor protests. In workers' neighborhoods, miners and their families banged on empty pots, built barricades in the streets, and burned tires. Leftist activists, groups affiliated with the Catholic Church, youth organizations, and human rights organizations played a role in these protests against the dictatorship and the disasters of the regime's economic model. As in the rest of Chile's poor urban neighborhoods, women played a crucial role in these community organizations and began to assume a new political position in the movements for democracy. Asserting their rights as mothers to fend for their families, they began to organize communal soup kitchens and women's committees and to participate actively in the monthly protests. The miners' union organized a permanent soup kitchen in the union hall where fired workers and their families could receive 3 meals a day. Miners' wives formed women's committees that organized medical care, clothing, and food for workers' families. One woman noted that before, I was a housewife and nothing else. I had never even gone to the Centros de Madras. But the day came when there was nothing to put in the pot. And the only possibility for eating, above all for the little kids, is through the organization with others who are also affected, looking for community support. Degree another woman, the wife of a foundry worker, who later worked clandestinely as a Communist Party militant, remembers that after the June 1983 strike, women organized community kitchens to feed unemployed and fired miners and their families. First came those who were doing the hunger strike, women, and we began to organize a soup kitchen. We had the support of the community, especially the people from the marketplace. Every day the wives of the people who were on strike came, we formed a women's committee, and we began to have cultural activities in order to make money because there were many basic needs. The compañeros in Rancagua gave a lot of support, and we became a homogeneous group, men with women. It was a very rich experience. The compañeras of the workers gave classes to the children. It was a very exciting thing where you saw the active participation of women. 234. As miners' wages deteriorated and as they lost their benefits, and as many fell into unemployment, women began to look for jobs outside the home. In the city, unlike the mining camps, Women had greater opportunities for work, and by the early 1980s many miners' wives were looking for jobs throughout the local economy as teachers, office workers, and saleswomen, as well as in commerce and the informal market. The economic crisis of the early 1980s, the deterioration of miners' wages and benefits, and growing unemployment, due partially to mass dismissals after the 1983 strike, undermined the family wage established during the 1930s and propelled many women into wage labor for the first time, signifying an important change in the organization of miners' households. The copper miners' movements during the 1980s brought together traditional forms of labor organization and political militancy around workplace-related issues with new styles of popular protest and mobilization. Rather than two disparate spheres of political resistance to authoritarian rule, the miners' strikes, marches, and demonstrations combined workplace-based forms of organization, clandestine left-wing networks, and neighborhood-based movements that included workers' families, students, taxi drivers, the unemployed, and members of the urban informal sector. The dislocation of the miners' traditional community and their integration into city life made the combination of these forms of struggle necessary. Miners could no longer depend on the strength of the unified and homogeneous community of the mining camps. Similarly, the reorganization of the labor systems and repressive conditions inside the mine and the increasingly precarious nature of their employment meant that miners had to look to new forms of mobilization and alliances outside of the workplace with other urban working class groups, often unemployed or intermittently employed, family members, and neighbors. The central role of women in the protests of the 1980s was symptomatic of changes in the structure of workers' families and community and of new forms of neighborhood-based social mobilization. The miners, organized labor, and the transition to democracy. By 1986 the Pinochet regime had managed to defeat the insurgent movements for democracy with a policy that combined violent repression of the labor and popular social movements with negotiations with some members of the opposition, particularly leaders of the Christian Democratic Party and renovated, 235 sectors of the Socialist Party. After 1986 the labor movement in El Teniente, like the popular social movements for democracy throughout Chile, suffered a general debilitation. The transition to democracy would be negotiated from above by the leadership of the political parties and workers, and organized labor would have little role in determining the shape of the new political order. In El Teniente, repression had begun to take a toll on the union movement. Many of the union leaders who led the protests and first strikes were arrested and fired. Even in the early 1990s, many had yet to be rehired by the company. In 1986 a young leader of the Sindicato Industrial Caltones was kidnapped by the secret police, the CN1R, brutally tortured, and forced to sign a fake confession to the possession of explosives. That same year the CTC headquarters and union leaders' houses were searched by the police, a number of union leaders were detained and beaten, and in Chuquicamata during a protest 4 union leaders and 130 workers were attacked by military police and then arrested. Registered in 1986 the CRC denounced the fact that Codelco, colluding with the Derussi and General del Trabajo, had refused to recognize independent union leaders, closed union bank accounts, and pressured workers to replace the union leaders who had led the strikes and protests of the early 1980s. The CRC reported that in the workplace the abusive and humiliating treatment by supervisors who act with arrogance against workers hasn't changed. They even threaten workers with dismissal for the sole fact of going to union assemblies and raising their voices to defend their conquests and benefits. The miners' unions, debilitated by regime repression, approached the years of democratic transition from a weakened position. By the late 1980s the copper miners had come to understand that a return to democratic rule was the precondition for any change in labor relations. Thus in 1988 the CTC supported the campaign for the no in the plebiscite called by Pinochet. The CRC called on all copper workers to vote no and established committees at the level of local copper unions to work on the campaign. The CTC was, however, suspicious of Pinochet's willingness to relinquish power and convinced of the likelihood of fraud. Thus it noted that the plebiscite alone would not lead to democratization. Rather, the CRC declaration noted that only the struggle and mobilization of the immense majority of the people can create the conditions for the recuperation of democracy. Local union leaders and militants from all the opposition parties threw themselves into the campaign for the no in El Teniente. The newsletter of the Sindicato Industrial Sewell y Mina published a list of union leaders and their votes, including the few SI votes of pro-Pinochet leaders who had remained at their posts in some of the unions, and celebrated the victory of the no with a special 236 edition whose headlines shouted, "Not even bullets could silence us. The no above all is a great victory for the working class." The CRC also participated in the formation of a new national union federation, the Central Unitaria de Trabajadores, in August of 1988, and supported a national general strike of the CUT to demand the freedom of internally exiled labor leaders Manuel Bustos and Arturo Martinez following the plebiscite in April of 1989. Despite the copper miners' role in the movements for democracy during the 1980s and in driving the military dictatorship to pursue negotiations with opposition leaders, the transition of the Wongos did not fulfill their early expectations or remedy their losses under the dictatorship. The democratic government of Patricio Aylwin was constrained by legislation and institutions imposed by the Pinochet regime. In the copper industry, the Concertación did try to repair years of neglect of Codelco by initiating strategies to modernize the state-owned mines, stimulate foreign investment in new mines, and embark on expansion programs in Codelco-run mines based on joint ventures with private investors. The government's efforts to make Codelco into a modern and internationally competitive business, however, implied new company strategies toward labor relations and imposed limits on workers' petitions. During the first years of democratic rule, the miners saw few of their demands resolved. In 1991, 7,500 miners in Chuquicamata and 8,500 miners in E Teniente engaged in two of the first and most important strikes during the transition. In both strikes, characterized by marches, demonstrations, and conflictive negotiations with Codelco's new administrators, the miners' unions sought to win back losses that they had incurred during the 17-year dictatorship, particularly in terms of real wages. As one El Teniente union leader said, "We only want to recuperate the lost buying power of our salaries, because of the loss of automatic cost of living raises." For the miners, the strikes represented an attempt to make democracy a reality in the mine. In addition, they linked the strikes to the broader labor movement, arguing that they represented a test case for labor relations during the transition to democracy. As one Chuquicamata union leader argued, "We aren't only negotiating for Chuquicamata and Codelco, we're doing it for all the workers of the country. If they manage to step on Chucky, what will happen in the rest of the country? If they crush us, what will happen to the construction workers, the seasonal fruit workers, and other sectors with less organization and less negotiating power?" In addition, as during past conflicts the miners invoked nationalism as they defined their strikes in opposition to the government's privatization programs. The combative tone of the 1991 strikes and protests in the copper mines reflected workers' perception that democratization had brought few real changes. 237. The strikes also represented the new administration's commitment to modernizing Codelco's mines after years of neglect by the military regime. For El Teniene's new managers, workers' demands constituted an obstacle to reorganizing labor systems, reducing costs, and downsizing. Making the mine internationally competitive, they argued, required sacrifices from the workers. Holding the threat of an eventual closing over the workers' heads, mine administrators demanded that workers commit to lowering costs and increasing production. Union leaders denounced Codelco authorities as worse than the supervisors appointed by the dictatorship in their determination to modernize the mining companies at the expense of the workers. In his written account of the strike, one El Teniente union leader asked, "Did we win or lose with these new CFIOs? For many it's the same honey but with different bees. Have we made progress with these new executives?" The response that every worker has and says openly, Today we are worse off than before. To be objective and honest, our union with the administrators who represented the military regime had won a space that cost a great deal through protests, mobilizations, and stoppages. Today, we have lost these spaces, and we workers have gone back a step. We haven't progressed. While the company advances step by exhausting step toward modernity. During the strikes, workers noted that conditions inside the mines had changed little and that they continued to receive abusive and dictatorial treatment from supervisors, linking the system of political authoritarianism to the conduct of labor relations. For 16 years the workers of this mine had to support a system of autocratic administration, in which they violated the rights of the workers through unjust treatment and arbitrary dismissals, in which the opinion of the workers was not heard. The regional union movement was decapitated and many leaders persecuted. After 1 year of democracy in Chile, we have been able to confirm, to our dismay, that in the interior of this mine, at many levels they maintain the same schemes of vertical command as in the past. Workers condemned Codelco administrators and supervisors left over from the dictatorship and, in the case of Chuquicamata, accused certain supervisors of having ties to the dictatorship's intelligence police, the Center for National Intelligence. Workers noted the lack of change in labor relations in the mines. When in every section we ask that they fix something, there are supervisors who tell us, "Didn't you like voting for Don Pato? Go ask him or put up with it." The slogans shouted by thousands of El Teniente miners during marches, mocking the Concertacion's electoral slogan. 238. La Alegría ya viene, summed up this general sentiment. La Alegría ya leg 6, del Minero se olvide and la alegría que venía era para los de arriba. During the strike the copper miners no longer enjoyed the support of the national political parties of the Concertación. From 1983 to 1986 they could claim that their struggles were identified with national movements for human rights, democracy, and labor rights, just as before 1971 they had been able to articulate their interests in the language of nationalism and identify their strikes with the interests of the country in opposition to North American capital's control of the copper industry. After 1989, however, their strikes and movements were interpreted by the governing center-left coalition as threatening the interests of all Chileans in a smooth transition to democracy and a stable economy. The parties of the Concertation placed pressure on union leaders to resolve the strike. Thus, one El Teniente union leader recalls that during the strike the parties of the Concertación met and developed agreements to apply a hard hand to union leaders and to apply the law in its maximum rigor. Degree as the North American mining companies had done during strikes since the 1930s, the government attempted to portray copper workers as a privileged labor aristocracy, defending old and outdated economic privileges and threatening Chile's economic well-being and thus the stability of Chile's process of democratization, because of their high wages and benefits relative to other workers. In a speech to Chuquicamata workers, President Patricio Winn attempted to discredit the miners' petitions by defining them as a privileged group. As one union leader noted, "This word that has been used politically against us, it was the first blow that we received and nothing less than the President of the Republic, for whom we were the first to open a path for him to arrive where he has. I think that the copper workers don't deserve such a label, because the producing man gives his life and builds the patria for all Chileans, because the deaths because of work accidents and work-related illnesses are many, because the natural illnesses because of the hard work are many." A Chuquicamata miner said, "You can't imagine the pain it provoked to hear President Winn, for whom I voted, say that I'm privileged. Here we sell our health at a low price. Here everything is expensive. You see how inhospitable the landscape is." In El Teniente, miners carried placards with the phrases "Is silicosis a privilege?" and 47% with "Silicosis is not a privilege." One worker pointed out that the useful, 239 life of a worker is 15 years. A worker who enters at 23, at 38 no one will give him work. Responding to the accusations that copper miners constituted a labor aristocracy, an El Teniente union leader noted the miners' sense that they had played a key role in the struggles for democracy, had paid the cost of their strikes in repression, and continued to suffer difficult working conditions. Our organization protected all the democratic sectors during the dictatorship. It also paid high costs in the dismissals of workers, in the strikes of 1977 when nobody did anything against the dictatorship in 1981 and June 17, 1983. Now we're disappointed. Working conditions are very difficult for us. We have 35-year-old workers with silicosis, with back problems, with arthritis already. As workers pointed out, while the company had introduced new technologies in the mine, these had not reduced workers' job-related physical problems. Many workers, particularly older miners, continued to suffer from silicosis, and the workers who operated the tractors and drilling machines in the mine developed back and spine problems that limited their working lives. Extremes of cold and hot temperatures inside the mine contributed to bronchial problems, arthritis, and rheumatism. Workers also continued to be killed inside the mine. Between 1987 and 1991, 12 workers died in accidents. In 1991 an estimated 870 El Teniente workers were qualified by the company as unproductive because of physical disabilities. El Tenie's new administration sought to pare down the labor force by offering early retirement to older miners and workers who suffered job-related illnesses. This 1989 plan for trimming the labor force of older workers also caused discontent during the 1GG1 strike. A union leader noted, "Today in this new administration they are offering the special retirement plan to the workers, and if they don't accept it they tell them they will fire them anyhow because they are unproductive." Such are the contradictions of life. What the dictatorship wasn't capable of doing, today, in democracy, they threaten and commit all kinds of abuses. Degree Despite the strike and union opposition, by the mid-10s the company had succeeded with its incentives to older workers to retire and had reduced El Tenie's workforce to just over 7,000 from 8,500 in 1GGR. Between 1990 and 1996, Codelco's entire labor force declined from 27,421 to 18,879 workers. The 1991 copper strikes were settled with wage hikes that represented only moderate gains after years of losses. The new contracts also included bonuses for increased output and reduced costs, representing the new administration's 240. Determination to link wage increases to productivity gains and lowered production costs. The confrontational bargaining posture assumed by the company represented a turning point in labor relations. In the future, miners would have to negotiate in the context of a company intent on reducing its workforce and expenses and introducing new work systems and technologies in the mine. Competition with transnational companies operating in Chile and abroad placed limits on workers' petitions and reshaped labor relations in the state-owned mine. By the early 1990s, copper miners' strategic location in the economy and their corresponding capacity to place pressure on the state declined as copper's share of export earnings fell from around 0% in 1973 to just above 40%, and Codelco's share of national copper production declined because of the development of new multinational companies. Miners' unions no longer carried the clout they once did. Workers in the state-owned mines began to compete with new and modern foreign-owned northern copper mines working veins with higher copper content. In 1994, Codelco accounted for only 52.8% of national copper production, while private mines, many owned by transnationals, produced 47.2% of Chile's copper. The military dictatorship had not returned the large copper mines to their former North American owners. Instead, it pursued a policy of incremental privatization. While certain members of the military and Codelco authorities had advocated investment in the expansion of Codelco's productive capacity during the 1970s, the regime's free market economists rejected this position and sought instead to limit the size of the state sector and promote foreign investment in the copper industry. Codelco was enormously profitable after 1973 because of increased labor discipline, the reduction in costs due to the contraction of real wages, and an increase in production based on expansion programs initiated during the late 1960s. Yet investments in the mines by the state were limited to levels only high enough to maintain existing levels of production. In addition, the military regime sought to milk Codelco's profits, reaping the benefits of investments made under the governments of Frei and Allende and diverting 10% of Codelco's earnings to the armed forces while fomenting foreign investment in new, privately owned mining enterprises. The 1974 Decree Law 600, the Statute of Foreign Investment, gave a series of guarantees and incentives to foreign investors, including a fixed rate of 49.5% taxation on gross profits for 10 years, no restrictions on the repatriation of profits, a system of accelerated depreciation of equipment and machinery, and the right to deduct from profits losses during the first 241 years. The regime's 1983 mining law reaffirmed these policies by establishing a principle of non-discrimination against transnational companies in relation to Chilean companies in the mining sector and reiterating the guarantees on taxation rates and the repatriation of profits established in Decree Law 600. During the 1980s, transnational companies, most owned by oil companies, began to sign contracts to explore and exploit Chilean copper reserves, among them disputed at Las Condes, Quebrada Blanca, and, most important, the gigantic open-pit northern mine, La Escondida, which went into operation during the early 10s. La Escondida began to produce copper at levels similar to El Teniente at a low cost of production and export the copper to foundries in Japan, West Germany, and Finland. Between 1986 and 1996, an average of 60% of direct foreign investment in Chile was in mining activity. Thus by the early 1990s, Codelco's mines had to compete directly with new transnationally owned Chilean mines employing more modern technologies and working copper with a higher content at a lower cost. Transnational companies also operated under privileged circumstances in Chile. A October 7, 1997 article in the Wall Street Journal celebrated the profitability and low taxation rates of private copper mines in Chile, noting that the copper mines in the private sector 60% of Chile's $7,300 million of copper exports in 1996 paid $270 million in taxes, while Codelco, which represented the rest, paid the government $1,500 million. The article noted that Exxon's disputed at Las Condes had never paid any taxes to the Chilean government in its 15 years of production. While a company like La Escondida paid a maximum of 35% in taxes, Codelco paid a minimum of 55%, not including the RO% given to the military degree in general. Taxes on mining profits in Chile were the lowest in Latin America at 15%. Escondida extracted copper with a content of 2.8%, while Codelco's Chuquicamata's content was just over 1%. Finally, La Escondida exported its copper as concentrate to foundries abroad for refining, reducing the value added to the product in Chile prior to exportation. A quirk in the military's mining legislation made it more profitable for companies to export unrefined copper by providing tax breaks for medium-sized mines that produced only a certain amount of refined copper. Large mines won medium status and tax breaks by refining their copper abroad. While in 1970 only 3% of Chile's copper exports were of unrefined ore, in 1998 this figure had risen to 33% registered. 242. As Codelco sought to modernize its mines and make them internationally competitive, workers confronted new limits on their demands. Codelco administrators sought to reorganize work systems, incorporating methods used by transnational companies, including work circles and new programs for worker training and participation. In exchange, they sought the early retirement of many older and incapacitated workers and greater management flexibility in assigning tasks and jobs and organizing the system of production. Following the 1991 strike, El Teniente's labor force declined by over RO% over the next 4 years, reducing workers' leverage during strikes and producing a sense of insecurity among workers. This anxiety about job security was exacerbated by the company's efforts to overcome perceived inefficiencies in the production process by redesigning the system of job classifications, remunerations, and production incentives in the mine, concentrating plant, and foundry. In addition, as Codelco's share of national copper production and national exports decreased, miners' strategic position in the economy was undermined, reducing their strength during collective bargaining and their capacity to place pressure on the state through strikes. At the national level, the miners' unions received little political support from the parties of the Concertacy and governments of Winn and Free, which sought to boost production in Codelco and to increase private investment in new copper mines. Miners and the transition to democracy, changes in community, work, and working class culture. By the 1990s, mine workers confronted an enterprise intent on modernizing without the support of traditional workplace and community solidarities. The structural changes underway since the 1970s had begun to break apart the community and work identities that had been the pillars of miners' militant working class politics. While during strikes and protests in 1977, 1978, 1981, 1982, 1983, and 1991, mine workers had mobilized traditions of union activism and political networks to build opposition to the dictatorship. By the 1990s, changes in the national economy and in the mine introduced under the Pinochet dictatorship had transformed workers' sense of class identity and commitment to labor politics. State terror and neoliberal economic policies combined to reshape the nature of unionism, work, and community among miners and their families. The dismantling of the material securities that miners had enjoyed since the 1940s and that had kept them and their families committed to life and work in the mining camps was exacerbated by the cultural transformation. 243. Wrought by the pressures of repression, the modernization of production in the mine, and the market economy. Inside the mine and its plants, mechanization and the reduction of the labor force disrupted the organization of miners' work teams and eroded workplace solidarities. The introduction of computer-controlled processes and automation, as well as the use of new sophisticated machinery for both extracting and processing ore in the mine, concentrator, and foundry affected groups of workers that had been the core of union activism and militancy in the past. These tended to be the oldest and least educated workers, many of whom had grown up in the camps or who had spent their lives in Itenient and who were steeped in the mine's labor traditions. Older workers who had learned their skills on the job and who had engaged in semi-skilled tasks were replaced with machines or by specialized workers who operated new complex machinery. Whereas the workers' skills, particularly within the mine and the foundry, had provided the basis for a sense of occupational pride, autonomy, and self-assertiveness that underpinned their workplace militancy and challenging attitude toward company authority, mechanization and new flexible labor systems in which workers performed different jobs led to a breakdown in work identities. Through the 1970s, workers had learned their skills at work and ascended a complex hierarchy from unskilled work as day laborers to more skilled and higher-paid jobs. In addition, while they were subject to the authority of supervisors and company management, company authority had been mediated, as well as implemented, by work crew leaders and foremen, many of whom had begun as workers themselves. Workers, crew chiefs, and foremen had a great deal of power in decision-making within the labor process, and their authority was based on years of work experience. Younger workers learned their jobs through older workers in a system that resembled apprenticeship. That many workers were children of workers represented the generational passing down of knowledge about work, job skills, and union culture. By the 1980s, old-timers had begun to retire from the mine, and the importance of on-the-job training in the mine was reduced. Whereas experience transmitted from worker to worker had been central to learning skills, increasingly the knowledge necessary to perform jobs was imparted by technicians and administrators, and new workers came to the mine with higher educational backgrounds and training, often from technical schools. The company's educational requirements for new workers began to include some time spent at a vocational school. The role of the work crew leader or foreman, often an older worker, in teaching new workers skills was greatly diminished. 244. In part, This change in work culture was produced by the company's plans for flexibilization or reconversion laboral. Beginning in the 1990s under the administrations appointed by the democratic governments, the company sought to promote a new system of work in which workers would perform different jobs on a rotational basis, allowing the company freedom to assign workers to jobs outside their classifications. In 1995, the general manager of El Teniente argued that workers in the privately owned copper mines were polyfunctional and performed a number of different jobs, allowing for greater productivity and flexibility. Whereas in El Teniente, for example, an LHD operator worked 4 hours per shift, in Disputed a Las Condes they operated 7.5 hours a shift since, during breaks, other workers as with the hammer operators and truck drivers placed the LHD operators in a rotational system. Respect for job classifications had been won by Teniente miners in strikes during the 1940s and had represented an important means of limiting management's prerogatives in the workplace. In addition, bonuses and wage levels had been pegged to specific jobs, and workers had developed a sense of occupational pride based on the particular skills and jobs they performed. While El Teniene's management proposed new training programs and programs for worker participation in decision-making to assist workers in acquiring polyfunctionality and in increasing production and reducing costs, the unions and workers viewed the plan for reconversion laboral as a potential threat to wages, bonuses, and to guarantees that workers had won decades ago. In addition, the plan envisioned early retirement for older workers and workers with health problems. For one union leader, the company's modernization program served as a pretext to dismiss workers and lower salaries. The unions lose their strength with the mass dismissals. In 1998, union leaders continued to denounce the lack of respect for job classifications. They take workers out of their shifts with illegitimate pressures, threatening them with letters and notes from the office for demanding their legitimate right to have their job description respected. A union leader pointed out that the system of reconversion laboral had never been agreed to by the unions, despite the company's claim to the contrary. Finally, mechanization also disrupted miners' workplace traditions of solidarity. Miners' militant work culture and combative union politics had been founded in the bonds of mutual reliance forged at work in teams within the mine. Workplace ties provided the basis for traditions of collective action both during frequent wildcat stoppages and organized strikes. However, mechanization led to an increasingly heterogeneous and differentiated workforce and undermined the culture of the work teams that had provided the conditions for 245. A tremendous unity among workers. Workers, better educated, working in safer and improved conditions due to the introduction of new machinery, increasingly approached their jobs as individuals. In oral histories, older workers and union activists tended to lament the lack of consciousness and militancy of younger workers who had come of age during the dictatorship and who, they believed, had lost touch with the miners' labor traditions. Older miners who had grown up in the El Teniente camps in mining families, they argue, were responsible for the reorganization of the labor movement in the mines during the 1970s and RG-8OS. A union leader noted, "The old worker, the worker with many years in the company is conscious and trusts leftist union leaders. The young workers don't have much militancy, they haven't struggled, they haven't suffered what the old ones have suffered, the persecutions, they haven't suffered the great strikes of this mine which had distinguished itself by having many strikes, long strikes. It hasn't cost the young workers what it cost the old workers. There were great struggles, great strikes to win what we have now, and they don't understand this." Symptomatic of the disarticulation of miners' community and workplace solidarities was the diminished role of the union in the lives of workers and their families. While the unions had provided central spaces for cultural and political activity in the mining camps, workers' relationship to unions had changed by the Rugos. They no longer lived close to the union, and the union halls in Rancagua were separated from the workplace. In addition, sports clubs and social clubs, which had been organized by workplace and closely tied to the unions, also began to witness declining participation. Workers no longer spent their leisure time in the union hall. *degree The weakening of the miners' unions began during the repression of the strikes and protests of the early RGADS. During the 1981 strike, a number of workers fled the opposition-led unions to other itinerant unions led by officialists in order to receive the bonuses these unions had won by signing new contracts in line with the company's offer. Throughout the 1980s, workers joined unions directed by leaders who could negotiate one-time bonuses, granted by the company as a way of preempting the collective bargaining process and conflicts with the unions. Between 1984 and 1986, for example, the company was able to impose a wage freeze in exchange for a one-time bonus during negotiations prior to the legally mandated collective bargaining of a new contract. Workers, saddled with debt and reeling from the economic crisis, saw the bonuses as temporary relief from creditors and as an alternative to sacrificing wages during strikes that were unlikely to produce favorable outcomes. In addition, many new 246 workers who entered the mine during the 1980s lacked direction and leadership from the unions. The workplace no longer constituted a school in which new workers were educated in itinerant union traditions. Union leaders noted that younger workers failed to appreciate the decades of struggles and strikes that went into winning bonuses, benefits, and wage increases, and complained that workers no longer went to the union hall or to meetings. According to some workers, many union leaders responded by devoting their time to individuals, not social groups, as they sought to solve the problems of individual workers in order to win an electoral base. The membership of the Sindicato Industrial Sul y Mina, itinerant's largest, oldest, and historically most combative union, dropped from over 3,000 in 1991 to 1,500 in 1998 due to the many early retirements of old-time miners, reductions of itinerant's labor force, and workers' flight to other unions, often empleados unions run by non-leftist leaders. The erosion of workplace solidarity and union culture in El Teniente was exacerbated by the changes in community life and the separation of workplace and neighborhood. Oral histories describe the general disintegration of miners' community and culture that occurred during the parallel move to a market economy and to the city below the mine during the 1970s and 1980s. El Teniente miners traveled 1 hour by bus every morning from the city of Rancagua to reach the mine. While the culture and experiences of the mine infiltrated all areas of everyday life in the camps and workers' barracks, in the city miners' neighborhoods and communities were integrated into the broader urban environment. Miners and their families were exposed to a broad spectrum of cultural activities and influences. They watched television for the first time and participated in the cultural life of the city and the world of mass communication. Their children attended public schools, housing was urban and privately owned, and the city provided alternative forms of recreation, theater, music, cinema, newspapers, and magazines. For workers and their families, involvement in urban society represented a new world of possibilities and the fulfillment of a long-term demand. Life in Rancagua is totally different. In the camps we were marginalized from many things, marginalized from culture, from recreation, from sports, marginalized from everything. There was one theater, but we were obliged to see the movie that was shown there. But in the city there are 4 or 5 theaters, and you choose. Before we didn't even have television. But city life also disrupted their traditional social networks. In oral histories, workers and their family members describe the cultural transformations that occurred as the mining camps were broken up with an almost unanimous 247